In the forest, at the foot of the mountains, there is a sports arena where the players compete. Joshin won because his opponent said he was giving up. Joshin asked if anyone else wanted to face him. The other participants were scared because this guy was already at level 200. His gear was so cool, better than those leaders. But why had no one heard of him before? The young man at the computer smirked. If only they knew how much he had paid to dominate the entire server. He'd spent a full 5 years in this game just to see their jaws drop today. The player told everyone to remember his name, but he didn't get to finish. The next moment, the image on the monitor screen began to distort and break up. The young man was frightened and upset. This couldn't be happening. Why was the image glitching at such a crucial moment? The system reported that the user's account contained invalid data, so the account had been blocked. The use of unauthorized software is prohibited to ensure fair play. The user got angry. Had he really wasted 5 years? He was already on level 200, and now they were telling him he had lost. He smashed the monitor screen with his fist. The moment the monitor was damaged, the young man received an electric shock and passed out, losing consciousness. The young man found himself in a sports arena. Various weapons lay scattered around him. He opened his eyes, was surprised, and coughed. One of those present was surprised. Could this nobody really be the leader's son? Another player said he was a lucky man. He could be reborn. The player told the guy to get up. There was no point in lying there. The player repeated his words. Could this guy be deaf and not hear that he should get up? The young man raised his head and looked surprised. Could this really not be a dream? The boy stood up and gripped the hilt of his sword. What's going on here? The player said that even if he was the son, he was still unworthy of honor. The captain had already lowered his hand. Would this nobody be able to withstand it a second time? The young man said that he would deal with these people even in his sleep without breaking the law. The player asked, has this guy really decided to act like a man? A guy approached the young man and told the master to stop. They had to go home. The guy grabbed the bewildered hero by the collar and started dragging him toward the exit. The young men found themselves by the door. The guy flung it open. The bewildered young man found himself outside. He realized that this really wasn't a dream. There were ruined buildings all around. The young man thought he had ended up in another world. He had just received all the residual memories of this body and already understood everything. This place was very similar to the world in which he had lived before. Several decades ago, a massive space storm had struck. That space storm changed all life on the planet. Most people turned into bloodthirsty and violent zombies. Zombies spread everywhere. Thanks to this catastrophe, an extraordinary ability known as star power was awakened in many people. A person with star power possesses explosive strength 100 times greater than that of an ordinary person. The armed man said that everyone must be informed. They must gather and return to the city. The young man's father in this world is a 5th level master of star power. He is also the mayor of the city where they currently reside. The young man thought that was a good start since his father was the city's leader. But why was he personally considered trash here, incapable of improving himself? His father entered the room and told his son that he had finally returned. The young man thought, could this really be his father? Could this man really be a master? In his memories, he was just an ordinary person. His father said he had heard everything. There was no need to blame his uncle since he was upset too. The young man thought that if it weren't for his uncle, how would he have ended up in this world? His father suggested they try again, but this time together. Perhaps this time the star power would awaken within his son. His father placed his hands on his son's back and told him to follow the breathing exercises he had been taught to channel the star power. The young man thought that even if he couldn't manage to train, his father was still helping him a lot, and that was very touching. However, just because the former Jochin couldn't handle it didn't mean the current one couldn't. 2 hours passed. The young man still couldn't feel the star power. Jochin apologized to his father. He hadn't attained the star power, which meant he was a failure. His father told him not to be discouraged. He shouldn't put himself down like that. His father declared that even if nothing worked out at the moment, there was nothing to worry about. No one around him would dare tell the young man what to do. The boy said goodbye to his father. The system reported that activation had occurred. Does the user wish to enter the game? Jochin couldn't believe it. Could he really be that very same level 200 thief from the game? The reflection in the mirror suggested exactly that. Jochin pondered what to do. He hoped he would make the right choice. The protagonist decided to bring up the skill tree. However, the system only displayed data for a level 1 thief and his skills. Joshin thought again that he was a nobody. After all, this wasn't a game. How could he level up? A woman's voice came from behind the door. The girl told the young man that dinner was ready. The young man replied that he wasn't in the mood and wouldn't be eating. The girl entered the room and said that wouldn't do. After all, Zhou Chen knew that many people outside didn't even have the means to feed themselves. The young man repeated that he didn't want to eat, looked up and saw who he was talking to. Su Junwen was standing in the doorway. The young man stopped mid-sentence. He no longer felt like arguing with this girl. He was surprised. Could such a beauty really be living in his house? Jogan stood up and reached out, trying to touch the girl. Su Junwen jumped back in fright. "What are you doing, sir?" The young man replied that he just wanted to check if they were real. The girl got angry and said it was none of his business. Joshin replied that he had been misunderstood since he was talking about the stats. Joshin had seen his father's stats. Their level was too high and he couldn't recognize them. Joshin thought that if that was indeed the case, then there were definitely monsters outside the city. However, his own stats were only slightly higher than those of an ordinary person. Jogan thought that if he wanted to level up, he needed to find something that could protect him. Lanchi reminded him that the master had ordered him not to participate in the training. Why had Zhou Chen come here? Zhou Chen asked Lan Shi if there were any weapons here. The young men arrived at the shooting range. This was the very place where the weapons were kept. Two people approached the shooting range. One of them said he saw a rare guest here. Could it be that young Master Zhou had some free time? It was Yan Baishun. The young man was surprised. Could it be that Zhou Chen was refusing to be a warrior in order to train and shoot? Zhou Chen said that the guy was right. He really had come here to shoot some targets. The young man asked Yan Baishun what this kid was doing here. Yan replied that if he wanted to have some fun, he should go ahead and do it. No matter how good a gun is, it can't compare to the perfection of a warrior. Joshin said he really enjoyed shooting, so he would take the gun with him and play around a little more. The young man told Captain Yan that this Zhou Chen had taken not only the gun, but also a lot of ammunition. Baishun remarked that this boy was a mere nobody and could only have fun for a few days. Lan Shi told the master that the exit from the city was ahead. Zhou Chen remarked that he knew that. Lan Shi added that leaving the city with just one gun was too dangerous. Zhou Chen said there was no need to worry. He just wanted to practice on the zombies to see if he could level up. Lan Shi pointed out that this wall protected them from various predatory beasts and zombies. On the other side lay a veritable hell. An armed man jumped down from the top of the wall toward the young people. It was Shu Li. He asked who had allowed the young people to come here. It wasn't safe here. Chu Chen told Uncle Shu that they had come to help him deal with the zombies. Shu Li told them not to make him laugh. It would be better if they left peacefully and quietly. A signal came from the observation post that the zombies had broken through the defenses. Zhou Chen told Uncle not to send him home. The young man added that everyone here despised him, but he wanted to show off his marksmanship at least once. Shu Li said he didn't mind and led the young men to the front lines. Zhou Chen looked through the scope of the sniper rifle and saw the approaching zombies. He also saw the health bar and level, but would he be able to earn experience points by killing the zombies? A shot rang out and the bullet hit the zombie in the shoulder. The health bar decreased. Zhu Li said he believed in this young man. The protagonist thought that a shot to the shoulder dealt little damage. Zhou Chen activated the vulnerability scan mode and looked through the scope again. The wounded zombie's health bar had decreased significantly. It was practically at zero. 100 experience points were gained. Zhou Chen realized he hadn't been mistaken. He really could gain experience. The shooting continued, and his experience points gradually increased. The system announced that the player's level had been raised. Zhou Chen no longer thought so poorly of himself. The protagonist now understood what it meant to level up. The young man decided that this was way cooler than going to a spa. Uncle Shu Li said he saw potential in this young man, though he still needed a lot of practice. The young man thanked him for the compliment. After leveling up, Zhou Chen noticed that he seemed to be glowing with a blue flame. Other people probably couldn't see it. Zhou Chen looked at his status window and noted that his stats had also improved. He could also allocate points to agility and strength. One of the soldiers reported to the captain that a star crystal had been found here. Zhou Chen asked if it was possible to extract this crystal from the poisoned body of a zombie. Shu Li replied that not every monster contained a star crystal. The young man had simply gotten lucky. Star crystals are divided into white, blue, green, purple, orange, and red. There are crystals of the lowest, middle, and highest grades. Crystals are the currency among warriors. This currency is much more valuable than ordinary money. A single low-grade white crystal is enough to feed an ordinary person for a whole week. This does not include alcoholic beverages. Jochen asked Uncle Shuli to exchange this crystal for a few packs of cigarettes. He'll take them to his friends. Jochen told his companion that he had decided to put off his shooting practice for a while. The young man told Captain Yan that this good-for-nothing master, Jochen, turned out to be a pretty decent person after all. Bai Shun replied that appearances can be deceiving. 2 weeks passed. The young man had reached the 4th level, improving his stats. Now they were above average. Shuli thought that the young man had already spent 2 weeks here. Had he really decided to give up on improving himself? Zhou Chen replied that no matter how high his combat skills were, he was still afraid of bullets. His uncle said there was nothing to be afraid of. They were merely low-level warriors. They say that 6th-level warriors aren't even afraid of bullets. Jochen said that he now had a reason to think things over. Shuli told the young man not to take it to heart. An SUV was speeding toward the fortress wall. The players in the back were shooting at the zombies trying to jump into the vehicle. Jochen asked Uncle Shu if his father had left on patrol. The sentry reported to the captain that it was the chief's patrol car. Zombies were chasing after them. Zhou Qin grabbed his rifle, took aim, and said he would handle these zombies himself. A shot rang out. The zombie fell to the ground. The mayor turned and looked at the shooter. Who could shoot so accurately? The car safely entered the city limits. Now they could catch their breath and calm down a bit. The man told his son that he had made some progress with his shooting. The mayor said they were facing some minor problems. Lately, the zombies outside had become a bit more active. Therefore, security needed to be stepped up. Jochen thought that wasn't true. His father was definitely hiding something. The young man clearly remembered that when his father left that morning, the car's body wasn't damaged nearly as badly. On top of that, a second-tier warrior had suddenly been scratched by ordinary zombies. It looked rather strange. The young men climbed into the truck and continued on their assigned route. Jochen said he wanted to talk to his father. What had really happened? The man ordered the truck to stop. The mayor asked, "Doesn't Chen Shi know what happens after a zombie attack?" Chen Shi looked at the mayor with tears in his eyes. The man pressed the barrel of a pistol against his forehead. The mayor apologized and pulled the trigger. A shot rang out and Chen Shi was killed. Only at that moment did our hero realize how cheap human life is in this world. Silence hung over the dinner table for a while. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Su Junwen asked why the young man wasn't eating again. Zhou Chen replied that he wasn't hungry at all. His father said the young man needed to get used to the events of the day. Otherwise, he would not be able to inherit his position in the future. Zhou Chen asked his father, "Wasn't that man his subordinate?" His father replied that in order for as many people as possible to survive, sometimes one must sacrifice someone or something. As he left the room, his father said that starting tomorrow, his son was forbidden to go out. Junwen would be watching him. The next day arrived. A rope made of bed sheets hung from the second-floor window. Su Junwen found a note in the young man's room in which he wrote that she must not tell anyone about this. Lin Shi told the master that he agreed to run away with him and disobey the chief's orders, but the forest was too dangerous. It would be better to focus on destroying the zombies. Jochen said he was tired of doing that. The monsters in the forest were much stronger. The protagonist thought he was getting very few experience points from zombies. He needed to level up as quickly as possible. Lin Shi blocked his path and said it was his duty to protect the young master. He couldn't let him get into trouble. Zhou Chen asked, "Must I really spend my whole life under protection? A second-rate nobody in this city?" Zhou Chen pointed his weapon at Lian Shi and told him to step aside. Our hero added that he was capable of defending himself. A shot rang out. Lian Shi was startled and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes and looked back, he saw a shot gray shadow snake on a tree branch. It was highly venomous. How had it managed to get so close? Lin Shi thought that Zhou Chen wasn't even a warrior. How had he managed to spot this snake? Zhou Chen cut into the snake with his knife and said there were no crystals inside. Lin Shi told the young master to stay focused. There are many such snakes hiding here. Even a third-level warrior would have a hard time dealing with them. Joshin saw a multitude of red streaks of life and said that this was simply paradise for him. Jochin climbed the stairs to the fortress wall. The warrior said that the young master had arrived very early today. The young man told the warrior to call him Brother Joe, not young master. Jochen tossed a white crystal to the warrior and said he didn't need it. The young man could use it to treat his sister. The warrior was moved to tears and thanked Brother Joe. Lenshi asked if the young master would be bringing them meat again today. He received an affirmative answer. Over the past 2 weeks, most of the snakes they'd caught had been distributed. After all, Zhou Chen could have made quite a bit of money from them. Small children were playing near the house. Spotting our hero, they were delighted and ran up to him. A young child mentioned being the first to greet Zhou Chen's younger sibling today. The protagonist picked up the girl and told her not to run so fast because she might fall and hurt herself. The girl asked, "Did your little brother bring snake meat again today?" Lin Shi thought to himself that he had carried that meat on his own shoulders, yet the children hadn't even remembered him. The locals began to approach Zhou Chen. The snake meat was taken out of the sacks. A woman said that these gray shadow snakes were very difficult to defeat. Zhou Chen was taking a big risk. The young man told Aunt Lui not to worry. These snakes didn't scare him at all. The man told Aunt Lui that this young man was a natural-born sniper. One shot was enough for him. Even if the king of snakes came, the young man would handle him. During the next meal, father and son were silent again for a while. The head reminded them that he had forbidden the young man from going out. However, over the past 2 weeks, he had only made the situation worse. Junwen reported to the master that she had failed to keep an eye on the young man. The man said he blamed no one. The father asked if the rapidly spreading rumors that the young man was a skilled marksman were true. Jochen replied, "When one door closes, another opens." He does indeed have some success with shooting. The father reminded him that he shouldn't get too close to the lower classes. Zhou Chen asked why. His father replied, "Because one day they might become a burden to you." Young people on the street were debating who was a better shot, Mr. Zhou Chen or Captain Yan. Many chose Mr. Zhou Chen since he never misses. But Shun was outraged. How could they compare him to some kid? He had to show who the real sniper was here. Yan Baixun told his companion that if he mentioned that boy's name one more time, he'd be left with nothing but a wet spot. Just then, Zhou Chen was walking toward them. He waved and greeted Commander Yan. Yan returned the greeting and said he was just about to go see Mr. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen said that today was perfect weather for hunting and walked past. Yan Baixun was indignant since he was talking to this young man. Zhou Chen stopped and said he was just lost in thought. Yan Baixun noted that, according to the latest rumors, the young man had become an excellent marksman. Zhou Chen replied that there was no need to exaggerate. They were just rumors. Yan Baixun asked if he could compete with the young man in marksmanship. He wanted to show this guy who the best marksman in the world was. Zhou Chen replied that he didn't have time for that. Baixun suggested betting a piece of green crystal. Surely the chief's son wouldn't refuse this challenge? Zhou Chen asked what the contest would entail. Yan suggested shooting at a moving target. Zhou Chen said that was too boring. Yan was surprised. What then would the young master suggest? Zhou Chen suggested going hunting outside the city. Whoever brought back the most valuable game in a day would win. Yan Baixun agreed and said they would start exactly 1 week later, and wished Master Zhou Chen good luck in preparing. Lanxi said that Baixun was a two-faced and very cunning man, and that his appearance was extremely deceptive. Zhou Chen declared that he had seen many such people. This guy was a completely lousy actor. Lanxi was surprised. Why then had the gentleman agreed? After all, one could expect anything from this man. Zhou Chen said that people need to realize just how unpredictable this world is. Zhou Chen drew his blade and rushed after the enormous insect. The insect was wounded in the head and its flying ability deteriorated sharply. Zhou Chen finished off the insect and said he was already getting used to close combat. Zhou Chen reported to his father that he and Yan Baixun had decided to have a hunting competition. The young man's father said there was no need to worry about it. He added that, on the other hand, they still needed to prepare for it in advance. The old man said that beautiful landscape stretched out before him, which had become a rarity in these times. The zombies were approaching the city. The old man remarked that the fun was about to begin. On the morning of the appointed day, Zhou Chen walked through the city, greeting the locals. The townspeople wished the young man luck and believed in his victory. Lan Shi said that over the past few months, the young man had managed to change people's opinion of him. Now he had become truly popular. The assistant told the city leader that the competition could be canceled if there were any concerns. The father replied that it wasn't worth doing so. The young man knows what he needs. Zhou Chen approached the shop and said that this was exactly where he would find what he needed. The shopkeeper asked what Mr. Zhou Chen needed. The young man replied that he was interested in a very powerful bow. The man said he did indeed have such a bow. However, this bow cannot be drawn without a strength of 300 jin. The seller added that few people use such weapons these days. If the young man liked the bow, he would give it to him as a gift. Lan Shi asked if, since the gentleman wanted a weapon with a bowstring, wouldn't it be better to get a crossbow? Joshin said that in his opinion, a bow looked more beautiful. The young man prepared to draw the bowstring. The protagonist added that there was nothing better than a bow for training hand strength and accuracy. Lan Shi was surprised since the young master wasn't even a warrior. Would he be able to pull the string? Jochin drew the bow and fired an arrow. The boy told his grandmother that some kind of thing had appeared above her head. Joshin said that was pretty good. That was exactly what he had in mind. Lan Shi suggested that the young master train outside the city after all. Jochin apologized for scaring the old woman. The old woman replied that she hadn't even had time to be scared. The boy was delighted and shouted that arrows were growing out of the old woman's head. The shopkeeper told the child not to run around with that dangerous thing in his hands. Joshin began training outside the city, displaying extraordinary agility and demonstrating accurate shooting. Jochin thought he had finally reached level 15. These skills were very useful in the game, but it was unclear how effective they would be now. Jochin asked Lan Shi where he could find monsters scarier than the flies he'd been shooting in this forest. Jochin spotted a bamboo forest on the outskirts and remarked that it was very beautiful. Lan Shi informed his master that even 5th-rank warriors wouldn't dare to mess with the local 2nd-level sword-wielding boars. Jochin spotted a boar charging straight at him with a furious look in its eyes. Lan Shi feared for his master and blocked the boar's path. Jochin pushed his assistant aside and told him not to stand in his way. A double attack was activated, dealing significant damage. Shortly thereafter, the boar was destroyed. The young men leisurely approached their prey. Jochin said that these two skills had come in handy here as well. Lan Shi was surprised. Was the young master really not a warrior? Jochin added that the assistant would drag the boar's carcass. For dinner, they prepared the boar with a crispy crust. The father said that first there were gray shadow snakes, and now a sword-wielding boar. He didn't even know whether to praise his son or punish him. Jochin told his father that he would like to borrow some star crystals or gold from him. The young man reminded him that he had a competition tomorrow. After all, couldn't he just bet on himself? The man said that Captain Yan was training like a madman. He was taking it too seriously, but it was just a bet after all. Yan Baishun really was training every day. He believed he would win, and not just the bet. Everyone would see that this scum, Jochin, was no genius. The day of the competition arrived. The young men, weapons in hand, were ready to compete. Jochin greeted the fans. Yan Baishun remarked that Mr. Jochin had quite a following. Jochin asked the boy if he had placed a bet on his brother. The child replied that he had no money. The protagonist gave the boy a white crystal and told him to bet on his victory. Yan Baishun was outraged. How could Jochin force a child to get involved in something like this? Jochin said there was no need to worry. The child would simply place a bet. How could that possibly drag him into anything? Yan Baishun replied that his opponent was too self-assured. Jochin wished Commander Yan good luck. Baishun replied that his opponent would need it more. The opponents got into their SUVs and prepared to start. The competition host announced that both sides had agreed. The level of weapons used didn't matter. The winner would be determined solely by the value of the loot. If no one had any objections, let the hunt begin. The SUVs sped off in different directions. Yan Baishun believed his opponent's end was near. The competition host thought that a rookie against a 3rd-rank fighter would be a valuable lesson for the young man if he managed to return alive. The assistant asked the city leader if he could send someone to protect the young master. The leader replied that there was no need. He could handle it himself. In the future, he must rely only on himself. The old man was contacted via radio and given an assignment: to eliminate target number 2. The reward would be a green crystal. The old man looked at target number 2's file and said that everything would depend on the level of the green crystal. The old man was Tan Lai, a 5th-rank warrior. He said that to start with, he needed to stretch his muscles a bit. The girl knocked on the door and told the host that it had already begun. The man at the table said that 1 crystal for this nobody wasn't a very good deal. This was the last time he'd agree to something like this. Once the plan was carried out, he would, of course, receive many times more. The SUV was moving along the forest road in the specified direction. The young man thought that the map the Su family had given him was indeed very detailed. He got out of the car and decided to start by catching the shadow wolf. At that moment, the shadow wolf was butchering its prey, a wild boar. Jochin pinpointed the beast's location and immediately appeared before it. Before long, the shadow wolves were eliminated. The young man said that 5 for today was his limit. The protagonist had reached level 16. He said his abilities should be slightly below those of a third-rank warrior. His wounded shoulder was aching. He needed to treat himself. The young man decided to use the medicine he had obtained. In the flask was a small healing potion that restored health over 6 seconds. Chokin looked at the liquid, which resembled a disinfectant. The young man poured some of the liquid onto the wound, but it didn't help. The protagonist thought, did he really have to drink it? After the young man drank the liquid, the wounds began to heal and gradually scab over. The old scars faded away. Chochin was surprised. Did it really work that fast? This healing liquid turned out to have a truly incredible effect. At the edge of the forest, the hunters rested and discussed the current situation. Yang Yu, a second-rank warrior, asked his colleague if he had bet on anyone. Zhou Lanbao replied that he hadn't bet on anyone. He had worked hard to earn the money and wasn't going to just squander it. Gu Yo said that someone was coming and they needed to keep quiet. That same old mercenary was walking through the woods. He saw the people and was surprised. Guyak told the man to stop and not to go any further. The old man replied that there was no need to worry, he had simply gotten lost. The old man showed a photo of Zhou Chen and asked if the young people had seen this man. The hunter recognized the man and said he had seen him that morning. His colleague told Yan Yu to be quiet. The old man thanked them and suddenly stabbed the girl with a knife. Gao Yu began bleeding profusely and fell to the ground. Yang Yu rushed toward the old man and shouted at his colleague to run. However, the old man was a professional and delivered a fatal blow to this hunter as well. The old man approached the third hunter and said he didn't like to leave any traces or witnesses. That hunter was also killed. The young man, perched on a branch of a large tree and watching the shadow wolves, suddenly sneezed. He was surprised. When had he caught a cold? A white wolf was sitting on a rock. Shadow wolves were gathered around it. Jochin decided this must be their boss. However, his equipment was broken. There was no way he could handle this boss. If he didn't find any valuable loot, he would definitely be considered a nobody. The young man sensed that someone was nearby. The health bar was red. Could it be that this person had come here to destroy him? The old man continued moving through the forest, searching for his target. Tang Lai looked up, but there was no one on the tree branch. He decided he must have imagined it. Zhou Chen, hiding behind a tree, thought that this man was clearly very strong. Zhou Chen realized that this man had definitely come for him. Who would want to kill him? The young man decided that in this situation, whoever attacked first would win. A strange sound rang out, and the old man heard something approaching him. Tang Lai managed to jump aside, and something landed right where he had been standing. The old man drew his blade at that very moment. Zhou Chen, dagger in hand, lunged at the stranger. Tang Lai noted that this guy moved very quickly. He was clearly no novice. Zhou Chen tried to attack the old man from all sides. Jushin decided he couldn't keep this up for long, so it was time to play his trump card. The double attack skill was activated. The old man didn't expect such an onslaught. He lost his balance and began to back away. The young man continued to advance, attacking his opponent relentlessly. The old man retreated further and further. Tang Lai pressed his back against a tree and stopped. His wounded back was bleeding. The old man couldn't understand how this boy had broken through his block. Zhou Chen looked at the red streak and realized that his opponent had lost only a few drops of blood. The wound was insignificant. The old man was furious. After all, he had been misled by the Intelligence Bureau. Was this really a novice? A nobody? Tang Lai began to doubt. Was this the young man they had told him about? Zhou Chen asked his opponent, "Did Yan Baixun send you?" The old man admitted that the young man was much stronger than he had expected. But a man who was about to die had no need to know too much. Zhou Chen thought he could no longer continue this fight. The tension was too great. Our hero hid behind a tree again. Tang Lai said that this guy wouldn't get away from him. Zhou Chen activated the vulnerability scan skill. The necessary target points were locked on. Zhou Chen turned and began to run, firing a few aimed shots beforehand, which, however, missed their mark. The old man said that this guy had no idea just how high the physical fitness level of a 6th-rank martial arts master was. He could dodge bullets with his eyes closed. Zhou Chen climbed back up the tree, hiding from the old man. The young man decided it was time to call for backup and started firing his automatic weapon again. The old man dodged the bullets with ease and told the young man to admit defeat. Jochin turned around and started running away again. Tang Lai declared that it was impossible to escape him. Jochin jumped down from the hill and ran further. Tang Lai said that this was where they would part ways. Tang Lai leaped high into the air and swung his blade. Jochin found himself surrounded by shadow wolves. The young man activated the double attack skill and attacked one of the wolves. This was followed by a blow to the back, and a red bar indicated that the shadow wolf's health had decreased. The old man asked, had the young man really lost his mind? After all, they could both die. Tang Lai leaped into the air and said that in that case, he would see which of them died first. The white wolf, the pack leader, woke up and opened his eyes. He growled menacingly. The white wolf raised his head and howled loudly, summoning all the members of the pack to him. The white wolf stepped into the center of the clearing, approaching the people. Zhou Chen looked at the red streaks above the wolves and thought he could try to break through the pack. The old man said that the young man had cut off his own retreat. They were both trapped. The young man pulled out his hand grenades and said he was about to make things difficult for his opponent. Explosions rang out, followed by intense flames and a column of smoke. The old man realized the young man had something up his sleeve. He definitely had a plan. When the smoke cleared, the young man was no longer nearby. The white wolf was closing in on the old man. Jochin found himself back in the tree, watching the events unfold from above. The white wolf and the old man were face to face. The young man used the healing liquid to heal his wounds and said that the old man could now do as he pleased. Tang Lai swung his blade, but the wolves closed in on him, tightening the circle. Jochin said that silence had finally fallen. The wolves had surely finished off that man. Two figures lay on the chests of the slain wolves. The old man, who had plunged his blade into a wolf, and the wolf which was clamping its teeth onto the old man's shoulder. The car stopped. A hunter got out of the SUV and looked at the wolf clamping its teeth on the old man's shoulder. The hunter was surprised. How could one man have taken out the entire pack? Were these really the skills of a fifth-rank warrior? The hunter approached the old man and said he wasn't someone to mess with. The old man showed no signs of life. The young man took the bag containing the crystals from the old man. Besides the crystals, there was some strange device inside. The young man didn't understand what it was. Jochin determined that the wolf was still alive. He could feel its breath. The young man drew his blade and said he would put an end to the white wolf's suffering. The people felt a slight sense of unease. Why weren't the hunters returning? Some of those present had placed bets, and now they were curious to see who would win. One of the young men told Mr. Yan that his son's chances of winning were nearly 90%. He could accept congratulations in advance. Su Jiwen asked Lan Shi, what if something went wrong? The young man replied that there was no need to worry. The young master would definitely succeed. Finally, Captain Yan Baishun's car pulled up. The young man got out and greeted the fans. Everyone noted that Commander Yan had returned. Mr. Yan asked his son if he was injured. Baishun replied that the most important thing was to defeat that nobody. The rest wasn't that important. Mr. Yan told them to see his son off. The young man needed to rest. Yan told the mayor that the results would be announced when Zhou Chen returned. Finally, the crowd shouted that Zhou Chen was returning. Another car pulled up. Yan Baishun said that Zhou Chen had returned rather quickly. He hadn't even had a chance to rest. The protagonist replied that his opponent would still have plenty of time to rest. Yan Baishun told those present that he had a suggestion. Instead of tallying both participants' spoils at once, it would be better to do so one at a time. The city chief thought this guy wanted to embarrass his son. Zhou Chen said he didn't care. He was willing to do as Yan Baishun wished. The captain said that in that case, they should count his game first, and then Mr. Zhou Chen's. The host said that now they would assess the value of Captain Yan's game. Baishun pulled the tarp off the car and asked, what do you think, Mr. Zhou Chen, who will win this competition? The body of a huge wild boar lay in the back of the truck. The audience was surprised. Could Commander Yan have caught this himself? The host said that a second-level sword-bearing boar was worth an incredible amount of money. Yan Baishun said he wanted to check if there were any star crystals inside it, and only then could they calculate the final value. After all, this was nearly a third-level game, not just some ordinary catch. Jochin said they needed to count faster. He still had to go home and take a bath. The staff members extracted a medium white crystal. The spectators cheered that Commander Yan was the best. With this crystal, the value of the sword-bearing boar was comparable to that of a top-grade white star crystal. Jochin said that wasn't bad. Luck was definitely on Yan Baixin's side. His opponent declared that only weaklings believed in luck. Yan added that he could win even without luck. Maybe he should share half the value of the crystal with his opponent? Zhou Chen thanked him for the offer. Baixun thought he was dealing with a pathetic nobody. Yan Baixun told those present that the sword-wielding boar was merely an appetizer. They hadn't even gotten to the main course yet. At the bottom of the truck lay a third-level forest spider. Old Man Yan said that even fourth-rank warriors didn't dare approach a forest spider. The assistant added that Baixun took after his father. The host said that a third-level forest spider was worth 3 top-grade white crystals. The audience began cheering for Captain Yan Baixun. He was a true champion. Yan told his opponent that there was a huge gap between them. A reject couldn't handle a genius. Chojin was surprised. Does Baixun really consider himself a reject? Jogan added that all trash can do is talk nonsense. The protagonist said that now they would see who the winner was and pulled the cover off his SUV. Everyone present was extremely surprised. The young man said that there wasn't much time, so he hadn't caught anything more valuable. In the back of the truck lay the body of a white wolf. Yan Baixin was surprised. Could it really be just one shadow wolf? The city chief was surprised. Could this really be a 4th-level shadow wolf king? Su Junwen was surprised. Could the young master really have killed such a beast? The host said that this was a 4th-level shadow wolf king, worth a single low-grade blue crystal. The audience wondered how many high-grade white crystals could be exchanged for such a blue crystal. The answer came that it was equal to 100 top-grade white crystals. The audience began cheering for Jochen's victory. They shouted that his opponent had suffered a crushing defeat. Baixin said that couldn't be true. Jochen had definitely cheated. Even 5th-rank warriors didn't dare challenge the king of the Shadow Wolves. How could he have defeated him? Jochen said that Baixun should be thanked for this. Jochen declared that to deal with a scumbag like him, Commander Yan had called in a 5th-rank warrior. Wasn't that so? He was surprised. What was Zhou Chen talking about? It was obvious that Zhou Chen had been cheating himself and was now trying to shift the blame. Old Man Yan told his son to be quiet. He added that the young master Zhou Chen was truly unmatched. He should teach his disobedient son a lesson, since the boy was incapable of admitting defeat. Zhou Chen thought that this fat man with the narrowed eyes didn't strike him as a good person at all. The mayor said that this was just a quarrel between 2 boys and that the situation shouldn't be taken so seriously. The mayor said that Zhou Chen had simply been lucky and was no match for Master Yang's son. The fat man replied that luck also played an important role in this matter. Mr. Yan entered the office and asked the girl why Zhou Chen was still alive and what had happened to the king of the Shadow Wolves. Mr. Yan said that these hitmen were nothing but a bunch of scum. He had no intention of waiting any longer and would resort to the second option. Zhou Chen celebrated the victory with his family. They drank beer and ate chicken. Zhou Chen said he didn't like alcohol, so he would just eat the chicken. Zhou Chen thought that no matter what world he was in, alcohol wasn't a drink he enjoyed. His father said he congratulated Zhou Chen on his well-deserved victory. His son had definitely grown up. Zhou Chen thought that he still didn't know who was behind that old man. Therefore, any rash remark could cause a lot of trouble. It was better to keep quiet for now. His father told his son not to take his rival's accusations of cheating to heart. The guy had talent, but also a nasty temper. Zhou Chen decided he would handle this himself. He looked again at the strange device with the red light. Could this thing really be a bomb? The young man threw the device on the floor and hid behind the sofa. Nothing happened. Zhou Chen guessed that it might be some kind of super advanced communication device. The door opened and Su Junwen walked into the room. She was carrying a heavy bag. The girl said that crystals had been sent to the young man for his bet in the competition. She said she wanted to help the young man and asked where to put the bag. Shoshin told her not to lift such a heavy load and to put the bag down on the floor as soon as possible. The young man said he would carry the bag himself and thanked the girl. The young man stated that Junwen wasn't a housekeeper to him, but just an ordinary girl. She shouldn't limit herself because of her position as a housekeeper. His father appeared and asked if Zhou Chen was busy at the moment. The housekeeper blushed with embarrassment and ran away. The young man replied to his father that he was free right now. His father said that his son had won the competition today, and many people had stopped doubting him. Therefore, it was time to learn how to manage the city's administrative affairs. Zhou Chen said he didn't want to become the head, but he had a request for his father. Could his father help improve his equipment using the crystals in this bag? Yan Baixun asked if his rival had really been cheating. His companion replied that judging by the wounds on the Shadow Wolf King, someone else had destroyed him. Bashun asked his father if he had heard about it, since there had been an element of deception involved. His father replied that he was aware of it. However, his son must forget everything that had happened. Bashun said that his reputation was suffering. His father told him to forget about it and leave the study immediately. That ended the conversation. The young man left his father's office, cursing. Bashun said that just because this scoundrel's father was the boss, didn't mean he could do whatever he wanted. This wasn't the end of it. A level 20 zombie, wandering through an industrial zone in an abandoned district, was shot in the eye with an arrow. Zhou Chen, bow in hand, said he had finally reached level 20. Zhou Chen added that he had excellent gear and that his upgrade speed was truly impressive. Suddenly, a huge zombie emerged from a ruined house. It was screaming loudly. Zhou Chen assessed the zombie's size and said he'd never encountered such a hulking creature before. What on earth had it been feeding on? Zhou Chen said he was in for quite a challenge. On the roof of another building, a soldier stood with equipment nearby. Electromagnetic waves were being detected. Zombies with glowing eyes were moving toward the base of that building. The hulking figure was heading in the same direction. The officer said that the final stage of the mission, regeneration, was approaching. The zombie was moving in the designated direction, right next to the protagonist. The young man prepared to shoot. Zhou Chen drew the bowstring and activated the vulnerability scan skill. The arrow flew out and pierced the zombie's head. It screamed even louder. The monster pulled the arrow out of its head and snapped it in half. Zhou Chen realized that he was indeed facing an elite creature, since even a shot to the head hadn't been enough to destroy it. The enormous monster spotted our hero and roared again. Zhou Chen realized that he was the very reason this brute had gone berserk. Zhou Chen leaped high into the air and attacked his opponents mid-jump. Zhou Chen landed on the zombie's back and struck it in the spine. The red health bar decreased significantly. The soldier on the roof of the building noticed that strange interference had appeared. What was going on? The louder the noise, the more interesting the situation became. Zhou Chen extracted a blue crystal from the giant zombie. It was a valuable find. The young man got on his bike and rode toward the fortress wall. But at the checkpoint, he was stopped and asked who he was. The soldier recognized Mr. Zhou Chen. The protagonist asked what had happened, since there were no guards here that morning. The soldier said he didn't have all the details, but according to rumors, the zombies near the city had suddenly become much more active. Zhou Chen entered the city and went up to the chief's office. His father and the others were there. The chief said that Zhou Chen had arrived just in time and that he could come in and listen. Father suggested that he continue his report. Mr. He continued. They had already determined that there was a massive zombie in the old part of the city. Right now, it was heading toward the settlement. According to their calculations, it would reach the city by noon tomorrow. Moreover, it was obvious that it wouldn't come here alone. The council members said they could try to hold their ground, but they needed to take the initiative and destroy the zombie. Mr. Yan agreed. There are 2 weeks left until harvest. As head of the supply department, he doesn't want famine to take hold in this city during the second half of the year. The mayor asked Xu Li if news of today's mobilization had leaked to the public. Xu Li said there was no need to worry about that. Even if someone had guessed, they wouldn't dare tell anyone. The city chief sighed regretfully. He added that tomorrow morning he would gather the troops and they would head outside the city. You will cover for Yan and Xu. The man added that in his absence all authority would be in the hands of Zhou Chen. The young man was taken aback. Everyone present looked at the young man with interest. The young man asked in surprise, did they really expect him to take command? His father told his son that he would be away for a while and that the boy needed to gain experience in such matters. He added that zombies were very dangerous and that his father would think it over once more. His father reminded him that he was a 5th-rank warrior. Besides, their task was simply to distract the zombies. Zhou Chen said that his father had to promise him he'd come back safe and sound. The man looked at the photo and said that their son had grown up. The photo showed young people and a little boy. It was their family. A few days passed. A soldier ran up to Commander Lan Shi at the fortress wall with a report. He said the patrol had returned. The patrolman said that something had happened to the city's leader. The soldier was wounded and could barely move. The young people had left the city. The protagonist asked Lan Shi, did his father really have problems? His companion replied that he didn't know either, but he knew that man, and in fact, he was from the patrol. Zhou Chen looked around in surprise. Why were there no signs of a battle with zombies here? The young people were speeding away from the city. Zhou Chen asked where they were going. The driver replied that they needed to be patient. They would be there soon. Zhou Chen saw the driver's red health bar and realized it was a trap. The car stopped. The road ahead was blocked. There was no way through. The car pulled up to the people sitting nearby. One of the armed men said they had been waiting for this guy for a long time. Another added that they could start now. The driver looked back and told the hero that this was his stop. Lan Shi drew his sword and asked what the driver meant. Yan Baishun emerged from his hiding place and said that they should understand everything themselves. Lan Shi asked how Baishun dared to betray the leader. Yan Baishun kicked Lan Shi in the stomach and said that no one had given him permission to speak. Zhou Chen caught the assistant and prevented him from falling. The protagonist asked, "Is the horde of zombies they're doing?" Yan Baishun said he wasn't obligated to answer since they were all going to die soon anyway. The traitor added that the city leader was a very clever man. It took some effort to lure him outside the city. Jogan asked what this scoundrel was up to. Yan was surprised. What did Zhou Chen think? His father had held the position for too long. Couldn't he be replaced by someone else? Lan Shi thought that the weakest of these men was a second-rank warrior. Lan Shi told the gentleman to leave, or else he would hold them up. The villains said they could hear everything. After all, they weren't deaf. None of them were going anywhere. Zhou Chen said they were right. No one was going anywhere. Our hero lunged at one of the villains and said that everyone would stay right there. He had a knife in his hand. The health bar turned from red. The protagonist, moving swiftly between his opponents, landed a devastating blow on each of them. The frightened traitor asked how this was possible. Could this guy really not be an intern? Zhou Chen was surprised. Who told them that an intern couldn't kill a person? Yan grabbed an automatic weapon and started firing. He ordered his men to detain Zhou Chen. As soon as the potion's effect wore off, he would weaken. Zhou Chen reached the main villain and kicked him in the face. Yan Baishun couldn't believe how this could have happened, since he was a third-rank warrior. Zhou Chen was surprised. Was rank really that important? Commander Yan found himself in a terrible predicament. The villain declared that Zhou Chen would not be able to destroy him. The entire city was now under his father's control. Baishun added that if anything happened to him, the city's leader might suffer as well. Zhou Chen asked where his father had been taken. Yan replied that the city leader was currently in the eastern part of the city. Yan pulled a knife from his bosom and lunged at the hero. Zhou Chen instantly leaped into the air and activated a jumping attack. Yan Baishun was subdued and lay on the ground with a bloodied face. Lan Shi asked the master what they would do next. The protagonist said they needed to destroy the traitors and save his father. He was determined. The zombies moved slowly but surely toward their target. They looked extremely aggressive. The city leader, standing on the ruins of a building, watched their movements closely. Lao Yu, blade in hand, crept up behind the mayor and wounded him. The wounded city leader staggered and lost his balance, bleeding profusely. Lao Yu said that the mayor had turned out to be stronger than he had thought. The mayor called him a traitor. Lao Yu replied that it didn't sound very good, but there was nothing to be done about it. The traitor added that he wasn't the only one who had betrayed the city leader. Armed men approached Mr. Zhou and said that enough talk was enough. Mr. He was leading these men. Mr. Zhou said that now he understood who on his team had been a hypocrite. Mr. Yan appeared behind the mayor and declared that he was also part of that team. The mayor came under attack, but tried to dodge the shurikens flying at him. Automatic fire was opened on Mr. Zhou with the intent to kill, but he dodged and fended off the bullets. The mayor created a protective circle around himself to avoid being hit. Suddenly, the fat man Yan appeared behind Mr. Zhou and said there was no escaping them. Mr. Zhou was wounded in the shoulder and was forced to retreat, pressing his back against a tree. The traitor said that in times like these, you can't trust anyone. Trust is worthless. Mr. Yan added that people without power would be failures their whole lives. The city leader was surprised. Did they really think he would die so easily? Mr. Zhou suddenly found himself next to the fat man and swung his blade at him. Yan blocked Mr. Zhou's attack and shouted that he needed help. The fat man kept shouting for Yu and he to neutralize Zhou immediately. Zhou Chen was speeding in his car, searching for his father. He knew he wouldn't let him die so easily. The young men drove up to another checkpoint. Lan Shi reported that the chief's command post was directly ahead. Zhou Chen saw the empty health bars and realized that the entire patrol had been killed. An armed patrolman approached the car and said he recognized Mr. Zhou Chen. The soldier added that the chief was currently trying to drive the zombies away. He asked if the young man wanted to see him. Zhou Chen said it wasn't the right time to do that yet. First, he would take the patrolman to a safe place. Zhou Chen stabbed the patrolman and said that a traitor could only go to hell. Yu, he, and Yan, knives in hand, were approaching the city leader. Mr. Zhou couldn't retreat. There was a tree behind him. Zhou said that if he were to die, he would take those three with him. He stated that the city chief was practically out of breath, but was still putting up a fight. The wounded Yan said that further discussion was pointless, and there was no need to listen to him. The fat man added that it was time to end this and threw shurikens at the mayor again. Zhou tried to defend himself, parrying the shurikens with his sword. However, he couldn't avoid being wounded, and the mayor's hand was injured. The sword fell to the ground. Yu and Yan decided this was their chance, one they had to seize. The fat man Yan leaped toward the leader and stabbed him in the chest with a knife. However, Mr. Zhou drew a hidden blade and pointed it at the fat man. The fat man screamed in fear and jumped back. He had been standing to the side the whole time. Zhou struck and Yu was sent flying far backward. Yan turned to Yu Yanjue and said he knew what he was thinking. However, if he died, all the granaries in the city would be burned and he would get nothing. Yu looked at the fat man and told him to try to survive in this situation. The traitor Yu swung his blade and declared that Zhou's time was up. Suddenly, an arrow struck the traitor's blade, and the attack was thwarted. The conspirators looked around in fear. Who had fired the arrow? On the roof of the neighboring building stood the protagonist, a bow in his hand. He asked whose time was up. Yusha was surprised. How could this weakling have parried his sword? The city leader laughed loudly. Yu glared at him angrily. Mr. Zhou said that his son was no weakling. The weaklings were the traitors who had betrayed him. The city chief told his son to help him capture Yan Chuan. He would deal with those two scum and support his son. Zhou Chen said his father needn't worry. He would take care of everything. The young man tossed a healing potion into his father's hands and told him to drink it. Then our hero turned to the fat man. He had just toyed with his son, and now it was the fat man's turn. Yan Yaowen was terrified. What had this scoundrel done to Baixun? Zhou Chen was surprised. Did this fat man really have the nerve to ask questions? Yan Chuan threw shurikens at the young man and said he was about to be destroyed. Zhou Chen parried the attack and said that the fat man was striking from a distance. What a weakling he was. Zhou Chen activated a double attack and landed a devastating blow on the fat man. His red health bar had significantly decreased. The fat man stepped back and shouted for He Yanking to help him quickly. He rushed at the hero, thrusting his blade forward. Zhou Chen dodged it skillfully. The protagonist quickly spun around and counterattacked the attacker. He Yanjing's red health bar immediately halved. He lost sight of his opponent and spun in place, swinging his blade. Our hero leaped high into the air and launched an overhead attack. Zhou Chen landed a blow and said that this traitor could be bid farewell. The old man asked the soldier what had happened outside the city and why everyone was being forced inside. The soldier replied that a huge wave of zombies was approaching. It would be safer if people stayed in the city for a few days. It was safe there, and everything would be fine. Shuli told everyone to gather. While the city leader was sacrificing his own life outside, they had to protect their homeland. Shuli looked into the distance and expressed hope that Old Man Zhou would be all right. Su Junwen, holding back tears, looked out the window. She hoped that everyone would return alive. The girl held a key with a helicopter keychain in her hand. Chief Zhou told the girl that she had looked after his son for many years, as if he were her own younger brother. He himself had long considered her his own daughter. The man said that if the city didn't hold out this time, he was leaving his son in her care. But the girl shouldn't worry. This wasn't his final wish. Zhou shouted that he wasn't ready to die yet. The traitor Yu tried to stand up to the city leader. However, Mr. Zhou was serious and attacked the traitor. Zhou swung his sword and delivered a devastating blow to the traitor's chest. Yu lost his balance and was sent flying far backward. Zhou said that if the traitor wanted revenge, he would have to go to hell and wait for him there. Yu was defeated and fell onto his back. There was one less traitor. The same fate awaited Mr. He. Zhou Chen said that the appetizers were over. It was time to move on to the main course. Fat Yan said they wouldn't be able to destroy him. If he died, all the residents of the besieged city would be buried with him. The leader said he'd heard rumors about Yu Jianzhu's betrayal, but he hadn't thought Yan Chuan was involved too. Could it be that he was now calmly deciding the fates of people in the besieged city? The fat man said that there was no point in talking now. He hadn't done anything special for the city, but he had worked hard. Why should he let that fool Zhou Chen walk all over him? Yan Chuan took a device out of his pocket and said that as soon as he pressed the button, all the city's grain silos would be reduced to dust. Zhou Chen must immediately reveal where his son was. Zhou Chen replied that Yan Baixun was currently in the safest place possible. But if the fat man pressed the button, he would make them both beg for mercy. Suddenly, a voice said that such indecision was uncharacteristic of official Yan. The soldier sitting on a tree branch added that he would give the fat man a gift and share some interesting news. The officer reported that Yan Baixun had already been eliminated. The fat man screamed, but he didn't have time to do anything. An arrow from a bow struck his hand, and the device with the button fell to the ground. In the next instant, the protagonist appeared before the fat man and said that he would now go to his son. The officer jumped to the ground and shoved the young man aside. The boy found himself next to his father. Lu Yunsang, a 6th-rank warrior, said that this young man had just killed his employer right before his eyes. That's against the rules. Yunshan added that now he was his prey. The 6th-rank warrior remarked that today he would have to inconvenience certain individuals and get what he rightfully deserved. Yen said that if Yongshan dealt with those two Zhou, he would quadruple the reward. The officer stated that the master hadn't yet grasped the full gravity of the situation. His son was already dead. Everything that belonged to him was destroyed, and now only he could save the fat man. Yongshan remarked that all the property would be enough. Lan Shi emerged from behind the rocks and reported that he had dealt with all of Baixun's aides. Zhou Chen shouted for Lan Shi not to approach. There was a 6th-rank warrior here. Chief Zhou told his son to leave. He would hold off this Yunsan. Zhou Chen replied that his father shouldn't speak that way. How long could he hold out in that condition? Lan Shi turned and ran. The 6th-rank warrior rushed after him. Yongshin caught up to the young man and asked, "Did I give you permission to run away?" Suddenly, the protagonist appeared before the warrior. He thrust his dagger forward and blocked Yunsan's strike. The young man asked, "Can some 6th-rank warrior really consider himself all-powerful?" Lu Yongshan was surprised. Did this guy really think he could compete with him? Behind the villain, Mr. Zhou appeared. He swung his blade and prepared to strike. Yunshan dodged and asked, "Do you really think I couldn't have foreseen this?" Lan Shi got behind the wheel of the car, started the engine, and shouted for them to hop in quickly. Zhou ran up to his father, grabbed him, and rushed toward the car. The 6th-rank warrior was momentarily taken aback. Father and son were in the car. The SUV sped off. Zhou Chen threw hand grenades with their pins pulled out at Yunsan, who was running after them. Yunshan kept running without slowing down. The grenades were about to explode. Yongshan sliced the grenades with his blade, and they flew off to the side. There were powerful explosions, but no one was hurt. Yunsan stopped. The SUV had already driven away. The fat man Yun was surprised. What kind of mercenary was he? He was just a pile of trash. Yanchuan picked up the device with the button again and said that if he didn't get what he wanted, no one else would get a chance either. The mercenary, a 6th-rank warrior, reacted instantly and pierced the fat man's hand with his blade, preventing him from detonating the explosive device. Yunshan said that the fat man Yan was an ungrateful scoundrel. He wouldn't mind sending him to his son either. Yan Chuan laughed loudly and hysterically. The fat man raised his hand again. He was still holding the device with the button. This time he managed to press the button. That was the last thing the fat man managed to do. After that, he breathed his last. A massive explosion rocked the city. The shock wave sent shards of stone flying in all directions. Terrified people watched in horror as everything around them collapsed. The destruction was massive. The granaries were damaged. Xu Li, who was standing near the wall, wondered, why could he hear the sounds of explosions from inside? A soldier ran up and reported to the commander that disaster had struck. The granaries had been blown up. Xu Li thought with horror, could it really be the head and official Yan? The soldier looked into the distance and told the commander that the zombies were advancing. Terror was evident in his eyes. Hordes of zombies were indeed approaching the city walls. They were converging in one direction. The soldiers opened fire to kill, destroying the approaching zombies. However, there were an overwhelming number of them. Commander Xu Li picked up a heavy machine gun and continued firing. He said that until the people were fully evacuated, the soldiers must hold out to the very end. When the ammunition ran out, Xu Li drew his blade and began defending himself against the advancing zombies with a melee weapon. Zombies were everywhere and the commander kept swinging his blade. One of the monsters got extremely close. He dodged and the zombie couldn't bite him. There was no time to delay. They had to relocate. An SUV stopped near the fortress wall. The mayor and his son were in the back. Commander Xu Li's spirits soared and he shouted that the mayor was alive. The mayor had returned. A soldier reported to the commander that all the residents had already entered the city. Shuli shouted to keep up the defense. The city was now being sealed off. Standing on the fortress wall and assessing the scale of the disaster, the mayor said he couldn't even imagine that Yan Xuan had orchestrated all of this. Shuli reported that the granaries had been blown up and the casualties among the soldiers were too severe. The mayor noted that even if they had a few more fifth-rank warriors, it would still be difficult to hold back the zombies. Joshin said that, given the situation, they shouldn't mount a fierce counterattack. It would be better to evacuate the people. After this wave, the zombies would return. Mr. Zhou said that this boy did, after all, have a managerial mindset. A girl brought some cold drinks and told the mayor to refresh himself. Joshin also took a glass of the drink. The father said the young man was speaking the right words. Joshin told his father that in that case, he would go and help with the evacuation. Joshin felt dizzy and weak all over. The mayor said that, unfortunately, without grain storage facilities, they wouldn't be able to evacuate many people. They couldn't feed everyone. Su Jinyan approached the young man and asked how he was feeling. The mayor said that this was probably his first and last whim as mayor. The young man woke up and realized he was now in a helicopter. What had happened? The protagonist asked Lan Shi why he was there. Lan Shi replied that the mayor had insisted he stay there. Joshin stood up, walked to the edge, and opened the helicopter door. Mr. Zhu told Shu Li to try to survive. Shu replied that this wasn't funny. Shu Li declared that from the moment he became garrison commander, his life no longer belonged to him. Shu Li gave the order. Soldiers who wish to leave must protect non-combatants during the evacuation. Those who wish to stay here with him must restore order to this purgatory. The people on the fortress wall began dousing the monsters with flames from flamethrowers. The city leader thought that even when everyone else had doubts, he had always believed in his son. He believes that one day, in this apocalypse, the young man will become the brightest star. Swinging his sword, Mr. Zhou leaped from the city wall straight into the hordes of zombies. Lan Shi told the young master that he understood his feelings, but his father had acted to protect his son. Jushin told his assistant that they looked like deserters. The young man thought that his father and those people shouldn't have suffered. None of this was supposed to end this way for them. The boy thought that if he had known about Yan Chuan's intentions earlier, none of this would have happened. Lan Shi reminded him that the master had once said, "In these turbulent times, every day lived is a gift. No one can predict their fate. The young master bears no blame for what happened. A life lived happily is the greatest consolation for the dead." Lan Shi said that Su Junwen was right. They must go on living. Suddenly, the helicopter shook. A screech was heard from above, and the fuselage was torn apart. Through the gaping hole in the hull, the claws of a huge winged monster appeared. The helicopter was under attack by enormous flying monsters. Lan Shi said that the aircraft had been damaged, and the monsters were attacking from all sides. Lan Shi walked to the edge of the helicopter and said he would drive those monsters away. Chochin stopped his assistant and said he would stay here to protect Su Junwen. The assistant wanted to object. Jogan said that was his order and jumped off the helicopter, directing his trajectory straight at the monsters, like a dive-bombing bomber. The young man activated his leaping attack skill. He was rapidly closing in on the monsters. Swinging his sword, our hero landed the first blow right on the back of a huge monster that looked surprisingly like a large bird of prey. The other monsters turned around and decided to attack the young man, thus coming to their comrade's aid. The monsters collided with each other in midair, while Zhou Chen managed to jump aside. The birds turned and flew off in pursuit of the young man. The boy said that they really were very stubborn. Chuchen heard a strange sound and wondered, what could it be? A huge flying super mega monster with glowing eyes appeared in the helicopter's path. The monster shouted something loudly, turned around, and flew off in the opposite direction. Zhou Chen climbed back into the helicopter and breathed a sigh of relief. He said that the monster didn't care about them. Lan Shi admitted that it was the first time she'd seen such a huge monster. Zhou praised the girl. He never thought Su Junwen could fly a helicopter so well. The girl replied that the young gentleman was overpraising her. Lan Shi shouted for the young master to look ahead. Could that really be a city? Lan Shi took out an aeronautical map he had bought several years ago from a wandering warrior. The young man added that if the map was accurate, the city they had just seen was marked right here. Jochin realized they were talking about the city of Titan. The name sounded truly majestic. Pilot Su said that during the battle they had damaged the helicopter's tail section, so they needed to land immediately. Jochin agreed. Besides, flying in a helicopter felt too posh for our hero. The young man told Su Junwen to look for a suitable landing spot. The young people landed and determined that it was about a 20-kilometer walk to the city of Titan. They expected to reach it by evening. The young people packed their backpacks with essentials and set off toward the city along a forest path. Jochin was walking in front and was the first to get scared when he saw some kind of beast leap out of the bushes. The young man immediately drew his dagger and swung it. However, it turned out to be just an ordinary hamster, only larger than usual. A green life bar hovered above the hamster's head. Jochin calmed down and told Su Junwen not to worry either. This little creature wouldn't attack a human. It was the first time Zhou Chen had seen the girl so panicked. Had she really never left the city before? The girl agreed that she shouldn't have been so scared. Jochin surmised that if this little creature had appeared here, it meant they were already close to a populated area. The compass pointed exactly in that direction. Lanxi spotted the road and said they could reach Titan quickly by following it. A car appeared ahead. Yunli said someone was coming and, acting cautiously, held his blade out in front of him. The young people stepped into the middle of the road, trying to stop the car that way. A white SUV slowed down. There were people in the back of the vehicle. One of the people sitting in the car carefully sized up the travelers. The man immediately noticed that there was a pretty girl among the strangers and decided that this was quite good. Jochin pulled his combat bow from behind his back and fired several shots in rapid succession. The arrows flew past the car's passengers and destroyed the snakes that were approaching the car from behind. A passenger inside the car thought that this guy was an excellent archer. Could he really be a professional archer? Jochin said they needed to be careful, since this was a wild area and danger could lurk anywhere. The young man grabbed his sword. However, the passenger inside the car told Chen not to mess around since they needed to hurry. Lanxi said that if those scoundrels decided to attack them, he would fight with all his might. Su Junwen apologized and said it was her fault again. Zhou Chen replied that the girl shouldn't blame herself, since it wasn't her fault that she'd grown up to be such a beauty. The car drove away. Zhou Chen said that they wouldn't be able to defeat those people right now, so they needed to train hard and, of course, level up. Su Junwen smeared mud on her face and said that things should be a little easier now. Chen asked the boss why he had stopped him. Hadn't they seen that beauty? The boss replied that it was best not to mess with that young man with the bow. There were more important matters at hand. It wasn't worth wasting time. They would have another chance to meet them while they were in Titan. The young people arrived in the outskirts of the city of Titan. On the way, our hero came across a magical beast, a second-level deer horse. The old man asked if the travelers needed a carriage. He added that it would be difficult for these people to find another horse-drawn carriage, and that his services weren't all that expensive. Jochin said that there were 3 of them traveling and asked how much the trip to Titan would cost. The old man realized they were foreigners and decided that luck was on his side. Suddenly, other people ran up and began offering their services to transport the travelers to Titan. The old man thought he'd completely forgotten about the competition, and now it seemed like nothing would work out for him. The owner of the reindeer horse told his competitors to step aside. He was willing to take the travelers for a piece of low-grade white crystal and could leave right away. Jochin asked the old man if he had caught such a marvelous beast himself. The old man replied that he wasn't that skilled. He had paid a medium-sized blue crystal for this beast, buying it from the trainers. In fact, trainers are warriors too. They just have the skills to tame certain animals. They use animals for battle or sell them, which is why they're often called trainers. The old man said that, judging by the travelers' appearance, these 3 had come to Titan from far away. Could it be that they have relatives here? The old man immediately apologized and said he was sorry, for he shouldn't have asked unnecessary questions. Su Junwen told the old man not to apologize. There was nothing suspicious about his questions. Jochin pondered what he would do in Titan. After all, he had neither acquaintances nor friends there, and he had no business there either. The carriage carrying the travelers arrived at the main gate of the city of Titan. Zhou Chen was surprised. Did this city actually charge an entrance fee? Merchants were offering detailed city maps and other souvenirs. The young people found themselves in the 5th district of Titan. There was nothing special here. It was no better than a village outside the city. This district resembled a slum. The protagonist asked if there were any hotels in the city. The nearest hotel was found. The travelers were invited inside. Su Junwen skillfully navigated the area using a map, because this city wasn't marked on Google Maps. The young people sat down on a bench to rest. The protagonist said that this was typical of slums. They had searched for a hotel for so long, but there wasn't a single guest here. Soo Junwon told the young man that she had found a hotel with a name she thought was fitting. The travelers approached a hotel called Song Hotel. From the outside, the building looked quite impressive. The receptionist came out of the hotel and invited the young people inside if they decided to stay there. Jochin told the receptionist that they had only come to the hotel to use the restroom. The girl replied that the young man had a good sense of humor and offered to check them in. The receptionist said that a standard room at this hotel cost 2 low-grade crystals. Lan Shi was indignant. Why was it so expensive? Jochin declared that they were checking in. It was better than staying at that haunted hotel. At the hotel, Jochin took a bath, drank a cup of coffee, thought of his father, and realized that everything was fine now. There was a knock at the door, and Soo Junwon appeared in the doorway. The young man opened the door and asked what she wanted. Soo said she wanted to tell him something. Junwon sat down and hesitated for a moment before starting to speak. The young man told her to speak plainly, without holding anything back. Soo Junwon gathered her courage and said that she had done some calculations and realized their money would only last for 1 week's stay at this hotel. The next day, the protagonist and his assistant found themselves on the outskirts of Titan City. Lan Shi told the gentleman that the local warriors held fairly high ranks. The young man replied that in such a large city, rank corresponded to the level of authority. Lan Shi noted that someone with a rank like his had no chance of becoming even a soldier, no matter how much he wanted to. Jochin told his assistant not to be discouraged, since rank could be elevated. Competition here was fierce, but resources were plentiful. Lan Shi declared that he would try his very best. Jochin thought that even though Soo had said they were almost out of money, he actually had over 1,500 white crystals and a few blue ones in his backpack. However, if he wanted to stay here, he should still save money. A stranger approached the young people and said that they seemed lost. She was willing to answer their questions for a small fee. Jochin said that warriors don't buy information. The girl was surprised. Did warriors in Titan really have no money? The girl whispered in the young man's ear that she had a reliable source. The only problem was that it would cost 5 stars. She also had an exclusive map showing the locations of monsters outside Titan for just 1 white crystal. She guaranteed the map's quality. Jochin bought the map and the girl urged them to be careful. Lan Shi said that here, they rip off workers 3-fold. Jochin replied that it was better to spend a little money than to just wander aimlessly through the streets, since GPS doesn't work here. Jochin told his companion that this was their first stop in Titan. Things would get easier from here on out. During registration, the young man had to place his palm on a device to confirm that his actual strength matched the information entered. The protagonist was surprised. Could such technology really exist here? The young man declared that he was a trainee warrior. The girl at the registration desk confirmed that the rank was accurate, and now the young man could become a trainee warrior of the Warriors Union. Here one could take on missions, though a membership fee must be paid every 3 months. The girl noticed a second-rank warrior, greeted him, congratulated him on his membership in the Union, and handed him a name tag. Lan Shi asked the young man if they really needed to register here. The protagonist replied that this was the fastest way to raise his rank and earn money. Jochin reviewed the information and selected a mission that suited him. Jochin told the assistant that they had different ranks, so Lan Shi shouldn't go on the mission with him. The assistant objected, saying he was obligated to protect the young master. Jochin was surprised. Did Lan Shi really still think he needed someone's help? Lan Shi reminded him of their training and added that the young master must not disappoint his expectations. Jochin gave his assistant a blue crystal. Jochin explained that these were his personal savings, and Soo Junwon wouldn't find out about it. The girl at the front desk offered to upgrade the young man's status if he still felt unsure. Our hero was among the passengers on the shuttle bus traveling through the city. The young man rode in silence, not getting distracted by other people's conversations. The driver announced that they had arrived at the Sunny Market. Those interested could go hunting or rent a car right at the entrance. Our hero walked through the bazaar. He hadn't expected such a lively place to exist so far from the city. A man asked the young man if he needed a vehicle. He was willing to rent it out at the lowest reasonable price. Jochin inspected the vehicle and asked how much the motorcycle cost. He would need to leave 2 white crystals as a deposit and pay 5 stars per day. There was an additional charge for fuel. Jochin took out a map and showed where he needed to go. The young man asked how much gas he would need for the trip. The man was surprised since even 5th-rank warriors didn't dare venture into that area. Was the young man really heading to his certain doom? Joshin replied that he wanted to give a certain gift to someone, which was why he needed to go exactly there. In a remote area, a pack of wild beasts was tearing the body of a dead deer to pieces. One of the predators was suddenly attacked. An arrow shot from a bow pierced its body. The beast's eyes flashed as they looked in the direction from which the arrow had come. Could there be a stranger here? Chuchin noticed that after that shot, he had gained experience points. Quite a few, in fact. And this pleased him. The young man said that this place would become his training ground for a while. Jochin activated the vulnerability detection mode and began shooting at the monsters, continuing to gain experience points. At some point, the young man saw that his arrows were worn out, but he hadn't bought any new ones. These arrows were no longer usable. Jochin wasn't upset because he decided this was a great opportunity to practice hand-to-hand combat. Jochin acted decisively, and the wild beasts that pounced on him were systematically eliminated. The protagonist said that this was very useful training, and the experience points here were more valuable. After a while, more and more beasts were killed. They lay scattered around the young man. One of the predators crept very close and made a treacherous leap. However, our hero didn't lose his composure and deftly dodged. The predator flew right past him. This beast was also defeated. The young man said that was enough for today. It was time to hit the road. Our hero had obtained 2 blue crystals, which was quite a substantial haul. Jochin understood that he wanted to become stronger. Thieving skills alone wouldn't be enough. He needed to thoroughly study the power of the stars. Jochin returned the motorcycle to its owner and thanked him. The man was surprised. Had the young man really been to the beast's lair? The young man was clearly not afraid of death. Su Junwen saw the young man and wondered why the young master looked the way he did. Zhou Chen replied that today's training had been a bit rough. Lan Shi was alarmed. Had the young master been attacked? Zhou Chen asked his assistant if his level had risen after the blue crystal. Lan Shi replied that thanks to the blue crystal, he felt certain he would reach the 3rd rank within the next few days. Su Junwen told the young master that they were almost out of money. How could he have spent the blue crystal just on training? Zhou Chen asked the girl not to worry and showed her today's haul, those very 2 blue crystals. Su was surprised. Had the young master really obtained these in just one day? The answer was yes. The young man added that the girl would have to work hard over the next few days. Zhou Chen announced that there was no need to stay at the hotel anymore. 2 blue crystals should be enough to buy an apartment here. The next day, Zhou Chen reappeared in a remote location and once again obtained a crystal by defeating a wild predator. Over the course of the week, our hero collected nearly 20 blue crystals. This really is a great place for training and making money. Zhou Chen thought that there were fewer animals now, so he needed to come up with a way to gain experience points and increase his capital. The young man noticed some very rare mushrooms among the rocks. They were growing in a secluded spot. Zhou Chen remembered a girl on the city street who had said she had some free and very important information. If the young man found any plants outside the city that he hadn't seen before, he absolutely had to collect them, and he would be in luck. Most of these mushrooms were mutants that had absorbed stellar power, and that was a great rarity. Zhou Chen realized that he was indeed looking at a mutated plant. He could even feel the starlight power inside the mushroom. Zhou Chen swerved off the road onto the sidewalk at high speed on his rented motorcycle. Passers-by thought he was crazy. If you didn't know his rank, you might genuinely doubt that he fought giant monsters every day. One man asked, "Did this guy manage to survive again? He definitely isn't looking for the easy way out. Isn't he afraid he might not come back one day?" Zhou Chen returned the motorcycle and said he had finished work early today. The young man added that he wanted to go to the city market. The motorcycle's owner was surprised. Does this crazy guy actually go shopping too? Our hero arrived at the market in Titan City. It was an ordinary weekday, unremarkable in every way. A street vendor was offering a limited edition of Chanel perfume for just 1 top-grade white crystal. He tried to persuade him to buy the fragrance for his girlfriend, promising a discount. The knight replied that she was not a man, but a woman. The merchant didn't miss a beat and called her a beautiful warrior. Our hero agreed to buy the perfume for 1 medium-sized white crystal. The salesman objected, saying that at that price he wouldn't make a profit and might go bankrupt. Zhou Chen thought that Su Junwen might like this scent. He stepped aside, looked around. There was no one nearby and reached into the subspace. The protagonist pulled a trophy out of it. They were the hides of a 3rd-ranked mutant jackal. He decided to sell them and get rich. Buyers were found quickly. One man asked if the seller was willing to sell them for less. Zhou Chen replied that he didn't haggle. The price was listed on the tag. The buyer thought that, judging by his appearance, this guy was just a newbie. But how had he managed to obtain so many third-rank beast skins? And in perfect condition, no less. It looked suspicious. The buyer said he was ready to buy everything and offered to be friends. He introduced himself, Chang Zhan, a 6th-rank warrior. The young man received the payment into his account, took his bank card, and decided to head to the equipment shop that brings victory. Jochen was surprised. Wouldn't Brother Chang check the goods before leaving? The 6th-rank warrior replied that he trusted his friends. A single glance was enough for him to understand everything. Chang, already in the car, said that if the young man needed any gear, he was welcome to come to his shop. The other customers were surprised that the hides had sold so quickly. One warrior remarked to the commander that with hides like these, their chances of success would increase significantly. The commander replied that it wasn't that important to them. The warrior added that they had already spent 5 days on the mission. Would they really have to terminate the contract? Chuchin told these people that if the issue was armor, he knew a thing or two about it. He noted that they could be useful to each other if they could come to an agreement. The man asked if the young man could identify defects in the armor. Jochen replied that this was his specialty. The warrior smirked. The boy was too young. He'd probably never even seen steel armor. There was no point in deceiving honest people. Jochen explained that 4th-rank steel armor activates a shield during attacks, and many 7th-rank warriors can't handle it. He added that the buyers probably didn't know this. They saw a mission involving a 4th-rank mutant beast and jumped right into it, without realizing how tough the battle would be. The man asked why they should believe him. Jochen replied that it was their business. He didn't care either way. He demanded 1 low-grade blue crystal for his work. The warrior asked why he shouldn't take on the mission himself. Jochen replied that the reward was 5 low-grade blue crystals. If they bought his information, they could earn 4 more. He added, if the contract is breached and losses reach 30%, the price would rise to 1 blue crystal. The man extended his hand and introduced himself, Commander Xiao Heng of the Battle Hammer. The young man must understand the consequences if it turns out he is deceiving them. Jochen shook the commander's hand, gave his name, and congratulated him in advance on the successful completion of the mission. Xiao Heng said that 11 scale plates couldn't be pierced so easily. The commander added that something was off about this guy. He suggested that this was no ordinary rookie. The young man was much more complex than he appeared. Su Junwen reported to the gentleman that she had found several suitable properties that might interest them. Jochen was surprised at how she managed to find so many magnificent houses so quickly. Su replied that it was her job. He showed a photo and said he was interested in that house. The girl explained that it was located in the 1st district, which is why it was more expensive. Jochen declared that in that case, they would now find out what a wealthy life was like. The young couple arrived for the viewing. The protagonist noted that the house was even more beautiful than in the photos. It was worth the money. The agent told the owner that he had already given the keys to his wife. He wished the young couple lots of money and said he was looking forward to the next deal. Su Junwen blushed and explained to the gentleman that she hadn't clarified anything with the manager. He had simply made a mistake. Jochen took a bottle of Chanel perfume with a single cent out of his pocket and said he'd almost forgotten to give her the gift. Su blushed even more. Lan Shi, with a huge backpack on his shoulders, asked if they had forgotten anything. Jochen found himself back at the market and noticed some arrows for a bow. A man in an SUV driving past the city saw our hero and told the commander that he recognized the boy. The boss was surprised. Could it be that he still couldn't forget that girl? The man replied that he seemed to have fallen in love, and it was love at first sight. The boss said he wouldn't stop him, but he needed to wait until they finished their business. The guy told the boss he understood. The man watched Zhou Chen walk away and said that this guy was lucky today. Zhou Chen also identified these people in time and thought that they were the lucky ones today. Zhou Chen once again set off on his motorcycle in search of skill points. However, the road ahead was blocked. SUVs were parked across the path. One of the men standing near a heavy machine gun shouted for the guy to stop. These marshy lands belong to the Milky Way gang. Zhou Chen was surprised. Since when did these lands belong to this gang? Zhou Chen stated that he did not agree with this claim. The gangster suggested that the trainee warrior must be tired of living. Jochen said that in that case, the Milky Way gang members would have to answer for their words. The gang leader asked if his assistant was sure there were multicolored mushrooms here. The assistant told Mr. Sun Tan that he had checked everything and wouldn't dare deceive the commander. The only problem was the red mutant wolves guarding them. Otherwise, he would have gathered those mushrooms long ago. The boss said they needed to shoot all the mutants in the area and search carefully for the mushrooms. The man said that if Mr. Sun Tan really found the multicolored mushrooms, it would be his duty to warn him of the danger. Sun Tan ordered the man to get out of there. Once the mushrooms were found, he would simply be written off. The gang leader watched from above as his henchmen destroyed the mutant beasts. A phone call rang. Mr. Sun Tan was informed that someone had broken into his office, and his assistants had been killed. Sun Tan was surprised and outraged. Could someone really have dared to kill 3 5th-rank warriors? Sun Tan ordered the suspect to be detained. No one dares to take out members of his gang, so this guy must not be allowed to escape. The gang leader ordered some of the men to continue searching for mushrooms, while the rest combed the surrounding area. If they found any outsiders, they were to kill them on the spot immediately. The gang members left the area and set out to search for strangers. Zhou Chen, meanwhile, hid in a secret spot where he was hard to spot. Our hero had gained new abilities. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for him to take on 3 5th-rank warriors. A 4th-rank warrior said he saw strangers' tracks here. This place definitely needed to be searched. The warrior ordered everyone to come to him quickly. Zhou Chen tried to remain unnoticed. The gang leader and his henchmen approached the spot and carefully surveyed the area. Sun Tang asked indignantly who dared to plot against his gang. Lying in the grass was a 4th-rank warrior who had just reported the danger. Sun Tang shouted loudly in frustration. Who was causing trouble here? Sun Tang and his henchmen thoroughly searched the surrounding area, wandering through the thick, tall grass and around the rocks. Zhou Chen looked at the red life bars and identified the man standing in the middle. It was definitely the gang leader. Jugan decided he needed to find a way to eliminate this bandit, even if he was a 7th-rank warrior. Zhou Chen thought that speed wouldn't help him in a confrontation with such a warrior. The young man even decided that he should abandon his plan. Zhou Chen crouched in the grass and began to calculate all possible scenarios. Zhou Chen changed locations and found himself in a safe spot. He thought that this bunch of scum had ruined his perfect plan. Our hero stumbled upon a massive spider web within which partially destroyed skeletons were visible. Who could be living here? Suddenly, the young man was attacked by massive energy spheres. He barely managed to dodge them. The attack was launched by a spider monster of incredible size. Beneath the web lay the remains of the monster's many victims. Zhou Chen drew his bow and prepared to shoot at the spider, loading several arrows at once. The spider continued its attack, hurling energy spheres at the young man. Our hero moved from tree to tree, dodging the blows. The number of spiders increased, and each of them attacked our hero relentlessly. The spiders grouped together and began weaving a web to create a trap. Zhou Chen thought he had no way to break through these spiders. Besides, their speed was too great. This time, it would truly be difficult. Zhou Chen dodged the attack again. The energy ball flew right past him. Zhou Chen managed to outwit the spider, closed in on it, and plunged his battle sword into its body. Green liquid gushed out. Zhou Chen decided that he had succeeded and that the attack had been a success. Bleeding green blood, the spider prepared for a decisive attack. Zhou Chen braced himself to fend it off. Zhou Chen felt the power of the stars in his hands and was greatly surprised. The young man realized that he had finally become a 1st-rank warrior. Now he could handle anything. The driver told Boss Hua that they had made quite a bit of money this time. He looked ahead and shouted that someone was standing in the road. The car slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of the young man. Zhou Chen walked up to the car. The driver asked the young man if he had lost his mind. Zhou Chen asked the driver to give him a ride. The boss told the driver to let the young man get in the car. The driver remarked that the young man was lucky since Boss Hua had allowed him to get in the car. Zhou Chen thanked Boss Hua for his kindness. Zhou Chen climbed into the back of the truck, where there was already another passenger. Zhou Chen declined the offered cigarette and said he didn't smoke. The young man added that he had only recently arrived in the city and didn't know what kind of unit this was. The passenger replied that their unit was called Pattern. The protagonist thought that the unit must be made up entirely of newbies, and the name sounded kind of girly. Zhou Chen asked his companion if there were any places in this city where he could practice controlling his star power. The passenger said that there was a warrior training center in the 3rd district, but training there wasn't cheap. The car stopped in the outskirts of Titan City. Zhou Chen got out of the car. The young man thanked Boss Hua and added that he wouldn't forget the favor. Zhou Chen thought that, having become a 1st-rank warrior, he should start thinking about leveling up. Lan Shi saw the gentleman and was very happy. Lan Shi rushed over to the master and said he had already reached the third rank, all thanks to the blue crystals he had received from Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen replied that he had achieved something himself. Lan Shi was surprised. Could it be that the master was now a first-rank warrior? Su Junwen said that the master had finally received what he deserved. Zhou Chen reminded them that he had promised to improve Lan and Su's lives and added that things would soon get even better. The next day arrived. The young people approached the new building. Lan Shi surmised that training here must be very expensive. Zhou Chen said that the main thing for them was to raise their levels, and the price didn't matter. Lan Shi looked around and noticed that everyone here had very high ranks. Zhou Chen agreed with his assistant. Fortunately, the web of the spider he had destroyed while hunting had been sold at auction for an exorbitant price. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to pay for the training. The female manager said that if these two needed training, they could proceed. She asked what level of training they needed and suggested starting with the third-level hall. The manager stated that opening a third-level hall required payment of 1 blue crystal. She had the access token for the hall. A contract must be signed before entering. Lan Shi told the gentleman that he wouldn't let him down. Zhou Chen replied that emotions were unnecessary here, and they needed to act faster. Zhou Chen asked the girl to help him open the 5th-level hall. The manager was surprised and asked if the young man had made a mistake. Did he really mean the 5th-level training hall? Zhou Chen asked her to do it quickly. The manager said she had to warn the young man. This wasn't a virtual training hall. Here they fought real monsters. Zhou Chen replied that he knew and pointed to the 5th-ranked mutant gorilla. The girl stated that this mutant gorilla was roughly 6th level. She was surprised. Did this guy really decide to end his life? The manager led our hero to his training room. To enter, you had to insert a token. Zhou Chen thought that even through the door, he could sense the mutant gorilla's dangerous aura. Another group appeared nearby. One of the men looked at our hero and said it was the first time he'd seen such a method of suicide. The opponent added that if he were in these young men's shoes, he'd rather slit his own throat. Zhou Chen replied that it was none of their business, so they should mind their own affairs. The warrior demanded that this boy immediately apologize to his master. Zhou Chen activated the door-opening mechanism and asked if they wanted to try it with him. The 3 strangers were taken aback and didn't say a word. Zhou Chen remarked that they lacked courage. Our hero added that in that case, they could go back the way they came. The young man opened the door and entered the room. His rivals were surprised. Had he really decided to challenge this creature? After all, this boy was merely a first-rank warrior. The warrior told Lord Luo not to be angry. This guy was simply tired of living. Luo agreed that the young man had apparently grown tired of living. This boy was simply lucky that he wouldn't be the one to fulfill his dream. Zhou Chen found himself face-to-face with a huge black monkey. The notification stated that the biological tranquilizer had worn off and that he needed to prepare for an attack. Zhou Chen thought that whether he could advance to the 2nd rank depended entirely on this monkey. The monkey opened its eyes and stared intently at the man. Its gaze was not friendly. The 6th-level mutant gorilla rose onto its hind legs and let out a loud scream. The people outside the training hall thought that the guy must have already died. They needed to go inside and check everything out properly. The group leader said they most likely wouldn't have to do that, since there probably wasn't even a single piece left of that guy. Lu told the manager to give him the video footage of what happened in the gym. He wanted to watch it all. The manager replied that they couldn't do that. They weren't allowed to show guests his private training sessions. Luo was surprised. What could be private about someone who was already dead? Luo heard some noises and wondered what could be happening in there. Could that boy still be alive? Half an hour later, everyone present was stunned. Could this really not be a dream? The sounds from the room continued to echo. Luo punched his companion and said it hurt, which meant it wasn't a dream after all. Luo was amazed. Could a 1st-rank warrior really have defeated a 5th-rank mutant gorilla? Or at least held out for half an hour? Zhou Chen felt exhausted. The young man clutched his daggers and dropped to one knee. The enormous ape was also exhausted, yet it continued to dominate. The ape swung and struck where the man had been standing just a moment ago. Zhou Chen managed to dodge and leap aside, counter-attacking the ape at the same time. Zhou Chen closed in on the beast and struck the monkey's body several times with his daggers. The young man decided he had succeeded. He felt the energy of the stars and realized he had become a 2nd-rank warrior. The monkey continued to scream loudly, trying to catch its opponent. Zhou Chen continued to effectively dodge its attacks. Zhou Chen activated a double attack and struck the monkey from behind. inflicting severe wounds on the back of its neck. The monkey began to bleed out. The opponents outside tried to eavesdrop on what was happening inside. The warrior told Mr. Luo that it seemed nothing was happening anymore. This guy was definitely dead now. The door swung open and Zhou Chen appeared in the doorway. Luo was surprised. Was he seeing a ghost? Zhou Chen told the manager that someone needed to restore order in this hall. Luo was stunned. After all, this guy had entered with first-rank status, was training for the first time, and had already raised his level to second rank. Who was he? Those around him recognized the young man and said he was the very one who had defeated the 6th-level monster. Zhou Chen asked the manager to open another 6th-level training hall. The girl was flustered. In the next room was a 6th-level mutant viper. Was the young man really ready to fight it? This young man must be crazy, so young and already determined to die. Zhang Cheng, a 7th-level warrior, studied the materials presented to him and said they were quite interesting. Zhang Cheng asked his assistant if Zhou Chen was indeed a second-rank warrior. The assistant replied that he was certain of it. Moreover, before the battle with the mutant gorilla, he had been a first-rank warrior. Zhang Cheng ordered the camera in the hall to be turned on and for a live broadcast of this guy's training to be streamed, so the footage would appear on the screens in the main hall. The assistant said that in this case, permission from the other party was required. Zhang Cheng replied that he would handle the negotiations himself, so the order was to be carried out. The old man figured it didn't really matter whether this guy won. They'd make money off this broadcast anyway. The players were saying that the day had finally come. Someone was going to be shown live. They said a second-rank warrior had challenged a 6th-level mutant viper. A green poisonous mist appeared on the screens. What's happening with the broadcast? Could this warrior already be dead? Zhou Chen, taking advantage of the fog, activated his subspace. The young man decided that the antidote from the game could be used here as well. Zhou Chen drank the antidote and said he was now ready to test just how strong this snake was. The fog began to gradually dissipate, and all the observers saw the silhouette of a huge snake. The onlookers said that there were image issues again. But how was this young man able to last so long in the poisonous fog? Why was he moving so fast? Are humans even capable of moving that quickly? Zhou Chen was extremely exhausted. He thought that the 6th level was much more difficult than he had previously anticipated. The protagonist had leveled up again. He was now a 3rd-ranked player, and he couldn't help but feel pleased. The young man noticed the camera rolling and decided he needed to speak with someone about the broadcast. The manager's assistant said that Mr. Zhang Cheng wanted to see the young man and asked him to follow him. Zhou Chen replied that he also wished to meet with the manager. When he met with the manager, Zhou Chen stated that he was waiting for an explanation. Zhang Cheng asked the young man to calm down. Zhang Cheng waved his hand, and an assistant brought him a tray. The manager pointed out that there were crystals on the tray. He said that, as an apology, they were prepared to reimburse the young man for all of his expenses today. Of course, that wasn't enough, so they had prepared a plastic card. With it, he would receive a 20% discount on all services. Zhou Chen told the manager that it would be best not to disclose anything about him. The manager promised to keep everything confidential. Zhang Chen said he had a personal question for the young man. How did the young man manage to kill a 6th-level viper? After all, that's practically impossible. Zhou Chen asked, "Does the manager really like to pry into other people's secrets?" Zhang Chen was taken aback and said he had misspoken. The old man asked if the young man would like to join the King of Beasts Union. With their resources and the young man's talent, he would surely become a 6th-rank warrior within a year. The answer was no. Everyone present wanted to know who this person was. There were no such talented people in all of Titan. If someone had told such a story, it would have been hard to believe. Lo said that the young man was merely a 3rd-rank warrior and that the administrator had been too generous in his praise. Zhang Cheng replied that potential could not be measured by rank. The manager decided he shouldn't have gone live. Zhou Chen left the room, looked at his bow and decided it was no longer any good. Zhou Chen recalled the words of the man who had said he owned a shop where one could buy a new dagger. Perhaps there was something else useful there as well. Our hero arrived at a shop selling military gear called Military Affairs. Zhou Chen wondered why he had sold his wolf pelts to such a shop for next to nothing. The buyer recognized the seller of the skins and was surprised. Had this guy really become a 3rd-rank warrior in just a few days? Zhou Chen replied that he had simply tried a little harder than the others. Chang said that was all just an excuse. He could have come up with something more convincing. Jogan said he wanted to buy some equipment. Chang replied that he could offer a few options. Our hero also offered to sell the web of a blue glowing spider. Cheng acknowledged that it was an excellent material for crafting equipment. Cheng examined the offer and said that it was an extremely rare material. Such web can only be obtained from the phantom spider. Cheng told his interlocutor that in his case, the rank system didn't apply at all. The shopkeeper added that he currently only had enough funds for 1 meter and offered to settle the bill with 15 green crystals. Zhou Chen replied that this lot had been sold to the man across from him. Cheng was delighted to have secured such magnificent material. In that case, he would head straight to the workshop and craft a free weapon for the young man. Zhou Chen entered the workshop and was surprised. He hadn't expected them to use such an old forging method here. Cheng explained that everything made by machines was intended for ordinary people, while warriors' weapons needed to have high conductivity. Zhou Chen stated that he knew a little about conductivity. Stellar power could be infused into a weapon to enhance its properties. Cheng agreed and promised that, using the blue web, he would create a dagger with a conductivity of at least 13%. Cheng added that with this web, he would be able to debunk the myth of Mr. Ni's weapon having 15% conductivity. After a while, the dagger was ready. Cheng noted that the young man was very lucky. Zhou Chen took the dagger in his hands and felt how light it was. The young man gripped the dagger tighter and felt an indescribable surge of energy and strength. Cheng saw the power manifesting and thought that a 9th rank warrior stood before him, which was exactly what he had expected. He noted that a blade with 20% conductivity should be worth at least 1 purple crystal. The young men said their goodbyes. Cheng told the young man to leave before he changed his mind about the gift. Luo spotted the young man again in town, the one they'd had a run-in with at the training center. Luo said that fighting wasn't allowed at the training center, but outside they didn't have to limit themselves to empty talk. His colleague reminded him that this young man had single-handedly taken down a mutant gorilla. Was it worth the risk? Luo punched his colleague in the face and said he didn't understand anything. That kid was cheating, after all. He was only a 3rd rank warrior. His colleague was surprised. Wasn't he 1st rank when he first appeared? But then he seemed to have leveled up another 2 ranks. Luo got angry at the young man and said he didn't care what rank he was. He just needed to deal with him. Zhou Chen approached the flower seller and decided to pick out a gift for Sugunwen. Luo and his henchmen approached the hero and said that they had met again. He wanted to see if the young man would dare to defy him this time. Zhou Chen turned around and asked Luo who he was. The scoundrel ordered his henchmen to trample the young man underfoot. Zhou Chen used his unique abilities, and Luo's henchmen were incapacitated and thrown far back. As one of them fell, he damaged a pillar, which began to topple. The girl with the flowers could have been hurt. The young man spun around sharply and ran. Zhou Chen scooped the girl up in his arms to carry her to safety. As he ran past Luo, Zhou Chen shoved him toward the falling pillar. Luo lost his balance and fell to the ground. The pole crashed down on the scoundrel. Zhou Chen set the frightened girl down on the ground in a safe spot and asked if she was okay. Luo was outraged. How dare this guy touch him? Didn't the young man know who he was? Zhou Chen replied that he didn't care, since the bully had provoked him first. Luo demanded that the boy get down on his knees and apologize. Otherwise, his family would make the young man understand what it meant to die rather than live like this. Zhou Chen suddenly appeared behind his opponent. Luo didn't even have time to realize what was happening. The young man struck him in the leg. Luo screamed in pain. Luo sank to the ground and began wailing loudly. His leg hurt terribly. Zhou Chen declared that what he hated most were threats. Luo apologized and admitted he had made a grave mistake, promising never to do it again. Those around them thought he was a very brave young man. He wasn't even afraid of Luo's family. It was brave, but foolish. Zhou Chen understood that in this world, only the strongest survive. He didn't mind using Luo's family as a stepping stone. Luo came to in a hospital bed. His leg was in a cast. The attending physician informed the head of the Luo family that his son's leg was shattered. Even if he survived, the injuries would be severe. Mr. Luo was terrified. Would this really affect his son's ability to advance in rank? The doctor confirmed it. The young man's meridians were damaged. Luo Jr. told his father that it was all Zhou Chen's fault. His father must take revenge. Mr. Luo thought, that same young man is a 3rd rank warrior. How could he have beaten a 4th rank warrior? What kind of person is he? Mr. Luo ordered Abin to gather as much information as possible about Zhou Chen. The man declared that whoever he was, the young man had no right to lay a hand on his son. He would pay dearly for this. The next day arrived. The young man went to the market and thought that money had been tight lately. He needed to find a way to make some extra cash. A man called out to the protagonist and said he had met the young man again. Thanks to his help, he had completed the mission. Jochen replied that he was very happy for him. The man told his warriors that this was the very master he had told them about. The young men greeted the hero. The man noted that the young man was too modest, but in just a few days he had risen from a novice to a third-rank warrior, a true master. He said his team was planning to head to Wen County. The young man was welcome to join them. Jochen replied that if the team had the funds, he would go. A recruitment drive was taking place in Central Square. A man announced that their unit was recruiting strong warriors, preferably of the 5th rank. Jochen looked at the people around him and thought that everything here was almost exactly like in the game. The man said the destination was Wen County, and the reward was 1 medium-sized blue crystal. Zhang Xun, a 6th rank warrior, approached the man and asked if they needed people. Those present were surprised. Why would a 6th rank warrior be looking for work? The commander confirmed that they needed people. Zhang Xun stated that he could temporarily join the team, but the reward had to be more than 1 blue crystal. The commander said they could distribute rewards as the mission progressed. Would that work for Zhang Xun? He replied in the negative. Jochen decided that since no one was around, he would retrieve his weapon so that no one would later find out he had a game bag. Jochen recalled that Brother Zhang had said, using the web, he had increased the bow's conductivity to 11%. It was just unclear whether that was a good thing. Zhang Xun, a 6th rank warrior, also climbed into the back of the car. He asked, does our hero, the young man, also hunt with a bow? But you can only shoot a wild hare with that bow. Zhang Xun showed off his bow and said it was a product of the 100 Knives Company. Plus, it had a conductivity of 5%. That's what a real bow is. The warrior told the master that the wind was too strong outside. It would be better if he got into the cabin. Zhou Chen replied that he would stay here. Zhang Xun was surprised. Is this young man really called a master? In that case, he's a super master. The Seoul Necni market is located outside the city of Titan. The car stopped. The squad leader got out and said they would do some light shopping here. He has a merchant he knows who gives good discounts. The locals saw our hero, greeted him, and asked, why doesn't this crazy guy ever stop by to see us? One of the locals offered the crazy guy some medicinal herbs. These were their family treasure, gathered a few days earlier. Zhang Xun couldn't stop wondering, can't these people see anything? Why do they treat a 3rd rank warrior this way? The 6th rank warrior drew his weapon from behind his back and thought that now he would show these villagers who the real master was. The locals said their goodbyes and wished the madman a safe journey, as long as he didn't get hurt. Zhou Chen thought the medicine smelled pleasant. Its effect wasn't comparable to a health potion, but since potions were scarce, this would have to do. He decided to save the medicine for a critical moment. Zhang Xun advised his companion to switch to a rifle in the future. Zhou Chen replied that he was already used to the bow. After a while, the squad arrived at the outskirts of Wen County. There were ruins and rubble everywhere. Other off-road vehicles were constantly arriving at this spot. Many different detachments had gathered here. The soldiers looked at the destroyed buildings and said that a rabid bear was on the loose here. They needed to be careful. The squad leader resolutely moved forward, eliminating the zombies that crossed his path along the way. The next zombie was killed by an arrow. The arrow pierced right through its head. The arrow was fired by Zhang Xun, a 6th rank warrior. The protagonist noted that it was an excellent shot. The commander said they had 5 minutes to break through the shopping street, or else the number of zombies would increase significantly. Chuchin told his companion that he had gotten 2 blue crystals. That wasn't so bad. Xun asked, did the young man really come here just to sightsee? Chuchin told Zhang Xun that, apart from this guy, everyone on the team was busy with their assigned tasks. If he didn't work, he wouldn't get anything, unlike those who were working hard. To earn a reward, you had to work hard. Zhang Xun grabbed an axe and rushed toward the area where there were many zombies, mowing them down left and right. Zhang Xun said that all the zombies surrounding this area were mutants. Continuing to fight them hand-to-hand was too dangerous. A zombie with absolutely no consciousness walked by. Zhang Xun hit it right in the head with an arrow. Zhou Chen said that this guy used a really cool shooting technique. The protagonist took his bow from behind his back and said it was time for him to stretch his legs a bit too. Xun could take a break now. He'd handle this on his own. The squad leader told the master that these zombies were nothing like the ones before. Zhang Xun was surprised. Does this guy really think he's a master? We shouldn't drag the whole squad into this and provoke the zombies. Jochin prepared to shoot, loading several arrows at once. The young man couldn't pass up that many experience points. Zhangxun told Commander Xiao that he didn't understand why they'd taken this young man into the squad. He was disorganized, undisciplined, and arrogant. Zhangxun was surprised that Commander Xiao ignored his words and paid no attention to them. Zhojin picked up speed and ran down the road past the zombies, shooting everyone he encountered with his bow. For every successful shot, the protagonist received 700 experience points. Another zombie was destroyed by a shot to the head. The young man thought that everything had finally become clear. It seemed he was expected to level up to level 30 today, and he would be able to learn a new technique. Jogan returned to the squad and said that these zombies were finished. Now they needed to collect the arrows. Many of them could still be used. All the warriors began thanking the young man for his work and saying that he was their idol. One of the warriors said it was just luck to get a blue crystal with a single strike. The warrior reminded them that the arrows could be used again, so it was better to collect them. Zhang Xun began to get nervous. Shun thought that he was a 6th-rank warrior and knew how to deal with destroyed zombies. Why should he help a 3rd-rank warrior collect arrows? The commander pointed in a direction and said that the main part of the shopping street was located there. It was very close by. Commander Xiao called out 2 people and told them to go back for the pickup truck. When they started the engine, the noise was bound to attract a new batch of poisonous zombies, so they'd soon have to worry again. The men carried the necessary supplies, moving around the pickup trucks. Meanwhile, the zombies were slowly but surely closing in on them. Chochin told the soldier to hold his bow. The protagonist pulled out a dagger and suggested a little competition to Zhang Xun. His colleague agreed. Our hero said that in that case he would go first, and he darted off, heading toward the zombies. As he ran past them, the young man stabbed each one with his knife. Jochin thought that the thief system combined with the warrior's star power felt amazing. Zhang Xun saw the young man in action and realized he had lost. The warrior told the commander to take note of the master's weapon. It was a weapon with high conductivity. Zhang Xun thought, if he's not mistaken, the conductivity of this dagger is higher than that of any weapon he's ever seen. Will we be able to take this weapon? The 6th-rank warrior thought this was too dirty a job for him. There was nothing else to do, so Zhang Xun drew his weapon and also charged at the zombies. Xu Chen noted that he had leveled up again. Zhang Xun extended his hand to the protagonist, called him a master, and added that he was glad to meet him. Chochin shook his companion's hand and said he wasn't a master at all. Zhang Xun added that the young man deserved the title, but even his commander, a 7th-rank warrior, wasn't that strong. The warrior said that everything had worked out for them, and this time, they would definitely make a lot of money. Zhang Xun thought that everyone around him was a fool. Why should I pretend? I need a fixed reward. One of the warriors shouted that a giant zombie was approaching them. Appropriate measures must be taken. Commander Xiao ordered everyone to get in the car. They were retreating. Zhou Chen hesitated. The commander told the master not to fall behind. Zhou Chen told everyone to leave. This zombie's speed was much higher than the trucks. Someone had to hold it back, or else they would lose everything they'd managed to gather today. The giant zombie was aggressive. He was holding a white SUV in his hand, which he threw. The squad began scattering in different directions. Chochin decided that urgent action was needed. He shouted for everyone to get out of the way. If they stayed, they would only get in the way. Daggers appeared in the young man's hands. Changshan looked at the young man and realized he had underestimated this archer after all. Changshan told the commander that the boy was right. They had to leave immediately so as not to get in his way. The commander told the master that they would wait for him on the highway. Zhou Chen raised his finger. Go ahead. I understand that this is a good decision. Zhou Chen jumped up and told the giant zombie that he was right there and ready to fight. The zombie lunged at our hero with its fists. As he rode away from the battlefield, Zhang Xun saw the giant zombie fall onto its back. So the master had begun to act. Zhang Xun couldn't understand where a 3rd-rank warrior got such power. Jodin activated his vulnerability scan skill and discovered the giant zombie's weak spots. The young man realized that this monster didn't have as many weak spots as he had previously assumed. The giant zombie grabbed a massive chain and began swinging it in all directions. However, our hero dodged effectively. Joshin activated his jump attack and leaped onto the enemy's back. 10 minutes later, the SUVs were parked on the highway, waiting for the master to return. Zhongshin said that this madman was strong enough that they didn't need to worry about him. One of the warriors looked through binoculars and said the master was returning. Everyone present saw him and decided that he really was the master. Besides, he was fine. Jochin said that if they were on the same team, they should split the loot evenly. The young man tossed a blue crystal into the warrior's hand. The warrior said, "But the master took down that giant zombie all by himself." Jungshun was also surprised, since this guy had managed to get the blue crystal on his own. The squad commander told the protagonist that from now on, in the city of Titan, he would serve only him. Jungshun extended his hand to the hero and said that he was very strong, so he had no choice but to surrender. Two SUVs suddenly pulled up alongside the pickup trucks. They screeched to a halt, blocking the road. An armed man said it was a decent haul. The squad leader replied that the haul was a little better than what the cowards who fled had managed to get. The armed man got angry and cocked the bolt of his assault rifle. Jochin sighed heavily and thought that they wouldn't give him a moment's peace. Jungshun was indignant and asked, "Are these people looking for a fight?" The assistant told the boss that the commander of the squad had indeed hired a 6th-rank warrior. The bandit turned around and said that in that case, they were leaving. He had no further questions. Jungshun said they were a bunch of scum, capable only of threatening the weak. Jochin thought that a high rank meant a lot in this world, so he needed to hurry up. 3 days passed. The protagonist reached level 30, having previously destroyed the wild monsters. Jochin didn't rest on his laurels and believed he needed to try harder, since Uranus was about to level up soon. Passenger cars pulled up to a private house located in the forest. The assistant reported to the master that the young man lived right here. Luo, with his leg bandaged, sat in a wheelchair. He said he would make this boy learn what it feels like to want to die quickly. Jochin dealt with yet another mutant and raised his rank. The young man sensed green stellar power. Could this really be a 7th-rank warrior? The archer thought that this warrior must be quite famous in Titan. The warrior looked back and saw a man with a bow in his hands behind him. How did he get there? Zhang Xiaoqi ran up to our hero and said he needed help. This could be beneficial for both of them. It was a 7th-rank warrior. However, the red bar of his health had grown a little shorter. Jochin took aim and fired 3 arrows at once. Jochin assigned roles and told Zhang Xiaoqi to take on the remaining 2 monsters. After the battle ended, Zhang Xiaoqi asked how a 3rd-rank warrior had so easily destroyed 2 huge monkeys. Jochin reminded her that Xiaoqi had just mentioned some kind of benefit. The 7th-rank warrior was outraged. Does this guy actually dare to ask me about that? Has he lost all sense of fear? Zhou Chen replied that Xiaoqi couldn't do anything to him. The 7th-rank warrior sensed that the young man might be dangerous. Xiaoqi laughed and said that this time, the guy had earned a lot. Xiaoqi added that it had taken him a week to lure the monkey leader and most of their troop here, while this young man had arrived to find everything already set up. Jochin remarked that if it weren't for him, the 7th-rank warrior would have died here. So he was lucky. Zhang Xiaoqi noted that this young man was one of the few who could look him straight in the eye. Jochin realized this was a decent catch. Maybe he should consider buying a shop for Su Junwen so she wouldn't get bored at home every day. Luo and his henchmen burst into our hero's house. Su Junwen ran out onto the porch and asked what they were doing there. Luo ordered them to grab the girl and interrogate her thoroughly. Su screamed for them to let her go immediately. Who the hell are they anyway? Lan Shi ran out of the house and told them to release the girl immediately and stop causing trouble here. Luo said, "Here comes Zhou Chen's assistant. Just what we need." Zhou Chen returned home a short while later and saw a crowd of people. The people were alarmed and were discussing some kind of emergency. Zhou Chen entered the courtyard and saw Lan Shi lying on the ground. The assistant apologized and told his master that he had been unable to protect Su Junwen. Lan Shi began coughing up blood. Zhou Chen immediately took his assistant to the hospital, where he was rushed into surgery. After the operation was over, the doctor came out and reported that the young man's life had been saved, but his limbs had been damaged. Zhou Chen went into his friend's hospital room. Lan Shi was wearing an oxygen mask. Recalling the conversations he'd overheard near his home, Zhou Chen realized that Luo Tianyu's family was involved. Zhou Chen prepared to make his move and wondered if Luo was ready to face his wrath. At his home, Luo had chained the girl to a cross and was admiring her. Su Junwen was unconscious. The assistant asked Mr. Luo if it was time to begin the interrogation. Luo yelled at the assistant to get out immediately. "I'll deal with this girl myself." Luo said that Zhou Chen would regret this for the rest of his life. The villain splashed water on the girl and she woke up. Su didn't understand where she was. Luo said that such a beauty was a rarity in Titan. He suggested that his master probably liked the girl very much too. Luo declared that simply hurting her wouldn't be enough, and that he would disfigure her beautiful face. A knife appeared in the villain's hands. Since the young man's leg was injured, he couldn't stand up and shouted indignantly, "Who tied her up so high?" They moved the girl to a chair and tied her to it. Luo stepped closer and grabbed Su by the face. Su Junwen wasn't intimidated. She spat at the scoundrel, hitting him squarely in the forehead. Luo was outraged. "Does she really want to die?" As he spoke, he swung his dagger. Our hero suddenly appeared behind the scoundrel, also with a dagger in his hand. He said, "Luo, you're almost right. Only this time, it would be the scoundrel who would meet his end." Su Junwen burst into tears. She couldn't believe the danger was already behind her. The gentleman had come to save her. Joshin apologized and told the girl that he was a little late. The young man untied Su, and she threw herself into his arms. The protagonist hoisted Yunwen onto his shoulders, and they left the area, moving from roof to roof. Jochin sat the girl on a branch of a huge tree and told her to wait for him there, making sure to stay quiet. Junwen asked the young man not to go back there. The young man said he had to deal with those scoundrels, and there was no changing that. Jochin added that the girl should wait for him and jumped straight down from the tree. Mr. Luo asked Aben if his son had gone looking for Jochin today. Aben replied that he had gone, but hadn't found him and had brought some girl back with him. The old man got angry because his son thinks only about girls all day long. Amin asked if they should bring the young master here. The old man said not yet. There was a knock at the door. Mr. Luo asked who was there. Amin drew his weapon and said that this guy was good at hiding, but his rank was too low. Jochin stepped out of the shadows and gave his name. Before coming here, the hero had done a little research on everything. Now he knew his opponent's tactics and technical capabilities. Luo said that was excellent and ordered Amin to deal with the young man. Amin and Jochin prepared for the confrontation, swords against daggers. Jochin dodged his opponent's attack and stabbed him in the back with his dagger. Mr. Luo thought the young man was quite fast, but his attacks were still insignificant to Aben. Amin looked back and realized that his armor was damaged on his back, and he had been wounded. Jochin thought his opponent's combat skills were too strong, but even for a thick-skinned scoundrel like this guy, resistance was futile. Amin swung again and said that now he would definitely destroy the young man. However, the protagonist dodged again and counterattacked his opponent. Amin dropped to his knees and began to lose strength. Jochin approached Old Man Lo and said that now it was his turn. Lo noted that this young man definitely possessed some extraordinary talent, but he was getting too cocky. The guards outside heard the commotion inside and realized it was coming from the boss's office. A full combat alert was declared among the guards. Joan watched the scene from a tree branch and thought that things were looking bad for her master. The wounded Amin said there were at least 30 fourth-rank warriors here. The young man wouldn't be able to escape. Zhou Chen said he had no intention of running away. The standoff continued. Guards burst into the office and shouted that something was wrong. The old man grew anxious and asked what had happened to his son, Tianyu. Zhou Chen said that he had eliminated Tianyu first so he could have some fun with the old man afterward. Mr. Luo shouted that this couldn't be true. A guard said it was true. The young man noticed that Luo was distracted, and this was a perfect opportunity. Luo shouted that he was going to tear the scoundrel to pieces right then and there. The old man let his guard down, and the young man plunged a dagger into his stomach. However, the blow missed its mark. Zhou Chen was surprised. Is an 8th-rank warrior really that strong? Lu counterattacked, and the protagonist was forced to jump aside. Zhou Chen activated his instant attack and struck his opponent again. The old man laughed and said that these blows didn't faze him in the least. The opponents collided with each other and flew off in different directions. Zhou Chen asked in surprise, "Did Luo really think he couldn't dodge his knife?" Zhou Chen recalled his father's words. A person who can be harsh on themselves is a true winner. Zhou Chen took out a vial of liquid and said that his opponent had lost the moment he took the first blow. Mr. Luo realized that the young man's dagger was poison. The poison of a 6th-level ghost spider would easily kill even an 8th-rank warrior. Luo, dagger in hand, dropped to one knee and felt his strength drain away. Su Junwen prayed to the Almighty to protect her master. After a while, our hero appeared on a tree branch and told the girl that they were returning home. Jokin realized that unfortunately he was wounded, and the health potions weren't enough to fully restore him. Joan felt her master losing his strength and falling to the ground. The girl leaned over Zhou Chen and realized he had lost consciousness. Joan turned around and heard the voices of their pursuers. They had decided to search the surrounding area, since the young men couldn't have run far. Joan gathered her willpower, tightened her belt, hoisted her master onto her back, and vowed to herself that he would survive no matter what. The girl said that this time she would protect Zhou Chen. They just had to get to a safe place. Secret Service agents were trying to determine what poison had been used to poison the 8th rank warrior. One of the agents suggested that a very special person had appeared in Titan. Junwen laid the young man down on the rocks in a safe spot and told him he needed to hang on a little longer. The girl said they needed to find some herbs to stop the bleeding. Choshin woke up and said there was medicine and a bandage in his bag. They could use those. Junwen removed the young man's outer clothing and treated his wounds with a liquid from a vial. The protagonist thought the wound was too deep and that the health potion wouldn't help. However, after applying the medicine, the bleeding slowed significantly. Junwen asked how the gentleman was feeling now. Zhu Chen decided that this time he really needed to sleep. Exhausted, the young people fell asleep immediately. In the morning, when the young man woke up, he noticed that the wound had healed and even the scar had scabbed over. Junwen happily said that it was all thanks to the medicine. The young man said it was because the girl had been by his side. Zhou Chen suggested they go into town and have a good meal. The young people found themselves at the market in the city of Titan early that morning. Rumors were circulating that Luo Guohai and his son had been found dead. It was unclear, however, who could have been so ruthless as to kill 2 8th rank warriors. This incident greatly alarmed all of Titan's guards. Nothing this serious had happened in the city for many years. Zhou Chen was surprised. Why were Titan's guards watching the developments so closely? The secret agent was carefully studying the file on a young man named Zhou Chen. The door swung open and an assistant appeared in the doorway. He reported to the commander that he had thoroughly interrogated all the witnesses. Now it could be stated with certainty that the case was definitely connected to this guy. The assistant was holding a photograph of the protagonist. The chief read the man's name and was surprised. How was this possible? At the hospital, Su Juwen burst into tears again and said it was all her fault. If it weren't for her, Lan Shi wouldn't have been hurt. The young man insisted that the girl had nothing to do with it. Lan Shi added that if anyone was to blame, it was only him, because he was completely useless. And now he had turned into a complete nobody. Chushin told his assistant not to worry. He would definitely find a way to cure him. Denshi objected and said that his master shouldn't go to such lengths for him. The hospital room doors swung open, and a secret agent appeared in the doorway with his assistant. The man announced that they were guards from the city of Titan and had some questions. The guard showed our hero photos of Luo Tianyi and his father and asked if the young man knew them. Zhou Chen suggested they step out of the room to discuss it. Lan Shi grew wary, but Junwen remarked that everything would be fine, since that was exactly what the gentleman had said. Lan Shi was surprised. What would be all right? Junwen was frightened by her own words and added that she wouldn't say anything. After a brief conversation, the protagonist wished the Titan guards good luck and added that if they wanted to find out anything else, they could knock on any door. He was always ready to cooperate. The assistant told the commander that it was obvious. All the evidence pointed to this guy. Why hadn't they arrested him? The commander asked, on what grounds? Could a 3rd rank warrior really have taken down an 8th rank warrior? Who would believe that? The commander said that Luo Guohai was already dead, so no one cared about any of this. The commander added that they should write in the report that Luo Guohai had died from accidentally eating a poisonous plant. At their next meeting, the shop owner, merchant Zhang, was examining the new goods brought in for sale. Zhang was surprised to see so many intact skins of 6th rank venomous vipers. Zhang said that this batch of snake skins could solve all his problems. Zhou Chen remarked that it would be simply wonderful if he could help Brother Zhang. Chang ordered his assistant to take the materials downstairs and pay Brother Zhou Chen the highest price. Zhou Chen asked if his companion knew of any good doctors in Titan. The protagonist explained that his friend had suffered injuries to his arms and legs. Chang was outraged. What scoundrel dared to harm his brother Zhou Chen's friend? He would definitely find people to teach that scoundrel a lesson. Zhou Chen thanked him and said he had already taken revenge. All that was needed now was to help heal the wounds. Chang remarked that when it came to the best doctor in town, the only name that came to mind was the King of Healing. The young men arrived at the King of Healing hospital. Zhou Chen was surprised. Why were there so many people here? Chang said that standing before them was a man named Wang, a student of the King of Healing, Mr. Fan. The student was well-versed in both Chinese and Western medicine. Mr. Wang asked if the young men had any questions. The protagonist said that his friend was having health problems, and they would like to speak with Mr. Fang. Wang noted that having his teacher come to the patient's home would be very expensive. Zhou Chen asked the student to tell Mr. Fan that his friend's injury was indeed very serious. Wang told the young men to leave. A third-rank warrior wouldn't be able to obtain the herbs his teacher would need. Zhou Chen was surprised. Did Master Fan really need to find medicinal herbs just to make a house call? Wang replied that the herbs his teacher needed grew in an area inhabited by 5th-rank monsters and higher. Would the young man be able to handle it? Chang told his friend that he knew a few other doctors, so it was worth going to look for them. Zhou Chen told his friend that he wanted to take a short walk around here. Chang was busy anyway, so there was no need for him to accompany him. The young men said their goodbyes. Zhou Chen walked to the hospital's backyard and, using his unique skills, leaped over the high fence in a single bound. The young man found himself in the courtyard. In front of him was an old man tending to the plants. It was the King of Healing, Mr. Fan, an 8th-level practitioner. The old man said he was quite old. He'd only just sat down, and his back was already aching. Without turning around, Mr. Fan asked why the young man had been standing there so long. Did he have a request? Zhou Chen told Mr. Fan that his friend had injured limbs. The old man said that if the young man had come here, he probably already knew his conditions. If the young man could find the herbs he needed, he would try to help. Fang added that the young man must find him 2 roots of bone herb. Zhou Chen replied that he understood everything and fell deep in thought. The old man continued tending to the flowers. After leaving the King of Healing residence, the protagonist appeared at the Warriors Union. The young man approached the computer and obtained information about bone grass. Bone grass costs 1 low-grade purple crystal. It grows in the Valley of Poisonous Mists. In the Forest of Poisonous Mists, a group of researchers was gathering medicinal herbs. A camp had been set up for this purpose. Zhou Chen set off on his familiar green bike in search of the medicinal herb. The researchers, wearing breathing masks, were surprised when they saw a young man calmly strolling through the poisonous mist forest. The protagonist drank a healing potion, and nothing could harm him. The researchers were astonished. Had this guy really come here of his own free will? Zhou Chen saw the red bars of health and realized there were plenty of experience points to be had here. He regretted coming here just for the herbs. Zhou Chen noticed a cave not far away in the forest that piqued his interest. His intuition told him that this cave contained many useful things. He had to explore it thoroughly. Zhou Chen entered the cave and was surprised to see that there was only 1 red bar inside. Inside the cave was bone grass, guarded by a huge multi-headed serpent monster. Zhou Chen saw it and realized that the bone grass was indeed there. But dealing with this snake would not be easy. To distract the snake, the young man threw a stone in the other direction. Seizing the moment, our hero crept up to the bone grass. However, the serpent spun around abruptly and prevented the young man from picking the plants. Zhou Chen was forced to step back. Zhou Chen said that if the snake didn't want to give up the herb, he would have to kill it and take the plant anyway. The multi-headed snake became aggressive toward the man and tried to bite him. Zhou Chen loaded several arrows into his bow and said he missed the days when he could use bugs. 3 hours later, the snake was defeated, and the young man said that now he didn't feel lonely at all. Zhou Chen activated his knife and said that finally it was all over. Our hero gained a lot of experience points. Zhou Chen was delighted to find that there was a green crystal in each of the snake's heads. However, the young man remembered that what mattered most to him was the bone grass. The warriors fought the enormous snake. They just had to hold out a little longer, waiting for it to die. It was the queen of the mutant vipers, a 7th-level creature. The warriors noticed with alarm that the snake had begun to evolve. They had to do something immediately. Zhou Chen heard strange sounds and wondered, could there be other bosses in the forest as well? The commander of the hunters in oxygen masks told the warriors not to be afraid. They would definitely handle this snake. However, the enormous mutant viper behaved aggressively, and the warriors were forced to retreat, fleeing for their lives. The commander of the Special Research Squad said they couldn't handle this monster. The beast was too big. They needed to wait until the snake ran out of breath, then catch up to it and take revenge. Zhou Chen emerged from the cave. He had dug up only 5 roots. 1 root of bone grass is equivalent to 1 purple crystal. A huge mutant viper appeared before the young man. Its red health bar was nearly depleted. The warrior attacked the snake and dealt a devastating blow to its vital organs. The warrior explorers were astonished. Who could have created such a thing? Zhou Chen was returning from this area on his green motorcycle. The protagonist didn't know if Chang would be interested in this Queen of Snakes. Zhou Chen appeared again at the King of Healing, entering the residence in the same manner. The old man asked the young man, "Doesn't he have a door through which to enter?" Chujin handed the old man the bone grass and asked, "Is this what you need?" The old man was delighted and said that it was indeed what he needed. The young man had managed to obtain this herb after all. Did he even realize how valuable it was? Chojin replied that he didn't know its true value, but Mr. Fan must keep his promise. The king of healing arrived at the hospital, examined the patient, and said that the young man's opponent had been extremely brutal. His limbs were broken and shattered. The doctor said that fortunately he had bone healing herb, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to help the young man. Half an hour later, the king of healing said that the young man was lucky to have such an amazing friend. In a week, they would witness a true miracle. Jochin thanked Old Man Fan for saving Lanshi. The doctor was surprised. Was the young man already calling him Old Man? Jochin said he had paid enough for the service. Did the doctor think they were even? Fan replied that the young man shouldn't come looking for him next time. Lanshi told the gentleman that this time he had indeed caused him a lot of trouble. Jochin asked, if someone had injured him, wouldn't Lanshi have found a way to save him too? Lanshi replied that even if he had to die, he would still have saved the master. Jochin remarked that it was absolutely natural for him to save Lanshi as well. After all, he was a member of his family. Lanshi declared that from now on he would train very diligently and never let something like this happen again. A device on the protagonist's belt began to vibrate. The young man said it was a communicator he'd been given when he registered with the Warriors Union. Could someone really have decided to call him? It was Zhang Xiaoqi on the line. Yishuchi asked if the young man would go with him on the mission he had mentioned earlier. It would be very dangerous. He needed to think it over carefully. Jochin arrived again at Mr. Zhang's equipment shop. In the display case in front of the young man were shurikens. Chang said the shurikens cost 100 coins each. Jochin said he would buy them all. He also needed a few ordinary daggers. At the Emperor's Star Inn, a meeting was taking place among warriors interested in the mission. Zhang Hu, an 8th-level warrior, heard that a 3rd-rank young man would be joining them. Wei Qinjun, also an 8th-level cultivator, said he would like to trust Commander Zhang Xiaoqi. His protege couldn't possibly be a nobody. Zhang Xiaoqi appeared at the door and apologized for being late. Lu Chuanchen, also an 8th-rank cultivator, remarked that Xiaoqi had finally reached the 8th rank. Zhang Hu noted that in that case, they had a good chance of success on this mission. Zhang Hu asked, "Is everything okay with the 3rd-rank warrior? It's been over 8 hours and he still hasn't arrived." Looking back, they saw a young man approaching. Zhang Hu remarked that they would soon find out if this young man was a good fit for them. Zhao Xi introduced the new team member to his colleagues. The protagonist greeted them and gave his name. Zhang Hu also introduced himself and remarked that Xiao Xi had been singing this guy's praises. Jochin walked past without shaking Mr. Hu's hand. The young man said that from now on he asked everyone to be more careful. Zhang Hu was indignant. Did this young man really look down on him? Jochin smiled and said he didn't despise him at all. It was just a misunderstanding. Xiaoxi said that since everyone was present, he suggested they go to the room upstairs to discuss a plan of action. Jochin saw a sofa covered with a hide in the room and was very surprised. The 8th-level warrior said that this guy was a bit of a simpleton. Zhang Hu happily drained a bottle of soda. Mr. Hu smiled and said that was cool. Mr. Wei noted that this was simpleton number 2. Xiaoxi repeated once more. The reward for this mission is very large, but the risk is extremely high. However, it's too late to back out now. Xiaoxi added that each person would receive 10% of the reward. The remaining 40% would be distributed according to contribution. Zhang Hu said he thought this was unfair. Why does this kid get 10% too? Zhaoqi asked how Zhang Hu suggested dividing it in that case. The warrior replied that he hadn't thought about it yet. Wei suggested allocating 5% to each person. The remaining 70% would be distributed according to contribution. Jochin said he had no objection. In fact, he liked this distribution. Zhang Hu was taken aback and said that in that case, he didn't mind either. Xiaoqi was surprised. Could the young man really agree to such a distribution? Did he really think he could earn more than 8th-rank warriors? Xiaoxi announced that if everyone was in agreement, he would offer a small bonus. Mission participants could pick out any gear from the warrior store that cost no more than a mid-tier green crystal. He would pay for it himself. We explained that the Warriors Shop was an online store created by the Union of Warriors and Titans Guards. However, only warriors of the 7th rank and above could use it. Zhou Chen was disappointed. Was he really not qualified enough for this online store? Xiaoqi agreed that the young men weren't qualified, but the computers at this hotel had internet access. Jochin logged into the store and thought it looked a lot like the treasure site that existed before he traveled through time, only everything here was much more expensive. Was it because of inflation? The young man realized that Titan wasn't so simple after all, since there were so many items here. An elven bow with a 30% conduction rate was on sale. It cost 2 high-grade purple crystals. Jochin knew he couldn't afford that bow. All he could do was hope he could earn enough to buy it. The online store also carried phantom cat boots. That was exactly what the young man needed. The order was placed and the goods were delivered. The store employees thanked him for his purchase and left the premises. The warriors were satisfied and looked forward to receiving their orders. Jung-Hoo said that the best part was that the young man hadn't even gone anywhere yet, and he'd already earned a green crystal. Xiaoxi thought, what is this guy so happy about? Those bottles of monkey wine he gave him are worth several purple crystals. Hu was surprised. Had the guy really bought boots for a medium green crystal? What a luxury. Jochin thought that in these boots he would feel completely different. Now he was even more certain that after completing the mission, he would receive that elven bow. While the SUV was moving, Hu told Brother Zhang to stop somewhere around here. After they stopped, Hu told the young man to come with him. Xiaoqi said that these guys wanted to test Jochin's strength and added that he trusted the young man, but they needed to see for themselves as well. Jung-Hoo pointed out the 2 mutants to the young man and suggested he deal with them. Zhou Chen replied that it wouldn't be difficult for him. Lu Chuanchen was surprised. Could a 3rd-rank warrior really go up against 2 4th-level Earth Wolves? Were they really that cruel? Wei remarked that when they came to take his inheritance, would he also talk about cruelty? There was no room for jokes here. We added that if this guy couldn't even handle this, there was no point in sending him to certain death. Xiaoxi thought that this was indeed very cruel toward the wolves. Jochin came down from the bridge and approached the mutants. They bared their fangs and were ready to attack the man. Zhang Hu said there was a whole pack there, and they really needed to bring the young man back. We was surprised. Where was Hu heading? Didn't he want to test this guy? A pack of wolves would be more convincing than just 2 individuals. Jochin used his bow and arrows to deal with the pack of mutant wolves. The mutants were destroyed, and the protagonist thought that he hadn't forgotten how to shoot a bow. Jung-Hoo and the others were surprised when they saw how easily this guy had dealt with the pack of wild mutant wolves. Jung-Hoo said that this guy was impressive, but what did he eat to grow so strong? Zhou Chen replied that it was all down to perseverance and tremendous willpower. He also did morning exercises. Xiaoqi warned that they were already in the red zone. Hu needed to get ready. Jung-Hoo mounted a machine gun on the roof of the SUV and opened automatic fire on the mutant birds flying by to scare them off. Xiaoxi warned everyone once again that they were entering the red zone of mutations. The SUVs stopped in a forest clearing, and the soldiers got out of the vehicles to look around and relieve themselves. Xiaoqi checked the navigation map and said they were still more than 50 kilometers from their destination. The commander warned that everyone must remain as alert and focused as possible while crossing the red zone. Jochin raised his hand and warned that there were mutants nearby. The soldiers spread out and formed a circular defense. However, they didn't sense anything. Most likely, the young man had been overcautious. Jochin told everyone to trust him and prepare for a sudden battle. The mutants never sleep. Suddenly, the silhouette of a beast appeared from the bushes, its eyes flashing fiercely. Xiaoxi urgently warned everyone that it was an 8th-level forest leopard. Extreme caution was required. The 8th-level leopard leaped forward and attacked Jung-Hoo. Wei displayed extraordinary bravery and rushed to his comrade's aid. All the warriors engaged in a bloody battle with the mutant beast. Wei thrust his sword forward, trying to block the leopard, while Lu wielded his combat baton. As a result of the battle, the leopard was destroyed. The warriors obtained 1 green crystal. Choden asked Jung-Hoo if he wanted the leopard. He replied that he didn't carry such things with him. The leopard was heavy and dirty, and the smell of blood would only attract other beasts. Jochin said that if no one wanted the body, he would take it himself. The remains of an 8th-level beast could be sold for a lot of money. The young man thought that for the sake of his dream of an elven bow, he was willing to become a scavenger. Xiaoqi looked at the maps and said they still had 17 kilometers to go, so everyone had to stick together. Jung-Hoo announced that as soon as they completed the mission, he would drink alcohol for a whole week. We pointed out that they had to survive first and then dream. This time, they would have to face a 9th-rank Royal Divine Pterosaur. Hu said he didn't see anything scary about it. After all, hadn't he been driven out by the same ninth-rank warriors the last time he invaded Titan? Suddenly, our hero felt a strange, ominous premonition. The next moment, he saw skeletons hanging from vines dangling from the trees. Jochin shouted loudly for everyone to be careful. There was extreme danger here. However, the warning came too late, and some warriors were ensnared by the vines. Their bodies were wrapped in the plants and lifted upward. The warrior didn't understand what this thing was or why it was so strong. Wei began cutting the vines, but the plants proved too strong. Wei declared that this plant wasn't easy to deal with. They needed to come up with something else. Zhang Hu used his club, and that helped get rid of the plants. Wei admitted that this thing wasn't easy to deal with. Hu noticed that the vine was starting to tighten, and they needed to rescue the commander and the others quickly. Jochin thought that while the plant was attacking, he could see its health bar. If there was a health bar, that meant there were weak spots. The vulnerability scan process was initiated. All available red bars appeared before the young man's eyes. The young man saw the weak spots. It was strange, but while the vines were difficult to deal with, the tree itself had many weak points. Lu said that they would fight too. Jochin declared that everyone should leave, and he would handle it himself. The protagonist told them to trust him and not get in the way. Jochin shot his bow at the weak spots and destroyed the evil tree. 5,000 experience points were earned. We and the others were very surprised to see how a third-rank warrior handled the vines. Once the danger had passed, his comrades were freed and the vines were cut. Shoshi was furious and shouted that he would chop down the tree right then and there and then burn it. Wei said there was no need for that and pointed to the young man. We added that it was all over now. The local threat had passed. Jochin thought that he had finally grown up and become even stronger and more experienced. Further along the route, Zhang Hu was able to detect the ring of the enormous dragon, Zhonglishi, with a conductivity of 20%. We looked at the ring and was surprised. He hadn't thought that a creature like the 8th rank Zhonglishi would perish here. Wei examined the weapons lying on the ground and surmised that many small squads that had fought the dragon had been left behind here. Xiaoqi said that if it weren't for Zhou Chen, he too might have perished among the others. The warriors thanked the protagonist and said that from this day forward, he could call them brothers, and that this would be forever. Suddenly, a very loud sound rang out. Xiaoqi guessed that it was coming from something enormous. The commander looked through his binoculars and saw a massive winged monster. It was the source of the loud sound. Xiaoqi said that, as intelligence had reported, the monster's wings were capable of inflicting massive damage. We said he would try to attack the monster, counting on fire support. The commander told Hu to cover him. Zhang Hu replied that the commander could rest assured. Hu took aim and said that the Type 10 large-caliber sniper rifle should silence the monster. Wen moved closer, leaped high into the air, and swinging his sword, prepared to strike. At that moment, Hu opened fire to kill. The enormous monster assessed the situation and identified all the attackers. Zhang Hu decided to change positions and ran to another spot. Xiaoxi said they needed to attack the monster together. The mutant opened its mouth and a massive stream of flames surged toward the warriors. Wei shouted, "Does this monster really have no weak spots at all?" Jochin activated the corresponding skill and thought he had spotted the monster's weak spot. Zhang Hu told the commander that they could barely get close to the monster. "What should we do now?" he asked. Xiaoqi was discouraged and thought, will they really have to give up and retreat? Our hero reasoned that, if he understood correctly, the fire breath was draining a significant amount of the monster's life force. Jochin scanned the mutant's body and identified its weak spot. Commander Xiaoqi said there was nothing they could do here. They would have to retreat. Zhou Chen disagreed with this decision. Zhou Chen activated his vertical takeoff skill, rose into the air, and struck the mutant's weak spot. The monster flapped its wings and let out a loud scream. The protagonist's strike proved to be extremely effective. Wei said, if the monster attacks us now, we won't be able to dodge its attack. Zhou Chen, perched on the mutant, continued to strike blow after blow, trying to neutralize the beast. The young man wanted to use his superpowers to destroy the mutant completely. Zhou Chen jumped aside after the mutant collapsed to the ground. The young man told the commander to use the guns. "We need to keep this monster at a distance. I'll take care of the rest myself." Xiaoqi shouted at the soldiers to snap out of it and start firing. Hu said that this young man had managed to wound the divine pterosaur. Where on earth did this kid come from, he wondered. Zhang Hu continued the machine gun fire and added that he wouldn't let this monster spit fire. Zhou Chen jumped onto the monster again and continued to strike it with his blade. We was surprised and asked the commander, where did he get those coordinates? We've never heard of anything like this before. Xiaoqi lit a cigarette and asked what the team would say about a few bottles of monkey wine. Zhang Hu admitted he had overestimated his strength, and the commander wouldn't let him die from drinking. We said he had never seen a person who used star power in such a way. Zhou Chen jumped off the monster and started running away. The mutant rushed after the young man. The protagonist shouted for everyone to scatter immediately. The monster had gone berserk. The monster raised its head and unleashed a massive pillar of fire into the sky. The monster continued to spew fire, swinging its head from side to side. Zhou Chen surmised that it was wounded. All that's left is to wait until it bleeds out and dies, he thought. Half an hour later, the monster was exhausted and collapsed to the ground. As a result, our hero felt a sense of progress again. He had now reached level 35. The protagonist thought he would be able to learn a new skill. The commander told Lin Xuan to start butchering the body. Zhang Hu was to prepare everything for the autopsy. "We need to hurry," he added. Zhou Chen pulled out a dagger, approached the monster's body and stabbed at its scales. The dagger broke. Hu declared that this creature couldn't even be pierced right now. We plunged his blade into the monster's body and said they needed to use star power. Hu tried again, and this time he succeeded. The warrior added that a single scale like this could be exchanged for a green crystal. Wei declared that it would be enough for a purple crystal as well. Xiaoqi thought that if he hadn't seen all this with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a mere third-rank warrior could destroy a dragon. Zhou Chen said he was just lucky. Zhang Hu remarked that the young man was a true talent, and there was no need to be modest here. In the hotel room, the commander said that they had obtained a lot of loot this time. Now we need to discuss how we're going to divide it up. Zhang Hu suggested exchanging all the trophies for star crystals or dividing them among themselves. Xiaoqi pointed out that the young man's contribution to the victory had been enormous. Let Zhou Chen decide for himself. Zhou Chen said that everyone could do as they pleased. If anyone needs crystals, they can trade the trophies for them. Zhou Chen suggested that the scales of a flying pterosaur were worth much more than a single green crystal. Besides, they didn't yet know all their properties. Xiaoqi agreed. Hu added that he would take the scales too, since he trusted Zhou Chen. The commander said that according to their agreement, everyone would get 5%, and Zhou Chen would get half of the remaining 70%. Any objections? He asked. Everyone agreed. Zhou Chen said that if the warriors trusted him, he was ready to show everyone a very reliable equipment store. We can sell these dragon scales there and split the proceeds evenly. Xiaoqi said that they could combine some items for points in the Warriors Guild. At the Warriors Guild, the elder confirmed that it was indeed pterosaur scales. The assistant informed Chairman Shen that this was proof they had indeed destroyed the divine pterosaur. The chairman stated that these warriors had done a fine job. Mr. Shen added that the head of the Warriors Union sincerely expressed his gratitude and had decided to increase the reward by 10%. The head of the Warriors Union would also grant all those who distinguish themselves the title of 10-star warriors. In the main hall of the Warriors Union, those present were amazed. Could someone in Titan really have defeated the divine pterosaur? A squad led by Xiaoqi appeared. Those present said that it was this very squad that had defeated the divine pterosaur. One warrior added that he had been fighting his whole life, but the level of a 10-star warrior was out of his reach. Young people approached them, asking for autographs and selfies as souvenirs. Zhou Chen tried to slip away from the large crowd using secret passages. The protagonist asked the administrator to open a private room for him, as he wanted to check something. The administrator granted the young man's request, wished him luck, and told him to stop by more often. A villa on Titan's 5th Ring Road. The young man sitting in front of a computer monitor said that a weapon with the best conductivity in all of Titan was about to be in his hands. An elven bow with 30% conductivity appeared on the monitor screen. The young man said he had been saving money for a long time, going without food and drink, risking his health, and all for this day. All that was left was to click the buy button. However, the young man was too late, and someone else had purchased the elven bow. He shouted that some scoundrel had dared to steal his bow. The delivery man knocked on the door and informed Mr. Zhou Chen that a package had arrived for him. Zhou Chen received what he had been eagerly awaiting, the elven bow. The protagonist purchased this item for 2 purple crystals, and now he has a 30% critical hit rate. Our hero met his friend Mr. Zhang at the equipment store. Zhou Chen asked how many days Zhang had gone without sleep. The shop owner replied that it didn't matter. Thanks to the materials Zhou Chen had sent him, he had created quite a few unique items. Chang added that he was planning to hold an auction soon. If possible, Jochin should definitely attend. Jochin said that was a great idea. He actually had something that could improve the equipment. Chang asked, "Does the young man really have new materials?" Jochin replied that he was referring to the scales of a divine pterosaur. A wild forest, somewhere on the outskirts of the city. Warriors are arguing over who owns the wounded boar. The young man said that if it weren't for them, this boar would have destroyed his opponents long ago. An opponent retorted that he was dealing with ungrateful fools. Do they really want to take the boar from him that he himself killed? Jochin approached the argument and asked, "What kind of manners are these? Why does this guy love hanging out with low-level teams and thinking he's God?" The guy replied that he didn't want to waste time. He'd just come out to clear his head. Jochin noted that it wasn't easy for a small squad to find good loot. "Why get in their way?" he said. His companion added that he was just joking and wouldn't take anything from them. The warrior recalled that his commander would like to meet with Jochin. Jochin gave his contact number and suggested the commander get in touch. The young man wished the hero good luck. The hunters were surprised since that man was only a third rank. Maybe he's the son of some official, they speculated. Jochin spotted a wild mutant boar and attacked it using the pendulum skill. After the boar was destroyed, the young man said that it was the same stealth as in the game. You just need to learn to hold your breath, and then it will be no different from invisibility. Jochin glanced at the map and decided he needed to keep practicing. The Black Monkey Forest was just a few kilometers away, and that was perfect. The squad commander said they needed to act quickly and not go beyond the protected zone. The SUVs stopped at the edge of the forest. Jochin saw the workers and thought he had taken a wrong turn. Apparently, this was someone's private garden. An armed man ordered the workers to hurry up. Jochin used his stealth skill and approached the workers. The armed guard didn't notice him either. Suddenly, wild monkeys appeared with a scream. They decided to attack the people. The guard said that this pack of beasts had appeared here again, but he would quickly deal with them. Jochin thought that the area ahead must be the territory of the black monkeys. This red tripod squad was no pushover, and their commander was very strong. Jochin continued moving forward. The young man noticed that the troop of monkeys was very organized, and their leader must be at the rear. 2 hours passed. Jochin finally felt he was making progress in practicing stealth. He thought he should try to reach the 4th rank today. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Jochin grew alert. What could that be? The leader of the monkey troop climbed down from the tree. From his hiding place, Jochin began to observe the leader's habits and actions. There were too many monkeys around, so dealing with the leader would be dangerous. Jochin realized why the monkeys were trying so hard to stop the humans. Near the leader grew strange plants bearing rare fruits. The monkey leader picked a fruit from the plant and began to eat it. Jochin, using his stealth skill, walked past the troop, truly remaining unnoticed. One of the monkeys snatched the fruit from another's paws and ran off. Jochin barely managed to jump out of the way. The pursuing monkey leaped high into the air to pounce on the monkey with the fruit. Jochin found himself between them. At the last moment, the young man managed to dodge again, and the monkey ran past him. Jochin decided it was time to fight and quietly moved to another location. Jochin used his unique abilities and climbed a tree. He counted 7 flowers growing on a tree branch. Jochin decided to find a way to lure the leader out of there. At that moment, the leader was resting peacefully and bothering no one. A large ripe fruit, a blue apple, appeared in our hero's hands. The monkeys continued to scream loudly, paying no attention to the fact that the leader was resting. The next moment, the leader woke up and screamed loudly in displeasure. Jochin didn't lose his cool and immediately headed for the flowers to seize the moment and steal them. The monkey leader noticed the theft and screamed loudly, warning the troop of the thief's presence. Jochin covered his ears from the loud scream and jumped down from the tree. He remained unnoticed while the monkeys tried to track down the thief. The leader of the troop continued to scream loudly from a branch, watching the events unfolding on the ground. Jochin kept maneuvering to avoid running into the monkeys. At the same time, he needed to leave this location as quickly as possible. However, the pack leader identified the intruder and, leaping down from the tree, stood face to face with him. The workers harvesting the crops screamed in fear, saying they could hear a terrible roar coming from the forest. "What is that sound?" they asked. An armed guard surmised that a huge monkey had clearly lost its balance. Something had definitely happened in the troop. The troop leader was beside himself with rage and ready to pay a visit to the people nearby. As the protagonist retreated, he left behind evidence of his crime. His footprints remained on the grass, and now it was clear to the monkeys that a human had been there. Jochen apologized and said he hadn't meant to set the troop leader on these people. The next moment, our hero felt that he had reached the 4th rank. An armed guard told the workers not to panic and to return to their cars in an orderly manner. They mustn't scatter the berries they gathered, since that was precisely why they'd come here. Jochen surmised that the giant monkey had been detained by high-ranking warriors after all. Jochen, behind the wheel of the SUV, waved his hand and told the other cars to drive ahead. He would ensure a safe passage. The protagonist was photographed, and his photo ended up on the desk of the person in charge. The assistant informed his boss that this was the very man who had stolen their Royal Red Viper. His car is exactly the same as the one that stopped near the convoy on the day he sold the Red Viper's skin. The assistant told Captain Zhao that he had carried out his assignment, but as a friend, he wanted to give him a heads up. At the moment, Zhou Chun is a 10-star member of the Warriors Union, and together with Zhang Xiaoqi, has completed the pterosaur mission. It won't be easy for him to do anything now. Captain Zhao was furious. Are his warriors just like that? The assistant told the captain that he knew someone who could help. On the monitor screen was a flower called the blood orchid. It possessed a powerful restorative effect. Jochen thought that if this plant fell into the hands of someone knowledgeable about pharmaceuticals, it would be priceless. The young man surmised that Mr. Wang from the car rental company must know something about medicine. Who else but him? Zhou Chen thought. Wang asked, has the young man suddenly come into some money? He mysteriously invited him to dinner. What on earth happened? He wondered. Zhou Chen said he was embarrassed to admit it, but he still didn't know his companion's real name. Wang replied that the only thing he knew about the young man was that everyone called him crazy. The young men shook hands and formally introduced themselves. Our hero learned that the man before him was Wang Jiekun, but he could still be called simply Wang, just as before. Jochen told Uncle Wang that he was actually looking for him because of a certain matter. Jochen showed him the flower and asked if Mr. Wang knew what it was. His companion was surprised. Where did the young man get a blood orchid? Mr. Wang said that this was the first time in his life he had touched a real blood orchid. Wang added that Jochen should hide it quickly. This flower would be worth about 1 purple crystal in the Warriors Union. If anyone saw it, there could be trouble. Wang remarked that if he were still the chairman of a pharmaceutical corporation, no matter the price, he would definitely buy such a rare item. Unfortunately, that's not possible now. Jochen suggested that Mr. Wang work with him. Perhaps he would want to combine his pharmaceutical knowledge with this orchid. Wang said he agreed, but could they keep this a secret? The man added that the medicine would require a great deal of money. Jochen said there was no need to worry about that. He would take care of the problem. At home, Jochen announced that he wanted to open a store to sell medicine, equipment, and other supplies. Su Junwen said she had never run a store before. Lan Shi added that there was no need to worry. As long as he was there, no one would dare cause trouble in the store. Jochen thought that to open a store and sell medicine, they would need to buy a computer. He noted that if they were ready to open a store, they needed to pull themselves together. 5 days passed. Mr. Wang asked in surprise, "Is this really the new crazy store?" Jochen introduced everyone. Su Junwen is the store manager, and Lan Shi is in charge of security. The young people greeted Uncle Wang. Wang thought, is a warrior of such rank really in charge of security? Zhou Chen is still too young, and I should talk to him about this at the first opportunity. Some old acquaintances came to visit our hero. Xiaoqi asked if they were late. Zhou Chen replied that they were right on time. Wang looked at the guests and thought that these guys looked quite presentable, but that still wasn't enough to protect the blood orchid. The young men watching our hero from the sidelines were counting on getting money from him soon. They decided to engage in extortion. The older one said that once these guests left, they could take everything. Zhang Hu and the others appeared in front of the house. Wei asked if they were late. Mr. Wang was surprised since these were 8th rank warriors. Are they really that cheap to hire? Mainly to Meishinan, Shahi wondered. No wonder Jochen had the nerve to open his own shop. He really is crazy. Everyone present congratulated Mr. Zhou Chen on the opening of his new shop. The young man asked the mercenary Shang if he should pay attention to the 4th rank fighter. The mercenary noted that last time he had let the young man escape. Shang added that he would like to finish him off with his own hands. Xiaoxi asked our hero if they had enough strength to defeat the Monkey King. The squad of hunters in their SUVs set off on a new mission. Jochen noted that the Monkey King had already been wounded. All they needed to do was stick together and work as a team. The SUVs stopped in the forest. The protagonist looked around and surmised that someone had already been there before them. The Monkey King was indeed defending himself against the hunters who had attacked him. The enormous monkey lunged at the attacking men, and they scattered in fear. The Monkey King terrified everyone present, causing them to tremble and scatter in all directions. One of the hunters showed courage and shouted that he was holding off the Monkey King. The others needed to find a way to stop him as quickly as possible and then return to help. Xiaoxi and Zhou Chen watched the scene unfold from the bushes. The squad leader said these were the military fox people. Zhou Chen noted that they had good teamwork. Zhou Chen realized he had been wrong to think he could steal the Monkey King from this team. The chances were extremely slim. The Monkey King was surrounded and exhausted. One of the hunters said he heard the sound of battle. "What's going on over there?" he asked. Other hunters emerged from the forest. Their leader said they had arrived just in time. The commander of the military fox unit said they were just about to take down the Monkey King. Once they're done, they might invite these guys to the victory celebration. The guest asked, "Does Captain Yang really think they came here for entertainment?" Yang replied that Yuanjun must remain human, or else everything might change in the future. At that moment, a shuriken flew past his head. Yuanjun said that wasn't necessary since the war fox had no future. Yuanjun sprang into action and began giving orders to his squad to attack the war fox and the Monkey King. Xiaoqi, still sitting in the bushes, said he felt very sorry for these guys. Zhou Chen decided to act. He thought that with things turning out this way, they had nothing to worry about. Zhou Chen attacked a member of Yuanjun's team from behind. The protagonist activated invisibility mode and continued his actions. The attackers were frightened and didn't understand who was putting up such a fight against them. Zhou Chen moved quickly around the Monkey King, landing precise strikes. The beast roared loudly. The Monkey King lost his strength, lost his balance, and fell onto his back. The warriors thought that this man had not only destroyed the Monkey King, but also taken his teeth, which Xing Jing and the Martial Arts Guild had requested. This man is extremely fast. A warrior ran to the commander to report that someone had managed to steal the Monkey King. Wenjun was furious. How could 3 people have outwitted just one? Xiaoqi, watching from the bushes, was surprised. Had Zhou Chen really succeeded? That was the true mastery of speed. Zhou Chen thought that this time he shouldn't run away to avoid a similar incident to what had happened with Luo Tian. The young man hid from his pursuers on a tree branch. Zhou Chen knew he couldn't let any of those who had seen him live. The leader asked if his men were certain the young man had run this way. One of the warriors replied that he was certain, even though the boy had been extremely fast. Wenjun couldn't believe that someone had managed to silently eliminate a 6th-rank warrior, and on top of that, take all the monkey leader's valuables in such a short time. This man was definitely no ordinary person. The assistant said that the intruder was only a 4th-rank warrior. Yen Yun told everyone to be quiet and decided to listen. The group leader was baffled. How could a 4th-rank warrior have escaped so quickly? Zhoushan, perched on a tree branch, drew his knives and prepared to leap. He pushed off, leaped, and attacked the group's leader. Wenjun stepped aside and asked the young man who he was. Zhou Chen replied that these people had no need to know. Yen Yun declared that he had a way to make him talk anyway. Zhou Chen suddenly found himself right next to his opponent and said that this guy was about to die. The protagonist held a sharp knife in his hands. After the villains were neutralized and destroyed, our hero took their money and said it would come in handy. Zhou Chen said it was time to deal with the rest of them as well. The leader of the military foxes group said he couldn't help these people in any way. The next moment, the squad commander was killed. Xiaoqi thought in alarm. Could the military foxes have disappeared just like that? The protagonist walked over and said, "Not just them." Xiaoqi was delighted to see that Zhou Chen had finally returned. Chogan added that the attackers had also vanished today. The protagonist told his squad to back him up a little later. The squad of attackers was at a loss. Why hadn't their commander returned yet? Yang Yinhua was truly difficult to deal with. The warriors looked back and saw the man who had taken their monkey leader from them. Did he really have the nerve to come back? The warriors were puzzled. Hadn't their commander gone after this guy? What on earth was going on here? They also noticed the bow in the man's hands. After all, it was a weapon with very high accuracy. This time, they definitely had to deal with this guy. Zhou Chen, as he always did in such situations, loaded 3 arrows into the bow at once and fired. All 3 targets were hit. The enemies were neutralized. One of the survivors grabbed a sword and lunged at Zhou Chen. Our hero coolly drew the bowstring. The opponent managed to defend himself by blocking the flying arrow with the blade of his sword. The warrior shouted to his comrades to be careful. It turned out this guy wasn't alone. He had backup. Chochin told his commander that it was a perfect combination. Xiaoqi declared that he had long wanted to deal with these scoundrels. The young man with the sniper rifle in his hands asked Brother Shang if they would follow. The mercenary replied that there was no need. They wouldn't get far on their own strength. They would have to come back. The mercenary looked into the distance and said they were coming back. The young man readied his weapon and suggested they do it. The soldiers carrying loads on their backs said that Zhou Chen was very fierce. One of them had taken care of them all by himself. Another soldier remarked that it was the first time he had shot at high-ranking opponents with such composure. Xiaoqi noted that thanks to Zhou Chen, they had managed to strike a profitable deal. The protagonist agreed that they had worked well together. Suddenly, Zhou Chen rushed toward the commander and shoved him aside. At that moment, a shot rang out, and the bullet flew past where Xiaoqi had been standing just a moment before. All the squad members hid behind trees and other cover. Zhou Chen said they needed to be careful. Someone was watching them. The shooter was surprised. How had these people managed to dodge his bullet? Zhou Chen told the commander to have everyone hide and not peek out. He would go on reconnaissance to assess the level of danger. Shang told his colleague that the guy was coming toward them on his own. The marksman was surprised. Could it be that the young man had decided to walk to his own doom? The mercenary came down from the hill and headed toward our hero. The marksman was surprised. After all, he was just a fourth-rank warrior. Why should he be afraid of him? Today he would see who was better suited to be the killer. The mercenary said that if this guy loved showing off so much, he could let him take the initiative in the attack. Zhou Chen, watching his opponents from a high tree branch, determined that there were two of them, as two red health bars were visible. Zhou Chen activated stealth mode and hid behind the tree. The archer drew his blade and looked around. Why is no one here? This guy should be here. Zhou Chen quietly approached Xiao Zhan, a 6th-rank warrior, from behind. No wonder he was so confident. Only he had picked the wrong opponent. Zhou Chen noticed another red health bar nearby on a tree branch. Could this be Lu Yongshan, that very mercenary? Yongshan had said they shouldn't even think about running away. Zhou Chen thought that this mercenary would pay tenfold for what he'd done outside the city walls. Xiao Zhan felt a strange, piercing sensation. Could this be a hallucination? Zhou Chen thought that if these two wanted to play games, destroying them would be far too easy. Xiao Zhan gripped his blade tighter and decided he would take down the approaching opponent with a single strike. However, Zhou Chen suddenly stopped. Xiao Zhan was surprised. Why wasn't this guy moving? Zhou Chen smiled, stared intently, and beckoned his opponent over with a finger. Xiao Zhan realized he had been spotted. He had nothing to lose. He shouted that he would destroy the young man just like that, and taking a swing, charged forward. Zhou Chen deftly dodged to the side and Xiao Zhan flew past him. Our hero found himself behind the attacker and prepared to strike. Zhou Chen didn't expect it, but the blow drained a lot of health from his opponent's health bar. Xiao Zhan dropped his sword, fell to the ground, and clutched his head. He began screaming for the young man not to kill him. Lu Yunsen was surprised. Could this guy really have taken down a 6th-rank warrior with a single blow? Zhou Chen approached Xiao Zhan, who was lying on the ground. The protagonist turned to Lu Yongshan and said that the world was a small place. Tens of thousands of people in the besieged city were waiting for the moment when they could bury him. The mercenary was surprised. Could this guy really have spotted him? After all, he had been hiding behind a tree. Zhou Chen told Lu Yongshan to stop hiding and come out for a fair fight. He reminded him that even when he was just a trainee, he had saved his father from the vile clutches of this mercenary. Now he was a 4th-rank warrior. Did Yongshan really think a 7th-rank warrior could defeat him? Zhou Chen added that there were many things in this world that Yongshan would never understand before his death. Lu Yunsan jumped down from the tree and stepped out onto the clearing toward his opponent. However, Zhou Chen wasn't in the clearing. The mercenary was surprised. After all, this guy couldn't have just run away like that. Yongshan couldn't shake the feeling that a wild beast was watching him. Yunshan began swinging his blade in all directions. He was tense and said he knew. This guy was hiding somewhere nearby. 10 minutes later, Yongshan still hadn't encountered his opponent. However, he had destroyed every tree in the vicinity. The mercenary's nerves were giving out. Yunshan was out of breath and dropped to one knee. He said that this 4th-rank youth had frightened him so much that he was afraid to even move. Zhou Chen waited for the moment when his opponent would let his guard down. He crept up from behind, leaped high into the air, and swung his blade, preparing to strike. Lu Yunsan managed to dodge and counterattack. Our hero jumped even higher and avoided the attack. Yongshan said it was a decent surprise attack, but unfortunately a useless one. Jogan asked his opponent if he had heard of ghost spiders. The mercenary was surprised. What is this guy talking about? Zhou Chen explained that he had just obtained some ghost spider venom and had smeared it on his blade. Lu Yun-san understood what was going on. Now it was clear why he was losing strength. He had been wounded by a poisoned blade. Zhou Chen added that the memories of all the people the mercenary had killed would not let him leave the battlefield so easily. He noted that useful information couldn't be extracted from people like Yongshan anyway. But that didn't matter. He would find the one who had sent this mercenary regardless. At a fast food restaurant, the young men ate and engaged in leisurely conversation. Zhou Chen remarked that Xiao Heng had done an excellent job with the equipment and the hide. He would take the crystal as his share. Xiao Heng replied that if it weren't for Brother Zhou, they wouldn't have gotten anything at all. The phone rang. Zhou Chen asked who was calling. It was the commander of the Lightning Squad, Wu Chaoyun. Zhou Chen replied that he had long heard of Commander Wu Chaoyun and asked how he could be of service. Wu Chaoyun explained that in 2 days, the Lightning Squad would be heading out on a mission to level up. The reward was 1 purple crystal plus 5% of the mission's earnings. Was the young man interested in this information? At the Warriors Guild, the boss asked if everything was stable this time. The assistant replied that before being sent out, Brother Zhou had already reached the threshold of a breakthrough, so there were no problems. Zhou stepped out of the room and told the boss that he had finally achieved a breakthrough. He reported that he was now a 5th-rank warrior. The boss said he was happy for the young man. The commander added that they would celebrate the occasion properly today. What would Zhou Chen like? The 5th-rank warrior replied that he still couldn't forget a certain girl. Zhou Chen added that ever since the day he first saw her, he hadn't been able to help himself. Su Junwen blushed with embarrassment and asked why Zhou Chen had given her a flower for no reason. Zhou Chen was also embarrassed and said that he had simply seen a poor girl selling flowers. Lanxi thought it would be great if the young man put some of his cultivation energy into love. An SUV pulled up to the store. A man got out and carried in a huge bouquet of flowers. Lanxi was surprised. Why did the master order so many flowers? Zhou Chen replied that he hadn't done it. Mr. Chen walked into the shop and declared that he was the one who had sent the gift to the young girl. Su Jungwen was startled at the sight of this man. Chen was delighted. Could it be that Miss still remembered him? Chen told the girl that he actually didn't like to use force. She understood that this was just an act, right? Zhou Chen said he was giving this man 3 seconds to get out of there immediately. Chen was surprised. What is this guy saying? Chen's companion repeated that the young man wanted them to leave. Chen asked what would happen if he didn't leave. Zhou Chen grabbed him by the chest and asked, "Doesn't he fear that his tongue will be ripped out right now?" The boss told the boy to let go of Chen, or else he'd have to destroy his entire shop. Su Junwen asked the gentleman to stop. Lan Shi pointed out that the visitors had provoked him first. They needed to find the Titan guards. Chen said that even if Zhou Chen dealt with him now, the guards wouldn't let it go unpunished anyway. Zhou Chen grabbed his opponent by the throat and dragged him out of the store. He asked if Chen was afraid. The boss shouted for the young man to let Chen go immediately. Suddenly, a voice rang out, demanding that those causing a scene in front of the store stop their altercation immediately. The Titan's guards suddenly appeared near the store. It was their job to show up like that. Chen said that the Titan guards should protect him. This man wanted to take him down in front of everyone. A Titan guard demanded that Zhou Chen let the guy go, or else they would be forced to attack. Zhou Chen warned that he hated it when someone threatened him. He asked, "Do the guards want him to let this guy go?" The protagonist pressed a knife to Chen's throat and asked, "Is this how you want it?" Zhou Chen struck a blow, and Chen was sent flying far backward. The boss caught Chen and prevented him from falling. Chen was furious. The boss cursed rudely at the hero. Chen, still in his arms, lost consciousness. The villain's deactivation was successful. Zhou Chen said that Chen had died in this man's hands, so he had nothing to do with it. The Titan guard shouted loudly for everyone to stay where they were. He told his colleague not to overdo it. They didn't need any new crimes. Even given his position, he couldn't ignore the rules of the Titan Order. The crime boss was taken aback. Had he really misheard something? Jushin told Commander Shu that he wasn't a criminal. If these scoundrels stopped looking for trouble, he wouldn't lay a finger on anyone else. The Titan Guard asked the gangsters what they were waiting for. Did they really want to get their asses kicked? Jushin asked if Commander Shu would like to come into his shop for a cup of tea. The locals were surprised. They had never seen Titan guards handle things this way. Could it be that the store was being guarded by the guards? That meant the merchandise in the store was of the highest quality. Customers quickly headed to the store to shop. A line even formed. Su Junwen told the gentleman not to crowd together. There was enough merchandise for everyone. Su Junwen hadn't expected the gentleman to become so famous. She'd worried for nothing. The guard asked Commander Shu when their squad of Titan guards had turned into cowards. The commander asked his assistant to quote Article 16 of the Code of Laws. Commander Zhu noted that a 4th-rank warrior had already become a 10-star member of the Warriors Union. It was truly incredible. The guard thought, could a 10-star member really be above the law? The assistant asked the boss, are they really just going to let this slide? The boss laughed in response. The crime boss remarked that if this guy didn't decide to leave Titan for good, he'd be begging for death. Zhou Chen, sitting in the carriage, told the coachman that he'd give him a blue crystal, as long as he didn't fall behind the white SUV up ahead. Armed warriors standing in a forest clearing surrounded a huge mutant beast trying to attack it. The beast was suddenly attacked from the other side. An arrow struck it in the head. A warrior asked the commander what had happened. The commander replied that he had no idea. The crime boss appeared nearby and asked, did these people really kill the boar I raised? How are they going to pay for this? The warrior was surprised. How could this man claim that the boar belonged to him? The squad commander told the warrior to be quiet. The commander apologized and explained that they hadn't known. As compensation for the damage, he was willing to offer white crystals. The crime boss declared that you couldn't even buy a pigskin with those crystals. The villain said that in that case, these people would have to pay with their lives. Jochin watched the situation from a high tree branch. The young man realized that the criminals were driving out of town and killing innocent people whenever they were in a bad mood. This had to be stopped. Suddenly, one of the SUVs exploded. The gangsters were startled. What was going on? The boss turned around and asked angrily, who started shooting? There was no answer. The next moment, another explosion occurred and another SUV was damaged. The crime boss realized there was a sniper at work. His assistant said the group of hunters had gotten scared and was running away. The villain replied that he didn't care about them. After all, there was someone more interesting here. Joshin emerged from his cover. He said it wasn't interesting to pick on the weak. Maybe the crime boss wanted to have some fun with him. The villain was delighted. Had this guy actually come to him on his own? Jochin activated his lightning speed skill and began eliminating the gang members one by one. The crime boss and his henchmen stood back to form a defensive circle. The henchman said he couldn't see the young man. The boss couldn't understand how that was possible. Humans aren't capable of using such combat techniques. The villain said that the young man had burned their car and definitely wanted to cut off their retreat. Where could he have hidden? The assistant was surprised. Where had the leaves around them come from? After all, they hadn't been there before. The crime boss shouted that they needed to get out of this circle quickly. Jochin sped up and closed in on his opponent. He held daggers in his hands. The boss laughed and stepped out to face our hero one-on-one. Jochin was completely calm. The boss said that the young man was quite strong, since he was only a 4th-rank fighter but had managed to wipe out his entire team. Jushin noted that he wasn't the first person to say that. The boss asked if the young man dared to fight him in a fair duel. The protagonist didn't mind. The opponents began to approach each other, keeping their weapons at the ready. Toward evening, the card owner asked the young man if he had managed to earn anything today. Zhou Chen replied that his earnings were meager. The young man added that there was nothing of value today. The crime boss had been eliminated. The phone rang. Zhang reminded him about the auction. The protagonist said he would arrive on time. Our hero arrived at the specified address. The young man didn't expect Chang to live so lavishly. Lan Shi asked which celebrity the gentleman knew. A maid greeted the guests and told them they could go to room number 9. Su Junwen remarked in surprise that it was a very luxurious room. Lan Shi agreed with her. The auctioneer announced that the event would begin shortly. Lan Shi asked if the gentleman would be participating. Zhou Chen replied that he hadn't seen anything of interest to him yet. The auctioneer presented lot number 37, a dagger with a conductivity rating of 35%. It was simply an unparalleled weapon. Many in the audience regretted that they couldn't use this dagger. Zhou Chen contacted the auctioneer and said he wanted this dagger. The auctioneer announced that bidding was open. The starting price was 1 low-grade purple crystal. The participants considered this a low price, since it was an exclusive weapon. The bidding began, and the first bidder appeared. ready to offer one low-grade purple crystal. The participants raised the price and made their bids. The room was buzzing with excitement. Chang told his friend that the dagger had been put up for sale by the company Meteorite. It couldn't be sold without an auction. He added that he had a way to help the young man acquire the dagger. The auctioneer announced that the current bid was one top-grade purple crystal. If any of the distinguished guests were willing, they could raise the price. The price was raised. The participants remarked that this was truly the world of the wealthy. How could anyone spend so much on a simple dagger? 2 top-grade purple crystals were offered. Lan Shi was surprised. Did the gentleman really name that price? But the true value might be only 10% of the chaotic bidding. The auctioneer asked if anyone was willing to pay more. If there were no bidders, the lot would be considered sold. The auctioneer congratulated the distinguished guests from room 9. The incomparable dagger had been sold for 2 top-grade purple crystals. Zhou Chen thanked Brother Chang for his help. Chang reminded him that a friend had sent him the hide of a divine pterosaur, which is why he was able to put the armor up as the final lot. Upon learning that the person who bought the dagger was the same one who had provided the pterosaur hide, the Meteorite company immediately agreed to grant a payment deferral. Zhou Chen realized that he now had an excellent weapon in his hands, the best item for saving lives. He fought a 7th-level unicorn dog and noted that the dagger had an excellent penetration rate of 35%. Even a 7th-level beast could be easily destroyed. After the battle, the young man asked Commander Wu where his team was gathering. The commander replied that they were meeting at the main eastern highway near the Titan in the suburban residence. The protagonist arrived at the designated location in the suburban residence. The 8th-rank warriors noted that their master brother had arrived. Shou Gao invited the young man in and announced that he would be leading the operation this time. The commander thanked everyone who had come and decided to participate in the level-up mission and began to explain the plans in detail. The city's First People's Hospital contained a wide variety of equipment. To complete the mission, the Warriors Union requires at least 3 sets of gear. Zhou Chen admitted that the mission was too difficult. The commander noted that it was an Abyss-level mission. One of the warriors asked if this was the same kind of mission as the one with the divine pterosaur. The commander said that if they could complete it, they would become 10-star members of the Union. The warrior with the hammer declared that he would do it. He was ready to fight for the title of a 10-star member of the Union. Another warrior asked his colleagues, "Are you really scared and going home?" Why, as soon as they saw the difficulties, did they immediately decide to run away? They couldn't let the commander down. The commander respected everyone's choice. The warrior with the hammer asked if Gao Nuo would be willing to go on the mission without being the commander. Gao Shu replied that he would go, since everything had already been agreed upon and nothing could be changed. The warrior with the hammer noted that even this young man would go with them. How impressive he is. The butcher thought that now this guy could consider him a brother. If anyone in Titan dared to offend him, they'd have to deal with the butcher. The commander said that anyone who refused to go on the mission would be considered a coward. The warriors declared that they feared nothing. The assembled squad boarded the armored vehicles. The commander announced that they were leaving immediately. The squad arrived at their destination. The commander looked at the map and said they would have to continue on foot from there. First, they needed to restore order at the city's land administration office and establish a base, but they had to be careful. The butcher noted that there were many zombies here, so they had to stay close to each other and remain vigilant. After saying this, Butcher Shin swung his hammer and struck a zombie, sending it flying far to the side. The butcher was inattentive and missed a zombie that had crept up to a dangerous distance. However, Zhou Chen didn't panic and fired an arrow, taking the zombie down. Mr. Shin thanked the young man for his vigilance and attentiveness. The commander announced a 10-minute break. They needed to restock their weapons, after which they would press on. One of the warriors noted that the poisonous zombies inside weren't as easy to deal with as these ones. Wasn't the commander planning to go in there? The commander shouldn't drag everyone into such dangerous places. No amount of money is worth it. The butcher declared that there's always a chance to earn more, and he wasn't going to back down. He wasn't a weakling. The young men nearly got into a fight. No one wanted to admit weakness or indecision. Shoshin told them to stop arguing. There was no need to fight at such a critical moment. 10 minutes passed. The warriors continued moving in single file along the route. The butcher looked at the young man and thought that at this pace, he certainly wouldn't fall behind the team. If he didn't win, escaping wouldn't be difficult for him. The squad leader looked through his binoculars and reported that a high-level zombie had appeared ahead. The order was given for everyone to take cover immediately and not reveal their presence. The enormous monster circled over the city, approaching the building where the squad of warriors had taken cover. The monster dove sharply downward and grabbed the warrior with its clawed paws. Chen was surprised. What kind of monster was this? Pak said the creature was at least level 10. The commander reported that while the giant monster was distracting most of the zombies, they needed to hurry. The high-level zombie was moving in the direction the monster had flown off to. The other zombies followed it. The commander admitted that it would be difficult. They would have to deal with the blue-scaled zombie. Chen said that although the zombie was slow and clumsy, there was a high probability it contained a purple crystal. Defending against it wouldn't be easy. Jochin asked the commander if the blue-scaled zombie really was that slow. The commander replied that the scales were durable but limited its speed. Jochin declared that in that case he was in favor of destroying the zombie and continuing the mission. The butcher was surprised. Did the young man have no brains? Zhou Chen replied that he had his own safety parameters. The protagonist understood that his abilities and skills were almost unreal, so the probability of victory was high. The butcher asked, "Is his plan really to send a few people to their certain death?" Wei asked if this young man knew how to do anything besides shoot a bow. Was he really going to pierce the armor using only arrows? Jochin replied that Wei Hung was right. A bow and arrows really wouldn't be able to pierce the scales of a zombie. The protagonist added, "That's why he has something else." Our hero drew a blade. The commander was surprised. Does Zhou Chen really have the unparalleled blade? It turned out that on that day, this young man had indeed taken the unparalleled blade. The butcher was stunned. Had Zhou Chen really been hiding this so carefully? Wei asked. But how can a 4th-rank warrior use a top-tier weapon against a 9th-rank royal zombie? Zhou Chen told them to trust him. He could handle this zombie, but he needed their help to clear out all the other zombies around them. All the warriors declared that they believed the young man and would provide him with all the support they could. Zhou Chen said it was time to have some fun and rushed into battle. The young man ran past the zombies, striking each one with his blade. The warriors watching our hero said that this guy was really cool. They had underestimated him. Zhou Chen approached the blue-scaled zombie. The monster also prepared for battle. There was a powerful explosion. The shockwave sent our hero and the others flying in different directions. Coming to his senses, the young man attacked the blue-scaled zombie, striking its arm with his blade. Zhou Chen realized that his opponent possessed powerful defense. No wonder. It was top-grade material, fired to the state of a blue crystal. However, the blue zombie's movements were very slow, and this gave him a chance to win. The butcher said that this guy moved around the zombie like a snake. The commander noted that the young man wouldn't be able to inflict serious damage anyway, and his agility wouldn't be of much use. The commander added that they needed to hold out and buy time and space for the young man to act. 2 hours had passed. The number of zombies showed no sign of decreasing. The warriors found themselves surrounded on all sides. The circle was closing in. We couldn't take it anymore and shouted that this kid just wanted to drag them down. Why did they run after him? That crazy kid. Besides jumping around like a monkey, he can't do anything. And the blue zombie hasn't been hurt yet. However, unexpectedly, the blue zombie dropped to one knee and vomited. The warriors were surprised. How could Zhou Chen have done that? It didn't look like he'd done the zombie any harm at all. The butcher said they should trust Zhou Chen. Success was already within reach. Zhou Chen and the blue zombie faced off one-on-one again. The young man was more than determined. Zhou Chen thought it had taken at least 2 hours to deal with even such a slow-moving zombie. The pressure on the brothers was immense. Our hero gathered speed and leaped onto the neighboring building. Zhou Chen, using his unique abilities, pushed off and leaped over the blue zombie, landing on the other side. The young man said he needed the butcher's help. "We need to smash this zombie's legs." Shin replied that he understood and sprang into action. The warrior swung his massive hammer and struck. The zombie raised its head and screamed loudly in pain. The monster was enraged and began hurling rocks in all directions. Zhou Chen jumped high into the air and declared that he was the target of this giant zombie. The zombie turned around and directed its aggression back at our hero. Zhou Chen told the butcher that he would distract the zombie and provoke it, while the butcher should continue to smash its legs. The 8th-rank warriors were amazed. Was that really possible? After half an hour, the red health bar above the zombie had significantly decreased. The butcher felt more confident. At one point, our hero pounced on the sluggish zombie and began stabbing him in the chest with his daggers. The red health bar disappeared completely. The warriors approached the exhausted Jochen and sincerely thanked him. They said the young man was simply a hero. The commander said that, not counting the purple crystal, they would make a lot of money from the scales alone. If it weren't for Zhou Chen, they wouldn't have been able to handle today's problem. Chushin told his colleagues that he had simply done his job. Xing remarked that the young man was being too modest and had actually deceived them. The commander said it was time to rest. He and Zhang Xiao would stay on guard. The campfire died down. All the warriors settled into their sleeping bags and fell asleep, trying to rest during the night. Under cover of night, one of the soldiers made his way toward the exit. A voice asked where he was going. The young man turned around and told the guard that he wanted to go to the bathroom. The guard told him to be careful and not to go far. We took out a suspicious device and said that no one could destroy it. But that doesn't mean he won't be able to do it. In the morning, the soldiers continued on their way. They reached their final destination and decided to carry all the medical equipment out, loading it onto trucks. Every step had been carefully planned and rehearsed. All the equipment was loaded safely and intact. The commander said they needed to hurry. If everything goes well, they'll be able to return by the afternoon. Chung said he heard a strange sound. It sounds like a zombie. The machine gunner, weapon in hand, reported to the commander that danger was approaching. For some reason, all the poisonous zombies were heading straight for the hospital. They needed to hurry. The soldiers were forced to climb onto the roof of the building. The commander noticed that the zombies below were gathering very quickly. They no longer had time to leave the hospital. The commander said it was all his fault since his decision could have led to this disaster. Shin objected, saying the commander was wrong. Everyone had agreed to this mission, and they had to see it through to the end. We said, "Do they really think this is the time for pretty words? We need to decide what to do." We added, "Do they really have to rely on that kid to save them again?" Jochen said he had an idea. Butcher Xing shouted for the young man to speak up quickly. Jochen suggested that he could break out and retrieve the helicopter. The protagonist added that the soldiers would have to trust him again. The commander pointed out that although the helicopter was only 5 kilometers away, the road had already been overrun by hordes of zombies. And would the young man even be able to fly the helicopter? Zhou Chen replied that there was no need to worry. He would run there, and he had been taught to fly a helicopter back in his childhood when he played on the PlayStation 5. Shin asked if Zhou Chen was confident. The protagonist replied that he was 70% sure. The commander noted that they were all counting on him. Zhou Chen said he needed them to hold out on that roof until he returned. After saying this, our hero activated invisibility mode and quickly dashed past the crowd of zombies. The warriors once again confirmed that this guy could safely call them brothers. Wei Hong asked if anyone could guarantee that the young man wouldn't abandon them in their hour of need and run away. The commander said that after this mission was completed, Wei Hong would immediately leave the team. Wei remarked that he was ready to leave right now. Wei added that not everyone would make it to the end of the mission, but he wasn't one of them. Wei walked over to the ventilation shaft and removed the grate, gaining access to the shaft. The warrior retrieved a device from the shaft and assembled it. It turned out to be a mini hang glider. He said that everyone could stay and wait for their doom. He didn't have time to keep them company. Just then, the door to the roof burst open, and dangerous zombies appeared. The commander shouted that the zombies had broken through. Chung grabbed his weapon and said they wouldn't give up. "But where is Wei heading?" he asked. The commander replied that they didn't have time to worry about him since they had to hold out until Zhou Chen returned. The commander looked back, glanced down, and said that zombies were closing in from behind as well. The zombies were indeed trying to climb onto the roof via the building's wall. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen continued moving along the set route through the crowds of zombies, using invisibility mode. Chushin noticed that the number of zombies ahead was decreasing. That was a good sign. Zhou Chen looked up and spotted the helipad. That meant he had to head there. Suddenly, a zombie appeared in front of our hero, reacted strangely to the young man, and screamed loudly. Zhou Chen understood the reason for the scream. The zombie was frightened by a level 7 black rat nearby. Jochen saw 2 zombies trying to destroy the rat and chasing after it. Our hero realized that these creatures were the zombies' true enemies. The rat pounced on the zombies and destroyed them. Jochen decided it was best to hurry and not provoke them. However, the rats began to stir, gathering around the protagonist. The young man was surprised. How had they spotted him? After all, he was using the stealth skill. Could the rats have smelled his body odor? Jochen thought he must have gotten dirty while fighting the blue-scaled zombie. No wonder he'd been sensing that strange, foul odor the whole time. Jochen jumped aside to avoid the rat's attack and stabbed it repeatedly in the body with his daggers. The rat continued to resist the man. The young man thought that this beast possessed a high degree of defense. It would take at least 10 minutes to deal with it. Jochen regretted that there was nothing of value in these rats, but he didn't have time to mess around with them now. Suddenly, the rat squealed loudly and began to wag its tail vigorously. As its tail struck the ground again, there was an explosion. Jochen, seizing the moment, turned and quickly ran toward the helipad. Jochen climbed up the building and found himself on its roof. The helicopter was in its designated spot. However, lone zombies were roaming nearby. Jochen made his way to the helicopter and began refueling it with aviation fuel. The young man expressed hope that the helicopter would still be able to fly. Using his unique blade, our hero opened the helicopter door and climbed inside. The zombies noticed the suspicious activity and headed toward the helicopter. The number of zombies on the roof increased. They made a commotion and moved faster. Jochen took the pilot's seat, looked at the instrument panel and wondered, why are there so many buttons here? He had no choice. He had to press something with his finger. The protagonist was lucky. The helicopter's engine started. The blades began to spin and pick up speed. On the hospital roof, the squad of soldiers had been defending themselves against the zombies for a full 20 minutes. Why was Zhou Chen taking so long? The squad leader said they had to hold out because they trusted Zhou Chen. We thought they were a bunch of losers, that Zhou Chen would have been devoured by the zombies long ago. Jochen climbed up the hill with his hang glider and asked his former colleagues, do they really think that kid is the savior? Butcher Shin cursed the traitor viciously. Wei said he could reveal another secret to them. He hadn't come here for any purple crystals at all. We added that he wanted to destroy Zhou Chen, and while he was at it, get 2 medium-sized purple crystals. That was his mission. We pushed off from the edge and the hang glider took flight. He shouted, wishing the warriors luck, though it wouldn't help them. As he flew on the hang glider, Wei saw a helicopter approaching him, with Zhou Chen in the cockpit. Could it be that this kid had succeeded after all? The helicopter flew up to the hospital and hovered over its roof. The battle with the zombies was in full swing. Cheng shouted that a helicopter had appeared in the sky. Zhou Chen had come to get them. He knew this guy would pull it off. Zhou Chen leaned out of the helicopter and told them to grab the chains from below. They still needed to retrieve the medical equipment. The soldiers below began driving the zombies in different directions to clear the area for evacuation. The boxes of medical equipment were securely fastened to the truck, which was hooked up. Jugun told his friends that they were going home. The worst was behind them. The helicopter rose into the sky, dragging the truck with the medical equipment behind it. The squad leader said they had succeeded. It was simply magnificent. The butcher added that today he felt as if he had been born again. The commander shouted that Wei Hang had definitely led these zombies to them. He must have lured them with something. The soldiers saw a hang glider flying directly ahead of the helicopter. The distance was closing. Shin raised his hammer and said that this guy was done for now. Joshin said that now was not the time to settle scores. It would be better to drive him into the wall. Jojin raised the helicopter higher. The truck hanging below was about to collide with the hang glider. Shang, peering out from the truck, told Wei to run away as fast as he could, if he could manage it. Otherwise, they would be waiting for him up ahead. We adjusted the hang glider's altitude, but miscalculated and collided with the helicopter. His aircraft was damaged. The hang glider began circling over the city and descending lower and lower. The zombies below took notice of him. Wei shouted for the zombies to get out of the way, but they reached up and tried to grab his legs. Wei saw the zombie closest to him get hit in the head by an arrow. Who was shooting at him? Wei looked back and saw people on a nearby roof. He decided they definitely wanted to destroy him. The next moment, there was an explosion. The target was hit and the zombies scattered in all directions. Zhou Chen, bow in hand, told Wei to come closer. Now they could settle the score. Wei thrust his blade forward. He knew it wouldn't be easy now. He'd have to face the consequences. A squad of warriors approached the traitor. The butcher asked how he wanted to end his life. We said that these men could not destroy him. Chung asked why Wei thought so. The traitor replied that he was a shadow man. If they destroyed him, they would face enormous problems. The young man showed the emblem. The butcher said that in that case, he would take care of his shadow. The commander replied that the shadow was nonsense. The traitor said that in that case, he would take Zhou Chen with him. Wei gripped his sword tighter and lunged at our hero. Wei was surprised when he realized that Zhou Chen had dodged his full-force strike. Zhou Chen counterattacked his opponent and landed a devastating blow to the back of his head. Wei screamed and fell to the ground. The butcher swung his axe and declared that this traitor must be destroyed. The Warriors Union reception hall. The squad returning from their mission awaits an audience. Chung said he never in his life thought he could become a 10-star member of the Warriors Union. The commander added that Zhou Chen truly possessed star power. Zhou Chen said that he had a cup of falling star tea. There are only 3 days in the year when it can be harvested. Xing asked if the young man had ever drunk such tea before. The commander said it was time to officially introduce the masters. After all, everyone had already noticed Zhou Chen's level of ability. The commander added that there was another reason. This young man was one of the few 10-star Titan warriors. The butcher was surprised. Could this really be true? Why hadn't he mentioned this before? Zhou Chen replied that it was simply good luck. Deep within the Warriors Union, an elder asked the chairman what to do about Zhou Chen. The chairman said that if this guy had met the requirements for a rank promotion, according to the rules, they were obligated to grant him that promotion. The elder said that if he found out that the first 11-star warrior in Titan wasn't him, but some 4th-rank warrior, it was hard to even imagine how he would react. The chairman laughed and said that in that case, he wanted to see him. The chairman added that Zhou Chen should be marked as a red-rank warrior and closely monitored. They needed to see how talented he really was, and whether those 2 missions had simply been a lucky coincidence. Xin asked Director Shen what the price of their mission had been. The director told the young people to sit down and calm down. He would explain everything now. This is an Abyss-level mission. It is 80% complete. All participants can become 10-star members of the Warriors Union. Director Shen handed Mr. Zhou Chen a new membership card with his name engraved on it. In such a short period of time, the Warriors Union had granted many participants the rank of 10-star warriors. The director thought that Zhou Chen appeared every time there was a promotion. That was rather strange. The young man with the 4th rank had become an 11-star warrior. The high-level Titan warriors would no longer be able to sit idly by. The next day arrived. As he moved through the forest, the young man said he needed another 95% of experience to reach the 40th level. After mastering the 40th level shooting skills, the efficiency of leveling up would improve even further. Zhou Chen spotted a dismantled camp on the edge of the forest and realized that other teams had already been there before him. The flag of the King of Beasts Union flew above the camp. Our hero had heard of these tamers before, but this was his first time encountering them here. He found it intriguing. Zhou Chen decided to leave this location so as not to provoke them. The protagonist heard loud noises, looked back, and saw motorcyclists riding away from the camp. A girl was leading the group. Her motorcycle had a sidecar, and a white dog was sitting in the sidecar. Zhou Chen decided to go back and watch how they caught the animals. The motorcyclists, riding across the steppe, began to catch up with the animals and even overtake them. The girl on the motorcycle with the sidecar overtook the reindeer and sprayed pink powder into the air. The pink powder mixed with the air and entered the animal's lungs. The animal stopped, sank to the ground, and fell asleep. The girl stopped, let the dog out, and told the white dog not to scare the animals. The girl approached the animals and said she had no intention of harming them. The warrior saw the young man and asked who he was. The King of Beasts Union was hunting here now, and he must not interfere with them. Zhou Chen replied that he had no ill intentions. He simply wanted to watch how this alliance hunted and learn from them. The protagonist explained that he was simply curious. The warriors replied that this guy was apparently asking for trouble. Zhou Chen looked at the girl and was surprised. Could her rank really be higher than 8th? The girl told Wu Di not to be so aggressive, since she had already warned him several times. The girl asked the young man what he wanted to learn from them. The guy replied that he loved animals very much, so he wanted to learn how to tame them. The girl said it was very simple. All he needed was this powder. Zhou Chen asked if he could buy the powder. The girl replied that she was willing to give him a small amount of the powder in exchange for 1 blue crystal. Zhou Chen agreed. Dai asked what his sister had sold to this man, since she had never sold this powder to anyone before, not even for a purple crystal. The girl replied that she decides for herself who to sell to and what to sell. In any case, this type of powder is only effective for deer horses. On the ruined sports field in the middle of the park lay a 7th-rank rocky mutant python. Zhou Chen decided he was in luck. He could test the powder right then and there. Zhou Chen scattered the powder in front of the snake. The mutant took a deep breath and opened its eyes. The mutant python went berserk and began shaking its head. The young man was surprised. Why hadn't the powder worked? What was going on? Chogen began to flee from the python, which was crushing all the trees around it. The protagonist decided that the girl had deceived him. Choshin surmised that the powder had caused the mutant to harm itself, since the red life bar had become half as long. Chochin leaped high into the air, drew his knives, and told the python to stop self-destructing. Now it was his turn to act. The warriors watched their comrade as he dispatched the snake with powerful blows from his axe. The warrior said he could hear the sounds of battle ahead. In that case, he would go there and check it out. The commander told the warrior to hurry. The commander regretted that as soon as he got his hands on that girl, the old man had dealt with her. When he returned, he would definitely have to make up for it. The warrior saw the destroyed giant python and was surprised. Could a single person really have taken it down? If so, that person must be at least an 8th rank warrior. The commander asked, "Hasn't that guy finished the inspection yet? It stinks of blood in here. It's time to leave." The warrior told the master that their primary task was to ensure his safety. They could go to the end of the red zone. That area was just right for the master. Zhou Chen thought that this rocky python had given him 20% experience. There must be quite a few beasts here with a level higher than 7. Zhou Chen understood, where there is risk, there is wealth. Suddenly, a huge white monkey appeared in the protagonist's path. The young man attacked it and delivered a fatal blow with his dagger to its back. However, the monkey wasn't the only one. More of the same beasts began to appear all around. Zhou Chen decided to use these monkeys to practice his dodge skill. Short-range evasion is one of the passive skills. With it, you can dodge all attacks. It is one of the most difficult passive skills in the celestial continent. Suddenly, our hero was struck in the chest and flew backward, crashing into a tree. Choshin laughed and said he still had enough medicine, so he could handle it all. The squad commander fought the wild wolf and emerged victorious. The warriors applauded and said that the master had shown himself to be awesome. The master's blade is simply incredible. The commander told them to shut their mouths immediately. He wanted to know when he would finally be able to return home. A warrior approached the commander and said he could return once he reached the 7th rank. That was the elder's wish. The commander asked why they were still standing around doing nothing. They needed to find some wounded beasts immediately so he could cut them down. Joshin was standing near a tree when, at that moment, a stone flew past him at tremendous speed and pierced a hole in the tree. The young man was practicing intermediate level evasion. He had finally managed to reach that level. Chushin decided it was time to raise his level. He took out his unique knives. The monkeys perched in the trees continued to throw stones at the young man, but he dodged them effectively. Choshin flew up to the giant monkey, a rock in his hands, climbed over it, and once behind it, landed a devastating blow. The monkeys were destroyed. The protagonist finally managed to reach level 40. Jochin thought that an attack targeting multiple targets plus 500 damage and bleeding would be enough to destroy a mutant beast below level 3. Suddenly, another pack of wild monkeys emerged from the forest. Zhou Chen said that this was just in time. 9 days had passed. Our hero managed to extract a crystal from the mutant monkey's body. The young man noticed that with this skill, the efficiency of leveling up had indeed increased significantly. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. Zhou Chen was even forced to cover his ears. A huge monkey with glowing eyes emerged from the forest. Chokin said, "Finally, the boss has shown up. Now he'll have a real fight." The assistant informed his master that his level was about to rise. The commander said he wanted that too, because he couldn't stay here any longer. One of the warriors noticed that something was happening ahead and that they needed to be careful. The squad was surprised. Could a 5th rank warrior really have dared to come here to destroy the king of the mutant monkeys? This must be some kind of hallucination. The commander told Kong Sen to deal with this kid, since they needed the Monkey King. If they destroyed this mutant, they could level up right away. The commander sent 2 more men to deal with the young man. Everyone else was to help him with the Mutant King. Joshin thought that this small group of warriors had been wandering aimlessly through the forest for half the day, but now for some reason had decided to attack him. The warriors with crossbows took aim and began firing at Zhou Chen. Our hero easily dodged their arrows. His opponents didn't expect Zhou Chen to spin in midair and dive straight at them, gaining speed. The young man held daggers in his hands. The squad commander said that this guy just had a small broken dagger and wouldn't be able to do anything with it. However, that was a mistake. Our hero used those knives effectively. The attackers were wounded and their red health bars had significantly decreased. They found it hard to believe that this guy could defeat them. Joshin said that if these people had any further questions, They could stay there and see what would happen to them. The squad was ordered to exercise caution and continue attacking the giant ape. After all, their master had to destroy this ape in the end. The giant monkey was invincible. The squad couldn't defeat it. They realized it had armor made from a divine pterosaur. Could this guy have actually destroyed even a pterosaur? The warrior's master approached the monkey. He was furious. How could anyone dare to steal his monster? That meant he would make them pay tenfold for everything. This guy's life and the pterosaur armor would now belong to him. The Lord struck the Monkey King and felt a surge of energy. He laughed and said that he was now a 7th rank warrior. The squad commander and the other warriors congratulated the master on his promotion. Finally, he was a 7th rank warrior. The master promised that when they returned to Titan, he would invite his warriors to the Hunyan Club and pay for everything. The squad commander told the warriors to hurry up and gather all the loot quickly. After that, they needed to check on how Tam Fan and Tang Jinghe were doing. It turned out that the 2 7th rank warriors had been killed by a 5th rank warrior. The squad commander said that something was wrong here. They needed to increase their vigilance and protect the master, as well as evacuate the area immediately. The master was surprised. Could a 5th rank warrior really have frightened them so much? Perhaps those two had simply underestimated the enemy and were killed by some kind of beast? The master reminded him that their Tianhe squad feared no one, so Kong Sen needed to pull himself together and cheer up. Watching the people from the tree, Zhou Chen thought that the Tianhe squad had done quite a few bad things. The master said that the squad leader's bravery was waning with every step. That boy had run away anyway. He would have to teach him a lesson. Kong Sen replied that the master had nothing to worry about. He would handle everything himself and deal with the boy. Kong Sen thought that he really was worrying too much and playing it safe. How could anyone be afraid of some kid? The protagonist, using his stealth skill, stood in the way of these men. At that moment, Kong Sen told his master, it would be better for the boy not to cross his path, or else he would deeply regret it. Zhou Chen struck one of the warriors and incapacitated him. It came as a complete surprise to everyone. Kong Sen looked back and asked what had happened to that warrior. He grabbed the man standing next to him by the chest and asked who could have done such a thing. The frightened warrior said it was very strange because he hadn't seen anyone nearby. The squad commander ordered everyone to form a circle and protect the master. They had to leave immediately. The commander found this very strange. Someone had killed the warrior right before everyone's eyes and vanished without a trace. Zhou Chen continued to hide until late at night. The young man saw a cave ahead and said that even if they hid, he would find them anyway. Our hero had his own system. Our hero saw red streaks of life on the trees. He said that if the bandits liked to steal other people's monsters, he would let them steal a few more. Zhou Chen approached the wild beasts and said they'd have to work a little. Kong Sen and his squad settled down in the cave around the makeshift campfire. The master said it was simply a disgrace. How could anyone perish at the hands of a 5th rank warrior? Suddenly, loud sounds rang out. Kong Sen was surprised. Where did those gunshots come from? Could someone be hunting? One of the warriors stepped out of the cave to investigate. It's usually impossible to hide in the forest at this time of day. How could anyone go hunting now? Zhou Chen emerged from the forest and said he had a small gift for these people. Red glowing dots appeared behind the hero. They were the eyes of beasts. The wild beast pounced on the frightened warrior, and the man had to defend himself. Zhou Chen watched the events unfold from a distance. He kept an eye on the changing length of the red life bars. 3 hours later, the beasts were destroyed. The 8th rank warriors, as expected, managed to defeat the mutants. However, by this point, they were exhausted. The squad commander asked the protagonist who he was. Zhou Chen replied that he was just an ordinary person whom they had robbed. Kong Sen was surprised. Who was this ordinary person who could do such a thing to them? Zhou Chen reminded him that they were the ones who attacked him first. There was no need to hold a grudge now. The man said that things wouldn't end so simply for them. After all, he had gotten involved with the Tianhe gang. Zhou Chen replied that he had initially planned to let this man live, but now he changed his mind. The boss was surprised. Did the stranger really want to make an enemy of a gang? Did he even have any idea what would happen next? Zhou Chen said that if this gang is causing trouble for other people, he wouldn't mind ridding Titan of them. Kong Sen was outraged. Does this kid really think they're just an ordinary gang? They hold high positions in the Titan City administration. Does the guy really want to turn all of Titan against him? Kong Sen added that if he dared to attack them, he would be severely punished in the future, and all of Titan would hunt him down. Even his own family would cut ties with him. Zhou Chen remarked that if he let them go now, they wouldn't leave him alone once he returned to Titan anyway. The gentleman told the boy to lower his weapon and leave. He must never show his face here again. He would ask his father not to touch the boy. Zhou Chen laughed in response. Were these really the best terms for sparing his life? In that case, he could only blame himself for being chosen as the means to shut him up. The protagonist wiped out the entire squad. The assistant told the boss that he would call someone in to deal with that man. The boss replied that they needed to gather all the other hall masters first. Xu Tianhe, a 9th rank warrior, added that he had a bad feeling about this. Could something have happened to that young man? Passers-by wondered what had happened. Why were the trade union and the Tianhe gang gathering so many people from the city? Someone had heard that an 11th level royal lizard was lurking in the red zone of the winding forest. Its scales were worth a single green crystal, and that was very expensive. Choshin entered the Warriors Union mission reception room and inquired about what other missions could improve his standing in Titan. Choshin recalled the threats that had been hurled at him when he was hunting the great white ape. The protagonist thought that man had been right. Right now, he didn't have enough strength to protect himself. Choshin understood that he still had friends and family. Compared to raw military strength, power and influence were a much better defense. The protagonist received his next mission outside the winding forest. There was a mutant lizard there, possessing the 11th royal level. The warrior said he wanted to leave the lizard for Sun Yang. Would he have the courage? Sun Yang replied that he had come here specifically for that lizard. The girl watching the warriors from a large hillock said they were a bunch of fools. They had barged in here, but for them it was certain death. A young man appeared beside the girl and said that she seemed to know a lot about this. The girl admitted it. The girl looked at the young man and wondered, how did he get here? Zhou Chen replied that he had simply come. The girl was surprised. How could she not have sensed the approach of a 5th rank warrior? Zhou Chen asked if she could tame the royal lizard if she gave it the pink powder. The girl said that this animal was of royal rank, so it couldn't be tamed that easily. Besides, last time she had warned him that the powder only worked on deer horses. Zhou Chen said he had been deceived, so she had to return the blue crystal to him. The girl warned that sold goods were non-returnable and non-exchangeable. The warriors tried to tie up the lizard by wrapping vines around its legs and body, but they couldn't get it to work. The girl said they were fools. If the leader of her alliance hadn't gone to the graveyard, he would have definitely figured out how to tame this lizard. Zhou Chen asked, "What is the graveyard?" The girl replied that it was a huge city in the north and that it was just as good as Titan. Zhou Chen thought it was a very strange name. It didn't sound like the name of an ordinary city. The girl received a call informing her that someone had taken their hell-level mission. She told the caller that she was returning immediately and needed to report this to the boss. Zhou Chen was surprised that she had left so quickly. He wanted to ask her for details about the hell-level mission. The squad leader said they were leaving. Tomorrow they would gather even more people and try again to defeat the lizard. Zhou Chen decided that in that case he would take care of the lizard himself. Night fell. The protagonist, armed with daggers, appeared before the lizard. Zhou Chen leaped onto the lizard and began cutting through the vines that were holding it down. The next day, the soldiers who arrived were forced to admit that the lizard had vanished. Who dared to do this? Zhou Chen was already at the ruins of the city. The young man held top-quality materials in his hands. There were plenty of other materials as well. No one could take them all at once, so he would have to sell them off gradually. Yesterday's haul allowed the young man to reach level 45 and learn another skill. Zhu Shen decided to start by practicing on zombies and drew his unique dagger for the task. Zhou Chen used the 3-second stun skill and considered it a brilliant addition. With this skill, it would be much easier to defend himself on hellish missions. The squad of warriors watching the hero from afar noted that this guy was incredibly cool. His speed was simply staggering, yet he was merely a 5th rank warrior. The commander said it was a disgrace and that they needed to finish this quickly. Zhou Chen continued to hone his skills and test new abilities. Moving from one zombie to another at incredible speed, the young man raised his rank by destroying these zombies. The marksman told the boss that the guy had apparently gone into hiding, just as the boss had said. The young man's movement technique is truly extraordinary, but even if he managed to hide, it won't do him any good. After a hit from a high-level zombie, he'll be badly maimed. He won't make it out of here alive. The warriors said that their boss is smarter than these fools, so they can't just do whatever they want. Another warrior said they needed to find a place where they could train properly. However, getting out of here won't be easy. Chojin tried to catch his breath and recover from his gunshot wound. The young man hid behind a concrete slab of a ruined building. Chojin noticed that his red health bar had shrunk significantly. Was he really going to die? Chojin pulled a vial of healing liquid from his pocket. There was no time to waste. The young man drank the health potion, but he knew that his recovery rate was still too slow. Someone had clearly just tried to kill him with a shot. However, Chojin knew that in this condition, he wouldn't be able to escape the zombies and the sniper. Chojin took out the nearest zombie and declared that he wasn't going to give up, no matter who was standing before him. The protagonist was surprised, but it was at that very moment that he advanced to the 6th rank. The star power strengthened his muscles and accelerated his recovery. However, it would still take time for his bones to heal. The young man decided to find some secluded spot. Chojin got to his feet to change his position. Meanwhile, the zombies were getting closer and closer. The protagonist thought that if he wanted his wounds to heal faster, he needed to absorb more star power. Although Chojin didn't want to, he drank the liquid anyway. The amount of star power in monkey wine was suitable for 7th rank warriors, but there was no time for that now. The young man crouched down on the ground and leaned against the wall. He noted that the wine was delicious, but very strong. As he drifted off to sleep, Chojin thought, when he woke up, everyone who had attacked him would still be there. The warriors engaged the zombies in battle to clear a path for themselves. Suddenly, a shot rang out, and the bullet hit a zombie standing next to a warrior. The sniper told them to keep an eye on what was happening behind them. There was already too much pressure on him. He was worried that no zombie would get close to the boss. The boss, swinging his blade, swept the zombies left and right, remaining out of their reach. During a break, one of the warriors said that this place was simply a paradise for training. In a week, many would be able to reach the peak of the 8th rank. The sniper complained that he was out of luck again. Why was it his turn to watch the zombies again? After all, he wanted to practice too. The commander said they would rest for another 2 hours and then change their deployment. The protagonist declared that he had reached the middle of the 6th rank in a single evening. Monkey wine really is a magnificent thing. Chojin noted that the royal snake leather armor hadn't withstood the blow from a high-level zombie. He'd just been lucky. The young man got to his feet and said it was time to repay the debt to those who had attacked him. Looking through his binoculars, Chojin assessed the situation. 5 people, all at the 8th rank, and their leader had even reached the peak of the 8th rank. Over the next few days, Chojin closely observed this unit's training. 3 days later, he arrived at the squad's campsite. The young man overheard one of the warriors telling a colleague that he would make another big leap forward in his progress today. Amin replied, "Does he really think anyone envies his slow pace? If it were his turn now, he'd surpass everyone in a single day." The commander noticed that Amin was just bragging. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sound came from the next room. The warriors grabbed their weapons. What was going on in there? The commander said he had a strange premonition, as if someone were nearby. Could it be hallucinations? A soldier asked. Could the commander be getting too nervous too? Was he afraid that that guy, Chojin, would turn into a ghost and come here? Even if he found them, it meant Aben had tracked them down too. Just one shot, and it's over. Chojin in the next room thought that once they all went their separate ways, it really would be the end for them. In the morning, the commander told Aben to continue watching from the roof while they went downstairs to assess the situation. Chojin, using his stealth skill, climbed onto the roof and crept up on the sniper. Amin couldn't shake the strange feeling that someone was watching him. Yimin was alarmed. Why had the entire squad scattered in different directions? How could he protect them? Chojin moved closer to his opponent and delivered a devastating blow to his back. Amin screamed loudly. The young man threw Amin aside, away from the sniper rifle. The sniper was surprised. Could this guy really be alive? Amin was paralyzed by the poison and couldn't move. Chojin thrust his dagger forward and lunged at his opponent. Amin could do nothing and was killed. The commander said they would soon wipe out all the zombies here and be able to move on to another location. Lao Zhang needed to hurry. Chojin, still invisible, followed the soldiers, intending to make things difficult for them. The young man climbed onto the roof of the building and prepared to take aim with his bow. The zombies spotted the archer and, turning toward him, began to act aggressively. Jotun was pleased. The chosen zombies had arrived as well. The squad leader glanced to the side and said he could hear the sounds of the chosen zombies. Why had they appeared there? The soldiers tensed up when they saw 6 summoned zombies approaching them. Dealing with them wouldn't be easy. The commander and Lao Zhang rushed to meet the zombies and bet on who could destroy 3 of them faster. Chochin, watching from the sidelines, understood. It was no wonder they were 8th rank warriors. Each was able to take on 3 chosen zombies. The young man decided that since he had given them these zombies, they would have to pay for it. Chochin crept up from behind and prepared to attack the squad leader. The zombies also prepared to attack. Lao Zhang rushed toward the boss and shouted that they were under attack. He also got his share of the toxic substance. At that moment, the commander was facing 2 zombies and trying not to get distracted by anything else. The commander barely managed to fend off the attack directed at him. It was unexpected, but he wasn't an 8th rank warrior for nothing. He was surprised. Why couldn't he move after this attack? Zhou Chen appeared behind him and said that this guy had to pay for trying to destroy him. All the warriors were attacked by the hero and received their share of poison. Their bodies became paralyzed afterward. The boss didn't understand when they would become skilled enough for such a feat. Even the best master in all of Titan, Chu He, couldn't do this. The boss told his subordinate that he was worried about their military capabilities. Suddenly, the warriors heard Zhou Chen's voice. But it might just be a hallucination. The commander grabbed the wounded warrior and said he would save him. The wounded man tried to explain that Zhou Chen was among them. The commander replied that this couldn't be since that guy had been killed. Something caught the squad leader's attention, and he looked up at the roof of the neighboring building. There he saw a lone figure. It was definitely Zhou Chen. The young man was signaling his intentions with his hands. The warrior told the commander that a bean had died earlier, and Lao Zhang and Lao Gao had just died. Had Zhou Chen really calculated everything? He added that now they had definitely become this young man's prey. He wouldn't rest until he'd wiped out everyone here. The commander said that they had changed their location, so Zhou Chen wouldn't be able to find them so quickly. The assistant added that the boss should rest. He would take the watch today. The commander thought, even Chu, he didn't dare threaten him. How dare this young man do such a thing? Zhou Chen, standing on the roof of a neighboring building, continued to watch the surviving enemies. Did these fools really think they could get rid of him so easily? Zombies were still roaming the city in search of survivors. On the roof of the neighboring building, a huge monster was preparing to take flight. Chokin said, finally it's flying off in search of food. In that case, it's time to make a move. The monster won't be here for more than half an hour, then it'll come back. The young man began moving at great speed, leaping from roof to roof. With no more than 10 minutes left, the protagonist finally reached the egg-laying site. It was no surprise to him why no one wanted to take this mission. Such a monster egg weighs over a ton. Chochin decided to use his system backpack so he shouldn't run into any problems. To avoid angering the flying monster and causing it to destroy Titan, it was still better to leave a few eggs behind. Chochin stowed the necessary eggs in his system backpack. The last 2 eggs remained. The monster descended into the nest, bringing with it a sacrifice it intended to eat. It let out a loud scream when it noticed that some of the eggs were missing. The squad commander was surprised. What had happened? The warriors didn't understand why the flying monster had become so irritated. Zhou Chen asked the warriors, maybe it's because he lost something? The young man noticed that they had met again. He had come to give them a gift. The warriors drew their blades and rushed at him, shouting that this guy would be destroyed. Zhou Chen jumped high and managed to dodge the attack. The warriors missed. The commander said that this guy's antics would only make his demise more gruesome. Zhou Chen replied that he wasn't so sure. The show was just beginning. The warriors saw a shadow, turned around, and noticed a monster looming over them from behind. The commander was outraged. What was Zhou Chen up to now? The monster leaned over a broken egg lying next to the warriors. The monster let out a loud scream. The commander told the warrior that they needed to split up. If they scattered in different directions, they might have a chance of surviving. The monster crashed onto the roof, destroying the building. The warriors managed to jump down. One of the warriors landed safely and told the commander that he must survive and avenge them. The warrior drew his daggers and shouted at the monster that he wasn't afraid of it and was ready to fight. The monster struck with its tail, and the warrior was paralyzed. The last thing he saw was the monster's clawed paw coming down on him. The enormous creature delivered a devastating blow, causing a shock wave that spread in all directions. The commander continued his retreat, convincing himself that he had to flee and survive. He ran to the water faucets and said that the water would wash away all the poisons. Zhou Chen watched what was happening and regretted that it had ended this way. The young man watched as the monster crushed everything around it, creating shockwaves. The squad commander was deactivated and couldn't believe that this was the end for him. The monster continued to fly over the city, searching for people to take revenge on for the destroyed eggs. The protagonist knew the large monster's rage would be hard to calm. However, the fireworks wouldn't let it roam freely. Now he would protect the remaining eggs. The hero lit the fireworks and put on a small display. It looked beautiful. Another group of warriors noticed the fireworks in surprise and wondered, who decided to set off a fireworks display in the middle of the night? Another warrior said it was probably the guy who had accepted the hellish mission from the King of Beasts Alliance. Shu Hai, a 9th-rank warrior, added that he had never seen anyone set off fireworks during a mission before. The next day arrived. Chu He and his comrades began inspecting the scene. Shu He noticed they weren't alone. Zhou Chen was also present. His comrades said that there was a warrior in Titan who wasn't afraid to face them. He was only a 6th-rank warrior, but he dared to come here. This man was very unusual. Shuha said that if the opportunity arose, he would like to meet this man in person. The squad received orders to return. Finally, this mission had come to an end. They placed the egg in the truck. It was too big. If they tried to stuff it into a backpack right away, it wouldn't close. They had to do something else, which is why the egg ended up here. Zhou Chen announced that he would go upstairs to the office to turn in the mission. On the way, another warrior told Zhou Chen to step aside, since they were going to turn in an Abyss-level mission. You can earn quite a few points for Abyss. Those present noted that this was a team with fighting spirit. They were all 8th-rank warriors. The squad commander said that by completing this mission, they would be able to become 10-star members of the Union. The administrator asked the warriors to wait a moment. The young man held out his card and asked the girl to accept this mission. The administrator replied that she would take care of it right away. The squad commander was outraged. How dare this guy come here with a fake card? He was in a good mood today, so the young man could just get out of his sight. The administrator said that there was only one hell-level mission on Mr. Zhou Chen's card. The girl asked if Zhou Chen wanted to present this mission. The warriors were speechless and continued to stare at the protagonist in silence. The director rushed into the chairman's office and said he wanted to share news about the mission. The chairman remarked that Director Sheng was behaving rudely. Sheng apologized for his lack of manners. The chairman said he was ready to hear what had happened. The director announced that Zhou Chen had actually managed to complete the Beast Alliance level mission. The chairman lost his composure and asked nervously, "Is that even possible?" At the King of Beasts Union office, the leader also couldn't believe what he'd heard. The squad informed the leader that Sheng Liwa, the chairman of the Warriors Union, had personally reported this over the phone and ordered them to come and take over the case. The leader said he would take over and meet the person who had completed this mission. A crowd of people in SUVs had gathered around the truck carrying the egg. It was the Sharp Sword Squad from the Warriors Union. But what were they doing here? The squad commander said that the Warriors Union had temporarily taken control of this area. No one was to come too close. A warrior reported to the commander that the target was under guard. Passers-by watched the members of the Warriors Union and tried to figure out what was going on. At a meeting with the young man, the director said that Zhou Chen was really cool. Zhou Chen thanked Director Sheng for recognizing his talent. The director asked if the young man had thought about his previous offer. If he had any questions, he was ready to discuss them. Zhou Chen thanked him and replied that he would think it over again. Our hero understood that joining the Warriors Union meant being under someone's control. He would only be able to protect the people around him if he reached the top himself. Zhou Chen thought that this mission was the cornerstone of his path to the top. The gathered crowd was surprised. Could the egg really be from that hell-level mission? Could it be that Han Zhengdong, the leader of the Beast Union, had come here in person? So it was all because of that mission. Zhengdong examined the egg and acknowledged that it belonged to some kind of giant beast. Now the funds could be transferred to the mission executor's account. The leader of the Beast Union expressed a desire to meet with his team in person. The employee reported that the mission was carried out by a single member of the Warriors Union. Mr. Zhou Chen did it all by himself. However, he has already left. Han Zhengdong said that the egg weighed at least a ton and had to be lowered from a building over 200 meters tall. How could one person have done that? The employees said they weren't interested in the process. Only the result mattered. Joshin was upset because they had used his car for the job. Couldn't they have used their own? Jochin returned home and announced to everyone that he was back. Su Junwen and Lan Shi were delighted when they saw him. Jungwen rushed to hug him, while Lan Shi ran around the master. It had been more than 2 weeks since they'd parted ways. Lan Shi noted that the master was already at the 6th rank. Jochin said they were moving soon. Lan Shi was surprised. Why on earth? Jochin unfolded a map, pointed at it, and said that now they would live here, on the 3rd ring road in the city center. Only the rich and successful live there. Jochin took out a red crystal and said that now they were exactly that. Lan Shi asked permission to touch the crystal. He had never seen one up close before. Zhang said on the phone that Jochin had secretly pulled off a major coup. Zhou Chen replied that he had just given it a try and hadn't thought he'd be able to complete the mission. Jochin suggested that Su and she celebrate, even though the hotel last time wasn't bad either. Our hero's friends congratulated him and promised to come to the meeting. The hotel was bustling with festive activity, as important guests were due to arrive soon. Manager Zhao informed Mr. Pan that some very important guests were arriving at the hotel this time, so they had to change his room. Mr. Pan was surprised. Wasn't he important? Manager Zhao explained that this guest was someone who had just completed a hell-level mission. Mr. Pan shouldn't complain. He should come and see the man for himself, since such an opportunity might never come again. Pan was delighted. Why didn't the manager mention this right away? If the room is for Mr. Zhou Chen, he has no objections. The assistant informed the manager that Mr. Zhou Chen had already arrived. All the staff and managers warmly welcomed Master Zhou Chen. Our hero was surprised. Had he come to the right place? What on earth was going on here? The hotel manager said it was a great honor for them, since the master would be holding his banquet there. Zhou Chen remarked that Manager Zhao was flattering him. Cars carrying invited guests began pulling up to the hotel. Squad leader Xiaoqi said he hoped to eat and drink well today. Friends and loved ones congratulated our hero and wished him universal prosperity. Friends acknowledged that this young man resembled a lone warrior, yet he too needed friends. Like moonlight, he could illuminate any dark and cold night. The boss told his assistant that this was an interesting young man. The assistant replied that he understood and would take care of everything right away. Passers-by wondered, weren't those the mayor's special aircraft? Had something serious happened again? The next morning, the girl who stepped out of the helicopter greeted Mr. Zhou Chen and said that the mayor had invited him to breakfast. Zhou Chen was completely at a loss and didn't know how to respond. Zhou Chen flew to City Hall with his companion. An aide informed them that the mayor was already waiting for Mr. Zhou Chen. The assistant led the young man into the living room and invited him to sit down at the table. The mayor was already there. The mayor, whose name was Mo Wu, told the young man to take a seat. Mo Wu noted that he had originally wanted to invite Zhou Chen the night before, but the young man had been celebrating with his friends. Therefore, he didn't want to disturb him and was congratulating the young man now instead. Zhou Chen thanked him for recognizing his achievements. Mo Wu added that he enjoyed eating while admiring the scenery. The young man could relax and feel at ease. Half an hour later, the mayor noticed that all of the young man's plates were empty. Mo Wu assumed that Zhou Chen had already had his fill. The young man said that he was sitting across from the real mayor of the city, and even the breakfast was sumptuous. No one could refuse such a meal. Mo Wu asked if Zhou Chen was surprised that he had been invited to breakfast. First and foremost, he wanted to meet the hero and discuss the issue of money and titanium with him. The mayor added that, in a sense, the Warriors Union represented the class interests of all warriors. When Zhou Chen joined the Union with a 1-star purple rank, he was able to enjoy all the privileges of a Titan. Moreover, he now holds a 5-star purple rank. Mo Wu noted that at the moment, the young man is ranked 27th in the Titan rankings. He can share profits with higher-ranking warriors. However, there is another more interesting arrangement that Zhou Chen can choose. The mayor noted that Zhou Chen could receive 10% of the profits from the new city, as well as the right to manage the streets of the Titan, with a few exceptions. Zhou Chen asked which new city was being referred to. Mo Wu said that this city does not yet exist, but it will appear very soon. The mayor added that they plan to soon restore Yangi County, located 150 kilometers from Titan, and establish a new, high-comfort base there. It will serve as a rest area for warriors heading out for training. The mayor noted that if everything was organized properly, taking control of Yanghe would be straightforward, and construction could begin in a few months. This place was bound to become a thriving transit hub, generating high revenue. Zhou Chen looked at the map and said that it really did sound tempting. Our hero understood that the mayor hadn't invited him to breakfast for no reason. This project would require a great deal of effort. Jochin replied that he agreed to 10% of New City's profits and the rights to 6 Titan Street. After breakfast, the protagonist left the mayor's residence. The assistant asked if they hadn't offered the young man too much. The mayor replied that the young man's hidden abilities were worth the money. Titan was just a small corner of the apocalypse. A warrior as talented as Jochin must stay here at all costs. The warriors expressed their delight that the transit station plan would finally be carried out. Now they wouldn't have to sleep under the open sky when they went to training. A Titan guard told his colleague that the new city would soon be open. Why is Chi Han so sad? Chi Han asked the commander if Zhou Chen would be the vice captain in charge of the city's opening. The commander confirmed this. Chi Han was upset and said he had made an unforgivable mistake. The commander reassured him that he shouldn't dwell on it. Zhou Chen is a completely different person. Chi Han saw a car driving by and was surprised. Could Zhou Chen really be driving such a modest car? After all, he's a 6th rank officer. Will he be able to handle everything? Zhou Chen greeted the Titan guards and said he would be happy to work with them. The guards were surprised. Could this be a joke? He's still so young and inexperienced. Zhou Chen noted that he was willing to compromise and didn't understand why they were all dissatisfied. Those who disagree can step forward. If even one of them defeats him, he will give up his position without objection. Among the Titan guards, there was one man who decided to try his luck and fight the 6th rank warrior. The captain of the guards reminded them that Zhou Chen had easily defeated Luo Guhai, an 8th rank warrior, when he himself was only 3rd rank. Zhou Chen is now a 6th rank warrior. Just how strong is he now? Li Fangxin, an 8th rank warrior, said it was a pleasure to meet Zhou Chen's deputy. The young man added that people usually called him the madman. Zhou Chen asked if anyone else disagreed. Li Fangxing said he should deal with him first, and only then call on others. Zhou Chen agreed, walked over to a tree and broke off a branch. He tossed the branch to his opponent and said that he could hardly demonstrate his true strength with his bare hands, so he would have to use this. Li Fangxing remarked that there would be no mercy. The spectators began to speculate. Who would emerge victorious from the sparring match? The advantage lay with the madman. The difference in their ranks was significant. Li Fangxin apologized once more and rushed to attack Zhou Chen. At the last moment, the protagonist managed to dodge. The spectators were surprised. How did the deputy commander manage to do that? The next moment, our hero was behind his opponent and pressed a branch against his throat. Spectators were amazed. Zhou Chen had made only a single strike, and Li Fangxin understood what his true strength was. The guards said the deputy's technique was exceptionally good. Maybe he would protect them too. Zhou Chen stated that he was used to acting alone, had never led a team, and asked for leniency. The squad commander said that they now needed to split into 2 groups heading in different directions. The second group would be led by Zhu Zhenghua. Zhu Zhenghua said that everyone must follow his orders. Otherwise, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Commander Zhang told the first squad to do the same. No one should drag the team down. Zhou Chen thought, just as expected of the Titan guards, discipline comes first here. The commander looked through his binoculars and said there was a small group of poisonous zombies ahead. Their advance would be slowed down because of them. Zhou Chen asked the commander to leave the zombies to him. The commander was surprised. Was Zhou Chen really going to handle everything on his own? Zhou Chen told the squad not to worry. Everything would be settled soon, and he would return. Our hero weaved his way through the crowd of zombies, shooting them with his bow. Every shot hit its mark. The commander was amazed. How was he doing this? The limit was being pushed further every time. The warrior shouted to his deputy that they needed to retreat. A single elite, top-tier zombie was heading straight for him. Zhou Chen stopped and prepared for battle. The massive zombie was closing in on the protagonist. The young man said that this was exactly the zombie he had come here for. He was counting on remote support and would handle this bruiser himself. Li Fangxing noticed that the young man's limit had been reset again. The commander reloaded his rifle and ordered everyone to support the deputy from a distance. The soldiers watching from the sidelines said that the first squad was in serious trouble, since they had run into an elite zombie. Zhu Xinghua was willing to bet that in a little while, the first squad would start begging him for help. The elite zombie was attacked and struck in the head. Our hero knocked it face down and plunged daggers into the back of its head. An observer from the second squad reported to the commander that the first squad had already dealt with the elite zombie. Zhu Zhenghua was surprised. Why so fast? After this battle, Zhou Qin reached level 48. That evening, during dinner by the firelit indoors, the commander told his deputy that their first squad had cleared the city center. Where was the second squad now? Zhu Zhenghua replied over the phone that they had almost cleared the area. There were 7 elite zombies left. The commander noted that they needed to rest well today. Tomorrow the main forces would arrive and the mission would be completed. The commander said that today they had significantly outperformed the second squad, and it was all thanks to Deputy Zhou Chen. The young man remarked that it was all achieved through a joint effort. One of the guards said that when he met up with the second squad, he would be sure to ask how the stragglers were doing. The next day, our hero continued clearing the area of infected zombies. Zhou Chen thought that taking them out one by one was too slow. He needed to find a way to herd them together. He asked the commander where the grenades they had brought with them were. The commander pointed in the direction and said there was a box of grenades there. The second squad continued fighting the zombies. Commander Zhu Zhenghua wondered what the first squad was doing now. Zhou Chen herded all the zombies into a pile and started blowing them up with hand grenades. It was cheap and effective. Zhu Zhenghua was outraged. Had they really lost their minds? Did they actually want to draw all the zombies here? He'd heard that this guy was called crazy, but he hadn't thought it was actually true. SUVs and pickup trucks pulled up to the building, and a large number of armed men got out. A man standing on the roof of the building, sword in hand, announced that the hangar forces had already cleared the way. With loud shouts, the warriors rushed to carry out their mission of clearing the area of the undead. 3 days passed. Zhou Chen said he had finally secured that very spot. He informed his colleagues that he was returning to the city, but that they could contact him at any time. One of the Titan guards remarked that the deputy was returning home in such a hurry. Could he really miss his wife that much? The guards were surprised. Did the deputy really have time for that as well? The protagonist decided he would definitely deal with these chatterboxes when he returned. Zhou Chen spotted a transport unit vehicle ahead. A warrior with a sword in his hand asked if an SOS signal had been sent. The warriors were surrounded by monsters. The radio operator said the signal had been sent, and the guard titans had already dispatched rescuers, but they wouldn't arrive for another half hour. The squad commander said that was too long. At that rate, they might not survive. One of the warriors looked back and told the commander that the vehicle had already arrived. That meant the guards had managed to get there faster. Zhou Chen peered out of the car and asked if the people needed his help. The warrior was surprised. Why was there only one person, and a 6th rank one at that? The commander asked why this kid had come here. He should leave immediately if he didn't want to die. Zhou Chen got out of the car and said that these people really did need help. He fearlessly headed alone toward the raging and ferocious monsters. The warriors said they had never seen such a madman. The monsters bared their teeth, growled, and slowly approached the hero, wanting to devour him. Zhou Chen energetically attacked the monsters, methodically destroying each one. The warriors were astonished. How was this possible? They were speechless, overcome by emotion. Could the 6th rank guards really be this strong? Zhou Chen only calmed down after all the monsters had been destroyed. Now he could breathe a sigh of relief. He contacted Uncle Wang via cell phone. Wang reported that a healing medicine had been developed, and all stages of testing had already been completed. Zhou Chen arrived at the lab. Uncle Wang showed him the liquid in the test tube and said that this was it. The young man thought that this medicine was no different from a health potion in a game. Wang noted that the healing elixir's effect was practically negligible compared to this medicine. He expressed regret that blood orchids were very rare. They hadn't been able to produce much of the medicine. There weren't enough orchids to make even 300 test tubes. Chushin decided to check and test everything himself. The young man immediately drank the contents of the vial. It was as if lightning had struck his mind. The young man realized that the effect was the same as in the real world. This meant that now he didn't need to worry about the number of bottles of potion. Zhou Chen asked Uncle Wang how much of this medicine they had managed to make in total. Wang replied that they had made 87 bottles, plus a lot of ointments made from the waste. Although the effect was weaker, they were also very good. Zhou Chen said he would take all the vials, let them stay here. Soon people would pay any price for them. Wang agreed. The friends parted ways, and the protagonist set off toward his intended destination. The young man thought that once the new city was settled, many warriors would flock there. It would be an excellent opportunity to make some extra money. After speaking with Zhou Chen, Xiao Heng told his men that he had gathered them there for a very important matter. He kicked the box and lifted the lid slightly. The warriors gasped when they saw the contents. Xiaohing told the young men to calm down. These crystals weren't his. They belonged to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen added that he had called them here to spend all the crystals, but only on the condition that they buy exclusively medicinal ointments. A man with a bow, hunting mutants, came into the observer's line of sight. The observer, looking through binoculars, reported to the boss that some guy was practicing archery. The boss asked what was strange about that. The assistant told him to look at his weapon. The boss looked through the binoculars and said it was actually a pretty good bow. Finally, they might get something. They're heading out right now. After a while, the assistant asked the boss how much longer they would keep searching. Had the chief gone mad? The boss replied that the chief's son had been in the red zone for over a month. It really was a waste of time. The boss added that it didn't matter to him whether the chief's son had died or not. The main thing was that today they would be able to get their hands on a really cool trophy. Through intense training, our hero had reached level 49. It was his personal record. Jogan thought that if he defeated the Loach, he would be able to reach level 50 today, and then he would gain a new skill. The bandits approached the protagonist and said that their boss wanted to talk to him about something. Jogan, ignoring them, continued shooting his bow. The bandits were outraged. Could he really not hear them? One of the bandits grabbed his blade and lunged at the young man, saying that their boss had ordered him to come down to the ground. Jogan leaped high into the air to finish his shot. The bandit missed and his blade failed to reach its target. Bun was struck by an arrow and his red health bar vanished. Zhou Chen landed back on the branch and dodged his opponent's attack. The boss was surprised. What was this guy doing? Zhou Chen dodged the attack once more and realized he had just reached level 50. The young man had acquired a new skill. The opponent was attacked and his red health bar had significantly decreased. The boss was surprised again. Who is this guy? Zhou Chen asked. Didn't they call me over? What are they afraid of now? The boss said they were from the Tianhe gang. He asked if the young man understood what would happen after he attacked them. Zhou Chen replied that this was just great. He'd been worried he wouldn't get a chance to practice. The boss ordered the man's warriors to attack. Whoever took him down first would receive a low-grade purple crystal. Zhou Chen activated his daggers and prepared to fend off the attacks. The thugs tried to surround him, but the young man suddenly vanished. The villains were confused. Where had this guy gone? Our hero would suddenly appear and attack his opponents. They had no chance of survival. Moving from bandit to bandit, the young man dealt with everyone except the boss. The boss swung his sword and lunged at the hero, declaring that he would destroy him right then and there. Zhou Chen dodged and counterattacked, landing a devastating blow to the boss's chest. The protagonist pressed a dagger to the boss's throat and said that this gang still had a lot to learn. After these words, the boss was defeated. Zhou Chen looked at the bandit's gear and said it could be sold for a lot of money. We can't leave this here. Our hero looked back and saw an approaching level 8 armored bull. Zhou Chen thrust his daggers forward and told the bull that he wasn't afraid of it and that there was no need to look at him like that. The young man took a running start, leaped up, and plunged a dagger into the armored bull's back. The armored bull was so enraged that it resembled a blazing torch. But that didn't stop the protagonist, and he landed another blow to the enraged beast's back. The bull leaped to its feet and tried to run away, but the protagonist was still riding it. The young man was surprised. He had stabbed it many times, but the beast's health hadn't yet been depleted. Zhou Chen decided he would have to wear the bull down until it was exhausted. The bull tried to rear up, but the young man told himself he wouldn't be shaken off so easily. 6 hours passed. Zhou Chen continued to ride the animal at full speed. The bull's red health bar had almost disappeared. The young man said that after 6 hours it was almost over. The bull lost its strength, stumbled with its front legs, and fell. Zhou Chen fell off it. Zhou Chen took out his daggers again and said it was time to finish. The bull's expression changed. It approached the man and mooed softly. The young man noted that the beast had a very pitiful look in its eyes. The protagonist said that if the bull begged him for mercy, he would let the beast go. Night fell. Zhou Chen climbed into the cave, built a fire to warm himself, and cook some food. The next morning came. The protagonist woke up and assumed that the bull had almost recovered. Zhou Chen was surprised to see the bull waiting for him near the cave. Zhou Chen decided that the bull wanted to fight again. However, the beast approached the young man and licked him with its tongue. The warriors were traveling along the road in the backs of trucks. One of them noticed that someone riding a 7th level beast had galloped past them. However, the squad commander said that the Union's king of beasts had only a few such pets, and each one was worth more than a violet crystal. The warrior told his colleague that once they earned enough, they would buy themselves a few such animals. His colleague remarked that this required not only money but also status. The warrior looked ahead and said that something was happening right on course. Ahead on the road, clouds of dust were rising, and the silhouette of a beast could be seen among them. The warrior told his companion that there was someone there, and that someone was moving toward them. A bull with glowing eyes emerged from the dust. A man was riding it. Jochin, passing by, waved to his colleagues and greeted them. The warrior asked his colleague if they knew each other. The answer was no. The warrior got angry and asked the young man why he had greeted him then. After all, this man was riding an 8th level armored bull, something you only see once in all of Titan. Jujin rode into the city and began navigating the streets on the bull. After familiarizing himself with the traffic rules, the young man realized that bulls and other wild beasts were not allowed to enter the city. But if he left it outside the city, the other warriors would undoubtedly kill it. Jochin hoped that after reaching level 60, the pet system would unlock, making it much more convenient to keep them there. The protagonist remembered some old acquaintances and decided he needed to find them now. Jochin headed to the territory of the guild that specialized in hunting wild animals, specifically deer horses. The girl told Shahan that this place was truly very beautiful. Why hadn't she mentioned it before? Shihan replied that she herself had only recently found out about it, so she decided to show her friend such beauty. Min Wen rode up with his friends on their animals and asked if they had already forgotten him. The warrior was surprised and said that this was a very wealthy group. Did everyone have a chocobo? One such bird was worth a medium-sized blue crystal. The warrior on horseback was the heir to the Min family. Min Wen told Qin Yun that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and that she was still just as beautiful. Min Wen thought that this beauty's personality was simply incredible. Shirhan said she was a little tired and wanted to rest. Qin Yun said goodbye to her friend and mentioned that she would be staying here. Min Wen greeted Shihan and said he wanted to get to know her. He is the CEO of the Min Corporation. Shihan said that Min Wen could talk to Qin Yun. She wouldn't interrupt them. Min Wen told the girl not to rush. After all, she was from the King of Beasts Union, wasn't she? Min Wen pointed to the chocobo and asked if the girl knew about such birds. He suggested they take a ride together. Min Wen thought about all the girls he'd met, but none of them had ever stirred such feelings in him as she did. He would do anything to win her over. Shang Shihan thought to herself that this young man was a real catch. Even if the chief sold him out to his father, how could she possibly refuse? Jochin suddenly appeared, riding his armored bull. The young man called out to Shang Shihan. The warriors were surprised when they saw the armored bull. Could a person really be riding it? Zhou Chen rode up, kicking up a cloud of dust behind him. Shang Shihan asked what had brought the young man here. The bull turned and galloped off in the other direction. The warriors were baffled. Could this guy really be riding an 8th level armored bull? After all, no one can tame that beast. Zhou Chen returned again and asked Shihan if she had some free time. Jihan apologized to Min Wen and said a friend had come to see her. Zhou Chen suggested that the girl climb onto the bull and ride with him across the endless plains. The young people rode off and Min Wen was left alone, standing there feeling sad. Min Wen rushed to his chocobo bird. He couldn't accept that someone had stolen his girl. The assistant told Master Min not to be so impulsive, since there was nothing they could do to that man. Min Wen replied that there was no one in Titan whom he could not challenge. The assistant said that the man's name was Zhou Chen. Min Wen was taken aback. Min Wen thought in surprise, could this really be that ordinary guy everyone in Titan is talking about right now? It's a good thing he didn't mess with him, or his father would have made him apologize. Min Wen asked Qin Yun if she wanted to take a ride on his bike. Shihan asked where Zhou Chen had gotten that bull from. Zhou Chen honestly replied that he'd gotten into a fight with it, beat it up pretty badly, and then the bull started chasing him. Shihan was surprised. Could it really be that simple? The young man said he had come here to ask the girl what was the best food to feed this bull. Shihan replied that taming an animal requires going through many stages. One must act based on its temperament, so she couldn't give a definitive answer. The girl added that in the future, if he had any questions while feeding it, he could certainly ask her. Shihan blushed, climbed down from the bull, and said she had something urgent to do. They would see each other again, but later. Zhou Chen asked Shihan not to leave, but to wait for him. Maybe she could at least leave her phone number? Otherwise, how would he find her? The young people left yet another pharmacy, but they still hadn't managed to get the healing elixir. The prices were discouraging. His colleague asked Zhang if he had bought the elixir. The young man replied that the price had gone up, and they were only giving out a maximum of 1 bottle per person. Zhang told Zhou's brother over the phone that they had stocked up on medicine just in time. Judging by the speculators' behavior, people had no chance of survival. Zhou noted that the first distribution point was about to open, and the businessmen would definitely want to cash in on it. They had only just managed to get ahead of them. Zhang said that several of their warehouses were almost completely filled with medicine. Should they ship them now or wait a little while? Zhou suggested not rushing the shipment, but they shouldn't keep buying either. They should keep a few crystals on hand just in case and not forget to keep an eye on the warehouses. Zhang assured him that everything would be fine. The protagonist added that once the pharmacy crisis passes, he'll become the richest person in Titan. Titan, a street under construction. Zhang said he hasn't had a moment's peace lately. He's too exhausted to even think about rebuilding the streets. Zhang said he's solved the main problems. He needs the best designer to plan the street. There should be a place here where people can eat, have fun, and enjoy themselves. The warrior added that the budget would be very high, since no one knows the prices of the materials yet. Once this street is finished, it should have the best view in all of Titan. Zhou said that crystals were pouring in like a river. They should find something they could sell for a higher price. Zhou thought that a lot of time had passed, and the people from the Tianhe gang had surely given up their search by now. Perhaps he could sell this equipment now. The protagonist thought he hadn't sold anything like this in a long time. Now he had more and more on his plate. Maybe he could find someone reliable to sell the old gear for him. The man approached Zhou and said he didn't know him. Was this the guy's first time selling here? He wanted to check the quality of the goods. The old man examined the items and asked, "Is all this stuff that was thrown out of the gear store?" The man added that the young man was definitely at a loss. "This gear is badly damaged. It can't be repaired." Who would want to buy something like this? Zhou asked the buyer what he should do. The man replied that he knew of a repair shop. Maybe they could help out somehow. But luckily, the young man had met him, and he could offer a fair price for this equipment. He was ready to pay right away. Zhou asked the buyer what a fair price for this item would be. The young man decided to keep up the act and see how long this charade would go on. The buyer said he was willing to give 1 top-grade white crystal for each piece of equipment and take it all for himself. Zhou thought in surprise that this buyer really knew no bounds. Another buyer said that it was a good item, worth at least 1 blue crystal. The young man said that just because others didn't dare to contradict Tao Chonan didn't mean he couldn't. Did he really want to give just 1 white crystal for this excellent equipment? He said that this young man was cheating. The young man wondered what Chonan could possibly do to him. The old man said he had long since noticed how this young man was behaving. He ordered his men to seize the man and take him outside the city to the wolves. The young buyer tried to run away, but Zhou grabbed him and told him not to rush. The young man was frightened and thought the seller was in cahoots with Chao Nan. However, the protagonist asked the young man if he wanted to become his sales agent. After all, his name is Zhang Yunlin, isn't it? Tao Chonan told Yonglin not to stick his nose into other people's business. Zhou pressed his blade to the old man's throat and said he wasn't going to listen to this abuse. If he wasn't stupid, he should leave right now. Tao Chonan was surprised. Did someone actually dare to threaten him in the middle of the street? Titan guards appeared from around the corner and shouted for everyone to disperse immediately. Tao Chonan told the vendor that he could continue if he had the guts. A Titan guard told the young man to lower his blade. The guard added that the boy should leave the old man alone. He would deal with him himself. Zhou let go of the old man, and the Titan guard began kicking him. The chief told the guard to calm down immediately. The old man said he had made a mistake. He had simply been forced to do it. Titan's deputy guard, Zhou, ordered that the 2 men be detained for a few days and given a warning. Bystanders said the old man was to blame. He shouldn't have behaved that way. Chuchen suggested that the young man step aside to discuss their shared matter regarding the proposal. The young men went into the open-air noodles restaurant. Zhou asked Zhang Yonglin why the young man wasn't eating. Did he really think the food here wasn't tasty? Yunlin replied that the food here was the most delicious. Of course, he would eat everything. Zhou pointed out that, as a speculator, Zhang Yonglin should know that this equipment could have come from several sources. First, it might have been discarded by a store. Second, it might have been discarded by some unit. Third, the young man himself should understand what might have happened. Zhang Yonglin asked why Deputy Commander Zhou had chosen him specifically. The protagonist replied that it was because he liked the young man's character. The warrior asked in surprise, "Could Zhou Chen really have brought in an 8th-level wild beast?" The protagonist replied that he had simply been lucky. His companion wondered if he should go after an 11th-level mutant lizard too. Zhou Chen replied that it wouldn't end well. The warrior handed the hero a book of buildings. Although the station wasn't finished yet, it was already open to warriors. Zhu added that the young man simply needed to be in charge of assigning foreign warriors. It wasn't difficult. Zhou Chen thanked Zhu's brother for his help. Zhou Chen called Brother Xiao to ask how things were going with the medicine. His brother replied that the price of medicine had already quadrupled. Zhou Chen remarked that this was simply wonderful. Tomorrow they needed to meet with the transport unit and send 60% of the medicine from the warehouse to the deployment site. If anyone from the Warriors Union needed medicine, they could sell it for no less than 4 white crystals. Zhang Shochi said they wouldn't wait any longer. But what if the price suddenly rose to 5 white crystals? Zhou Chen pointed out that others might think the same way, and in that case, the price would definitely drop. Zhou Chen approached the man and asked how conductivity could be increased. Gu Zhenye, the inlay master, replied that the higher the grade of the crystal, the higher the conductivity could be raised. It all depended on what kind of crystal he received. Gu Zhenye also reminded him that the higher the percentage, the greater the risk. If something went wrong, the weapon would be ruined, and the crystal would be lost forever. The young man would have to pay him in any case. Choshin replied that he needed to think it over. Suddenly, a warrior approached and asked indignantly how the old swindler dared to deceive people. The warrior told the young man not to believe the old man. Yesterday, he had given him his saber with 20% conductivity to have it enhanced, and today the old man said the weapon was broken. The old man reminded him that this was no easy task. The warrior said angrily that if fighting weren't forbidden here, the old man would have been destroyed long ago. Today, he would stand here and keep watch so that the old man wouldn't deceive anyone else. By evening, the warrior said that he would also come here the next day and keep an eye on the old man. Jogan caught up with the old man and said he just wanted to talk. The man was surprised. Did the young man really believe him? Zhou Chen remarked that otherwise he wouldn't have come here. Choshin thought that the system couldn't be wrong. This man truly possessed the art of inlaying. The old man inspected the weapon and said it was good. Was the young man really sure he wanted to have it inlaid? Judging by this weapon, the young man must be a well-known figure in this city. Zhou Chen replied that it didn't matter who he was. He was interested in how the man had learned that inlaying could increase conductivity. The old man replied that it had happened by accident. The inlaying would take the whole night. Could the young man stay here and keep watch? Zhou Chen agreed. The old man said that to thank the young man for trusting him, he would only take payment if the process was successful. Zhou Chen thought this was a bit rash, since such expertise isn't usually shared with just anyone. Staying behind as a guard, the protagonist said he regretted that the conductivity was only 25%. Even if he managed to increase it, it would be risky. He would have to take a chance with the peerless knife. Jugan took out the blue crystal and began meditating in the lotus position, aiming to raise his level by altering his mental state. The old man appeared with a grim expression. The young man had a bad feeling. Zhou Chen asked, "Did it not work?" The old man said he just wanted a drink of water. Zhou Chen replied that he had been frightened by the look on the old man's face. The old man returned the broken blade and said he was sorry. The man reminded him that the probability was very low and that he was sorry. Zhou Chen was also sorry that his incomparable knife had been ruined. Zhou Chen screamed in fear and woke up. The old man asked, had the young man really had a nightmare? Perhaps he thought the knife had broken? Zhou Chen replied that the old man was trying to scare him. The protagonist decided that his thoughts were all jumbled. He had never lost control of himself like this before. The master said he was offering the young man a chance to check his work. The old man remarked that this young man was truly lucky. Zhou Chen looked at the result of the old man's work and saw that everything had turned out perfectly. It was a new weapon with the highest conductivity in all of Titan. There was no other like it to be found. The master said that if his calculations were correct, the conductivity had increased by 12%. Zhou Chen happily said that he hadn't misjudged this master. The old man was pleased. The young man said he didn't quite understand. While talking on the phone with Zhou Chen, he had received an offer to manage Titan's equipment. But what did that mean? In any case, tomorrow he's heading out with the convoy to the first station, where he'll listen to all the details with interest. Chung thought that this Zhou Chen always managed to surprise him. A crowd had gathered at station number 1. Buyers wanted to purchase many vials of elixirs and hemostatic agents at once. Chung was baffled. Who would have thought that no one would be able to buy a single white crystal anymore? Now it takes as many as 4 crystals. Zhou Chen was very far-sighted. The sect leader was very angry. He said that this guy was a real hero. An assistant approached the leader and said they had captured a man who might be connected to the young master's disappearance. The prisoner was pulled out of the sack. He also had a gag in his mouth. The assistant told the leader that they had found this man while he was selling equipment. The chief grabbed Zhang Yunlin by the chest and told him to spill everything. One of the warriors stated that he remembered the equipment well. It belonged to Fan Khan or Kun Lin. The boss asked the young man where his son was now. Zhang Yunlin was frightened and replied that he didn't understand what he was being asked. The man struck the young man and said he would try asking again. The boy probably didn't know that every piece of Tianhe gang equipment has a special barcode marking. This boy had the nerve to sell this equipment, yet he claims to know nothing. The assistant surmised that judging by the damage, Kun Lin and the others were already dead. These tracks must have been left by a 6th-level blue wolf. However, with Kun Lin's experience, a 6th-level wolf shouldn't have been a major threat to him. The head said that in that case, someone might have wiped them out. The assistant noted that if Kun Lin, with his strength, couldn't avoid death, then something bad must have happened. The head of Tianhe picked up the protective helmet and examined it closely. The assistant said they had found out that this equipment had been given to this man for resale. The head realized they were talking about Zhou Chen and shouted angrily that he would tear the guy to pieces. At station number 1, Chang ran into Zhou Chen and said he hadn't expected this. In such a short time, this place had become simply impressive. The protagonist replied that it was all thanks to their joint efforts. Chang asked if that was why he hadn't been allowed to sell equipment here. Zhou Chen reminded him that he had an unparalleled blade and showed him his new weapon. Chang was surprised. How could that be? Its conductivity was already over 40%. Zhou Chen stated that he had found a man here who could increase conductivity thanks to his inlaying technique. Chang said he had to see this person. He was willing to pay any amount of money, but he wanted to meet him. Zhou Chen said he could introduce them, but the rest was out of his hands. Chang said goodbye and told Zhou Chen's brother that he was returning to Titan. Zhou Chen was surprised. Why so late at night? Maybe he'd stay here for the night. Chang replied that time is money. Soon they would shock all of Titan. Zhou Chen watched the young man walk away and said he was very impatient. A phone call came in from an unknown number. The caller addressed our hero by name. The man said he had some very bad news. An hour ago, the Tianhe gang had captured his family members. They were locked up in the 7th district. Only 3 members of the Battle Hammer squad had survived. Zhou Chen asked who he was speaking with. The caller replied that it didn't matter. However, the young man should have long ago considered the consequences of his feud with Tianhe. There was no time to waste if he wanted to save his people. Zhou Chen rushed home and saw the aftermath of the attack. The protagonist was shocked. Zhou Chen couldn't get through to anyone. Something truly catastrophic had indeed happened. Our hero mounted the armored ox and set off for the Tianhe gang's hideout. 2 people were being held captive. It was impossible to leave the room. The door opened and 2 more people were shoved into the cell, Su Junwen and Lan Shi. They were warned not to make a scene. The man was surprised and asked how Su and Shi had ended up there and how they were feeling. The warrior told the guards to keep a close eye on the cell. If anything happened, they were to report it immediately. Zhou Chen crept up to the building, climbed onto a tree branch, surveyed the situation, and realized he was on target. He activated invisibility mode and slipped inside. The young man heard the guards report that the prisoners were locked up on the 11th floor. They'd run into the head of security himself, and all the guards were ranked 8th or higher. Zhou Chen took the elevator up to the 11th floor. One of the guards told his colleague that he needed to use the restroom. Our hero easily neutralized the guard who was left alone. After searching the body, the young man realized that this guard didn't have the key to the cell. Zhou Chen tried to open the cell with a knife, but without the key, he couldn't. The first guard returned from the restroom and was also subdued by our hero. Su Junwen and Lan Shi heard someone outside trying to open the door. Finally, the door opened and Zhou Chen appeared in the doorway. All the prisoners in the cell were surprised and very happy. Zhou Chen told them to keep quiet. First, they needed to get out. After leaving the building, the protagonist and the former prisoners fled. Zhou Chen carried the girl in his arms. Su Jungwon said she wasn't scared at all because she knew that he would save them. The head of security saw the deactivated guards and determined that their blood was still warm. That meant the fugitives hadn't gotten far. A pursuit must be organized. The guards on the city wall spotted people running. Leaving the city before dawn was forbidden. Jushin told the guards that he needed to leave urgently, so he demanded that the gates be opened immediately. The Titan guard on duty recognized Zhou Chen's deputy and said he would comply at once. Commander Zhang noted that the Tianhe gang takes revenge mercilessly. Jogan stated that his brothers-in-arms had been wiped out by this gang. He could not allow them to go unavenged. Zhou Chen said that first they needed to visit the first station to set things right, and then repay their enemies in kind. The guards pursuing our hero approached the city gates and demanded that they be opened immediately. The commander asked what they wanted. No one was going to open them just like that. At the first station, the squad commander said he was listening closely to Zhou Chen. What should be done next? Zhou Chen said that the Tianhe gang had at least several tens of thousands of members. It was impossible to crush them all at once. He noted that he would take them down one by one, slowly eliminating them all. The SUV driver reported that the target was visible ahead and they needed to prepare for battle. A warrior observing through binoculars said that it wasn't prey, but Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen mounted his armored bull and charged at the Tianhe gang's SUVs. The operation was a success. The SUVs were scattered in all directions and destroyed. The assistant reported to the leader that over the past few days, Zhou Chen had caused a lot of trouble for the hunting squad. Now they had suffered heavy losses. The leader ordered the gang to continue their work. Every outgoing team must be accompanied by high-ranking warriors. Commander Zhang wondered why, in all this time, not a single vehicle from the Tianhe gang had passed by yet. Jushin noted that his attacks had finally paid off. That meant they could return to base. The protagonist suggested that they should send higher-ranking warriors so as not to sell themselves short. The phone rang. The caller announced that he intended to destroy Zhou Chen. The young man replied to Chief Chu that he'd had enough of this game over the past few days, and now they could meet in person. He added that if, within 3 days, Chief Chu personally brought him 10 top-grade purple crystals to the first station, he was willing to return his son to him. Chief Chu was surprised. Could his son really still be alive? Zhou Chen noted that Chief Chu must come alone, or else things would end badly. Commander Zhang was surprised. After all, Chu Xiong had been eliminated long ago. Zhou Chen replied that otherwise he wouldn't have been able to lure Chief Chu since he wanted to destroy the entire Tianhe gang. The assistant reported to the mayor that everything was ready. The mayor sighed and said that Zhou Chen really had caused a lot of trouble. The assistant remarked that being hot-headed was normal for young people. The mayor thought that initially the Tianhe gang had been allowed to strengthen its forces in order to form an alliance with the Hongding Company. But ever since Boss Chu lost his son, the gang had started to get too big for its britches. If they can't be of use to Titan, then Mr. Chu is no longer fit to be the gang's leader. At the appointed time, Chief Chu Sam arrived at station number 1 and asked where Zhou Chen was. Why hasn't he come out yet? Zhou Chen, watching from the roof of a neighboring building through binoculars, said that this man had arrived very quickly. The protagonist told Chu not to rush. He would give him a few hints. Suddenly, a shot rang out from a handheld grenade launcher, and an explosion occurred nearby, behind the neighboring building. Chief Chu immediately went to check what had exploded. Our hero noted that it was no wonder this man was a 9th-rank warrior. His speed was truly remarkable. Chu Chen decided to move to the outskirts of the city. Chief Chu followed him. Zhou Chen stopped in a forest clearing and said they could start right there. The gang leader asked, "Where is his son?" If the young man didn't tell him, he'd have to hurt him badly. Zhou Chen said there was no need to rush. First, he wanted to show a trick. A strange object appeared in our hero's hand. The young man explained that it was a crystal fruit, a very rare mutant plant. The stellar energy it emitted was highly prized by high-level mutant beasts. The gang leader remained perplexed. The gangster told the young man to stop fooling him and hand over his son. Jogan said that Chu Tianhe was a real person, but unfortunately his son had dragged his father down. Chu Tianhe was surprised. What on earth was this guy talking about? Zhou Chen was surprised. Didn't Mr. Chu get it yet? Ever since he started looking for his son, most of his gang had already stopped following him. Even the mayor had turned his back on him. Chu Tianhe said that wasn't true. Zhou Chen pointed out that it was indeed true. If it weren't for the mayor's personal order to leave Tianhe's gang and do whatever he wanted with him, Would he have gone to such lengths to drag him here alone? Zhu Tianhe realized that this man had deceived him. Zhou Chen asked if the gangster wanted to see his son. Zhou Chen showed him the gear and said it was the only thing left of Xiong Tianhe. The gang leader drew his blade and said he would tear this man to pieces right then and there. Zhou Chen tossed the crystal fruit, and a wild beast immediately appeared in the clearing. The young man reminded him that there were many high-level mutant beasts living here. To save his life, Chu Tianhe was forced to fight the mutant beast. Zhou Chen said that Chief Chu could now have some fun and not to forget to say hello to his son. Chu Tianhe didn't understand. How was this possible? How had this guy managed to outsmart him? In addition to the enormous tiger, a mutant lizard was approaching the clearing. It was also of incredible size. Rumors spread through the city that Tianhe's gang would soon hold elections for a new leader. Chu Tianhe had disappeared over half a month ago. Probably the same thing had happened to him as to his son. The townspeople speculated that some kind of curse had been placed on Chief Chu and his son. Upon entering the relevant office, an employee greeted Mr. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen asked for an 8th rank room. Zhou Chen thought that this time he should reach a 7th rank. His thief level could just be raised to 60. Half an hour later, our hero succeeded. Upon returning home, Lan Shi immediately noticed that his master had reached the 7th rank. Zhou Chen said that Lan Shi should also try his best to increase his rank. Lan Shi replied that he was trying very hard, but he wasn't as talented as his master. Zhou Chen told his assistant that he needed to travel very far away. While he was gone, Lan Shi would train with Xiao Heng and the others. The house was at his disposal. Su Jiwen told him to be careful. She would worry. Zhou Chen replied that there was no need to worry. The girls should take better care of themselves. There was no need to worry about him. Chu suggested that the young man had decided to run away. Wasn't he afraid his little mistress would be sad? Chogan said that Junwen wasn't that faint-hearted. Besides, this time he had joined forces with the King of Beasts Alliance, and that was a rare opportunity. He couldn't let it slip away. Shihan said the chairman was being too cautious. The relationship with the Hongding company was already quite solid. He could return and spend time with his housekeeper. Zhou Chen wondered, had he somehow offended this girl? Zhu noted that Chairman Han Zhengdong and the others had suffered heavy losses while trying to traverse the road between Titan and the graveyard. With Zhou Chen's brother, their chances of victory had increased significantly. The commander said that if the road between the Titans and the graveyard were open this time, these two places would be able to establish a business partnership. The young man must understand how profitable this could be. Zhou Chen asked, "Is the leader afraid that his King of Beasts Alliance won't be able to secure such profits, and that's why he turned to the Hongding company?" The head of the King of Beasts Alliance said that the terms of cooperation with this young man would be equal. He offered 10% of the profits for the road. The protagonist agreed. Shihan told the young man that she had called out to him several times already. Could he have fallen asleep? Zhou Chen blushed with embarrassment and said he wasn't asleep. He was just lost in thought. After all, he had a lot on his plate. The girl asked where his armored bull was now. Zhou Chen replied that his beast was currently in a very safe place. The young man couldn't tell Shihan that he had placed the bull in the system space. It would be very difficult to explain that to an ordinary person. After reaching level 60, the pet storage had unlocked. Keeping animals there was much more convenient, but taking them out in public was a hassle. Shihan said that it was actually inconvenient to take this armored bull along. After all, this was an important mission. If something happened to the animal during it, it would be very bad. The young man agreed with this statement. Ahead lay the red zone, which they had to cross on foot, so the vehicle stopped. Zhu warned that there were many dangers ahead, so they needed to stay alert and keep up. The group approached the most dangerous spot in this section of the ruined city. Zhu looked into the distance and was surprised. What was happening there? A huge zombie was fighting off black rats. Zhu said that black rats lived in packs, and this zombie was only attracting them. The zombie raged furiously, fending off the attacking black rats. This only attracted more of the beasts. The situation threatened to spiral out of control, and the black rats could pose a problem for the arriving squad. Shush told everyone to follow him immediately. They needed to go even higher. The squad turned and headed for the higher floors. Zhu fought off the pressing rats. Chojin grabbed the girl and shielded her with his body to protect her from the mutant black rats. When the danger had passed, Shihan thanked her savior. Zhu said they needed to get to the other side, which meant they would have to jump. All the squad members jumped over to the neighboring building. Zhu followed them. Only Shihan and Zhou Chen remained. Shihan said she couldn't jump that far. The young man replied that he would help her. There was a loud knock on the door leading to the roof. It was clear that it was the mutant rats. Danger was already close at hand. Shihan stood still, unable to make up her mind. Zhou Chen said they had to hurry. The girl made up her mind and started running, picking up speed rapidly. Zhou Chen tossed the girl up and behind him so she could land safely on the other roof. Zhu shouted that the girl was fine. Zhou Chen now had to hurry. Zhou Chen said he wasn't like that. The commander had to leave. He would contact him later. Zhu was frightened. What was Zhou Chen doing? Shihan said she was waiting for him because they could still escape. Chushin told everyone to look down. If no one got those black mutant rats out of here, no one would definitely escape. Zhu looked down from the roof and saw a huge crowd of beasts gathered below, eager to tear those people to pieces. The roof hatch swung open and the rats burst out. There was no time to waste. Chochin took off running and shouted, "If the mutant rats want meat, they'll have to catch him first." The beast gave chase. Chochin jumped off the roof. The rats rushed after him. The young man managed to hook a rope onto the ladder of the neighboring building. The rats had no such opportunity, and they fell to the ground. Zhu said he couldn't understand this young man at all. Just how good he is. The rats below rushed in the direction our hero had gone. Jihan was frightened and asked Commander Zhu what had happened to Zhou Chen. Zhu replied that with his skills, the young man should be able to defend himself. Zhu asked, "Are you really worried about some guy?" Shihan replied that she wasn't worried about him. He just stayed behind because of her. That's why she was concerned. Shihan added that she was just worried. Zhu remarked that worrying about other people wasn't a bad thing at all. Now they had to hurry because they couldn't miss the opportunity Zhou Chen had provided. Zhou Chen kept running, throwing hand grenades behind him that exploded midair. As a result, the black mutant rats were wiped out. The young man found himself at a dead end and said that luring them here hadn't been difficult at all. Even though they were very aggressive, he didn't have time to play with them right now. The protagonist declared that it was time to get to work and summoned his armored bull. Our hero jumped onto the bull's back and got to work. The bull ran in circles, trampling the black mutant rats. It was highly effective. A huge specimen appeared among the rats, their mutant boss. Zhou Chen prepared to attack the beast. The bull lowered its horns and charged forward. After the impact, the mutant boss was sent flying backward at high speed and slammed into the wall. As a result, the giant rat was destroyed, suffering a through-and-through wound. Zhou praised the bull for a job well done. The other rats rushed to retreat. Shihan once again asked Chief Zhu if everything was okay with Zhou Chen. The commander replied that there was no need to worry. He knew this guy well. He never does anything unless he's confident. Shihan finally saw the young man calmly approaching them. There were no rats in sight. Zhou Chen was confident, and his steady gait suggested he had accomplished what he set out to do. Zhu said they could now go downstairs to meet the young man. Shihan was, of course, delighted and didn't hide it. Zhu said the bull had performed well this time. However, the center of the red zone lay ahead. They now had to be extremely careful. The lookout reported that a working tanker had been found at the gas station ahead. The observer checked the map and said there was a road ahead that was perfectly suitable for the vehicle. The young men climbed onto the tanker and prepared to continue their journey in this vehicle. A bird of prey appeared overhead, which could pose a danger. Targeted fire was opened on the bird. Zhu said he didn't know that Zhou Chen was not only an excellent archer, but also a skilled sniper. Zhou Chen remarked that he was just doing it for fun. This time he hadn't brought his elven bow, so he had to use the rifle. During the rest stop, the guide said that if nothing else happened, they would enter the burial mound tomorrow. Today, he and Zhu Shenghua would be on guard duty. The rest could rest. A trail from a shot appeared in the night sky, aimed straight up. Then a fireworks display began. It was very beautiful and unexpected. Zhou Chen silently watched the sparks scattering across the sky. The girl asked what it was. She liked it. Zhou Chen said that there is a special type of plant that explodes when it ripens and scatters across the sky. Because it's cool here at night, the seeds aren't damaged by direct sunlight. Shihan was surprised. How did Zhou Chen know so much? The young man replied that he liked to look things up on the internet, although in reality he had made it all up. Shihan thanked her companion for his help. Zhou Chen remarked that in a dangerous situation, she would help him too. He had no doubt of that. The squad commander called his subordinates a bunch of wimps. He ordered a search to see if anyone was still alive in the area. At that moment, a fuel truck drove by on the road with young people on its roof. A soldier told the commander that they might have been seen from that truck. They needed to catch up. The commander ordered a message to be sent to the brothers in town, telling them to keep an eye on the tanker. The guide said that the southern settlement, one of the 4 stations of the graveyard, was already ahead. At that moment, Li Qin, a 6th-rank warrior, was fighting a 7th-level mutant wolf. Li Qin leaped high into the air and swung his blade. The mutant wolf prepared to pounce. As a result, the beast was destroyed and no longer posed a threat. Zhou Chen, watching from the roof of the fuel truck, thought, "How is this possible? Could a 6th-rank warrior really have destroyed a 7th-level mutant beast without even using star power?" Zhou Chen speculated that the warrior might not have been fighting at full strength at all. The protagonist thought that the city of Graveyard was indeed not so simple. And this is just the deployment site? In terms of scale, it's even bigger than Titan. Previously, the young man had thought this place was almost the same as Titan, but now he saw that he was wrong. Si-Han asked if they would reach the graveyard itself today. The guide confirmed this. However, now they didn't need to rush. The guide added that he could show them something interesting. The young people approached a station near which were flying machines of incredible size. Zhang asked if they had ever flown in one of these before. None of them had ever even seen these airships before. After taking their seats, everyone fastened their seatbelts. Zhou Chen told his brother Zhu that such airships weren't only found in South Village, there were plenty of them at other stations as well. Zhu replied that if there was only one station of such enormous size here, what on earth was the burial ground itself like? Si-Han was delighted and said that since they were rising upward, that meant they were flying after all. The girl exclaimed with delight that they were flying through the air. Could Zhou Chen feel it? Si-Han suggested that everyone look out the porthole, since the view outside was very beautiful. Zhou Chen thought that it was certainly beautiful, but what would happen if the airship collided with some kind of mutant? An alarm sounded, all the passengers flinched, and many were frightened. The pilot announced that a flock of mutants was flying nearby. It looked like 5th-level flamingos. Zhou Chen thought, is it really that bad? Could there be a collision? The hunters outside the airship opened targeted fire with their crossbows at the flock of mutants. However, the crossbows were not loaded with arrows, but with special capsules. The capsules opened in front of the birds, releasing nets. The flamingos got caught in these nets. The hunters reported to the airship crew that the danger had been eliminated. The captain thanked them for their excellent work. Zhou Chen was surprised. Could everything really be resolved so easily? He recalled the warriors who had attacked the white mutant beast near the road and thought there might be some connection between them. Zhou Chen looked at the hunter's crossbows and surmised that the secret lay in the metal. Zhou Chen offered the hunter a cigarette and said they had worked hard. The hunter thanked the young man and took the cigarette. Zhou Chen asked what kind of metal capsule the hunter had just used. The shooter guessed that this guy had arrived at the burial ground very recently. Zhou Chen confirmed that he had just arrived from Titan. The shooter said he hadn't heard of that name. Titan must be a very small town. Zhou Chen was surprised. Was Titan really a small town to the locals? The hunter explained that there was no secret to this bullet capsule. The young man added that it was a warhead made of composite metal. The young man added that a year had passed since they managed to crystallize the composite metal. Now it is divided into powerful and weak subtypes, but even the weakest of them is many times stronger than the metals of years past. The hunters said that they had classified this metal into subtypes according to a standard called armor penetration. That is, based on its ability to destroy an enemy's defenses. The higher the armor penetration, the greater the destructive effect. The young man added that the bullet he had just fired had an armor penetration rating of 8. Its cost was equal to the entire airship's revenue. The gunner told the young man not to be surprised. In fact, such a situation might happen once in every 10 flights. Therefore, the airline still doesn't incur any losses. Zhu suggested that they really did have a very narrow perspective. If they had obtained such metal, hunting would be easier and more enjoyable. Zhou Chen agreed with this. The young man thought that such a weapon required warriors capable of fully unleashing its power. For example, a first-rank warrior would be able to use armor-piercing weapons with a maximum rating of 2. Si-Han asked the leader why this place was called the Graveyard. Chief Zhang said they would have to wait a little while. They would arrive soon, and then everything would become clear. Half an hour later, the airship hovered over the graveyard. Zhou Chen thought that this city had endured many attacks by beasts, which was why so many bones had accumulated here. The ship's commander announced to the passengers that they had arrived in the city of Graveyard. The young people arrived in the 11th district of Graveyard City. They were greeted at the entrance to the Triumph Hotel. He was satisfied. Jochin and Shihan were a little confused. Chief Zhang noted that all the rooms here were single rooms, so they could choose anyone they liked. Chuchin told his companions that he was tired and was going to get some rest. The girl standing at the hotel entrance offered the young man an excellent massage. The young man was even more flustered. The protagonist replied that he wasn't interested at all, so they shouldn't waste their time. Shihan was dissatisfied. Why did Director Zhang choose this hotel? Chochin, left alone in the room, thought that his horizons were still very limited. Our hero decided he had to reshuffle the deck. Just like in a game, he had to start all over again. Composite metal is good, but Zhou Chen was sure there was much more of interest here. The young man declared that he was going to conquer the graveyard. Chief Zhang said he wanted to contact the squad monitoring the hatching of the egg, so he would say goodbye here. Chuchin told Brother Zhu that he would be staying here for a while, so they would have to watch over the Titan without him. Zhu replied that there was no need to worry. With him around, no one would dare touch his friends and family. Chochin looked around and thought that the business atmosphere in this city was truly incomparable to that of Titan. Chochin asked at the store how much a city map cost. The young man was told to pay 1 white crystal. The salesman said he also had a digital map. It was much more detailed than the standard one, displayed mutant beasts in 3D, and had GPS navigation, and it cost just 1 blue crystal. Chochin paid and received the map in digital form. The young man noted that it was indeed much cooler than the paper version. Chochin raised his hand on the road and hailed a taxi. The driver pulled over and asked where the gentleman wanted to go. The protagonist replied that he needed to get to Equipment Street in the 9th District. Upon arriving at the designated location, our hero went inside and examined the exhibits. He asked what the armor-piercing capability of this knife was. A female employee took out the dagger and measured the required characteristic with the appropriate device. It turned out to be a dagger with armor penetration of 5, and it cost a full 1.5 purple crystals. Jochin thanked the employee and said he would look around elsewhere. The girl suggested he stop by more often. Maybe he'd find something he liked. 6 hours later, our hero still hadn't found anything. He realized that all armor-piercing weapons started at a purple crystal, and in Titan he was considered rich. In Mogilnik, however, he barely scraped by as an average Joe. Jochin ended up at an auction and took an interest in the items on display. The auctioneer announced that the final lot of the first show was about to be presented. The host announced that a mysterious person had provided a piece of composite metal. The attendees decided that they hadn't come here for nothing and asked about its armor-piercing capability. Surely no less than 5. The show host added that it was a piece of composite metal 10 centimeters in diameter and 2 centimeters thick. The audience asked why the piece was so small. They were used to using large knives, but you couldn't even make half a knife from this piece. Chochin thought that such a piece would still be enough to make a single dagger. The host said that its armor-piercing rating was 11, just 2 points lower than that of the highest grade metal. The starting price was announced, 1 top-quality purple crystal. After the bidding began, the price kept rising, eventually reaching 6.5 purple crystals. Jochin raised his hand and increased the bid by 1/10 of a crystal. The girl said that the metal the young man had won was right in front of him. He could take it. A man in a hat sitting nearby said that he had been a blacksmith for many years, but had never seen metal with an armor penetration rating of 11. It was a pity that it was so small. Otherwise, the price would have been much higher. Jochin asked the man if this piece would be enough to make a single dagger. The young man replied that he didn't know if it would be enough for others, but for him, Luo Tianshan, it was quite sufficient. The young men came to an agreement, and later in the lab, Luo Tianshan told our hero that the creation was about to begin. Half an hour later, the craftsman wiped the sweat from his forehead and said everything was ready. He added that, based on his experience, the knife's conductivity would be at least 20%. Chushin took the knife and noted that it felt great in his hand. Now he had to test it in action. Chochin said goodbye to Luo Tianshan and hurried off to attend to his business. The master remarked that today was truly a lucky day for both of them. Luo added that this time he had firmly secured the title of Star Creator. Zhou Chen arrived in the western part of the city, guided by his navigator. The young man said the device was worth the money, since it not only marked hunting spots but also small shops. Google Maps couldn't hold a candle to it. Chochin spotted a shop on the map called Wings. He recalled the hang glider belonging to the trader Wei Han and thought he should get something similar too. The shop clerk asked if the young man wanted to buy wings. The guy had made the right choice in picking this shop. They had wings of various types, gliding with dynamic thrust, even portable ones, as well as vertical takeoff models. Our hero chose a personal flying device. The manager said it was the best choice. The price for these wings was just one low-grade green crystal. Joshin thought that now he needed to find a place where he could test out his new friend. Outside the western region, people warned those present that entering the Wild Wolf Valley required warriors of the 5th rank. They also invited those with armor-piercing weapons to the Rhino Plain. Zhou Chen asked if they would let him into the Rhino Plain. The man said he saw a 7th rank youth. But what if he had armor-piercing weapons? Our hero replied that he didn't have such weapons. The man said that in that case, the young man could proceed. Hadn't he heard what the requirements were? Zhou Chen asked if a weapon with high conductivity would work. Was 47% really worse than armor-piercing capability? The man stated that they would be hunting armored rhinos, and only armor-piercing weapons could break their scales. Jogan asked how the man knew that if he hadn't tried it himself. The warrior sitting in the back of the pickup truck told Guan to stop arguing and just add this guy to the group. The warrior greeted the mercenaries and announced that he was the commander of the Wolf Fang unit. This time, they had a reward for the hired warriors. The mercenaries' task was to attract the attention of the armored rhinos. The professionals would handle the attack. The commander said these men were very lucky to have been able to join his team. If everything went well, the reward would be substantial. Choshin surmised that this squad was very powerful. They explained to him that Wolf Fang was a top-tier team. However, none of the mercenaries had armor-piercing weapons. A pack of huge 6th-level wolves began chasing the vehicles. One of the warriors raised his machine gun and opened fire on the beasts. Many wolves from this wild pack were killed by the precision fire. Choshin was surprised. Could all these bullets really be made of composite metal? The 7th-level wolf leader posed a particular danger. He could dodge bullets. The leader leaped high into the air, intending to climb onto the pickup truck. Jochin looked up and saw the wild beast above him. The young man wasn't afraid and decided it was time to act. Jochin drew his knife. However, at that moment, a shot rang out, and a composite metal bullet struck the leader of the wolf pack. The wolf fell to the ground. The shooter said he didn't even know if this alpha could withstand an armor-piercing bullet with an 8 rating. The warrior noted that the Wolf Fang squad fires bullets with an armor-piercing rating of 8. Other teams might not be able to get a refund for them. The hunters arrived at the territory where the armored rhinos lived. It was the Rhino Plains. The hunters said they needed to split into 3 different groups and lure the armored rhinos. They must not attract more than 2 rhinos at a time. The mercenaries replied that they understood and would follow the instructions. Chojin was the first to rush off to carry out the task and lure the rhinos. A 9th-level armored rhinoceros was peacefully grazing. Several arrows pierced the beast's body, and it bellowed loudly. Joshin climbed onto a branch of a tall tree and set up a lookout over the wild animals. Chushin took out his new dagger and decided to test its strength. The rhinoceros charged at high speed into the tree where the young man was sitting. The boy managed to jump aside to avoid falling from the tree. Jogan began circling the rhinoceros, striking it with his new dagger. However, the beast continued to behave aggressively. This time, the young man's strikes were effective. The rhinoceros's red health bar had significantly decreased. Our hero was surprised. He had sliced through the armored rhinoceros's hide as if it were tofu. The young man thought that testing the dagger was over. It was time to get down to business. Joshin ran in front of the rhinos, taunted them, and then ran away. He wanted them to chase after him. The squad commander was surprised. Could this guy really run that fast? One of the mercenaries said that Zhou Chen was actually pretty good. The commander realized he hadn't misjudged this guy. The warriors said it was now their turn and rushed toward the rhinos. The commander told Zhou Chen to rest now. They would handle the rest themselves. The hunters decided to focus on the wounded rhino to finish it off. One of the mercenaries said he wanted to try too. He was holding a bullet made of composite material. Jogan thought these were armor-piercing bullets with a rating of 9. If this guy could take down the rhino, then this weapon was worth it. The bullet hit the rhino, but it kept running, closing in on the hunters. The mercenary said that the kinetic force of the gunpowder alone couldn't fully unleash the power of a bullet with a penetration rating of 9. Chushin told his colleague that the captain's weapon and the others likely had an armor penetration rating higher than 9. The mercenary admitted that this was his first time on the Rhino Plains and that he had just switched to a new weapon. The penetration rating was exactly 9. However, even with a value of 9, dealing with the rhinos proved very difficult. The hunters proved themselves to be professionals, and the rhinos were destroyed. It took a lot of hard work to achieve this. The hunter asked our hero for his union card number. After returning and selling the materials, the young man would receive his due reward. Jochin scratched the back of his head and said that he hadn't yet applied for a Gravediggers Union workers card. Western City Warriors Union Branch. Our hero arrived here at the start of the workday. The administrator asked the young man to wait a moment, just a little longer, and she would issue his membership card. After a while, the young man received the card and thought that thanks to the mission from the Wolf Fang squad, he had been able to rise to 7 stars. Our hero decided he would stay in this city for a while. The young man got out of the car and said goodbye to his colleagues. The car sped off into the distance, kicking up clouds of dust. Jochin decided he would act alone from now on. Jochin summoned his bull and mounted it once more. The bull picked up speed and no one could stop him. Passers-by jumped out of the way in all directions to avoid being trampled by the beast's hooves. Jochin arrived at the plain of rhinos and said that the most interesting part was just beginning. Our hero moved swiftly from one beast to another, striking them with devastating blows from his new dagger. 2 old men standing on a hill watched the scene unfold. One of them handed his binoculars to his colleague and told Lao Li to be sure to take a look. There was a very interesting young man here. Lao Li was surprised. This guy is so young, yet he can already practice micro-distance evasion, even though he's only at the 7th rank. Lao Li added that this guy had at least. His colleague noted that the young man possessed extraordinary strength, definitely no less than 11th rank. Lao Li told Chairman Shen that once this guy matures a bit, he'll definitely become super strong. Chairman Shen asked, "Is that really why they should turn a blind eye to everything?" Lao Li replied that this genius absolutely had to be tested. Jochin thought that this was definitely the land of treasures. He was able to reach the 2nd level very quickly. On top of that, he had blown up 13 green crystals. Jochin didn't know yet if the meat from these rhinos was edible. Last time, the Wolf Fang squad didn't seem to take any meat. Jochin thought that right now, a lot of people couldn't even afford a single piece of meat, so he shouldn't just waste it. His backpack could hold anything anyway. Jochin put the meat and other animal parts in his backpack and thought it was still too early, so he could go a little deeper. Suddenly, some unknown old men appeared in front of our hero. Chairman Shen told the young man not to worry. They wouldn't harm him. Jochin asked who they were. Shen Zhongxing and Li Chengming introduced themselves and gave their names. In response, the young man also gave his name and bowed to the elders. Chairman Shen apologized and said he needed to clarify something. Chairman Shen scanned the young man and determined that he was at the white 7-star level. The old man was surprised. Could this guy really only be at 7 stars? It turned out he had only registered yesterday, so there was nothing surprising about that. The chairman told Lao Li to hand over his communicator. Lao Li handed over the device and asked, "Chairman, you're not going to change his registration, are you? You can't use this." Shen promised he would return everything in full later. After some fiddling, Chairman Shen announced that he had replaced all of the young man's data. Jochin took the communicator from the chairman's hands and asked what it was. Lao Li explained that it was a satellite communicator. Its range covered half the country. In the entire cemetery, no more than 100 people owned such a device. Zhou Chen asked how much the communicator cost. He figured he wouldn't be able to afford anything else. Chairman Shen asked the young man to take the device, since it was their gift. The elders said their goodbyes, and the chairman told the young man that his number was already saved in the communicator. He would be able to figure out how to use the device on his own. Jochin wondered if what he was holding was the real thing or a fake. These days, many people were traveling to hunting grounds and handing out samples. Jochin thought he was even a little scared. What on earth was this? Our hero realized that he really did have something very cool in his hands. He needed to get his hands on the manual and study it carefully. Chairman Shen contacted the young man via communicator and said he'd forgotten to remind him. Warriors of his caliber shouldn't fixate on destroying mutant beasts. It's better to make them your sparring partners. The old man asked if the young man wasn't tired of messing around with 9th-ranked mutants given his strength. Shen added that a warrior must train his entire life, challenge himself, and surpass his own limits. Lao Li told the chairman that this was too great a gift for the young man. Shen replied that that was exactly why he was the president, and Lao Li was merely the chief designer. One must look deeper and treat people more gently. The chairman added that a lone warrior who had just joined their union would clearly not like it if they started holding him back. If they simply sent him an invitation, he would definitely refuse. Laoli asked, "Is that why the chairman wants to lure him in with gifts?" Shen replied that it's much easier for someone like that to accept a friendly attitude. In the future, he definitely won't be able to refuse. Laoli said that Chairman Shen was very cunning. Shen replied that he called it strategy. Our hero arrived at a place called Snake Valley. Joden drank the appropriate liquid and said that the old man was right. Joden jumped down from the mountain and spread the wings he had bought at the store. He began to hover over the forest territory, carefully looking for a suitable place to land. The young man spotted snakes below and thought it was time to buckle down and take action. 2 weeks later, he was handling the giant snakes quite effectively, barely letting them get within a dangerously close distance. Zhou Chen, using his unique skills, moved quickly and struck the mutants with his magnificent blade. Young people passing by heard strange sounds coming from the forest. The young man was surprised. Where were these sounds of a fight coming from? Could there be a warrior up ahead? Another person suggested that someone was fighting a python. The bald man declared that no warrior, not even one of the highest rank, could withstand such a thick, poisonous fog. Suddenly, a man emerged from below, out of the thick fog. The bald man and his partner were startled and jumped aside. The young man asked the commander, hadn't he said that no warrior could withstand this poison? Jochen greeted these men and asked how they were doing. Our hero said he still had things to do and wouldn't bother them, so he was taking his leave. The bald man shouted for the young man to stop immediately. Jochen turned around and asked what they wanted from him. The bald man thought that this man was only a 7th rank, but could he really be that strong? Jochen replied that he had nothing to offer these men. The man explained that they had received a mission and wanted to invite the young man to join them. Was he interested? His partner decided the commander had lost his mind. The other mercenaries said they didn't know this man. Besides, he was only a 7th rank. The commander needed to think this through carefully. The bald man declared that no one was to contradict him. He had made the decision himself. Chuchen told these people that he had his own opinion about joining other teams. Our hero added that sometimes it's okay to have some fun, so he's accepting the invitation. The squad commander told Zhou Chen to bring him his communicator. He would send him the mission. Zhou Chen took out the communicator the chairman had given him and told the commander to hold on to it. The young men were surprised. It was a satellite communicator. Where had the guy gotten such a thing? The squad leader realized he hadn't been mistaken. This young man was actually quite a character. The commander said that the target area was located on the border within the habitat of level 12 mutants. The reward for this mission was worth the risk. The bald man admitted he'd lost a bet, so the squad would be taking a risk because of him. The mission was indeed very dangerous. The mercenaries said it wasn't the commander's fault. After all, they were all set to make a decent profit. Jochen thought he liked this mission. Pioneers! Huge white beasts appeared on the squad's path. They were on the other side of the river. The assistant informed the commander that it was impossible to go around them. If they wanted to reach the target area, they would have to pass through the lair of these mutants. Jochen said there was no need to go around them. He would distract the white beasts and the squad would quickly pass by. The commander warned Zhou Chen not to take on more than he could handle. The young man replied that there was no need to worry about him. He wasn't going to walk into certain death. A mercenary asked the commander, "Is this guy really sane? After all, he's definitely just bragging." The commander reminded him of how they'd met. Could a person without abilities make it out of the Valley of Snakes alive and unharmed? Jochen activated invisibility mode and crept up on the wild mutant beast. The tigers roared loudly, showing their unease. However, the young man was not detected. The protagonist decided that the only way to lure these animals out was to put on a spectacular show. He ran past the beasts. The mercenary asked the commander, would Zhou Chen be all right? The commander heard the beasts roar and surmised that they were clearly above level 12. He warned the mercenaries that they might not survive this mission. However, Zhou Chen appeared behind Baldy and said that he had finally returned. The entire mercenary squad stared at the newcomer in fear. How did he manage that? Zhou Chen was surprised. Were they really not happy to see him here? A mercenary said that this guy was an absolute master. The commander patted the young man on the shoulder and said that they had only made it this far thanks to Zhou Chen. His speed and agility were far superior to their own. The commander told Zhou Chen to take this detector. They needed to achieve a 60% detection rate, and the mission would be complete. 2 days later, the required percentage was reached, and our hero informed his colleagues that the mission was complete. The mercenaries rejoiced and said that now they were rich and could buy themselves excellent armor. After that, they could even get married. Upon their return, the squad commander asked the young man what his plans were for the future. The protagonist replied that he was very tired and wanted to rest. The commander said the young man could count on them. They were ready to come to his aid at any time. Working with this guy had been a pleasure. Zhou Chen also thanked them. The assistant asked why the commander hadn't invited the young man to join the team. The bald man replied that the squad was too weak for such a strong warrior. Instead of upsetting him, it was better to part on friendly terms. The old man said he hadn't expected this squad to make it back alive, let alone complete the mission. The bald one received an award, 3 medals. The squad commander reminded him that the agreement had been different, and he would demand that this man return everything to them. The old man told his assistant to find out who might have helped them. After a while, the old man was told that there had been one more person with them on the mission that day. The old man looked at Zhou Chen's photo and said that was just perfect. Zhou Chen, sitting in the car, was forced to admit that the only upside to the apocalypse was cheap transportation. Along our hero's route, a man with binoculars in his hands was perched on a high tree branch. The lookout reported that Zhou Chen had appeared at the eastern gate and was heading toward the graveyard. The young man with a blade in his hand said that Brother Hai was definitely underestimating Zhou Chen. A mere 7th rank warrior? Anyone could handle this problem. SUVs armed with machine guns blocked the roadway. Orders had been given not to let this man escape. Jogan was approaching the ambush site at high speed. As he drove by, he noticed an armed man in the back of one of the vehicles. This was no coincidence. Then the command fire robbers rang out, and the bandits opened fire with their machine guns at the passing vehicle. The commander of the unit said he was very sorry because it was an excellent car. He asked the cameraman, had everything been captured on camera? The answer was yes. The gang leader called a general assembly, but immediately afterward a powerful explosion thundered, and the nearby structure was blown sky high. Rockets began falling on the gangsters from above. Another series of explosions followed. Zhou Chen, perched on a branch of a nearby tree with a grenade launcher in his hands, said that if they wanted to play with him, he wasn't opposed to it. The bandits fled in fear from the raging flames, shouting, "We're going to burn! Who dared to attack us?" The shadow of a young man appeared, and he calmly asked, "Are you really surprised?" Zhou Chen said he couldn't die without finding out who they were. The bandit squad leader declared he was ready to clarify everything personally. They represented the Haitian company. Zhou Chen had helped Lei Hu, and because of him, they had lost control of the Haiyan Tower, so he was sentenced to death. The villains ordered their men to eliminate Zhou Chen. The gangsters drew their weapons and pounced on him. However, this proved to be no easy task. Zhou Chen was elusive. Using micro-movements, he constantly evaded his opponent's attacks. The gang leader was stunned. Only a very powerful warrior could dodge at such close range. Zhou Chen said he was sorry, but the bandit was indeed right. The gangsters shouted that they needed to be careful, because their opponent was very strong. Zhou Chen replied that the criminals had realized this too late, and now no one could save them. He moved quickly from one to another, delivering devastating blows with his dagger. The bandits were wiped out. Zhou Chen said that the 9th rank was nothing special. The surviving bandit leader couldn't understand how this was possible or what was even going on here. Zhou Chen asked his opponent, "Are you disappointed? They prepared so well, yet failed to complete the mission." The protagonist challenged his opponent to show his strength and fight like a true warrior. The villain grew angry, swung his sword, and declared that he would destroy Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen activated the Slaughter skill, a level 70 skill where 2 virtual daggers deal secondary damage. After dealing with the bandits, our hero mounted an armored bull and set off down the road. He called Commander Lei and told him that he hadn't been entirely honest with him. The bald man was surprised by the call and asked what had happened to Zhou Chen. Lei Hu asked if those scoundrels had found him. He was ready to send people to help. The protagonist replied that everything was fine and he could handle it himself. Lei Hu added that this was a gang of notorious scoundrels and that a man named Lin Haoshan was particularly dangerous. Zhou Chen said he had already heard something about this man. Lei Hu told him that when he had time, Zhou Chen could come to the Haiyang Tower. They could meet there. Zhou Chen promised to do so. An assistant entered the room and asked the boss what had happened. It turned out that Lin Haoshan and the others had been wiped out, all at the same time. Zhou Chen was surprised and said that Lin Haoshan was actually terrible and that he needed a friend like this guy. Zhou Chen stopped on the lawn so his bull could graze. The young man, meanwhile, decided to bask in the sun. Our hero thought about Lan Shi, Su Junwen, and Chen Shihan. The The protagonist wondered why he had thought of Xian Shihan, since there should only be friendly relations at work. He heard someone's voice, turned around, and saw Xian Shihan. The girl waved her hand and said she was there. Zhou Chen was stunned. He had just been thinking about her. Zhou Chen suggested that Xian Shihan climb onto the bull and ride with him. He asked how she had ended up here. Xian Shihan replied that she was doing an internship at the Union of Animal Tamer. The art of animal taming here is significantly stronger than in Titan. The man who had come with the girl asked the young man, "Who is that guy on the bull?" The young man told Leader Qin that he had information about this guy from the Warriors Union on his communicator. Leader Qin learned that this guy was a 7th rank warrior of the blue 8-star level. Qin was outraged. Could this nobody really be challenging him for the girl? The assistant said the leader was right. Kwonga declared that Zhou Chen must know his place, or he would be destroyed. Zhou Chen asked Shihan, "Who is the man who appeared here with her?" The girl replied that he was the vice chairman of the Tamer Union and her current leader. He is very emotional. Xin called the girl over and said it was time for them to leave. Shihan climbed down from the bull and announced that she was going back. The young people exchanged communicator numbers and agreed to stay in touch. Zhou Chen waved and wished Shihan good luck. The girl returned the gesture. Her friend remarked that this guy had an armored bull. Apparently, he was very wealthy. The young man asked Shihan, was this her boyfriend, and were they close? Zhou Chen drove up to the tower where Lei Hu was waiting for him with his assistant. Zhou Chen greeted the bald man and said that he had come after all. The young man was surprised. Could Zhou Chen really have his own armored bull? Zhou Chen said he had accepted Lei Hu's offer. What gift was he talking about? The bald man handed the young man a certificate. It was the title deed to the Haiyang Tower. The protagonist was surprised. Lei Hu said that Zhou Chen was now the new owner of the Haiyang Tower. Our hero replied that in that case, he would accept the gift without hesitation. Lei Hu suggested that our hero take a look at the place. At the entrance to the building, the staff greeted Boss Lei. An assistant asked, "Is this their guest of honor?" Lei Hu replied that this was their new boss, whose name was Zhou Chen. The staff greeted Boss Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen thought these people were very courteous. Apparently, there had been many bosses here over the years. No matter how many owners had come and gone, starting today, everything here would be done his way. From now on, all positions would remain the same, and salaries would double. The staff thanked the new boss for this. Zhou Chen said that Manager Shu would remain in charge, and if anything happened, he should report directly to him. Manager Shu was surprised. Who exactly was their new boss? The Haiyang Tower. At the top of this complex was a recreational area with swimming pools. Zhou Chen was relaxing by the pool, lying in a lounge chair. The young man decided that this was true bliss. The phone rang. It was Shihan. The girl said she had just returned and asked if he could pick her up from the Warriors Union when he had some free time. Director Qin asked who Shihan was talking to so sweetly on the phone. Shihan replied to the leader that she was just talking to a friend. Qin stated that the girl had made great progress today and would soon master the essence of their practices. Shihan thanked Leader Qin. The man suggested celebrating her achievements and invited her to dinner. Shihan apologized and said she was meeting a friend that evening. The young people were surprised when they saw something impressive. Who is that? A man with wings appeared in the sky, hovering over the square and slowly descending. Zhou Chen landed on the ground, holding a large bouquet of red roses. Director Qin was outraged and displeased. Zhou Chen got down on one knee and presented the flowers to the girl. Shihan was flattered and moved. Zhou Chen said that these flowers suited Shihan very well. Shihan blushed with embarrassment and said it was very sweet. She thanked the young man for the gift. Zhou Chen waved his hand and greeted Deputy Chief Qin. The men's eyes met, and it was as if a spark had flown between them. Shine said that if the young man didn't have enough money to pay the bill, he could ask Shihan to contact him. The girl asked the deputy commander, why was he causing trouble? After all, she hadn't done anything wrong. Zhou Chen and his girlfriend entered the Haiyang Tower. The staff greeted their boss in unison. Welcome back. Shihan was thrilled and asked, did the young man really reserve a spot for them here? Zhou Chen replied that that wasn't quite right. He clarified that the entire Haiyang Tower now belonged to him. The young people had a wonderful time and drank alcoholic beverages. The young man said that there were surely many fine wines here, but unfortunately he didn't know much about them. Zhou Chen noticed that for some reason he was feeling nervous. Shihan smiled and said that she rarely drank alcohol either. The girl thought this guy was very cute. The young people decided that such a convenient opportunity rarely came along, and that this was a good reason to have a drink. Our hero's face turned red, and the young man decided that he seemed to have had one too many. Zhu Chen took the girl by the shoulders and called her by name. Shihan blushed even more from embarrassment. She was flustered. The young man said he needed Shihan, then lost his balance and fell to the floor. Zhou Chen, without opening his eyes, smiled and asked if the girl could stay and be the mistress of the house. Shihan, still blushing with embarrassment, smiled and said he was very sweet. If she didn't like him, would she have come here at night to drink wine with him? That morning, Shihan was in a good mood and greeted everyone with a smile. The girl felt that she was happy and that something good had happened in her life. Zhou Chen woke up in his bed, clutched his head, and thought he'd had too much to drink the night before. The young man tried to remember what he'd said to Shihan. The young man saw the note that Shihan had left him. Zhou Chen remembered everything that had happened the day before and was very surprised. Had he really asked her to be the mistress of the house? The phone rang. It was Shen Jungsing on the line. Our hero arrived at the legendary military training department. The secretary informed the chairman that a visitor had arrived. Chairman Shen told the young man not to be shy and to come in. Shen Jungsing said he had already heard the news, since the young man had become the master of the Haiyang Tower. Zhu Chen noted that Chairman Shen was very well informed. Could it be that he was also interested in this tower? The man said that the Haiyang Tower was a shortcut for them. If they wanted to survive in the graveyard, they needed to rise to the privileged class. Did the young man have such abilities? Chairman Shen added that there are certain privileges everywhere. However, with his current status, it would be difficult for the young man to keep his property. Zhou Chen said he had already figured it out. Shen Jungsing noted that Class A rights are indeed very useful for graveyard warriors. The old man told the young man not to take offense. This was the most he could offer. There were only 3 S-class warriors in the entire graveyard, including himself. The chairman added that starting today, all information about the young man would no longer be accessible on the Warriors Union terminal. It was being transferred to a server that only S-class warriors could access. The old man announced that the young man had been assigned a personal identification number. All A-class warriors would also be notified of this. Shen Jungsing shook the young man's hand and congratulated him. Zhou Chen is not only the youngest warrior to have attained this rank, but also the lowest level one. Zhou Chen thanked him for this. The old man said that thanks were unnecessary. Did the young man remember his mission? Their 7th squad had accidentally lost one member. Our hero had the feeling that he had just sold himself to this old man. Chairman Shen asked if the young man wanted to take his place. Zhou Chen replied that he had been ordered to do so. The warrior asked the chairman if it was worth it. Shen Jungsing said he trusted his instincts. The chairman added that the young man needed to be more persistent, or he would become a laughingstock. Zhou Chen checked the destination on his communicator and realized that the 7th squad's base was located at the Rodina Hotel in the 11th district. Zhou Chen thought that he had just mustered the courage to confess his feelings to the girl, but now it seemed he wouldn't be able to return for a while. The team leader said that they would now conduct a final check before departure. The commander warned that there were 20 minutes left before departure. The soldiers were tired of waiting, and the marksman asked impatiently, "Who exactly is this Zhou Chen?" The commander stated that he was a 7th rank warrior sent from headquarters to replace Lao Guo. The soldier thought this was a favor, so they'd be his nannies. Tank said that if his strength didn't meet the requirements, he'd kick this kid out of the squad right away. The commander noted that B-class warriors don't have access to his information. Maybe he really does have some connections. The door to the office opened and a young man walked in. He said his name was Zhou Chen and apologized for being late. The marksman asked, "Does Zhou Chen really think they're going on a journey? Even if the young man is dressed like that, he's still using a short combat weapon. Is the guy sure this isn't a joke?" Zhou Chen replied that he hadn't found suitable armor yet. Zhou Chen explained that unfortunately his armor had been destroyed when he leveled up. The commander said they were short on time and asked that the young man be lent some armor from the reserves. Zhou Chen thanked him. The warrior said they didn't need his thanks. The young man simply shouldn't drag them down when dangerous times came. Passers-by took notice of this elite squad as they set out to carry out their mission. Passers-by remarked that this unit was rightly called elite, since all of them, except for one, possessed 12th rank strength. They added surely the 7th rank member was an assistant sent to serve as their apprentice. The commander told Zhou Chen not to pay attention to these people. If he had been invited to join the unit, it meant he possessed the necessary strength. Zhou Chen replied that he didn't take it to heart. The squad commander said they would be able to reach their destination on this boat. The warrior added that all of the above affected their morale and that this was a C-class mission. The commander noted that Zhou Chen would be able to fit right in with their squad. Tank remarked that they were genuinely concerned about this young man. His colleague encouraged our hero and told him not to worry, since he would always be there for him. The commander said there was no need to worry. It was just a C-class wasteland exploration mission. It was easy for them. Zhou Chen thought, could this really be another mission in a wasteland that isn't even ours? This squad has a wide range of responsibilities. As long as it doesn't violate the graveyard's rules, they can get involved in any matter. They're also responsible for dispersing large mutant beasts and preventing them from gathering. The commander ordered them to take all their communicators. There was only 1 hour left before entering the designated zone. Zhou Chen looked at the gadget and thought he hadn't seen communicators like this on the market. Apparently, this was special standard equipment. Zhou Chen told the commander that there seemed to be something ahead. A level 10 combat white tiger with a long tail and gleaming eyes did indeed appear in front of the squad. The squad commander examined the beast through his binoculars and wondered, where did it come from? The soldiers ambushed by this tiger decided they wouldn't make it out of here alive. The squad spotted an airship hovering above them, and the soldiers shouted that it was a patrol and they needed help. The commander watched through the porthole as the soldiers waved their arms and called for help. At that moment, the white tiger was preparing to attack. All members of the rescue squad prepared to land and grab their weapons. The gunner jumped down from the airship and said that the wild beast could now attack him. The ambushed soldiers believed they could now be saved. They had lost their distress signal, which is why they were in such trouble. The shooter said he didn't want to hear any explanations. These people were truly lucky to have encountered him. A gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck the huge white mutant beast. The squad leader decided to test our hero and invited him to take it on. The young man had to take on the tiger. Even if he didn't defeat it, this was a great chance to improve his strength. The soldiers who had fallen into the ambush were surprised. Why was there a 7th rank warrior on patrol? Tank told the commander that it might be too dangerous for the young man. The commander said that if Zhou Chen couldn't handle it, he didn't belong in this unit. That would be his justification when he returned to headquarters and requested that the guy be removed. The tiger lunged at the man. Zhou Chen thought that the only way to break through the 10th level defense was to drink his blood. Zhou Chen expressed concern that his incomparable blade might be broken on this expedition. Zhou Chen thought that, in any case, he was an A-class warrior and wouldn't let anyone look down on him. Now everyone would see the power of his attack. Zhou Chen furiously attacked the tiger and watched as its red health bar dwindled. The tiger was destroyed. The protagonist reported to the commander that the problem had been resolved. The commander and his squad were surprised. Could this young man be some kind of mutant too? The freed soldiers thought this was a very formidable patrol, since even their 7th rank warrior was extremely powerful. The commander apologized to Zhou Chen for his previous assumptions and suspicions. The young man truly had enough strength to remain in the 7th squad. Tank told the commander that he was certain. The Ministry of Military Training would not so blatantly use personal connections for selfish gain. This guy is only a 7th rank, but he's comparable to a 10th rank in strength. If he grows to become a 10th rank, it's hard to imagine just how strong he'll be. He's simply a genius. The commander said that his 7th squad would do everything in their power to support the young man. He would grow stronger thanks to them. Zhou Chen thanked the commander and everyone else for their help and understanding. The pilot reported to the commander that the mission area, the zone with the required coordinates, was ahead. The leader told everyone to get ready to disembark. The squad was currently in the Gongguan forest. They would have to walk a short distance to reach their zone. The marksman recalled that the 3rd squad had explored this forest. They'd given it a strange name. The warrior noticed that the commander of the 3rd squad was the fat man Jin. He was from the town of Gongguan. That's why all the places they explored became Gongguans. Zhou Chen surmised that Fat Jin liked to indulge in nostalgia. The squad commander stopped and said that this seemed strange to him. Zhou Chen asked what had happened here. The commander admitted that the Gongguan forest was the territory of forest monkeys. But why hadn't they encountered a single monkey yet? The soldier asked what was wrong with that. Wasting armor-piercing bullets on monkeys is an unacceptable waste. Suddenly, the unit came under attack. The tank managed to deploy its armor protection. It was a surprise attack. Forest monkeys had appeared nearby after all. The commander said it was just a troop of monkeys. They must continue to advance boldly. The attacks on the unit continued. The young men formed a defensive circle and began to defend themselves. After a while, the job was done. The commander said that Chung Hao had used too many rounds this time. The gunner apologized and said he'd be more careful next time. The tank added that the rest of the monkeys had cowardly fled. Joshin thought that these people really could understand each other without words. The team worked very smoothly together. The commander heard loud noises and wondered, "What's going on over there?" The observer said that traces of a giant zombie were visible in the ruins of the city ahead. A giant zombie did indeed emerge from the ruined building. It was screaming loudly and looked terrifying. The squad moved out of the forest closer to the city, remaining unnoticed. The commander said that this zombie was more dangerous than level 13 mutant beasts. They needed to bypass it. The commander noted that a 6-meter-tall high-level zombie inhabited this area. The leader warned that a red zone alert must be issued. Tank told his colleagues that he seemed to have found something. He was holding a strange object in his hands. Tank explained that it was a fresh purple fruit that could significantly boost strength. The warrior said that Zhou Chen could eat the fruit. It would help him level up. The young man needed it more than they did. Zhou Chen thanked him. The protagonist thought that this thing might be worth a few purple crystals. The squad really treated him like a brother. The scout told the commander that a cave had been discovered in the middle. It might be a nest of mutant snakes. The commander hadn't expected they would encounter such difficulties while exploring the wasteland. Zhou Chen asked the commander for permission to enter the cave first. The squad approached the dark cave and stopped at the entrance. Our hero, as promised, went inside alone. The commander said that mutant snakes were the most difficult thing a warrior could face here. Zhou Chen might change his mind, since it was too dangerous to go in there alone. Zhou Chen replied that there was no need to worry. He had already spent a whole month in the Valley of the Snakes and had experience fighting them. The squad members were surprised. Could this kid really have lasted a whole month? The leader agreed and added that if the boy encountered danger, he must under no circumstances show his superiority. In the cave, our hero encountered a dragon snake whose level was impossible to determine. The snake sensed our hero while he was in stealth mode. Could its sense of smell really be that keen? There was no time to hesitate, and the protagonist attacked the dragon snake using his instant attack skill. The squad leader said that this young man was truly impressive. After all, he had raised the detection level to 60% so quickly. Once he returned, they would be able to head back immediately. Suddenly, Zhou Chen emerged from the cave. He ran out at full speed, shouting for everyone to follow him. They needed to switch to emergency retreat mode. The squad joined the young man, and everyone began running energetically to escape the approaching danger. The commander thought that this guy had provoked the mutants. What was that loud noise behind them? Tank said that the young man's speed was simply too abnormal. How could they possibly keep up with him? After the squad found themselves back in the ruined city, Zhou Chen decided to stop and take a breather. The commander asked what kind of monster the young man had provoked. Our hero replied that it was a dragon snake of an unimaginable level. He had never encountered one like it before. The archer said that wasn't surprising. The Ministry of Military Training classifies the dragon snake as a level 15 beast. You could say they've just passed through the gates of hell. The tracker noted that, fortunately, nothing bad had happened. In any case, their mission was considered complete. Once the exploration of this area is complete, Zhou Chen will have the right to name it. What would he like to call this place? Zhou Chen suggested naming it the Cave of Dragon Snakes. This would serve as a warning to other warriors. A huge airship was parked on a tall tower in Mogilnik. Warriors were moving cargo. The commander said they needed to hurry, as the cargo couldn't be delayed. A warrior told his conversation partner on the phone that takeoff was scheduled for the morning. This would be the 6th cargo airship. The caller wished him luck. The subscriber informed his contact that the 6th cargo airship would be in East Town this morning. These items must be returned to him no matter what. In the morning during takeoff, the airship commander reported that the weather was good today. The assistant agreed and added that they were sure to succeed today. The squad leader spotted the airship in the sky and said the target had appeared. He ordered Liu Jilong to take on the target. Jilong activated the jet wings on his back and said the target wouldn't get away from him. The airship captain invited everyone present to a dinner together after the mission was completed. The assistant remarked that the captain was, as always, generous. In that case, they'd have to work hard. The assistant told the captain that something was flying toward them right now. The object was approaching at high speed. Liu Jilong appeared near the airship's cockpit. Using jet propulsion and his wings, he caught up to the airship. The airship captain said that the assistant had scared him. After all, he thought some kind of monster was approaching them. The captain's assistant waved to Jilong and said the young man was brave. After all, he had dared to fly alone in the sky. Suddenly, the daredevil's wings began to shake, and the engines changed flight mode. The airship captain screamed in fear. An explosion occurred overboard. The airship was attacked and disappeared from the radar. Jochin said that everything was fine now. The target had been destroyed. Our hero held his unique dagger in his hands. Jochin, standing near the SUVs, approached the enormous mutant beast. It was a level 9 spiked armored lizard. It was destroyed with a single blow. A phone call rang. The commander answered and received the relevant information. The squad leader said that something had happened and the hunt needed to be stopped. The commander announced that the 6th airship carrying cargo had come under attack. They were the nearest patrol, so headquarters was sending them to help. The gunner was outraged. What are these escorts doing? They can't even stop mutant beasts. The commander said these weren't mutants. This was a human attack. Lu Zilong said he was handing the airship over to the commander and would go stop the 7th squad himself. Meanwhile, the burning airship was descending to the ground. The commander said they must be careful. The 7th squad has 12th rank warriors. Zilong replied that he knew what to do. Jochin jumped on his motorcycle and headed to the scene of the emergency. Jochin noticed that he was being pursued. A man with jet wings on his back was flying overhead. The pursuer tried to attack our hero. Jochin jumped off the motorcycle while it was moving and shouted for everyone to be careful. The young man thought that at that speed and from that distance, it was impossible to dodge. The motorcycle collided with an SUV and there was an explosion. Jochin thought that fortunately he could change his gear directly from his system backpack. The attacker had terrible penetrating power. The squad commander said they were unharmed. Those knives hadn't caused them any damage. Liu Zilong laughed and said it was a gift from him. The 7th squad should appreciate it. Jochin watched the stranger with wings on his back fly away. The young man thought it was better for him not to know who that was. Otherwise, that guy would really regret it. The squadron commander said they were too late. The airship had been destroyed. It seemed the culprit had just been trying to delay them so his accomplices could wipe out the entire crew and take the cargo. The commander reported to headquarters that the 6th cargo airship had been robbed, presumably more than half an hour ago. Tang said that this wasn't unusual for the gravedigger. They couldn't solve every problem perfectly all the time either. There was no need to take it to heart. The commander noted that they had tried their best. They had fulfilled their mission. Now they could pack everything up and return. Upon returning to the high-end tower, the young man decided to rest. He thought that after many instances where he had been on the brink of death, he had always gotten off lightly and emerged victorious. But he wouldn't risk betting on the fact that after dying, he could be resurrected, just like in a game. The next morning, our hero headed to the 9th district of the city. The young man decided that he really needed to acquire suitable armor. An employee informed him that the Gohai auction was about to begin. The final lot would be a product from the Meteorite Company. All interested parties were invited. Jushin surmised that something valuable might be sold at this auction. While attending the auction, Zhou Chen thought that for 9 top-grade purple crystals in titanium, he could secure all the spots. However, things turned out differently in the tomb. The participants were offered a mutant vine. Its purpose is currently unknown, but it was dug up from the lair of a level 12 fire cloud beast. The host announced that the more obscure the item, the greater the potential to drive up the price. The starting bid was 1 medium-grade purple crystal. The protagonist thought he had seen such a vine somewhere before. What could it possibly resemble? Choden recalled the giant egg and wondered, weren't these the vines that had wrapped around the dragon's egg when he stole it? The protagonist recalled that the King of Beasts Alliance had come here specifically for this very thing, to take the dragon eggs away. Joshin remembered that there was still something left in his backpack from the mutants. He should try to use it. The young man thought that if he were to obtain a flying beast, it would be a truly fantastic achievement. Jokin raised his hand and offered 2 medium-sized purple crystals for this lot. The auctioneer asked if anyone could offer more. No one was willing to bid a higher amount, so the auctioneer began counting to 3. The auctioneer thought that strange things were happening. What kind of lots couldn't be sold at such a price? The gavel fell, and the mutant vine was sold for 2 purple crystals. The administrator asked the young man to confirm receipt of the lot. Chushin noticed the cargo being moved around the hotel. An employee said to put the Tang Dynasty sword in the first warehouse. It would be put up for auction tomorrow. The employee said he was going to the restroom. The assistant was to keep an eye on these items. After using the restroom, the employee decided to check if everything had been loaded properly. Zhou Chen appeared behind him and told the man not to rush. Zhou Chen drew his dagger and suggested they talk before the man returned. Zhou Chen showed an image of a mutant vine on his communicator and asked who had brought it. The transportation department employee was pinned against the wall and was very frightened. The man said in a frightened voice that it was an unusual vine. He remembered that a short warrior had brought it. The transportation department employee pointed the protagonist toward the man and said he had found him. It was indeed that short man. Chugan tossed the purple crystal to his companion and said he should figure out for himself what to do next. The transportation department employee was surprised and delighted, and told the gentleman that he was now ready to share any information with him. However, our hero had already disappeared from his sight. The short man sat at the table for a while, waiting for food and drink. Our hero walked over to him. Joshin showed him the communicator and asked the man where he'd gotten it. The stranger saw the satellite communicator in the young man's hands and asked who he was. How could a 7th rank warrior have something like that? Jochin declared that he had stolen the communicator. The short man was surprised. Had the young man grown tired of living that he'd decided to steal such things from a graveyard? The short man asked what the young man needed it for, and then he would tell him where he found it. Jochin said the stranger might not tell him. He already knew it came from the lair of the fire beast. In that case, he would find it himself. The short man asked if he told him everything, what would be in it for him? Jochin replied that in that case, the warrior would gain a good friend like him. But if he didn't tell him, he would definitely gain an enemy. They paraded the elephant through the city as if to show it off. On the back of this enormous beast were Shirhan and 2 other warriors. After talking on the phone, the girl said that in that case, she would wait for his return. Deputy Commander Chin asked, "Is Shirhan really still going to show off in front of him? Maybe they're already going out to dinner together?" Shihan replied to her mentor Chin that she already had a boyfriend. Chin was indignant. Could it be that boy? But she hadn't said he was her boyfriend. Shihan explained that they had only just started seeing each other and nothing had happened between them yet. The girl thanked mentor Chin for his kindness toward her. Chin was upset. Why wasn't he her boyfriend? How had that boy managed to beat him to it? Chochin suddenly sneezed and decided that someone was thinking of him. The guy said that now Shirhan wouldn't be bored after his phone call. The protagonist was about to go looking for her himself, but decided he might get something else out of it. The young man accidentally overheard a conversation. They were talking about the incident with the 6th airship. Whoever did it was definitely very brave. Among the cargo were materials from a destroyed 15th ranked mutant beast collected by 11 warriors for the Ministry of Military Training. Zhou Chen thought that even though he had been to the ministry before, he still wasn't as well informed as these outsiders. Zhou Chen called Chairman Shen and said he was interested in the case involving the 6th airship. The chairman said he would look into the incident and that the young man had nothing to worry about. Zhou Chen mentioned that he wanted to discuss the materials that were there. The protagonist asked that the next time news of such high-quality materials surfaced, he be notified in a timely manner. Chairman Shen remarked that the young man was very self-assured. It was a 15th ranked beast. A guard stopped the young man and said that the road was open only to B-class warriors and above. Zhou Chen used the information stored in his communicator and was able to enter. The guard was surprised. Could this guy really have a satellite communicator? How was that possible? Inside the aircraft, passengers were informed that they had arrived at Westtown and were asked to proceed to the exit in an orderly fashion. Chushin wondered, could Hu Yang really have dared to go to this place alone? He's very talented. The protagonist called his bull and said they had business to attend to. Jushin mounted the bull and said there was a gorge ahead of them. The young man stopped the bull and said that 11th ranked scarlet poisonous scorpions were found in this area. The bull couldn't handle them, but he would try. The protagonist activated his new dagger in preparation for the coming battles. The young man engaged in a confrontation with a monster that outmatched him in strength. The scorpion was destroyed, and the young man extracted a crystal from the monster's body. He said he was lucky. Chu Chin wondered what effect using this scorpion's venom would have on other mutants. After a while, the young man saw that a whole swarm had arrived. In the future, this place could be used for leveling up. Jochin knew he had to hurry now. He didn't have time to mess around with these monsters. The short man found this strange. That boy should have arrived by now. The warrior thought he was good at reading people. The short man turned around and was surprised. Where had his dried meat gone? Suddenly, Jochin appeared nearby with a bag in his hand. He asked, "Warrior, is this what you're looking for?" In the middle of the desert lay an abandoned town, completely overgrown with vines. Jochin and the short man found themselves in this settlement. The man offered our hero another deal. The short man said that if the young man told him how to use this vine, he would help distract the Crimson Cloud beasts. Jochin asked the warrior if he knew that this thing was called the Generating Vine. Our hero added that everything should be clear from its official name. Why complicate things? The short man suggested that this vine gives birth to various beasts. The warrior was disappointed because he thought it would be something good. Jochin said that the warrior must now fulfill his promise. The short guy pulled out a firearm and said he never breaks his promises. If he gave his word, he would keep it. The short man moved forward and told the young man to follow him. The warrior opened fire to kill and began to advance. After a while, the short man was forced to retreat. He shouted for the young man to hurry. He wouldn't be able to hold off these beasts for long. Jochin thought that this guy had good speed. Our hero found some eggs wrapped in this vine in a secluded spot. The protagonist dug up a total of 6 eggs. The young man thought that was pretty good. Jochin cracked open some of the eggs and began to watch what happened next. The short man said he was very tired. Was the young man able to dig up the spawning vine? Jochin replied that the warrior hadn't lured out all the beasts and hadn't waited for him to finish digging. That's why the beasts had returned. The little man got angry and said he had worked himself to exhaustion. The little animals flew up into the sky and began to scream loudly. Short man was surprised. Why were these animals so angry? Had the young man done something to their nest? Jochin replied that he had merely stirred up their eggs out of curiosity. Jochin said that if they had no harvest this time, they should go somewhere else and try there. The little man looked ahead and said that a den of that size surely wouldn't be home to just any old Crimson Cloud beast. Perhaps their king lived there. The short man said that there could only be one king of the Crimson Cloud beasts in this area, and right now he was most likely dwelling on those sand dunes. Jochin was surprised. Had the short man really lived here? Where did he get such knowledge? The warrior replied that he couldn't have lived in this cursed place. The short guy added that meeting this guy had been nothing but bad luck for him. If it didn't work out this time, he wouldn't do anything else. The short man clarified that this time he couldn't use a weapon. If he made another mistake, it would be the end for both of them. The warrior beckoned to the little creatures that had appeared nearby. After a while, the short man ran away from the flying creatures chasing him. He shouted that it was time to retreat. Jochin watched from the sidelines again as the little guy ran away from those vile creatures. A short while later, a huge beast emerged from behind the wall. The warrior shouted that they had all gone mad. Was this happening again? Jochin said that this time he had obtained the generative vine much more easily. The short guy was surprised. Why then were these creatures so angry? Jochin replied that it was only just beginning. The young man added that he wanted to examine the eggs again. To do this, they had to be placed in the appropriate compartment of the backpack. The warrior said that the guy had already taken what he needed anyway. Could they leave now? Jochin replied that they would be leaving soon. But going back like this was too boring. Didn't the short guy want to train a little here? The warrior replied that he didn't need to. All the beasts here were 12th level. He had little chance since he couldn't train with such preparation. Jochin suggested if he could take down at least one flying beast, the short guy would continue luring them with him. Otherwise, he would be completely at the short guy's disposal. The warrior was surprised when the guy managed to take his bag of dried meat again. Jochin told the short guy not to pay any attention to the meat. He had to decide whether to argue or not. The warrior didn't believe this boy possessed any magic. If he died, he would have only himself to blame. Jochin activated his daggers and leaped high into the air to fight the flying beast. Closing into a safe distance, the protagonist swung and struck his opponent with a dagger. The beast was incapacitated. The short man was surprised. What was going on here? Could this guy really have stunned the Crimson Cloud beast? Jochin descended after the beast and approached it closely. Jochin leaned down and poured the liquid from the vial into the motionless beast's mouth. The beast jumped to its feet and let out a loud scream. After a while, the beast fell face down to the ground again and showed no further signs of life. The protagonist thought he had never experienced anything like this before. Such a method of destroying enemies was not standard for the system. The short man said that next time they would bet again, and he would definitely win. The warrior asked the young man what he had given him to drink. The protagonist replied that it was the venom of a small scorpion. The warrior was surprised. How had he not thought of that himself? First you have to stun it, then poison it. The short man asked how the young man had stunned the little beast. Zhou Chen replied that only he could perform such a trick. Now the short man had to do his job quickly, since he had lost. This time our hero once again gained access to the monster's eggs. The young man looked through his binoculars from a distance and reported to the commander that these two were playing dangerous games just to dig up the vine. The commander replied that in any case they would have to get past these people, so for now they should just watch. The young man looked at his communicator and saw several targets approaching him. The short man continued to run away from the flying beast chasing him, screaming. Zhou Chen called his partner and told him to have the short man scare off the crimson cloud beasts in return. They had guests. Zhou Chen was determined as he faced the uninvited guests. Behind him were the short man and the mutant eggs. The assistant reported to the commander that these people were of the 12th and 7th ranks. The commander said that these two weren't so simple. Getting into a conflict with them would be highly disadvantageous. They needed to resort to diplomacy. The short man asked what they would do with these people. Zhou Chen told the guy to calm down, since these people meant them no harm. The man greeted them and said his name was Ding Hong, and that he had come here with no ill intent. Zhou Chen asked what business these people had there. Ding Hong wanted to ask if the young man might want to go with them to another area. The man added that 13th level black spiked ants lived there. Zhou Chen and the short man were surprised to hear this. Zhou Chen and his companion accepted the offer and found themselves in an area teeming with giant ants. Ding Hong said that level 13 black spiked ants had a high crystal drop rate. The two of them just needed to hold the ants back. He and his team would handle the rest. Zhou Chen told the short man that he would have to work again after all. Ding Hong added that they should only bring in one ant at a time. They wouldn't be able to handle a large number. A short while later, Zhou Chen and his partner were running frantically to escape the giant ant chasing them. Ding Hong said they were ready to take on this monster. The group leader gave the order, and the warriors rushed to attack the mutant. The giant ant was attacked from all sides. The monster behaved aggressively, and the attackers began to take damage. The forces were unequal. At that moment, the protagonist jumped onto the ant and began landing devastating blows on it. The stun skill was activated, and the ant's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The short guy thought, did this guy really use his move again? Zhou Chen told the short guy to stop standing there and run away immediately. Ding Hong shouted to his team to keep doing their work. In the evening, the warriors gathered around the campfire. The group commander said they'd done a good job today. Ding Hong offered our hero a taste of black ant meat on a skewer. The young man took a skewer and thought it really did smell delicious. Zhou Chen tasted the meat and said it tasted even better. Ding Hong added that he'd felt the same way when he first tried it. The warriors said it was all thanks to Zhou Chen's actions. Feng had stunned the monster with a single blow. It was simply magnificent. If everyone used this guy's unique skill against higher-level mutant beasts, they'd be unbeatable too. But how did Zhou Chen manage to do that? They hadn't seen anyone use a combat technique like that before. Ding Hong asked if the young man could use his technique against higher-ranked beasts. Zhou Chen replied that he hadn't tried it, but thought he'd have to pierce through the armor in that case. Ding Hong thought the young man was on the right track and decided to continue working with him. One of the warriors said that upon returning to the city, he would buy himself the latest gear from the Star Company. Today's haul was much larger than the day before. Without Zhou Chen, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly for them. Ding Hong took our hero aside and said he wanted to talk to him. The squad commander asked where the young man had come from to the burial ground. Zhou Chen replied that he had previously been in Titan. Ding Hong said he had heard of this city before. In fact, very soon, the tomb builder will open up routes to all major cities. This is an inevitable trend. Once the roads to major cities are opened, warriors from other continents will finally be able to meet. Ding Hong asked the young man if his stun skill was effective against warriors. Zhou Chen asked if the leader wanted to test it. Before Ding Hong could answer, he was immediately stunned. After a while, the group commander opened his eyes. The young man asked him, "Finally awake?" Ding Hong came to his senses and, frightened, moved away from the young man. The commander thought that was too cruel since he'd knocked him out. He couldn't even put up a fight. Zhou Chen asked what the result was. What should he do now? 3 days later, at the airship landing pad in the graveyard, Ding Hong thanked the young men for their help and wished them luck. The short man said he had the impression that these two were hiding something from him. Zhou Chen replied that he had promised the squad leader to do something, The warrior asked what that was about. The short guy suggested that Ding Hong wasn't as simple as he seemed. Joshin added that the Light and Shadow Squad was the 13th squad at the top of the graveyard. The young man added that it was precisely because of their status that he had agreed to cooperate. Joshin thanked the short man and said it was time for him to go. If needed, the short man knew how to find him since he'd left his communicator number. After a hard day's work, the young man returned to his tower and took a hot shower. Joshin lay down in bed and decided to let his mind wander. The young man wondered what Shihan was doing right now. The next moment, the protagonist jumped to his feet. He remembered something and decided that this couldn't be put off any longer. First, he had to take care of all his business. Joshin arrived at the abandoned building, since no one ever goes to this warehouse in the Haiyang Tower. Joshin found a secluded room and decided to leave the egg there to hatch. The young man figured there shouldn't be any problems in this spot. He figured it would be hard to spot the egg from above, especially since the roof was damaged. Joshin placed his hand on the egg and said that the rest was up to it. The hatchling had to hatch as soon as possible. The protagonist thought that although his level had increased significantly, his warrior rank had long been stuck at 7. At the warrior training center, the young man sincerely thanked Mentor Chin for his help. Shihan silently followed the mentor from a distance. The warriors were discussing the news that a 7th-ranked boy had just dared to challenge a 10th-level white-bone tiger. Master Chin told the young man that he could be confident in the quality of their beasts. The young man thanked him and wished him luck. Shine said that Shihan had rejected him many times. Maybe today she would give him a chance? The girl said she had already explained the reason for her behavior to the mentor many times. Shine asked again, so what if she has a boyfriend? Is that really the reason? Chin said he'd given the girl a chance to get off scot-free. He just wanted to have some fun with her, but she let him down again. The assistant approached and told Chairman Chin that he had advised him repeatedly. There was no point in wasting time. It would be better to take strict measures right away. Chin grabbed the girl by the arms and said it wasn't too late to change her behavior. An employee of the Warrior Training Center warned visitors to maintain order and avoid sudden movements. Yun told the staff member to step aside immediately. Even her director bows respectfully to him, and she's a nobody here. Deputy Commander Chin grabbed Shihan by the arm and demanded that she come with him immediately. Those present noted that these people had entered the room where the 7th-rank warrior usually goes. After battles there, often not even a body remains. The girl asked the 8th-rank warrior, "Is he all right?" The man asked the staff member to bring him a few bottles of hemostatic agent. Jochin witnessed Chin being violent toward Shihan. Of course, he wasn't going to put up with that. The protagonist demanded that this scoundrel take his filthy hands off the girl. After that, he threw a right hook, and Deputy Commander Chin, losing his balance, fell to the floor. That wasn't the end of it. Zhou Chen kept striking him, and Chin started calling for help. Once Chin stopped resisting, the young man left him alone and walked over to the girl. Zhou Chen told her that he was back, and now she had nothing to fear. Chin clutched his bleeding nose and said that this guy was finished now. Zhou Chen asked who Qin Tianan thought he was, daring to lay a hand on his woman. Qin Tianan, surrounded by his comrades, declared that he would not tolerate this. The deputy commander ordered his men to take the man outside the city and torture him there for a long time, using every possible method of intimidation. Shihan told Zhou Chen to get out of there quickly. The young man had no intention of doing so. Zhou Chen drew his daggers and activated the lightning attack skill. His opponent was surprised to see that Zhou Chen was so close and armed. Zhou Chen swung his dagger, and his opponent coughed and dropped to his knees. His throat was bleeding. Qinwan declared that the system squad would never let a man who dared to kill someone right on the street get away. The deputy commander remarked that Zhou Chen was now definitely doomed. Shihan suggested that the young man leave the graveyard immediately, return to Titan, and live happily together there. Zhou Chen told the girl not to be afraid. Nothing bad would happen. He also pointed out to Deputy Commander Chin that, in reality, neither he nor his subordinates were worth a damn. Zhou Chen told this cold-blooded and ruthless scoundrel not to be afraid and to come closer. Chin was surprised. Why was he afraid of this guy? After all, he was only an 8th-rank warrior. Xian drew a huge sword and tried to strike his opponent, but the young man was elusive. Qin Tianan told the young man to attack him, since he wasn't afraid of him anyway. At one point, Qin found himself completely at a loss. Why couldn't he read this man's movements? Was he really only an 8th rank? The deputy commander lost his balance and fell to the ground. The young man continued to press his opponent. Frightened, Qin Tianan begged for mercy and promised it wouldn't happen again. Zhou Chen was about to finish off his opponent for good. However, armed security personnel rushed over to him. He asked if Qin knew why he hadn't attacked him from the start. Qin said he was afraid of the system's squad. Zhou Chen replied that he wanted to see hope in Qin's eyes, and then send him to hell. He showed his Class A ID and declared that he could take someone out right there on the street and get away with it. The security guards saw the ID and backed off. They had no authority to stop A-class warriors. A frightened Qin told Mr. Zhou Chen that he had made a grave mistake and asked for forgiveness. Qin Tianen was not forgiven and was eliminated. Those around witnessed for the first time how a system squad was defeated. An A-class warrior looks very majestic. One must be more careful in the graveyard, for masters can be found everywhere. The hooded man watching our hero from the crowd said that Zhou Chen had finally made it to the graveyard. That's simply magnificent. Shihan treated Zhou Chen's wounds with great care. The girl apologized and said it was all her fault. Zhou Chen noted that he had sustained this wound a long time ago, back when he was trying to make a breakthrough. Qin Tianen didn't possess that kind of power. Shihan asked if the young man really possessed that level of power. Zhou Chen confirmed it. Otherwise, why on earth would anyone have given him the Haiyang Tower? The girl explained that Chairman Han Zhengdong had originally sent her here to study under the local Beastmaster, but now that was no longer possible for objective reasons. Zhou Chen asked if it wouldn't be easier to find an even stronger master with his current privileges. The young man said that he had saved her today, and besides, she was helping to heal his wounds. Does Shihan have anything else to say? He added. 3 days passed. The protagonist had recovered and decided it was time to act. To complete the task, he increased the conductivity of the blood terror to 70%. He couldn't let that kind of money go to waste. Zhou Chen jumped off the creature and began to hover in the air. During the flight, he said that he was bound to the Haitian company by fate. The masked observer was surprised. How could this guy have vanished immediately after the jump? The young man reappeared. The stranger thought that now this guy was completely exposed. Zhou Chen decided to climb to the 57th floor of the Haitian Tower. A squad of guards was discussing the reason for the increased security at the treasury. Obviously, something important was being stored there now. The chairman was very cautious. If anyone tried to steal something inside, everything could blow up. Zhou Chen assessed the situation and realized he was facing 3 11th rank guards and 1 10th rank guard. This was indeed a high security zone. The young man decided to proceed with his original plan. The commander of the guards ordered Lao Yang and San Zi to immediately inspect the areas under their jurisdiction and report back on everything when they were done. The windows in the adjacent area were shattered, and glass lay scattered on the floor. What had happened here? Lao Yang stepped closer and realized these were signs of deliberate destruction. So someone had intentionally wreaked havoc here. The commander of the guards was displeased. Why hadn't those two returned yet? Zhou Chen appeared behind the commander. The young man skillfully wielded his dagger. The masked stranger continued on his way and saw the incapacitated guards near the shattered windows. Sansa was still holding on, trying to stop the blood flowing from his neck. The masked man smiled and said that it was an exquisite sensation, the feeling of blood spurting out. The stranger noted that he was already approaching Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen destroyed the protective structure and said that this should be more than enough to get inside. He peeked into the vault and was pleasantly surprised. Our hero had never seen anything like this before. It turned out that the Haitian company possessed impressive wealth. Zhou Chen declared that in that case, he wouldn't hold back and began gathering all the crystals. The masked stranger approached the vault door and said, Zhou Chen is indeed here. We need to add some spark. Zhou Chen, having emptied all the shelves of crystals, headed for the exit. The protagonist heard strange noises and thought, could there be someone else here? The young man realized that these sounds would definitely attract the guard's attention, so he needed to leave the place as quickly as possible. Zhou Chen moved briskly in the opposite direction to get away from the crime scene. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Zhou Chen was thrown backward by the blast. The young man was surprised. Could this be Yang Lu's doing? The briefing material stated that this man was the strongest, and it was best to avoid a direct confrontation with him. He was a 15th rank warrior who had confirmed his identity. Yang Lu assessed the scale of the disaster and asked, did an 8th rank warrior really do all this alone? This guy is truly amazing. It seems he had gotten the wrong impression. Yang Liu was attacked by our hero. The 15th rank warrior blocked the attack with ease and asked, has the young man grown tired of living? Zhou Chen was immediately counterattacked and sent flying far backward. The protagonist lost his balance. He had never faced an opponent like this in his life. Meanwhile, Yang Liu stood firmly on his feet after the counterattack. Yang Liu acknowledged that this guy was pretty fast, but one shouldn't underestimate a specialist of a much higher rank. Jochin got up from the ground and began coughing loudly, breathing heavily. Yang Liu asked his opponent if he knew why the Haitian company had chosen this very place to store the crystals. Just because he was here. Yang Liu added that it didn't matter to him at all who was standing before him now, but this man would be destroyed. There was a bright flash, and he was transported through space. Yang Liu was surprised. How was that possible? How could he have escaped in the blink of an eye? Zhou Chen had ended up somewhere else and was safe for the moment. However, there was no time to waste. Yang Liu and the elders stood before the destroyed gates of the vault. The old man asked, "Does anyone really want to say that this guy just vanished into thin air?" Yang Liu was surprised. Does the elder not believe him? The man explained that Mr. Liu had misunderstood him. The elder clarified, "I mean, this is very strange. Who is capable of slipping right out of Mr. Liu's grasp?" Yang Liu said that even though he was only an 8th rank, he was definitely no ordinary person. The 15th rank warrior noted that he was certain he had met this guy somewhere before. Yang Liu remembered something and said, "That's unthinkable." Elder Haitian asked what was going on. Yang Liu stated that just last week, this young man was still at the 7th rank. The speed of his improvement is astonishing. The old man said that last time he hadn't been able to find this young man, but now he had shown up on his own. The assistants reported that they had found 2 more deactivated employees. Everything must be thoroughly checked from here on out. The protagonist felt that his condition was unstable. He couldn't delay any longer. Remaining invisible, our hero walked past the active security personnel. Jochin looked ahead and thought that around the corner was the room from which he had entered here. He couldn't help himself and started coughing up blood. It was extremely awkward. The security guard stopped and listened. What was that sound? Yang Liu noticed strange stains on the floor. That wasn't there by accident either. The 15th rank warrior said that this man had driven himself into a corner, thereby making his job easier. Yang Liu and Haitian approached the ruined wall and saw a young man standing with his back to them. The old man shouted for Zhou Chen to immediately return what he had stolen, and then his life might be spared. Yang Liu drew his blade and approached the young man. He said that the young man had no way out. Zhou Chen turned around and asked, "Do these two really think they can catch me that easily?" Haitian said the young man could jump down if he was so brave. Zhou Chen turned his back to the edge and took a step back. There was no fear in his eyes. Yang Liu understood everything and rushed toward his opponent. Zhou Chen shifted his center of gravity and began to fall backward. Yang Liu walked to the edge and looked down. The old man said that if he crashed, his body must be brought to him. Yang Liu watched as Zhou Chen fell to the ground. However, jet-powered wings appeared behind the young man, and he immediately changed his flight path, beginning to gain altitude. The engine switched to boost mode, and the protagonist vanished from sight. No one saw him there again. The phone rang. The man looked at the number and thought it was the strongest one calling. The caller reported that he was having some problems. The man asked what had happened. After listening to the explanation, he was surprised. Where had this guy gotten such a device? Joshin, perched on a tree branch in the forest, told the commander that things weren't that simple. He was wounded and couldn't return. All explanations would come later. Zhou Chen asked the commander to send his men to stop Haitian. The commander replied that he understood. The young man should take care of himself, and he would handle the rest. Haitian was angry and said that these people wouldn't be able to stop him, so they should leave. However, the squad commander and his men had arrived here at Zhou Chen's request. The commander noted that the Ministry of Armed Forces had declared martial law in this area. Anyone who disobeys will be killed on the spot. Yang Liu said that these people were overstepping their bounds. Warriors of the highest rank, mercenaries for special assignments, possessed exceptional rights and privileges. The squad commander was surprised to see Special Envoy Yang Liu standing before him. Yang Liu informed the commander that he was giving him one last chance to remove himself and his men from the area. The commander said that if the mercenaries possessed exclusive rights, his word could not carry more weight than a decree from the Ministry of Armed Forces. Yang Liu made a phone call and explained that Chairman Shen had authorized the 7th Unit to defend the Haiyang Tower. Yang Liu ended the call and told the old man that they were leaving. He stated that he would like to see how the Ministry of Military Training would protect these people under natural conditions. Zhou Chen said that, as expected of a high-ranking warrior, if he hadn't leveled up his tactical and technical skills, he would have died long ago. The protagonist checked the information and thought that if he raised his ability level to 75 and then to 80, defeating Yang Lu would be entirely possible. Juchen decided to use materials with impact resistance up to 13. When he met with the hero, Ding Hong said that one should only trust people who have been proven. He had no doubts about the young man's strength. The exchange was completed, and the companions agreed to meet again in the future. Ding Hong asked Zhou Chen if this would get him into trouble. If problems arose, the Light and Shadow team wouldn't stand idly by. Zhou Chen replied that there was no need to worry, as he was quite capable of handling the Navy SEALs. The hero found himself in an equipment store and examined the armor on display. It was the store's signature item. The suit was capable of withstanding an attack from even the strongest opponent. The young man greeted the clerk and said he had a batch of expensive materials to sell. Could he speak with the manager? Old man Haitian was furious. So many days had passed, yet they still hadn't found that unscrupulous man. The old man told Mr. Liu that all this was useless. Perhaps Yang Lu with his abilities could help? Yang Lu replied that he did not have such authority. The mercenary added that he knew someone who could help with this matter. Yang Lu noted that the price for these services would be commensurate. 3 days passed. The giant zombie was displaying unusual aggression, destroying everything in its path. Zhou Chen said that wasn't bad, since a zombie of that level no longer posed a threat. The protagonist finally reached level 75. The giant zombie behaved aggressively, destroying standard-sized zombies of its own kind. The young man was surprised. Why was he gaining experience for destroying these zombies? Zhou Chen wondered, could it be that the system viewed him as a controllable puppet? Zhou Chen said that if that was indeed the case, reaching level 80 in the shortest possible time would be no problem. 4 days later, the hero reached level 79. The young man called and apologized to Shihan for his long inactivity. He asked how she was doing. Shihan asked where Zhou Chen was. The young man replied that he was outside. He would be back in a few days. Shihan said there was no need to worry about her. She was doing fine. Zhou Chen's friends were protecting them in the Haiyang Tower. Zhou Chen said they were very reliable guys, and Shihan should listen to their advice. The old man's companion pointed out that the young man was using a satellite communicator. Luo Tian, the strongest warrior ranked 9th, said that as long as Zhou Chen is using the communicator, he can be tracked. The rest should be handled by Haitian. The old man said that the reward for Special Envoy Luo was in this suitcase. It was a bimetallic case with a shock resistance rating of 15 points. Luo Tian said he was pleased to have cooperated. He had provided information on this man's whereabouts. The rest was none of his concern. Haitian laughed and said he agreed completely. The cooperation had been fruitful. Luo Tian took the suitcase with the reward and left the room. Haitian ordered the Flaming Stone, Heavenly Sword, Split Beast, and Heavenly Hammer squads to be summoned. He wants not even a speck of dust to remain of this man. Zhou Chen continued training, shooting at a moving target. The young man felt that his bow was still full of power. Zhou Chen said that an elven bow and arrows with a penetration rating of 5 points would spur anyone to use all their strength. Zhou Chen felt that his shooting had been excellent today. At that moment, our hero was being secretly filmed from an inconspicuous spot. The young man said that if they posted this video, the price of such weapons from the graveyard would go way up. His colleague pointed out that there were a lot of zombies around. How was this guy planning to get out of there? The camera assistant said there really were an incredible number of them. No matter how strong this man was, he wouldn't be able to take them all on alone. The zombies continued to be aggressive. It was impossible to calm them down. The assistant noted that these zombies were multiplying like wildfire. Zhou Chen looked at the zombies and surmised that he wouldn't be able to reach level 80 so easily. Xu Chen noticed the people filming the scene. The hero said they were annoying him. They were watching him, and he couldn't open his system equipment. Xu Chen decided he needed to get rid of his pursuers first and cross to the other side. The observer asked Beiyang what this man was planning to do. Surely he wasn't thinking of jumping in that direction. Beiyang replied that even if that were the case, they still needed to film it. It would make for a great scene. Zhou Chen really did decide to change his position and sprinted across the roof. The observer said that this guy runs very fast, and it's just unbelievable. Is he really like that? Zhou Chen jumped off the roof and directed his movement toward the zombie. Beiyang shouted that it was all over now. He was definitely going to crash. Zhou Chen got into position and decided to attack 2 zombies at once. The distance to the target was closing. The young man was impressed by the scene and asked Beiyang, "Did you film this?" He received an affirmative answer. Bayang said that if this video were released on the internet, it would be a sensation. Jochen returned to the roof and a strange energy began to appear around him. Bayang was impressed because even from such a distance, he could sense the destructive aura. The young man asked, "Aren't they going to follow that man?" Bayang replied that they wouldn't be able to. The young man said that all these airships belonged to the Haitian company. Something grand was in the works. His companion had heard that this time, Haitian's 4 largest squadrons would be deploying in full force. The assistant told Chairman Shen that they had received information that Yang Lu and Haiguo had already set out. Upon receiving the information, the chairman told the assistant she was free to go. The old man thought that once again, these people were making him doubt his decision regarding this young man. Shen thought that whether Zhou Chen could handle this depended entirely on him. This time, he would let the young man prove who was ultimately in the wrong. A sports car sped into the area where the zombies were. A masked man got out of the car, a communicator in his hand. The man drew his blade and began slashing at the zombies left and right. However, his goal was entirely different. Jushin had finally reached level 80. The young man decided that with his skills, he could now compete with Yang Lu. Zhou Chen said that the captain would take care of everything at home, so there shouldn't be any problems. Zhou looked at his communicator and reviewed the newly updated information about Commander Lei Hu. Zhou thought that this guy had started calling him a lot. Lei Hu was delighted when the protagonist answered his call. The young man asked what had happened. Lei Hu said that the Navy SEALs in Yang Liu knew where he was. They had gathered a team and were leaving the city. The 4 largest units of the Haitian had been mobilized. Zhou asked how they could have found out his location. Zhou looked up and saw one of the approaching airships. The young man decided there was no time now to look for a safe place. The observer from the airship reported that the target's location had been successfully pinpointed. Everything was ready for the capture. Haitian ordered the soldiers to descend and simultaneously activate all the video cameras. He wanted to watch everything personally. The old man wanted to witness the death of the man who dared to provoke him. At that moment, Zhou Chen was right beneath the airship. Hao Lei, commander of the Flaming Stone Squad, asked the old man Haitian to let his squad go first. Could an 8th rank warrior really survive a warhead with a 10-point armor-piercing rating? Hao Lei gave the order, and his warriors drew their warheads. The shells were fired directly at the target. Zhou Chen stood his ground and made no attempt to dodge. A powerful explosion occurred. All the shells detonated. Hai Tian smiled maliciously. Finally, this man was destroyed. However, when the smoke cleared, everyone saw that Zhou Chen was standing in the exact same spot. Haitian was surprised. Who would have thought this guy had such armor? Now he needed to make him move a little. From above, from the airship, they began dropping hand grenades on the young man. Explosions rang out, and the zombies suffered devastating damage. Zhou Chen changed his position, moving at high speed so he wasn't hurt. Haitian shouted for the soldiers not to stop. The cameras must record everything that's happening. The old man said that the boy was scared, which was why he was running away. Haitian pulled out a powerful explosive device and said the boy wouldn't be able to dodge it. Another powerful explosion rang out, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Zhou was unharmed once again. However, now he too had a super powerful firearm. Haitian was frightened and asked where this boy had gotten such a gun. The old man shouted that they had to take off immediately, or they wouldn't be able to fly anywhere at all. Zhou Chen fired his ammunition at the airship. The target was hit. The airship caught fire and began to descend to the ground. The zombies saw the burning object and began to gather near its presumed landing site. Haitian ordered the soldiers to prepare all their gear for battle. Jokin also noticed the burning airship and estimated its approximate crash site. The young man said that the most interesting part was yet to come. Bayang, holding his breath, also watched the burning, falling airship. Bayang thought it was simply an incredible scene. The young man said that dusk would soon fall. It was time to make a decision, return to Beibu or stay here. Bayan noted that it had been a long time since they'd managed to record anything so impressive. The young man announced that they would be staying here for the night. The assistant told the old man Haitian that they needed to leave. These sounds could attract even more zombies. After the airship crashed, Haitian and his henchmen decided to look for a place where they could hide from the zombies. The old man was furious. How could this have happened? Yang Lu was also baffled. The mercenary said they had underestimated the enemy. However, the more hype there is surrounding the situation, the more people it will attract. Zhou Chen activated his unique skill again, checked his watch, and prepared for the next move. Hai Tian couldn't figure out where this young man had gotten the rocket launcher. Could he have known they were coming and prepared in advance? The warriors were surprised. On his armor was the symbol of the Twilight Armor Equipment Shop. Now it was clear why no weapon could harm him. One of the warriors asked why it had suddenly gotten cold, especially around his neck. Zhou Shen, using his invisibility skill, whispered to this warrior that he was saying goodbye to them. A short while later, Yang Lu reported that 2 11th rank warriors had been eliminated completely silently. Haitian was surprised. Could this really be Zhou Chen's doing? Yang Lu said it had already grown dark outside. Even he wouldn't dare go out. The mercenary ordered the bodies to be removed and patrols to be assigned. One of the warriors wondered, could it be that their colleagues had been killed by a ghost? Another warrior said he had never heard of anything like this, that a ghost could do such a thing. A short time later, these warriors were killed, each of them stabbed by the blade of the man standing next to them. The warrior was surprised. Why couldn't he make a sound? And why wouldn't his body obey him? Zhou Chen thought that all these warriors looked rather miserable. The Chaos skill was available starting at level 80. The target loses control of their actions and remains in place for a certain amount of time. Hai Tian continued to fret and shout that they must catch that boy. The old man asked why Mr. Yang Liu didn't ask Special Envoy Luo to confirm his location. Yang Liu thought that this Zhou Chen was far more dangerous than anyone could have imagined. He could not be ignored. The protagonist saw Yang Liu contact Special Envoy Lu via communicator and request the necessary information. Zhou Chen thought that in that case it was no surprise. They had managed to track him down. It was all because of Special Envoy Luo. Zhou Chen was forced to change his location immediately since Luo Tian had revealed his whereabouts. Yang Liu gave chase and said that Zhou Chen wouldn't be able to escape him. During his retreat, our hero destroyed the zombies that crossed his path and hindered his movement. The masked man had initially believed that Yang Liu could be a worthy opponent, but now it was hard to say. Zhou Chen tried to hurry as the effect would soon wear off. There wasn't a single zombie left ahead on the route. The young man approached the building. However, he had a bad feeling about it. Our hero understood that in any case, he had no choice. His pursuers had also reached the building. By this point, our hero had already slipped inside. Yang Liu raised his hand and told everyone to stop. The mercenary noticed that something was off about the aura in this building. Once inside the building, Zhou Chen was overcome with a sense of dread. Our hero saw an egg inside which a monster was developing. The protagonist said that as soon as the development process was complete, a royal rank creature would be born. Half an hour later, Haitian and Yang Lu were still standing near the entrance to the building. The old man was puzzled. Why hadn't that scoundrel come out yet? Yang Lu asked Haitian who the old man had called a scoundrel. The old man replied that he hadn't been speaking to the mercenary. Should they send people to check on the situation? Yang Lu thought they had already been waiting quite a while and told everyone to be careful. The warriors entered the building and felt an unpleasant chill run down their spines. Zhou Chen was still using his invisibility skill. The warriors were alarmed but afraid to speak up. Suddenly, one of the warriors ran out of the building and shouted that there were ghosts inside. Yang Liu called the soldier over and told him to report everything calmly. The soldier declared that everyone was dead. He had merely blinked and everyone had already been destroyed, just as they had been the day before. Zhou Chen returned to the egg and thought that peace had finally come. The young man reasoned that if this creature emerged, the Gravekeeper would suffer immense damage. Its development must be prevented. Zhou Chen damaged the shell with his daggers, but the shell regenerated too quickly. The protagonist thought that fortunately, he had plenty of ammunition with him. The young man decided to use an explosive device with a Bickford fuse. Zhou Chen covered the egg with explosives on all sides and decided that should be enough. Having finished his preparations, the protagonist burst out. Yang Lu was surprised. Had he actually decided to come out on his own? Zhou Chen activated his invisibility skill again and attacked one of the warriors. Yang Lu remained standing in place. A powerful explosion rang out, and the building was blown to smithereens. Many warriors were killed in the explosion. Haitian was unharmed, but he was extremely angry. The masked man, standing on the roof of a neighboring building, watched the aftermath of the explosion. Bayan was pleased with himself, as he had managed to capture something like this. The young man said it was simply an incredible scene. This video was sure to go viral and cause a sensation throughout the entire cemetery. The young man asked Bayan why they shouldn't get a little closer. Bayan thought about it and agreed. He said that wealth and honor are achieved through risk. The warriors reported to Elder Haitian that the explosion had been quite large. Very soon there would be too many zombies here. Yang Liu thought that Zhou Chen was conducting himself with great dignity. Zhou Chen emerged from cover and thanked him for the praise. Yang Liu was surprised. Had this guy really not run away from him? Zhou Chen replied that he hadn't intended to. Yang Liu asked, even if the young man had intended to run away, would he have had the chance? Suddenly, a huge monster emerged from a cloud of smoke. Old Man Haitian was surprised and asked what kind of creature it was. The monster began to scream loudly and destroy everything around it. The warriors were frightened and activated their retreat mode. They began to flee at great speed, moving as far away from that place as possible. One of the warriors was pursued by the creature's fist. The huge monster slammed its fist into the retreating warrior. At that moment, our hero calmly watched Yang Liu. The mercenary was determined and moved toward the protagonist, gripping his blade tightly in his hand. Zhou Chen said that today, only one of them would emerge alive from this battle. The mercenary said that it would, of course, be him. The monster watched the two young men as they fought each other. Yang Liu remembered the monster and decided there was no time to waste. Zhou Chen told his opponent that he wouldn't be able to escape so quickly. Zhou Chen activated invisibility mode again and said that 3 seconds should be enough. Yang Liu was left alone with the enormous monster. The huge monster was about to strike the man, but a powerful explosion occurred. The blast knocked Yang Liu to his knees and he began coughing loudly. The monster leaped high into the air and lunged at him. Yang Liu raised his arms and braced himself against the monster's leg, preventing it from crushing him. Zhou Chen was surprised. Could 15th rank warriors really do something like this? The mercenary shoved the monster away and shouted for it to get lost immediately. At that moment, Yang Liu made a breakthrough and became a 16th rank warrior. The mercenary laughed and shouted that Zhou Chen's end was now at hand. The enormous monster struck the 16th rank warrior again. Yang Liu managed to block the blow, but his condition worsened. The mercenary thought that even with this strength, he still couldn't withstand the monster's blow. He needed to stay away from it. However, Yang Liu hadn't even had time to retreat when his opponent was already behind him. The mercenary realized that this guy could turn invisible. Were humans even capable of such a thing? Zhou Chen told the mercenary that he wouldn't leave here alive today. Yang Liu realized they'd pulled the same trick on him again. Zhou Chen said the mercenary could enjoy himself once more. The young man had vanished again. Yang Liu found himself face to face with the monster once more. He should have foreseen this and become stronger. It's never easy. The monster grabbed the mercenary, and he found himself in its grasp. Chairman Shen received an emergency signal on his communicator and reported that envoy Yang Liu had died. Those present were surprised. How could this have happened to a 15th rank specialist? The bull man also received the message and was delighted. After all, he knew that Zhou Chen was no ordinary man. Commander Zhang reported that he had obtained the necessary information. The masked man stated that this Zhou Chen was no ordinary man. He took risks every time and came out victorious. That was definitely not just simple luck. The masked man said he needed to work out his next course of action. Special Envoy Liu was told over the phone that he absolutely had to help. Only he could do it. Envoy Liu asked how Yang Liu had died. Zhou Chen rode his armored bull into the city. The young man sensed a kind of oppressive aura. The protagonist took note of the rumors being spread by passers-by. People were saying that Zhou Chen had managed to take care of Yang Liu. The young man was surprised, since just a few minutes ago, he himself had taken care of that man. How could the news have spread so quickly throughout the graveyard? Zhou Chen turned on his communicator and immediately received a flood of unread messages. Our hero arrived at his meeting with Chairman Shen. The old man said that this guy hadn't disappointed him. Jogan stated that Yang Liu had gathered quite a few people to try to destroy him. If Chairman Shen hadn't warned him, it wouldn't have been nearly as interesting. The chairman told the young man to come over and take a look at it. Jogan was surprised when he saw the ownership documents for the Haitian company. But doesn't it belong to Hai Gui? Jogan pointed out that he had nothing to do with its destruction. The old man replied that the young man still had a lot to learn. In fact, the Haitian company had been run under the leadership of Yang Liu. Zhou Chen had dealt with him, so according to unwritten rules, he was now the heir. Zhou Chen asked, "Does that mean something like the strongest takes all?" Chairman Shen confirmed it. If someone is eliminated, everything that belonged to them becomes the assassin's spoils. There was something else the young man needed to know. In reality, there was another rank higher than the strongest. Such warriors were classified as gods of war. Zhou Chen asked his companion what rank Luo Tian held in that case. The chairman replied that Luo Tian was classified as a god of war, the 8th of the 10 strongest. He was also the head of the 3rd district. Zhou Chen said that this was the first time he had heard of such a position. Shen remarked that this was exactly what he wanted to discuss with the young man. Zhou Chen unfolded the map and studied the detailed information. The graveyard is divided into 50 districts. Each district chief is allowed to take 50% of tax revenues for the benefit of the strongest. For certain reasons, District 47 currently has no leader. Chairman Shen suggested that the young man was already ready. The young people who had approached Special Envoy Zhou Chen said that now the Haiyang Tower would surely become one of the best hotels in the graveyard. Zhou Chen thanked everyone for their concern. Suddenly, the doors opened and Jahan appeared in the doorway. The girl rushed into our hero's arms and hugged him. Large tears welled up in Shihan's eyes. They were tears of joy. Zhou Chen apologized to Shihan. The girl pushed him away and said he shouldn't have done that. Jogan grimaced, and Shihan thought he was feeling unwell. She asked, "Are you hurt?" Jogan reminded her that Shihan was also a warrior. The next time she wanted to beat him up for some reason, she'd better remember to control her strength. Shihan understood everything and apologized. Zhou Chen declared that his wounds would never heal unless he received at least 10 kisses from Shihan. Shihan asked who on earth had given him permission to stay out of touch with her for so long. The next day arrived at the Haitian office. Zhou Chen informed those present that they should have already guessed why everyone was gathered there. Today, the Haitian company was under his management, and he intended to put everything in order. A reorganization was inevitable. Shihan was also present during this conversation. Those present were surprised. Could everything really be happening so quickly? In just one day? Zhou Chen noted that from now on, the Haitian company would be known as the Haiyang Corporation. The organizational structure would remain unchanged. The security department would be disbanded and completely reorganized. Those present understood that the security department was the core of the company. Thousands of warriors were the guarantors of its security. Did this young man really intend to change everything? This young man certainly didn't lack resolve. He had only just arrived and immediately set about taking decisive action. After all, the company's reputation had indeed left much to be desired in recent years. Perhaps these drastic changes would give the company a new lease on life. Zhou Chen stated that there was no need to worry prematurely. Everyone who passes the test will be able to keep their positions and even receive a 20% pay raise. The new CEO added that Miss Shahan would serve as acting president today. He looked forward to their fruitful collaboration. In the CEO's office, company director Xu Ouyang thought that Special Envoy Zhou Chen was a warrior. Therefore, he wouldn't have time to run the company. However, would his girlfriend be able to handle this responsibility? Shihan told Director Xu that she had no doubts about his abilities. Therefore, one could hope that he would continue to work for the good of the company. She discussed this with Special Envoy Zhou Chen, and they decided to promote Director Xu to Vice President. Now his title is CEO. Xu Ouyang couldn't believe his ears. Was he really the Vice President now? Shahan added that the success of future companies therefore depends largely on high-quality corporate work. The young woman handed the CEO a new project and said that if there were any suggestions, she was ready to review and approve them. Xu Ouyang couldn't believe it. Was this really not a dream? However, this dream, created by Special Envoy Zhou Chen, was truly motivating. Once they were alone, Shihan said it was simply shameless. Zhou Chen had dumped such a responsibility on her shoulders and then run off himself. Zhou Chen arrived at the 47th district of the graveyard. He said that Chairman Shen definitely knew where to send him. Even though most of the residents work in agriculture, the conditions here are definitely not very good. The young man saw a child pointing at a store window and telling his mother that he wanted meat. The woman told her son that it was only for rich people. The boy was surprised. Why can only rich people eat meat? Could they also earn money and buy food for themselves? The woman hugged the child and apologized to him. She said they would have to wait a little while. When she could earn money, they would definitely eat meat. The boy told his mother not to cry. He believed her. Zhou Chen handed these people a piece of meat and said that everything here would change in the near future. The woman and the child thanked the stranger. Zhou Chen turned around and went on his way. The residents of the graveyard read in the press that Special Envoy Zhou Chen had become the head of the 47th district, but previous heads had fled from there in a panic. Would this man be able to handle it? Zhou Chen's first order as district chief was issued. A guard announced that everyone should line up. People would be registered as residents of the 47th district, Each person would be issued 2.5 kilograms of meat and a packet of salt. At the 47th District Administration Office, the new leader said he had no intention of investigating what policies had been implemented there previously. However, starting today, everything would change radically. The young man noted that he was aware this district had been called a slum and third rate. All of this had happened under the previous administration. Juchen gave the officials 3 days to get things in order here. The young man added that he wants to see a new, revitalized 47th district. Juchen called Shihan and asked how she was doing. The girl replied that she had formed a new security department and 5,000 people had passed the certification. Shihan said she had heard about the 47th district. Juchen replied that he knew she would be interested, but his heart hadn't yet turned to ice, like those warriors. They were people just like him who had survived the apocalypse. Why should he stand on the sidelines or even revel in their grief? Shihan asked how much he could change. The young man replied that even if it was just a little, it would still be progress. Shihan declared that no matter what anyone thought of Juchen, she would always support him. Just because everyone around him had become indifferent to other people's suffering didn't mean the young man had to become the same. It was ordinary people who brought a little warmth to this world where only the strongest survive. The next day arrived. Juchen, using his jet wings, prepared for flight. He started the engines and said he would disembark here, wishing the airship's crew a safe journey. The masked man, watching through his binoculars, saw the aircraft separate from the airship and head off on a different route. The observer smirked and said that it seemed like fate. Could it be that the guy was walking right into his hands? The masked man left his observation post and headed in the same direction. Juchen landed and said he had returned to the White Forest area. The young man noted that even though he had reached the 81st level and was gaining more experience, it was now much harder to progress as a warrior. Risking his life and walking the line between life and death was the shortest path to raising his warrior rank. The stakes here were too high, and most warriors would never dare to do something like this. Juchen admitted that he actually had enough motivation to keep progressing without stopping. He activated his invisibility skill and approached the large white beasts. He decided to continue following them for a while. They were ferocious white tigers of the 13th rank. Ahead of them was a large, unusual plant. The ferocious tigers didn't dare go near it. The object seemed somewhat familiar to the protagonist. Juchen moved closer, and the tendrils of the vines began to reach out toward him. As always in such cases, our hero discovered the entrance to a cave. Juchen entered the cave and noticed that the tendrils couldn't reach him. The protagonist concluded that for some reason, these tendrils couldn't penetrate the cave. He took out his bow and declared that this time he had brought enough arrows with him. The young man began shooting his bow, aiming the arrows directly at the tentacles of the aggressive plant. Our hero clearly remembered that the damage had been slightly lower before. Could it be because of the bimetallic arrows with 5 points of armor-piercing ability? 3 hours passed. The protagonist noted that by attacking these vines, he had gained 60% of the experience needed to level up. Jogen said that a little effort was needed, and then there would be no problems. The masked man, looking around, tried to locate our hero. Suddenly, a large white tiger appeared behind the observer and roared loudly. The masked man said that these white tigers were a nuisance, but he actually liked it. The vines were destroyed. The young man finally reached level 85. The guy said that a whole week of fighting the vines, it was worth it. Our hero said that now he needed to change locations, since this plant no longer gave him much experience. White tigers are excellent opponents for honing a warrior's skills. He needs to find a way to lure one of them out. Juchen walked right past the tigers, yet they didn't notice him at all. He hid behind a rock and thought that a great opportunity had presented itself. The protagonist took out his bow and arrow and fired a well-aimed shot. The beast was struck and wounded. The arrow pierced the tiger's powerful body. It roared loudly and charged after the man. Juchen ran off to the side where it was relatively quiet. The young man looked back and said he was ready to begin training. The tiger responded with a loud growl. 3 hours later, the tiger's red health bar had barely decreased. The young man noted that this beast was a tough opponent. If it weren't for the health potion, he would have had a hard time. Jogen sat down on the ground and said they needed to rest a bit. The tiger looked at the man, growled softly, and began to approach slowly. Jochen took a piece of meat out of his backpack and assumed that the tiger wanted it. The young man tossed the food to the beast. The tiger leaped up and snatched the piece of meat. Jochen contacted Shihan via communicator and asked if their trainers had any methods other than secret potions, such as food. The masked man noticed that Zhou Chen had reappeared on his radar. He said that this guy had finally been found. The pursuer added that he hoped to make a dramatic entrance from the shadows this time. The tiger continued to enjoy the meat delicacies offered to him. After that, the beast approached the young man, showing no aggression whatsoever. The protagonist leaned against the animal and thought, had he really succeeded? The white tiger looked good-natured. Zhou Chen stroked its head and the tiger purred like a house cat. The young man was pleased with the progress he had made and said it was simply amazing. Our hero mounted the large, ferocious tiger and announced that they could move forward. The tiger picked up speed and Zhou Chen raced across the entire forest on its back. Zhou Chen contacted the necessary people by cell phone and said that he would arrive in the Western District in an hour and that a room needed to be prepared for him. The protagonist announced that they were returning. The young man noticed he wasn't alone in the forest. The green health bar indicated the presence of another person watching him. Zhou Chen thought, could this person really determine his exact location? Most likely, this was one of the 13 people with such authority. Could it be Luo Tian? However, a person of such status would not attempt to eliminate him on his own. Zhou Chen activated his invisibility skill and detected the observer. He thought the man looked familiar. The masked man was surprised that no one was visible nearby. However, the satellite communicators showed that Zhou Chen must be nearby. Zhou Chen thought this was unsurprising. The man who had managed to track him down was another god of war, Zhang Ning. On the hilt of this man's weapon, Zhou Chen noticed the shadow emblem. The young man thought that was just fine. After all, they hadn't settled the score yet. Zhou Chen knew that his pursuer would be able to spot him anyway. The thicket was the best cover available, and he shouldn't reveal his ability to become invisible. Zhang Ning said that Zhou Chen was currently the first person within 20 meters of him who had not yet been detected. He was making rapid progress. He was already at the peak of the 8th rank. Today, all of this must come to an end. Zhugen noted that for someone who couldn't even pinpoint his exact location, the pursuer was being too hasty with his claims. Zhang Ning finally spotted our hero and pounced on him, declaring that the guy was about to be destroyed once and for all. Zhou Chen didn't back down and put up a worthy fight, facing the enemy head-on. The masked man screamed that his eyes had been injured. What had Zhou Chen done to them? Zhang Ning noted that his body had stopped obeying him. What on earth is going on here? Zhang Ning even took off his mask and realized things were looking bad. He couldn't break through his opponent's defense. Zhou Chen realized he had only 10 seconds left and needed to quickly find a way to immobilize his opponent. The protagonist activated the vulnerability scan skill. The necessary points on his opponent's body were identified. Zhou Chen couldn't believe that this guy still had such a stern look on his face. As expected of the god of war, even blinding him was quite difficult. Zhou Chen decided that in that case he might as well leave. The young man turned around and headed in the other direction. Our hero summoned the white tiger, jumped onto its back and increased his speed, moving away from the god of war. Zhang Ning continued to cover his eyes while kneeling. He loudly cursed and hurled insults at the protagonist, threatening him with retribution. A week passed. The chairman asked, "Is that really all Zhang Ning has to say?" Zhang Ning, as usual, asked for another chance and promised not to let them down this time. The chairman replied that if the god of war still couldn't handle it, they would have to find a replacement. Chairman Shen declared that Zhou Chen was truly a genius. Our hero had mastered the 9th rank. The young man had managed to achieve this in a relatively short time. The person on the phone asked, "Should Zhou Chen really be allowed to join tomorrow's hunt?" The young man added that he understood everything. Zhou Chen must report to Building Number 1 at the airbase tomorrow. He reviewed the information on Zhou Chen and thought that the hunting squad had turned into a kindergarten. How could they take someone with such a rank? The commander noted that it would be incredibly difficult for this guy. Elder Shen told our hero that Xiao's squad had given their consent. Was that enough? Whether the young man could get along with them depended entirely on him. Zhou Chen told Chairman Shen not to worry about him. He certainly wouldn't have to blush with shame. Zhou Chen approached the egg once more and was surprised again. A lot of time had passed, yet nothing had changed. Could it be that he lacked star power? Our hero took out a crystal and held it up to the egg. Nothing changed. The protagonist thought he needed to use all the crystals he had. After a while, the egg was completely covered in crystals all over its surface. Passers-by noticed a wild beast moving through the city with a young man riding on its back. The passers-by recognized this man. It was Yun Dongwei from the Hunters Brigade. However, there were no more than 3 such animals in the entire graveyard. How did this guy manage to become the god of war at such a young age? He's truly talented. Jochin, while eating noodles at a fast food joint, also noticed the wild beast moving through the city. Our hero thought that there must certainly be some trouble brewing in the Hunters Brigade. It seems he has been assigned a key role in this mission. That means he'll have the chance to test out new weapons. Airbase, Building Number 1. The young man asked the commander who had upset him since he was in such a bad mood. The man replied that the new recruit was truly ignorant. It was the first assembly, and he had already dared to be late. The commander said that youth is, of course, a wonderful time, hot blood, and a rebellious spirit. But when he was young, he didn't allow himself to act that way. The commander noted that there were still a few minutes left, so it couldn't be said yet that he was late. They say that Zhou Chen is by no means simple. He managed to jump from the 7th rank to the 9th in just 1 month. The commander asked who among those present could do something similar. This young man's youth doesn't mean he should be underestimated. A young man appeared in the room at the last moment. He greeted everyone and said his name was Zhou Chen. The young man looked around and concluded he wasn't late. The squad leader repeated the Hunters Brigade rules once more. First, unity. Second, also unity. There should be no doubt. Third and fourth, unity. The leader added that any grievances, unspoken words, and misunderstandings must be left behind. Those who break the rules will be punished to the full extent. The man added, if everyone understood, it was time to accept the mission. One of the warriors asked, did Zhou Chen really offend Chairman Shen that badly? This is his first mission after all, so why is it so difficult right off the bat? The warrior noted that 3 days ago he had indeed seen a 17th ranked mutant, but who would have thought they'd be sent to deal with this? The leader said there was no point in complaining. Everyone was perfectly happy to exercise their rights. However, when it came to duties, everyone had to fulfill them properly. The leader added that everything must be specified: ranks, armor levels, and weapon levels. He wants to know who excels at what. The leader asked what was wrong with Zhou Chen. His rank is too low, and he won't be much help on this mission. Just staying alive would be a decent achievement. Zhou Chen thanked him for his concern. The squad stopped at the planned location, and it was decided to set up camp there. The leader reported that headquarters had sent further instructions regarding the mission. Yun Dongwei, the god of war, reviewed the information on his communicator and was surprised. Could this really be the King of Steel Spiders? The mission leader noted that if they failed to complete the task, a multitude of monsters would descend upon the burial ground. According to the reports, a royal rank monster is currently roaming near Zhongcheng. Several volunteers are needed who can go into the city and determine its exact location. The mission leader asked if anyone was willing. There was no response. The commander was surprised. What's the matter? When it's time to take action, no one has the courage. Chochin raised his hand and said that if no one objected, he would go. Everyone present was surprised. Yun Dongwei raised his hand and declared that he would go as well. Other warriors also began to express their desire to go on the reconnaissance mission. The mission leader realized that he had truly wanted to ensure the young man returned safe and sound. Now it was clear that wouldn't happen. The commander said that everyone who had volunteered had a few minutes to get ready. It was also necessary to check in on time. The mission leader wished the young man luck and well-being. A huge black bird flew slowly over the city, scanning below for its prey. However, the bird itself became the prey, caught in a strong web. The giant mutant spider that had spun the web began to approach the bird, which was tangled in its trap. Zhou Chen activated invisibility mode again. He didn't encounter a single monster along the way. It turns out they're all here. Besides the king, there are many other spiders. He needs to inform the team as soon as possible and call them here. Zhou Chen triggered an explosion and destroyed the monster's web. Zhou Chen walked over to the bird and thought that this creature would be in high demand on the market. The protagonist placed his hand on the bird and carefully tucked it into his backpack. That very same giant spider appeared above our hero. It prepared to attack the man. Zhou Chen was surprised. Could the spider really sense him? After all, it couldn't see him. The protagonist stood still and didn't move. The spider stopped in front of him and sniffed around. The spider turned around and slowly walked away. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. When they met, Zhou Chen noticed the mission commander's wounds. The leader explained that he'd run into a bit of trouble on the way back and asked where the Spider King was now. The scarred warrior remarked that dangers always lie in wait along the way. The young man was to be commended for managing to figure everything out on his own. Zhou Chen realized he had simply been lucky. The leader said it would be dark soon, and they needed to sort everything out before then. He and Yun Dongwei would handle the Spider King, while the rest should take care of the ordinary ones. Zhou Chen would watch. There was no need for him to participate in the battle. The scarred warrior noted that this would be for the best. If anything happened, he would be able to direct the others at a critical moment. The man added that if the young man went down with them, there was a high chance that, given his rank, he would die immediately. Another warrior said that this was a hunt, so everything had to be approached impartially. Zhou Chen had joined the hunting party, which meant he was capable enough. He had to do his part. The mission leader asked, "Does anyone really want to challenge his decision?" The conversation was cut short as they had to urgently neutralize the spider attack. Zhou Chen said he was impressed. Now he understood how high-ranking warriors fought. The mission leader announced that the Spider King was here, and Yun Dongwei must follow him immediately. The mission leader and the God of War attacked the Spider King simultaneously. However, the monster knocked them far to the side. The commander got back on his feet, cursed at the monsters, and prepared to attack the Spider King again. The young man with a sword in his hand closed the distance, leaped, and attacked the monster. The spider got off with a slight scare, crawled back, and prepared to counterattack. It began using its web to block the attacker's weapons. Yun Dongwei also ran up to the spider, swung his blade, and declared that the Spider King would be destroyed. The mission leader told Yun Dongwei not to rush. They needed to attack the monster from different sides simultaneously. Zhou Chen thought, is this really their team battle? After all, there's no coordination here. If this were an in-game scenario, they would have lost long ago. The warrior with the scar on his face fought the ordinary spiders, dealing them irreparable damage. However, the odds were stacked against him. The number of spiders kept growing. Heavy weaponry in the form of maces came into play. The warrior stumbled backward, losing his balance. He realized that things could end badly. On top of that, he had been wounded, and the steel spider's venom was spreading through his body. The warrior froze. His body stopped obeying him. The spider closed in to a dangerous distance. The warrior was thrown far backward and fell onto his back. The man with the scar opened his eyes and realized it was the end for him. The enormous spider crawled up to the warrior lying on the ground and raised its spines above him. Suddenly, Zhou Chen appeared nearby. He grabbed the wounded warrior and safely carried him out of the danger zone. Our hero sat his colleague down in a safe spot, out of reach of the mutant swarms. Zhou Chen took the necessary recovery potion out of his backpack to administer first aid to the injured man. The wounded warrior drank the potion and was surprised. Could the steel spider's venom really have been neutralized so quickly? It turned out that Zhou Chen had saved him. The warrior noted that the antidote was amazing, and it even tasted like a piña colada. It instantly neutralized the poison's effects, and now his body had begun producing antibodies. The warrior returned to battle the mutants and said he would properly thank the young man later. The boy needed to stay in a safe place. Zhou Chen decided that now was not the time to stay in hiding and do nothing. Every blade counted. Other warriors fighting fearlessly were also getting wounded and poisoned by the steel spider's venom. Zhou Chen acted quickly and calmly. He carried the wounded out of the danger zone and healed them with a recovery potion. Our hero had to activate the acceleration skill, and he moved very quickly across the battlefield. In the end, the young man thought continuing in the same vein was a bad idea. The Spider King had taken almost no damage. Zhou Chen decided he had to step up and take charge. It was the only way out. As always, the chairman admitted that he had underestimated the complexity of the mission. Shen contacted the Space Object Control Department and ordered them to activate the satellite communicators of every member of the Hunter Brigade and configure them to function as audio systems. Chairman Shen ordered Zhou Chen to be appointed commander of the brigade and granted him full authority. The mission leader, Captain Xiao, received the corresponding order. The other participants in the operation were also given the ability to listen to orders from headquarters. After that, Zhou Chen came on the line and announced that from that moment on, he would be in command of the battle. Zhou Chen said that all hunters must understand, if they continue in the same vein, they will all simply perish. The protagonist asked everyone to trust him and follow his instructions. Zhang Han, being the fastest, would be responsible for holding back the Spider King. Han noted that this was indeed a dangerous task. However, if the new commander has an antidote, then they can trust him this time. Zhou Chen said that Xiao Jiangling and Yun Dongwei should fall back and clear the path of ordinary spiders. With their strength, 5 minutes each would be enough to complete the task. The scarred hunter noted that all orders must be carried out flawlessly to successfully complete the mission. Jochen added that Qinhan and Lao Li would take on the spiders in the center, while the rest would work in groups to eliminate the stragglers. Qinhan, swinging his club, stood up and began striking out, destroying the monsters and flinging them in all directions. The new strategy began to pay off, and the number of mutant spiders started to decrease. Yun Dongwei looked up at the roof of the building where the commander was stationed. From there, Zhou Chen was directing the entire operation. The god of war had to admit that after the young man took command, efficiency had increased significantly. Everyone began to work more cohesively. Zhukin declared that the majority of the spiders had been eliminated. Now everyone had to unite to exterminate the remaining ones. However, there were still many spiders. The protagonist thought it wouldn't be bad to gain a little experience. Our hero said that the company Julie had created the Crimson Moon using the latest inlay technology. It absolutely had to be tested. Zhou Chen pushed off and jumped straight down toward where the largest number of mutant spiders were. Zhou Chen activated his new bow and began shooting at the moving targets. The damage dealt was minimal, but even so, the young man was gaining experience points. A massive Spider King quietly crept up on the squad leader and prepared to attack Zhou Chen. Qin Han shouted for the squad leader to be careful. Zhou Chen activated his unique daggers, leaped onto the spider, and struck its body, piercing through its protective armor. Qin Han was surprised and thought to himself that he had been worrying about this guy for nothing. He was strong and incredibly fast. Yun Dongwei thought if he were in Zhou Chen's place, would he also be able to evade the massive mutant? Zhou Chen, landing another blow through the Spider King's armor, said that from now on they needed to attack together as a group. When the number of ordinary spiders had significantly decreased, Zhou Chen said that now everyone could focus on destroying the leader. With his teammates providing cover, Zhou Chen thrust his blade forward and charged at the giant monster. The spider, trying to defend itself, shot sticky webs at the group. Shin got caught in the webs and found himself immobilized. The Spider King continued to shoot out webs, blocking the attackers. The commander said he expected nothing less from an 18th rank king. Simple attacks weren't enough. They needed to find a weak spot. Zhou Chen asked Xiao, if he could hold the Spider King back, would the captain be able to attack it? Xiao replied that if Zhou Chen could immobilize the monster, hitting its head wouldn't be a problem. The protagonist said that the spider's weak spot wasn't its head. Our hero activated his scan skill and told the warriors that its weak spot was the neck. They had to believe him. Captain Xiao asked if Zhou Chen was sure of this, since they only had one shot. Zhou Chen solemnly declared that he was certain and promised to immobilize the spider for 15 seconds. That should be enough time if the team works in unison. Xiao was surprised. Only 15 seconds? That must be a joke. Zhou Chen was serious and leaped onto the Spider King. He began striking the monster's body relentlessly with his daggers. Zhou Chen looked back and shouted for Xiao and the others to get moving. There was no time to hesitate. Blow followed blow. The Spider King couldn't spare a thought for the other hunters. The warriors approached and were amazed. How had Zhou Chen managed to do that? The Spider King was truly immobilized. One of the hunters shouted loudly, "How on earth does Zhou Chen pull this off? It defies all laws of nature." Zhou Chen looked at his watch and said there were only 3 seconds left. When the time was up, the protagonist shouted for everyone to scatter in all directions. The hunters turned and ran. Zhou Chen remained standing on the spider. He made strange sounds, and in that very moment, he vanished. A strange symbol appeared above the spider. After it was all over, the hunters decided to take roll call. Captain Xiao was satisfied. All 19 men were alive. Xiao thought he had underestimated this guy. If it weren't for Zhou Chen, the mission would have failed, and most of the hunting team would have died. Zhou Chen thought it was almost over. He had few hit points left, and the bleeding status was still active. At the expected time, the red health bar above the spider disappeared. Zhou Chen looked at the mutant monster. The mission could be considered complete. Zhou Chen experienced a new sensation and realized he had reached level 90. The warrior said the spider was dead, which meant they had succeeded. Zhou Chen thought that he had waited so long for this level, and now he could say with confidence that everything had truly worked out. As a reward, our hero received the Ring of Rebirth. Now, if the owner dies, there is a chance of being reborn in the same place with the same stats. Zhou Chen immediately equipped the ring, and it appeared on his finger. Shuming called out to the commander several times in a row. He asked if Zhou Chen was okay, since he'd been calling him several times already. Zhou Chen replied that he'd just been lost in thought. The scarred warrior suggested that the commander examine the loot they had obtained. Among the trophies were the Spider King's blade, the Spider King's armor, and Venom glands. Shi showed the warriors that he had also managed to get his hands on some black quartz. Yun Dongwei said that this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Captain Xiao noted that this time, Zhou Chen had made the greatest contribution, therefore he suggested giving him the opportunity to choose more trophies, if no one objected. No one objected. Lao Lu added that from the very beginning, Zhou Chen had pretended to be weak, even though he was actually capable of such a feat. Chogan said he didn't need any privileges and that the spoils should be divided among everyone. Upon returning to the base, Zhou Chen noticed that Luo Tian was standing behind him. Where had he come from? Luo Tian said that upon arrival, he would send Hai Gu to Hai Yang to offer an apology. Zhou Chen replied that that would be simply wonderful. The hunting brigades returned to the burial ground turned into a celebration. The townspeople greeted them with flowers and honors. The airship's gangway lowered, and the people saw the entire squad in full force. Everyone had returned safely. Chairman Shen said that this young man had not disappointed him. His abilities were truly amazing. The director noted that the report stated more than half the team had been rescued. All of this was thanks to Zhou Chen. Now he had made some powerful friends. Newcomers are lucky. The director added that it didn't matter now whether it was luck or not. The guy was truly strong. He'd like to train side by side with him. The director suggested going downstairs to meet the squad and greet them with the words, "Welcome back." The old man noted that a massive influx of monsters was expected this time. If they eliminated the source, they could avoid a lot of trouble. Chairman Shen told the second brother to be careful. The welcoming crowd asked the hunters for autographs and selfies, and also wanted to follow their social media profiles. The elders on the hill addressed the graveyard warriors and welcomed them home. The townspeople noted that Chairman Shen and Director Yang had come to greet them. Director Yang assessed the young man. He is a 9th rank warrior. He is young but possesses incredible potential. At the leadership meeting after the discussion, the question was raised. Are there any objections to the above? A proposal was made to grant the warrior Zhou Chen the rank of God of War. One of those present stood up and said he was categorically opposed, since he was merely a 9th rank warrior. How could such a thing be proposed? Director Yang turned to Qi Jiang and said that according to this year's data, Zhou Chen had performed exceptionally well. There was no evidence of corruption, excessive drinking, debauchery, or mistreatment of others based on his God of War status. Qi Jiang wanted to object, but Director Yang announced that the vote was beginning. She said that compared to some who had lost all sense of decency, Zhou Chen was far more qualified and deserved this status. Xi Jun noted that not everyone thought so. Director Yang said he agreed. Besides, this man has the right of veto. Director Yang suggested that everything be fair. If Mr. Shi disagreed, he could be given a chance to compete against Zhou Chen to demonstrate his abilities. Xi Jiang agreed. The man decided to show the young man what true terror was. Passers-by were discussing that this time, they wanted to promote the 9th rank warrior to God of War. Could this really be Zhou Chen? Achieving such results at such a young age is unbelievable. Zhang Ning, the masked man, weighing the prospects, decided he was willing to die alongside this young man to achieve his goal. Zhou Chen, fighting the vine's tentacles, said that people fear fame. He needed to reach the 100th level as soon as possible to secure even greater protection for himself. 2 weeks passed, and the protagonist attained the 10th rank, reaching the 100th level. Along with the 100th level, the young man gained a new skill, creating highly toxic poisons. Poisons can vary depending on the resistance of materials. It is also possible to use a single weapon to attack with poison. Zhu Chen set to work and prepared the necessary materials. Our hero activated the new skill, and the poison creation process began. Now all that remained was to use it. The young man now held the Spider King's poisonous blade, which could be used 15 times. With the new blade, the young man fought the vine's tentacles. He noted that the effect was simply astonishing. Now that he had mastered the new skill, everything should work out. Chairman Shen, having gone outside the city, witnessed a large pack of wild mutants approaching. He said there were so many of them that stopping them would be extremely difficult. The chairman added that a fierce battle awaited them this time. Western District. Zhou Chen was spotted on the streets of this district. A girl approached the young man and introduced herself. Her name is Moha. She is a member of the Azure Moth's team. She wanted to acquire the venom of the Steel Spider King, which the young man had defeated during his mission. Jukin told the girl to explain why she needed the venom. Then he would be willing to consider her request. Mo said she was developing a potion. The venom was the only ingredient she was missing. The girl asked Zhou Chen to sell her the venom at a good price. Payment could be made via bank transfer or cryptocurrency. Zhou Chen immediately realized that he was dealing with an alchemist. The protagonist said that if Mohei was indeed making a potion, he could provide all the necessary materials absolutely free of charge. However, she would have to share the results of her work with him. The deal was sealed. The young man expressed hope that he could rely on this girl. The phone rang. It was Lei Hu. The young man was informed that the information on Qi Jian had been gathered and was ready to be sent. The protagonist thanked his interlocutor for a job well done. The hunters debated who would win, the god of war, Qi Jiyun, or special envoy Zhou Chen. The god of war was the favorite, since his opponent was only a 9th rank. Zhou Chen contacted Shihan via communicator and said he needed her help. Qi Jiyong told his assistant to bet on his victory in the upcoming battle. The god of war laughed. Could there really be those who hoped for Zhou Chen's victory? First, they needed to find someone who could test this boy's strength. Snake Valley. Zhou Chen said that after 2 weeks, he had finally managed to obtain a sufficient amount of venom. Zhu Chen noticed a masked stranger in the clearing ahead of him and sensed an aura of destruction. The stranger turned out to be Dou Lun, whose rank was impossible to determine. Dou Lun thought that, according to the information provided, he was facing a 9th rank warrior. But how had he managed to advance to the 10th rank in just 2 weeks? Zhou Chen asked his opponent if Qi Jian had sent him there. Dou Lun replied that he preferred to remain anonymous. Zhou Chen asked why Dou Lun had decided to take him on. His opponent was surprised. How did the young man know his name? Zhou Chen lunged forward, thrusting his blade. However, his opponent parried the attack. Dou Lun said it was a boring trick with a surprise attack. Even if he stood still, Zhou Chen wouldn't be able to hit him. Zhou Chen didn't react to these words at all. However, Dou Lun noticed that the young man's red health bar had significantly decreased. How did his opponent do that? Zhou Chen glanced at his watch and began the countdown. Dou Lun felt his body go numb and his mobility fade. Zhou Chen noted that dying from the poison of an 18th rank Steel Spider King was by no means a waste. The protagonist calculated that it would take 26 seconds for a God of War rank warrior to die from the poison. Our hero eventually found himself holding his opponent's bag. Zhou Chen decided to see what interesting items he had managed to obtain this time. Inside the bag was a strange cylindrical device with a red button on one end. The phone rang. Mohei told Zhou Chen to hurry over to her. She was all set. Upon arriving at the destination, Zhou Chen asked if this was the potion that Mohei had managed to make from the Spider King's venom. Mohei confirmed this and added that the potion was called the Potion of Rage. Potion of Rage triples existing stats for 15 minutes. The outskirts of the Western District. Zhou Chen arrived to test it and said that there was no one around, so the location was perfect. Mohei asked if Zhou Chen really dared to try it. The young man replied that if he had chosen her, then he had to trust her. Zhou Chen asked Mohei not to get too close, since it was unknown what the effect might be. Zhou Chen drank the contents of the vial and felt changes in his physical strength, especially in his calf muscles. Mohei was surprised when she saw the speed the young man was developing. Could this really be the effect of her Potion of Rage? She needed to patent it immediately. Zhou Chen said he would continue to supply the girl with resources, so he was counting on her in the future. At the headquarters of a major regional company, an employee told Special Envoy Zhou Chen to follow him. The employee reported that the president was supposed to meet the young man, but she wasn't feeling well at the moment. Zhou Chen replied that it was fine. He was pleased to be their guest. Scarlet Moon is the result of this company's painstaking work. The employee explained that this is where the initial stage of product development takes place. This is a sanctuary that embodies the company's entire creative potential. Our hero was shown the armor. Materials from 17th rank monsters were used in its manufacture. In terms of protection, Twilight armor is 3 times inferior to this piece. The 2 daggers were also made from materials derived from 17th rank monsters, and their armor-piercing ability is 16 points. A company representative told Zhou Chen that they had a gift from Director Liu, a reward and congratulations in honor of his attainment of the God of War rank. Zhou Chen thanked him and noted that it was a very precious gift, as it was priceless. A young woman entered the room and said that Special Envoy Zhou Chen was being too modest. The company employee was surprised when he saw President Liu. The president asked, was it just her imagination, or did the special envoy seem a little surprised by her appearance? Joshin replied that it was indeed surprising. Who would have thought that the director of Julie would turn out to be such a young and beautiful young woman? The president smiled and said that the young man knew how to pay compliments. Joshin asked, did the president really call me here today just to present a gift? Miss Liu replied that the suit was a modest gift from their company to Special Envoy Zhou Chen. The young man should know that a protective dome has been erected over the tomb. Their company also cannot disregard generally accepted norms. Until Zhou Chen officially receives the rank of God of War, their company will vouch for him. Zhang Ning received the latest information and said that couldn't be true. How could Du Lun have lost? How could this guy be that good? 3 days later, bets on the winner continued to be placed. There were only 2 hours left until the start of the match. Zhou Chen asked Shihan how things were going with the bets. The girl replied that she was all set. Zhou Chen declared that in that case, it was time to go. Zhou Chen ruffled the girl's hair and told her to trust him. Dongmen Arena. Zhou Chen entered the hall and Qi Jiang addressed him. The God of War asked the young man if he was ready to die. Zhou Chen believed he was capable of dealing with a shadow assassin of palace rank. Chun thought that this guy didn't look like much, but the armor and weapons from the Julie company were definitely impressive. Qijun decided that something was off here. He couldn't afford to be careless. He had to act quickly and deal with his opponent as soon as possible. The command signaling the start of the duel was given. Qijun swung at his opponent with the intent to strike. In response, Zhou Chen didn't even flinch. Zhang Ning watched the match and saw that the young man was using his trick again. Zhou Chen raised his arm with little effort and blocked his opponent's strike. The spectators were surprised. Why had the God of War, Qi Jiang, suddenly stopped? How could his opponent stop him when Jiang moves with such incredible speed? Zhou Chen held his unique daggers in his hands. The protagonist thought his opponent had good armor. Even his daggers couldn't pierce it. Our hero decided that in that case, he had only one option left. The double attack skill was activated. This was followed by backstab and crushing attack. Zhou Chen understood that his attack would drain some of the blood circulating in his opponent's body. After using all these skills, Qi Jiang began to lose noticeably. The spectators shouted that Jiang was doing this on purpose. It was all rigged. Xun asked his opponent, was that really his trump card? But it wouldn't break through his defense. The God of War struck again and said that his opponent's end was now certain. Zhou Chen realized he couldn't break through his opponent's armor. It was also unclear whether the poison would work the same way it did in the game. He had to hit the target precisely to be completely sure. Zhou Chen concentrated and decided to try attacking the God of War once more. Their weapons clashed. There was a screech and sparks flew in all directions. Qi Jiun was surprised. Did the guy really want to try his luck in close combat? He had definitely decided to die very quickly. The spectators couldn't make out anything because of the cloud of dust that had risen. However, everyone knew that no one could dodge such a strike from the God of War. Qi Jiang also thought his opponent was finished. However, the young man was right above him, daggers at the ready. Zhou Chen quickly closed in and delivered a devastating blow to his opponent from behind. The spectators were surprised. Could 10th rank warriors really be that strong? It seemed unbelievable. However, Qi Jiang was not injured in the slightest by the blow. Zhou Chen realized that he wouldn't be able to poison his opponent until he broke through his armor. But the protagonist didn't give up and decided to try again. The God of War was surprised. Could this guy really teleport? The young man appeared right next to his opponent. Zhou Chen struck again, but Qi Jian managed to block the blow with his sword just in time. The God of War remarked that no matter how clearly the young man attacked, it was pointless. He wouldn't be able to break through the armor and was only wasting his time. Zhou Chen realized this couldn't go on, so he decided to change his strategy. The spectators began to wonder, what was Zhou Chen doing? Why was he running in circles around his opponent? Zhang Ning realized that this guy wanted to create favorable conditions for himself. But what was the point? Qi Jian said that none of this was serious. It wouldn't change anything, and the young man wouldn't be able to hurt him. Zhou Chen knew that no one could see him right now. However, he had to hurry. He used the potion that Moa had given him. The God of War didn't have time to react, as his opponent changed his speed and appeared in front of him almost instantly. Qi Jiang said he couldn't be fooled and swung again to strike his opponent. This time, the protagonist blocked the blow and launched a counterattack. Zhou Chen began to strike the God of War intensely on the torso. The man couldn't hold on and fell onto his back. Qi Jiang couldn't understand how this was possible. Where had the young man gotten strength greater than Xiao Jianling's? Could this really be the 10th rank? Jiun believed he couldn't lose. After all, nothing like this had ever happened before. Shijiang leapt to his feet, flung his sword aside, and lunged at the young man, grabbing him by the torso. The god of war ran so fast that he broke through the barrier and burst outside along with his opponent. The spectators decided that the god of war had gone mad, since this was against the rules. Chairman Shen urged everyone to be patient. The chairman announced whoever returns will be declared the winner. Chuchen decided that since they were far from everyone else, it was time to end this duel. The green health bar above our hero's head had shrunk slightly. Jiun said that the poison had already begun to take effect on the young man, and this was only the beginning. Jochen asked how the god of war dared to break the rules. Jiun declared that he had reached such a rank, and now no rules could restrict him. The god of war declared that it doesn't matter what methods he uses. No one will be able to figure out why his opponent died. Jochen said that in that case, he was ready to show what hopelessness really meant. A vial of red liquid appeared in our hero's hand. The young man drank it. Shijiang was surprised. Where did the guy get this liquid? But who is he trying to fool? A solution like this can't neutralize the poison in his body. Jochen said that now they would both find out who was trying to fool whom. The god of war saw that his opponent had vanished. A person can't just disappear like that. Jochen reappeared right in front of his opponent and said that he wouldn't be the first to die because of his ignorance. The spectators couldn't see anything because of the dust. Who was returning? Judging by the silhouette, it became clear that it was Zhou Chen. So, this guy had won. But how did he do it? Chairman Shen thought once again that this young man truly hadn't disappointed him. Zhou Chen was declared the winner of the competition. President Liu said her investment had paid off. His colleagues lifted the young man up and began tossing him in the air. Zhou Chen said it was a bit childish and added that too many people were watching them. Zhang said they just shouldn't catch him, and then it would stop being child's play. After those words, the young man fell to the ground. In any case, our hero was happy because he had finally become the god of war. However, with great power comes great responsibility. In private, Shihan asked what had happened. After Zhou Chen returned from battle, she felt that something was bothering him. Zhou Chen asked the girl if she missed home. The answer was yes. Jogen suggested that once he was done with everything, they should go to Titan and check on how things were going there. The answer was again yes. The egg hidden from prying eyes still hadn't hatched, so no one had emerged from it. Jochen was a little upset. Why wasn't anything changing? Jochen said that the egg had absorbed many of his crystals, but there was still no sign of progress. What was this called? Jushin took out the red crystals and decided they should work. He had to find a way to speed up this process. Jochen felt some movement inside the egg. Could the red crystals be more effective? Jochen said that if the embryo could hatch from this egg in the near future, he would be able to make up for lost time. Chairman Shen said he congratulated the young man on attaining the rank of God of War. However, there was no time for celebration. The chairman added that he suspected someone had interfered, thereby hastening the arrival of the monster tide. The tide could begin within the next few days. Farm workers toiled in the fields from morning till night. The old man said he didn't even know how long the surge would last this time. A colleague said there was no need to worry since quite a few warriors from the Eastern District had gathered. They would definitely be able to handle it. They just needed to finish harvesting the rice. The man expressed hope that there wouldn't be too many monsters this time. One of the young men shouted that he could see Molotov cocktails being used. Flashes from burning liquid appeared in some places. Flocks of black mutant wild animals emerged from behind the mountains. Military aircraft were scrambled on command. The pilots patrolled their assigned sectors. The squadron commander ordered them to target the front line and attack on his command. The attack was successful. However, flying monsters appeared in the sky. People said the situation was unfolding according to the worst-case scenario. This time, the flying monsters were spewing flames. Changning wondered if Jochen had seen this, since this commotion was definitely because of him. No matter how many people fell, it was all for the sake of dealing with this guy. Jochen also took part in destroying the mutant monsters. People thanked Zhou Chen, the god of war. Without him, they definitely wouldn't have managed. Jochen replied that they couldn't let their guard down, since the first wave wasn't over yet. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the forest. The young people looked back. Huge zombies towering over the trees were moving toward the settlement. The warriors were surprised. Could so many high-level zombies really be approaching them? Even if it was a surge, it wasn't easy for zombies to leave their habitat, especially ones this large. Jochin looked at the zombies and thought, "Is this starting again?" Our hero told the warriors to retreat. He would take on the zombies himself and distract them. Jochin, using his speed skill, began to approach the high-level zombies, leaping over the trees. The young man found himself holding that very cylindrical device with the red button. Jochin pressed the button, and the zombies became even more aggressive. The young man realized that it was definitely them. Chairman Shen asked Jochin, did he really think that this surge had been provoked by the shadow? Jochin said that Zhang Ning, or that very god of war, was definitely involved. Chairman Shen told the young man that he would send people to him right away. If the shadows were indeed involved here, then the situation was much more serious. Zhang Ning happened to be nearby and grabbed the warrior by the throat. Jochin decided there was no longer any need to stay in the graveyard. The protagonist had dealt with these zombies, though he didn't know what the situation was with security in the Eastern District. The young man noticed a red health bar and thought, could a zombie have actually slipped through? However, a zombie couldn't possibly have such an aura of destruction. Zhang Ning appeared in front of Jochin and said that he had finally found him. The masked man swung his blade and lunged at his opponent, declaring that he would destroy him right then and there. However, the protagonist parried the attacker's strike and counterattacked in return. To Zhang Ning, the young man's speed was unexpected, and he was stunned. The duel between the opponents continued. Each, using their unique abilities, was invincible. However, our hero was inattentive and failed to dodge his opponent's next attack. He was wounded in the abdomen. Zhang Ning said that Jochin would die from blood loss with such a wound in less than half an hour. Jochin replied that they would see who would die first. The next moment, Jochin vanished. Zhang Ning began looking around, but he couldn't see the young man anywhere. The mercenary couldn't understand. How was this possible? Could a person just disappear like that? Jochin thought that this guy knew his biggest secret. He had to get rid of the witness this time. Jochin crept up unnoticed and found himself behind Zhang Ning. His opponent suspected nothing and told Jochin to stop hiding and come out. They would settle this like men. Jochin became visible again and stepped out from behind his opponent. The young man said he was there. Zhang Ning couldn't believe it. Could this guy really become invisible? But even if he could, he still wouldn't be able to pierce 18th rank war armor. Jochin said he knew what his opponent was thinking. He believed there was nothing he could do against him if he used his armor. The protagonist grabbed his opponent by the cloak and ripped it off his shoulders. Our hero thrust his blade forward and prepared for another attack. The young man said that even if he couldn't pierce his opponent's armor, his poison would be enough to destroy him. Jochin decided that now was the perfect time to take advantage of the chaos. Zhang Ning took out a bottle of potion and drank it. The mercenary asked Jochin, was this really a surprise to him? They say this antidote is the young man's doing. The effect is truly astonishing. Jochin was annoyed. The protagonist drank the liquid that Moe had prepared for him. At that moment, Zhang Ning went on the attack. However, our hero, using his speed and the chaos skill, began to confuse his opponent. The mercenary could do nothing about it. At some point, Zhang Ning realized he was no longer fighting Jochin, but zombies that had surrounded him on all sides. The mercenary rubbed his eyes and his vision returned. He looked up and saw a monster standing before him. A monster of enormous size stood before Zhang Ning. The masked man decided that the noise had attracted these zombies. He had to leave immediately. Jochin appeared behind him again and asked, had he really decided to run away? The enormous monster grabbed the masked man, and he found himself clamped in its fist. Zhang Ning screamed loudly in fear. The monster opened its mouth and was about to swallow its prey. Jochin, perched on a branch of a tall tree, watched the movements of this enormous creature. The protagonist concluded that the monster was heading toward the Eastern District. Jochin glanced at his watch. By now, all the warriors should have been recalled to the burial ground. Jochin jumped down from the tree to the ground. While the tide of monsters had subsided slightly, he needed to act quickly. Chairman Shen was carefully examining a local map, studying the areas where mutants and zombies were congregating. Jochin entered the office and asked the chairman, had they managed to find out anything about the metal rods? The old man replied that they had made good progress. The principle behind these cylinders is that they send out signals that attract zombies. Shen added that, according to their data, these objects attract up to 4 million zombies. Jochin suggested that the graveyard could handle that many. We need to send people to destroy these metal rods. Chairman Shen noted that if we're talking about ordinary zombies, they really don't pose a threat. However, there are quite a few monsters and they gather in packs. That is precisely what could become a problem. The chairman added that thanks to the young man's medicine, they haven't suffered many losses. The intensity of the monster influx is likely to only increase over the course of the week. Zhou Chen needs to rest. The old man noted that the shadow organization had been destroyed. Jogan turned around and thanked Chairman Shen for his help and the work he had done. Zhou Chen thought of his father and said that the shadow organization no longer existed. He had been avenged and could rest in peace. Our hero believed that with this system, he could cast aside all emotions and live relying only on himself. However, he was wrong. How much can one person really do in this world? Even if that person is incredibly powerful, they will simply encounter a stronger opponent and be defeated. Suddenly, the young man felt the egg tremble. He decided that the hatchling wanted to get out. Choten tapped on the shell and said he would now help the young one get out. He sensed the king's intense aura. There could be no mistakes this time. The egg cracked and the shell scattered in all directions. A monster cub came into the world. Jotun thought that it had just hatched but was already quite large. What about the period of constant crying and feeding? Jochin approached the cub and touched it with his hand. The creature made soft sounds. Our hero now had his own, still small beast. The young man began training and raising it. The beast responded to Zhou Chen's voice and recognized him as its mentor. Zhou Chen began feeding the pet meat, trying to tame it that way. Zhou Chen thought that no one dared to venture outside the city right now, and that was a good thing. Otherwise, it would be difficult to remain unnoticed. The young man noted that after the cub hatched, certain safety measures were being observed naturally. The phone rang. Chairman Shen reported that they had just received information. A new wave of monsters was about to descend on the city. A level 1 beast tide alert had been issued in the city. The citizens were filled with a sense of foreboding. In the conference hall of the burial ground, images of battles with monsters were displayed on the screens. Chairman Shen said that everyone was aware of the approaching new wave of the beast tide. The Western District had already fallen. The elder added that since the burial ground's founding, they had repelled many attacks. However, this time, they would face their toughest test in years. The monsters were more aggressive and powerful than ever. This time, the number of beasts that had descended was 5 times greater than usual. The people standing on the fortress wall watched as huge swarms of bloodthirsty monsters approached. The warrior determined that there were 50 kilometers to the flying beasts and 40 kilometers to the ground-based ones. The aircraft took to the air. An order was given to destroy the approaching monsters. Firing began with the intent to kill. 3 days passed. Under cover of darkness, our hero ventured alone beyond the city walls. Chojin summoned his pet. The beast appeared immediately. The young man apologized and explained that these were troubled times, so he could only let it out at night. The beast began to frolic, pushed off, and flapped its wings. It rose into the sky and flew away. Zhou Chen was surprised. The cub had learned to fly quickly. Choshin said that the pet was doing well. It deserved a reward for that. The young man offered the beast a piece of meat, but it refused to take it. Choshin noted that this creature was quite picky and behaved just like a real child. When the young man took out a red crystal, the pet's eyes lit up with joy. The beast swallowed the crystal, and from the look in its eyes, Zhou Chen realized that wasn't enough. The young man asked, "Could it be that the cub isn't full?" Zhou Chen took out some white crystals and said that was all he had at the moment. However, the beast refused to eat the low-grade crystals. The young man wondered, did the mutated plants he had collected earlier contain any stellar power? Zhou Chen discovered something in his backpack that he had borrowed from one of the beasts while leveling up. The young man still couldn't figure out what this item was used for, but it definitely possessed incredible power. The cub swallowed the item in one gulp. The beast began to act strangely. Its body shook, and it started making unusual sounds. Zhou Chen was frightened by what was happening to it. Suddenly, explosions of unknown origin began to occur in front of the young man. The cub got scared and hid in one of the craters that appeared after the explosion. When the smoke cleared, Zhou Chen saw the cub and rushed to it. The young man told the cub not to be afraid because he was right there and could protect him. Zhou Chen activated the system space to hide the cub there. The system space for pets has a containment function, so as long as he didn't release it, everything would be fine. Zhou Chen believed it was his fault. He shouldn't have rushed and given the pet that unknown thing. The protagonist saw flocks of flying monsters and realized that the beast tide had begun again. 3 days had passed. The battle with the monsters at the city walls was in full swing. One of the warriors said that the number of monsters wasn't decreasing. They couldn't continue the battle in the same vein. Our hero was also taking part in this confrontation. The young man held his unique daggers in his hands with which he was dispatching the monsters. The squad commander noted that this was very good, for the god of war, Zhou Chen, was fighting side by side with them. Director Yang looked at our hero and said he hadn't expected anything less from him. None of the ordinary soldiers were capable of anything like this. Chairman Shen remarked that no matter how extraordinary a person's abilities might be, there was a limit to everything. Chairman Shen didn't know if they would survive this onslaught. The Dragon Emperor was identified among the advancing monsters. Chairman Shen ordered all warriors to retreat toward the city and defend the border at all costs. They must repel this wave. Joshin found himself face to face with a massive monster. The young man decided he would not repeat his old mistakes. The commanders issued an order. Do not let the monsters destroy the city walls. Many warriors tried to hold back the giant monster, but the forces were unequal. The concrete structures could not withstand the onslaught of the beasts. The wall was destroyed, and the enraged monsters stormed into the city. Chairman Shen ordered the warriors to deal with the Dragon Emperor, while he would take on these creatures himself. The number of monsters showed no sign of decreasing. The city's defenders began to lose hope. Was this really the end? A man inside a house tried to protect his child. He said everything would be all right, that the warriors would be able to repel this beastly onslaught just as they had before. The girl told her father that she wanted to become a warrior too when she grew up. Her father replied that in the future, Xiaoling could become whatever she wanted. The building's structure was destroyed, and the monster's head appeared through a hole in the wall. Its eyes glowed. The monster roared loudly and opened its enormous jaws. The man held his child and wife even tighter. Everyone was terrified. However, when the man opened his eyes, he saw that this monster had been destroyed. Another, more powerful winged beast had appeared in the city. The beast turned to face the approaching monsters, its entire demeanor making it clear that it was ready to confront them. Elders Shen and Yang, as well as Commander Xiao, were extremely surprised. Where had this monster come from? No one could handle a creature of this caliber. It seemed like the end. However, the townspeople saw that this monster was helping them, repelling the enemy onslaught. The enormous beast seized the attacking creatures and tore them to pieces. Something incredible was happening in the city. No one yet understood how this monster had appeared here or what its goals were. One thing was clear. It was on the side of the people. Chairman Shen asked a rhetorical question. What on earth was going on here? Captain Xiao noticed that there was a man on the monster's back. Chuchen told his pet that they must drive these mutants out of the graveyard. Jochen, riding on the back of his massive pet, directed it toward the Monster King, who had broken through the barricade and entered the city. The pet roared loudly as it approached the enemies. The powerful sound wave demoralized all the monsters nearby. The warriors were inspired. This monster was on their side. It seemed as though it had been sent to them by the heavens themselves. The frightened mutants turned and fled. Panic swept through their ranks. Zhou Chen's enormous pet, spewing flames, began incinerating all the mutants within the blast radius. The mutant beasts were driven out of the city. It was a local victory for the humans. Chairman Shen joyfully declared that the monsters had retreated. The exhausted warriors declared it a victory. They had managed to pull it off after all. The warriors looked at the man on the back of the enormous monster. It was their commander, Zhou Chen, the god of war. Jushin told the warriors that now was not the time to relax. They needed to take advantage of the enemy's disorientation and finish them off once and for all. Chuchen declared that the Tomb City had always belonged to the people and always would. Chairman Shen noted that this young man was full of mysteries that ordinary people could not fathom. Jochen single-handedly saved the Tomb City. From now on, the city and its inhabitants would always remember his name. Shen reminded everyone that this was no time to relax. They must continue fighting until the enemy was completely destroyed. A week had passed. The destroyed fortress wall had been almost completely restored. Reconstruction work was underway in the city. The consequences of the enemy's attack had been minimized. Jochen placed Shahan on his pet's back, held her close, and announced that they were on standby. They would be taking off soon. The young man gave the command and his mount soared into the sky, smoothly gaining altitude. Zhou Chen announced that they were returning to Titan. The beast set off along the designated route. The girl was standing near the grocery store owned by Zhou Ji. She saw the young man and tears welled up in her eyes. 10th rank warrior Lan Shi stepped out of the SUV and rushed toward her. A meeting of senior leadership was taking place in the conference room of the burial ground. Chairman Shen was speaking. The chairman said that, given Zhou Chen's abilities, he proposed securing a spot for the young man in the Central Capital's selection process. Director Yang noted that with his abilities, they could achieve impressive results. 2 weeks passed. Lan Shi, while traveling around the city, said that this was not surprising at all. The graveyard was different from Titan. It was on a completely different level. Shahan said that Su Junwen understood business better than she did, so she was very glad that the girl had agreed to help. Jungwon declared that it was all thanks to the young master. Shihan remarked that in this unpredictable world, one must muster the courage to confess one's feelings to the person who matters most. Shihan added that she understands. One doesn't always feel like sharing such things with others, but she's heard a lot about Junwen from Zhou Chen. Shihan added that if it was Junwen, she didn't even mind. Zhou Chen looked at the girls talking and felt a sense of foreboding. In the burial grounds conference room, Chairman Shen apologized for disrupting the young man's vacation plans. The chairman said that this time, the negotiations to include Titan as a territory adjacent to the graveyard had been more than successful. This was made possible thanks to Zhou Chen's significant contribution. This time, the Super God Team tryouts will be held in the central capital. Each region must send 9 outstanding warriors to participate. The famous entertainer Bad Bunny has agreed to take part in the opening ceremony. The chairman added that this time, they are required to be present there. As they said their goodbyes, the protagonist told Lan Shi that he would have to leave for a year, so the young man would have to take care of himself. Lan Shi told the young man not to worry. He would definitely protect everyone, even if it cost him his life. Zhou Chen waved to everyone and said he would definitely return. There should be no doubt about that. Chairman Shen said that in this selection, the young man would meet talented players from other regions. Zhou Chen thought that if this was a gathering of geniuses, then unfortunately he was no genius at all. The protagonist also noted that even during competitions, one must not forget to level up and improve skills. The airship arrived at its destination. An officer greeted the graveyard warriors and introduced himself. His name was Tang Shu, and he was responsible for escorting the guests to the training base. Tang Shu asked the guests to follow him. He noted that the training base was located 30 kilometers north of the central capital. Here, the warriors would live, train, and gain experience. A general ranking would be published every month throughout the year to determine the winner at the end. Zhou Chen asked Mr. Tang Shu, "Is this a closed-off base?" The young man thought that if he got stuck here for a whole year, he could forget about leveling up as a thief. The officer replied that everything at the base was voluntary. They only needed to report once a week. Minivans pulled up next to the young people. They assumed that the participants from the graveyard had arrived. The warrior told the captain that Xiao Jianling from the graveyard could be a rival for him. The captain replied that he had heard of Shen Zhengxin and Yan Xiangzong. They were stronger. They were 2 unique old men. The captain added that in any case it didn't matter, since their city, Hailan, had made it into the top 10 of the rankings. Tang Shu told the guests that they had arrived at the training base. The leaderboard was displayed on the screen. It is compiled based on the warrior's achievements and strength and is updated daily. Zhou Chen decided that since he was already here, he had to make it onto that list. An announcement came over the loudspeaker that warriors from all regions had arrived. Everyone needed to go to the registration desk to sign up. Shen Zhengxing was confirmed to be ranked 19th. The young man said he hadn't expected anything less. However, the graveyard was a middle-class settlement. Who would have thought such masters would be found there? Yang Xiangzong also held the 19th rank. The warrior noted that they shouldn't underestimate the graveyard. Zhou Chen walked up to the terminal and placed his palm on it. He was ranked 10th. Those present were silently surprised. But what was this guy doing here? Or was this some kind of joke? Each participant was given a watch that served as their ID. The watch had many functions, and all personal data would be automatically forwarded to a central database. Those present noticed that the data had been updated again. The first and second participants were neck and neck, but Zhu Fei turned out to be incredibly strong. Zhou Chen thought that Yang was in 17th place, while Shen had ended up in 30th. One of the warriors said he didn't understand how these calculations were made. How could he have ended up in 56th place? Zhou Chen told his colleague that if he wanted a laugh, he could just look at the rankings. Zhou Chen had 31 points. The young man noted that this was the worst result. Even the second-to-last warrior had nearly 3,000 points. Why did this guy even come here? Zhou Chen thought that this was just the beginning, and it didn't matter at all what the standings looked like right now. The old man said that some participants were even more capable than one might imagine. At the very least, they could compete with each other. Even a 10th rank warrior like Zhou Chen would take part in the competition. The man added that he had no contempt for this participant. However, he believes the young man is of interest. None of them ended up here by accident. Everyone will show their true colors if they're backed into a corner. Zhou Chen is no different from the rest. A colleague told the old man that the first competitions would be held tomorrow. Then everything would become clear. The next day arrived. A general assembly was held on the parade ground. The protagonist was spotted among the ranks of participants wearing a military uniform. The man addressing the participants said his name was Chu Qiang and that he was an instructor. Therefore, he would be responsible for training the warriors this year. Koshi noted that these young people were undoubtedly the true pride of their settlements. However, in his opinion, none of them were particularly outstanding. Xu Qiang continued by saying that if anyone disagreed with him, they could challenge him right here and now. If a winner emerges from among the warriors, he will be included in the top 3 of the central capital. Kyushu remarked that he is among the top 3 strongest warriors in the capital and holds the 23rd rank. No one volunteered. The instructor said that the warriors still had their wits about them, so he would begin by announcing the rules for awarding points. During the battle, opponents must remain in a specially designated area. Inflicting critical wounds is not permitted. Otherwise, even in the event of a victory, no points will be awarded. Points are tallied once a day, and the official ranking will be announced in a year. Any other information can be viewed using the watch. Kyushu said that the warriors are not restricted in any way because they rely on their self-discipline and responsibility. After the meeting, Zhou Chen reviewed the relevant information. He hadn't expected there to be so many ways to earn points. The young man couldn't help but note that this was very timely. Zhou Chen noticed that there was a location outside the continent. It was the island of Kyushu, which was recommended for warriors of the 20th rank and above. Zhou Chen wondered just how dangerous this island might be. He saw that some warriors had applied for this island. This time, the competition was truly fierce. The protagonist believed that such enthusiasm was rare and that it might be interesting. Zhou Chen told Chairman Shen to be cautious. The old man replied that the young man shouldn't worry about him and reminded him that they all expected outstanding results from Zhou Chen. The officer asked, "Does our hero wish to apply for a trip to the central capital?" The answer was yes. The officer asked if the cadet was sure of his decision. The nearest training location suitable for his level was about 100 kilometers away. Zhou Chen replied that, from his point of view, the central capital was of much greater interest. The officer thought this guy would be better off just giving up right now. With a rank like that, it was simply a waste of time. Zhou Chen decided that, judging by the points he could earn from these monsters, it would be better to focus on leveling up. It was the safer option. Zhou Chen drove his SUV up to one of the offices. He went into the computer center. They had every possible material and potion here. You wouldn't expect anything less from the capital. Chugan noticed that the Mohe Rage potion was available here as well. However, it was very expensive. 10 minutes later, the young man left the computer center and said that they could now begin preparations. The director of the training center received word that Zhou Chen had submitted a request for access to the Hegu Plains. The director was surprised since monsters of the 16th rank dwelled there. The director looked at the young man's photo and said that this Zhou Chen was no ordinary person. He always came up with something new. Zhou Chen continued his journey on his mount. This time, the dragon picked up considerable speed. He checked the navigation map and told the little one that it was time to descend. The dragon descended lower, and the young man jumped to the ground. Zhou Chen looked around. He was on the Hegu Plain. Wild beasts roamed all around. They were 16th ranked neon wolves. Zhou Chen drank the liquid of rage developed by Mohe and charged at the mutants. The next day arrived. The officer showed the director the daily point distribution chart. The director was surprised. Had Zhu Fei really earned another 3,000 points? However, there was someone who had surpassed him in the rankings. It was Zhou Chen. The director recalled that the young man was heading toward the 16th rank Hegu Plain. A 10th rank warrior had set his sights on 16th rank monsters. 6 days later, Zhou Chen continued to consume the liquid of rage. A mountain of slain monsters lay beneath him. The warriors at the training camp were baffled. Who exactly was this Zhou Chen? In just a few days, he had managed to level up far too quickly. Now he ranked 138th on the leaderboard. In the dining hall, his colleagues said that Zhou Chen knew how to surprise those around him. Zhou Chen himself objected, since he hadn't even fought any of them yet. One of the warriors told our hero that he wanted to fight him. Will the young man accept this challenge? It was Zhang Wei from Storm City, an 18th rank warrior ranked 197th. The cadet was surprised. Could an 18th rank warrior really challenge a 12th rank warrior? Why had he chosen such an easy target? Another warrior said that if Zhang Wei wanted to fight someone, no one was stopping him. He didn't mind sparring with him. Zhang Wei declared that he was only asking Zhou Chen. Others shouldn't interfere. Zhou Chen was surprised. Could anyone really refuse to earn some quick bonus points? The rejected warrior approached Zhou Chen and said that the young man shouldn't accept the challenge. It was simply foolish. Zhou Chen replied that everything was fine. One must observe proper decorum. The young man said he had done everything he could and now simply wished him luck. The next day arrived. The first battle was announced. Zhou Chen of the Graveyard against Zhang Wei of Storm City. The warriors began placing bets on the winner. Many thought this guy was crazy and headstrong. The young man approached his gambling colleague and told him not to hold up the line. He wanted to place a bet too, after all. He wasn't standing there for nothing. The gambler asked how much old Xiao wanted to bet. Xiao held up 3 fingers. His companion was surprised. Where did all that confidence come from? Xiao clarified that he was betting 3 black crystals. The cadet told his commander that this way they might end up with no profit at all. The commander replied that the soldier didn't understand anything. They would earn more if they bet on Zhang Wei. The cadet asked, "Does the captain mean that Zhou Chen will win?" The commander replied that he hadn't said anything of the sort. The gambler said that Zhou Chen could summon his beast, and then it would be an instant victory. Xiao pointed out that there was no need for that. Had anyone forgotten what happened to Qi Zhijun? Zhou Chen entered the office and greeted the director. The commission members thought Zhou Chen was just a 12th rank warrior. But why did he seem so mysterious? The opponents walked past the commission members onto the sports field. Zhang Wei carried his blade in his hands. Zhang Wei was surprised. Why didn't the commission chairman greet him? The referee reminded them that, according to the rules, the winner would receive 10% of the loser's points. The match began. Zhang Wei told his opponent that he'd better not stick his neck out too far and be prepared for defeat. Zhou Chen said he was willing to give his opponent a chance to leave without injury. Zhang Wei said, "Has Zhou Chen still not woken up? How can this guy expect to hurt me?" Zhou Chen effectively stepped aside and Zhang Wei, having missed, flew forward. Zhang Wei shouted that he would destroy his opponent and cut him to pieces. Zhou Chen blocked the attacker's next strike and prepared to counterattack. Zhang Wei thought it was impossible. How could this weakling block his attack? The chairman of the observation committee thought that this Zhou Chen was very interesting. Zhou Chen told his opponent that it was now his turn to attack and launched an assault using his unique skills. Zhang Wei was astonished. How could a 12th rank warrior possess such skills? After a while, Zhang Wei was exhausted, demoralized, and practically defeated. Zhou Chen appeared behind his opponent and pressed a dagger to his throat. Zhufei said that this Zhou Chen was indeed strong. The referee in the ring announced that the match was over. Zhou Chen had won. The next morning, the protagonist woke up early and headed to the designated location. The young man believed that at a time like this, everyone should be earning points. The warrior told Zhou Chen to sit down next to him. Zhou Chen greeted Brother Jia. Jia thought he had been waiting for this guy here for an hour. Jia said that thanks to Zhou Chen's victory, he had become quite wealthy. The protagonist remarked that Jia simply had a keen eye. Jia invited our hero to go have some fun in the capital after training. Zhou Chen said he didn't mind, and they agreed. The young men said goodbye, and Jia flew away in a helicopter. Zhou Chen said it was time for him to go too. He made his way to a secluded spot and said that this place must be far enough away. Taking advantage of the seclusion, our hero summoned his pet. The young man climbed onto the dragon's back and said it would be much faster this way. Now they were heading for the desert lands. The officer on duty informed the captain that Zhou Chen hadn't requested transportation to the capital today. Xiao told them to let him know as soon as any news came in. He didn't believe the young man could have gone anywhere. In any case, it was tantamount to heading to certain death. A soldier asked the commander why they had to get rid of Zhou Chen. Xiao asked his companion if Zhou Chen was strong. The young man replied that this guy was very strong. His techniques were simply incredible, and his attacks were powerful. Looking at him gave one a sense of hopelessness. Zhao remarked that before a tree fully matures, it must finish growing. All they had to do before the tree grew was cut it down. Jushin determined from the navigator that ahead lay the territory of 19th rank dragon-like snakes. Their venom is an excellent ingredient. The warrior watched from the sidelines as the other cadets fought a huge monster in close proximity to the helicopter. It was clear that these were people from the trade union. A net was thrown over the monster, and it was neutralized. However, everyone involved in the battle began to feel unwell. One of the warriors said that the captain and Sanji were infected. But what could they do, since they wouldn't have time to return? The captain told Sanji to immediately use his star power to neutralize the poison. Otherwise, he would die. Sanji replied that he couldn't do it. Jushin recalled that the trade union was one of the most influential forces in the central capital. In that case, it wouldn't hurt to establish friendly ties with them. Chu Qin took out the healing liquid and said that when it comes to saving people, his spirits immediately lift. The cadets looked back and saw a man approaching them. The captain asked who he was. Jushin replied that he was the one with the antidote. Jokin approached the infected cadets and checked on their condition. The soldiers asked what this guy had given their captain. Everyone noticed that Sanji was starting to feel better. Could the poison really be receding? The captain said he was very grateful to the young man. Jochin replied that there was no need for thanks. That evening, by the campfire, Sanji said that Jochin had saved his life. If the young man ever needed help, he would gladly provide it. Jochin replied that he felt awkward. He had simply decided to go hunting nearby and had stumbled upon these people by pure chance. He saw them in trouble and couldn't stand by and do nothing. The commander noted that Jochin's rank was far lower than that of the animals living here. Wasn't that a bit too risky? The soldiers were surprised. Had this guy really come to participate in the training camp? The commander said it was his mistake. If Jochin had decided to hunt here, he was more than confident in his abilities. Sang-ji laughed. He immediately realized that Jochin wasn't as simple as he seemed. In the morning, the captain asked if Jochin was sure he didn't want to go with them. Together, they could make a decent profit from the venom they collected from the dragon-like snakes. Jochin pointed out that their hunting styles were too different. He preferred to hunt alone. Sang-ji, watching Jochin leave, said, "Who would have thought he's only a 12th rank? Yet he can already hunt alone in this entire area." The captain noted that some geniuses aren't limited by the rank system. Chugan mounted his dragon and told it to take off. Takeoff confirmed. A week later, our hero had collected more than a dozen poison vials and decided it was time to return. At the Warriors Union trading post, a man approached our hero and suggested they find a quieter spot where they could talk in peace. The bargaining began. The man wanted to buy the poison from Zhou Chen and named a fair price. The buyer added that he was willing to take the entire batch, since that was better than selling it in parts. But handling the paperwork and complying with all the formalities would be a hassle, not to mention the unstable pricing. Shogun said he was satisfied with the price, but he wasn't sure if the buyer could handle the entire volume. The buyer promised to purchase everything in stock. Jochin showed the buyer the entire stock. The buyer was surprised when he realized just how much it was. Our hero managed to sell the entire batch of poison and was satisfied. The buyer suggested coming to him again next time. The next time, another buyer offered a better price for the batch of poison, and the deal went through again. At the trade union headquarters, the chairman said that he would eventually like to know what was going on here. The market is flooded with poison from dragon-like snakes. The chairman added that he needed information about who was supplying all this merchandise to the market. The chairman of the trade union noted that they first needed to buy the venom and then raise the price even higher. The next day arrived. The poison buyers thought it was the end. Where were the people with the red crystals? Why was the price falling? It was perfectly clear that no one would make such deals. Joshin told one of the buyers that he had no intention of blackmailing anyone. They were paying the price for their own greed, which had dragged them into this quagmire. Jochin added that, in any case, he had made a good profit. The manager repeated, "Does Mr. Jochin really want to buy this seaside villa?" The young man confirmed it. Central Capital Airport. Su Junwen, Lan Shi, and Shihan were descending the airplane stairs. Jochin, surrounded by airport staff, greeted his distinguished guests. Captain Zhang remarked that although Zhou Chen had only recently arrived, he had already settled in well. "Captain," he remarked that Zhou Chen's invitation had come as a complete surprise to him. What was the reason? The guests were surprised. Could it be that everyone was getting a villa in the central capital? Jochin replied that this was just the beginning. The guests were thrilled. Jochin said he intended to establish a company here. After all, if they wanted to live in the central capital, they needed a base of their own. The young man added that he had bought this building as well. Zhang asked how much such a building in the very center had cost Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen replied that he had paid 5 black crystals of the highest quality, but this building was worth every penny. 5 days passed. Zhou Chen checked the necessary information using his wristwatch. The captain said that Zhou Chen could head to the base and not worry about a thing. They would take care of everything. Zhang added that things must be tough for this guy right now. Zhou Chen said that in that case, he was saying goodbye to the Star Council and leaving everything to them. Lan Shi said that the young master was simply wonderful. He wanted to be like him. Zhang said that in that case, he needed to train to raise his rank. Zhou Chen continued doing his thing, fighting giant snakes to obtain their venom. Now our hero was definitely among the top 50 warriors. 2 weeks passed. Zhou Chen finally reached the 13th rank. Zhou Chen was pleased with himself and said that now he could rest a little. While resting, the young man thought that this system was a real godsend for traveling. Zhou Chen heard unfamiliar sounds and was surprised. Could there really be people nearby? Several people were indeed setting up a tent in the neighboring clearing at that very moment. After a while, these people built a fire, prepared food, and struck up a leisurely conversation. The young people were surprised when they spotted a lone warrior resting nearby. The assistant asked the captain what they should do. How could this guy act so at ease in a place like this? The captain suggested they watch this individual for a while. Another assistant told the captain that there was only one person of the 13th rank nearby. The captain remarked that this was sheer audacity. Just a 13th rank soldier, yet he was acting like he was on vacation, eating from a mess tin and lounging on a deck chair. The captain added that they would now show this man what the law of the jungle was all about. Zhou Chen continued to lie on the deck chair, lost in his thoughts. He saw 3 people emerge from the forest and approach him. The men were armed. Zhou Chen asked what these people wanted here. One of the warriors drew his sword from its sheath and said that they wanted this guy to understand just how cruel the world is. All 3 rushed at our hero, swinging their blades. The chaise lounge was smashed by the attackers, but Zhou Chen managed to vanish as if he'd evaporated. The next moment, he appeared behind one of the attackers. The protagonist said that, unfortunately, there were foolish people everywhere. He was already tired of it. After a while, several attackers were neutralized and lay on the grass. The survivors were surprised. How did that happen? The commander asked his subordinates, "Isn't this guy a 13th rank warrior? How could this have been allowed to happen?" Zhou Chen was surprised and asked the commander of the attackers, "Are 13th rank warriors really incapable of defeating anyone? Do they really doubt that a 13th rank warrior came into this forest all by himself?" Our hero's pet appeared above the clearing. Flapping its wings, it slowly began to descend to the ground. Zhou Chen was surprised. Didn't these people even think to consider the reasons behind such behavior? Yet they were bold enough to provoke him. This is incredible stupidity, especially coming from a high-ranking official. The pet landed and began patrolling the territory entrusted to him. The attackers were forced to retreat. Our hero said that at least he managed to earn a little extra. There were a few trophies to be had. Zhou Chen reviewed the information and noted that other players were leveling up too quickly. We need to take a more responsible approach to this issue. Devil's Swamp. 3 young men continue to move through the forest. They believe that, thanks to their captain, even 20th rank horned boars were no match for them. The warriors heard voices nearby and thought there was another team in the area. The leader of the trio said they wouldn't know until they checked who was there. Everyone followed him. Not far behind the bushes, Zhou Chen was fighting a huge wild mutant boar. The observer realized that it was Zhou Chen himself fighting the boar. Our hero sensed that there were people nearby. The warrior drew his sword and said, "Who would have thought that after some time we'd meet him here?" The leader said there was no need to rush. They should stand aside and watch. Zhou Chen, continuing to fight the boar, thought that these people apparently had no intention of approaching. He noted that he was fine with that, but first he had to get rid of this boar. The leader of the trio of warriors thought that this guy was dodging skillfully. But how had he managed to achieve such mastery? The warrior in the bushes realized that Zhou Chen was definitely skilled, but with his rank, he shouldn't expect to defeat a 20th rank boar. However, our hero landed a devastating blow on the beast. The warrior was surprised. How did he manage to pierce the armor? After all, that's practically impossible. Zhou Chen's potential is simply incredible. We need to deal with him before he turns into a real monster. This warrior decided that he absolutely had to deal with Zhou Chen. Only then could he secure his place among the top 5. The warrior saw a red streak of life behind the bushes and realized things were taking a turn for the worse. He had to do something immediately. The man burst out of the bushes and lunged at our hero with his fists. He said that Zhou Chen wouldn't be able to escape. Zhou Chen thought his opponent was moving very fast. Would he have time to dodge? He remembered that he had another ability that could come in very handy right now. The opponent struck and said that Zhou Chen would be destroyed right then and there. However, our hero blocked the blow, but was sent flying to the side by the force of the impact. The attacker was surprised. Could it be that there wasn't even a trace of blood left on Zhou Chen? But surely that blow must have left him battered. Zhou Chen said that his opponent wasn't as strong as he'd imagined. The level 125 damage transfer skill was activated. Zhou Chen thanked his opponent for helping him move. The attacker was baffled. Zhou Chen said goodbye and started running away. The opponent realized he'd been played. The attacker couldn't understand how it was even possible to move without leaving any traces, let alone so quickly. Zhou Chen used the invisibility skill and watched his opponent. The attacker thought that this time he would let Zhou Chen get away, but next time he would definitely be in for it. Zhou Chen said that Zhang Ruxing had started it, so now he had only himself to blame. Our hero took out his phone and called the right person to discuss the next steps. Commander Zhang saw his wounded friend and rushed over to him. What happened to Lan Shi? The villain thrust his blade forward and told the guy not to move. He added that Lan Shi's rank wasn't high, but he had plenty of attitude. The villain said that they could always come to an agreement as long as they had taken over this territory. The attacker asked Lan Shi if he had ever heard of the third largest company in the central capital, Shining Wing. If the guy had any sense, he should just hand over his armor and weapons, and then he would stay alive. Zhang pointed out that they were all adults here. These scoundrels needed to stop spouting such nonsense. Even if someone from Shining Wing was backing them, they'd still regret it. The villain said he had explained everything clearly. However, these guys decided to show some backbone. Suddenly, something crashed to the ground. A cloud of dust rose. When the dust settled, Zhang and Lan Shi saw the commander. Lan Shi said, "Finally, sir has arrived." The villain laughed. Is their commander really a 13th rank? Did he come to pay Dan? The villain added that he hated such arrogant types the most. He grabbed his blade and prepared to attack. Suddenly, he shouted that he had trouble seeing. Why couldn't he see anything? This scoundrel's henchman pounced on Zhou Chen with the intent to destroy him. Zhou Chen said they were complete fools. The president of Shining Wing watched his men via surveillance cameras. A question arose in his mind. What was going on there? Chen Yunan was surprised by his soldiers' behavior. An assistant told the president that it was all Pan Shenghua's doing. It's unclear how it happened, but those people took them hostage and are demanding 47 black crystals as ransom. The elder was surprised. Could a group of just a few people really be worth all this fuss? Zhao Kongguang, the head of the Shining Wing Company, said his men would simply wipe out these insolent fools. The assistant reminded Director Zhao that Commander Pan was in their hands. They had promised to kill the hostages on the spot if any action was taken. Zhao Kongguang said these people were all talk. He wanted to see what they were really made of. Chen Yunan asked if they had found any information yet about who was behind all this. The assistant replied that they had sent people out and information would be available soon. The assistant answered a phone call and received the necessary information. The young man reported to the president that this time, things wouldn't be so simple. Zhang asked Zhou Chen if the Shining Wings would agree to his terms. After all, they were the elite of the central capital. Could they really swallow their pride and blindly follow orders? Zhou Chen replied that there was no need to worry. He thought they would agree. Even if they sent someone to investigate, he had no objection. Pan said that this young man wouldn't have long to enjoy himself. He'd asked for trouble himself. The warrior said there was nothing more to expect from this guy besides talk. Our hero was informed that Zhao Chengguang had gone to see him alone. The young man thanked Sangji for the useful information. Zhou Chen told his comrades that upon completion of the training, all survivors would automatically be granted the status of Central Capital Parliamentarian. Shining Wing is a huge company, but they aren't qualified enough to stand up to parliamentarians. If they're smart, there shouldn't be any problems. A car pulled up and stopped. Chief Zhao got out of the car and was surprised to see Zhou Chen. The young man greeted the chief. The protagonist said, "Who would have thought Chief Zhao would come to see them in person? Have they already brought him everything he needs? Otherwise, he won't let anyone leave." Chief Zhao said that this guy was incredibly brave. Zhao added that he alone was more than enough to deal with everyone present. Zhou Chen said that Chief Zhao was mistaken. The man called the young man a true madman. Zhao Xiao asked, Are there really so few talented warriors in the tomb that they sent a 13th rank warrior to the central capital for training? And one with the potential to join the parliamentary reserve, no less. Chief Zhao said that if the young man wanted to get the crystals, he would have to deal with him first. Zhou Chen replied that he didn't mind. Just said that this guy really wasn't afraid to die. Then there was no point in blaming him for the outcome of the battle. Zhao added that in a fight with this guy, he wouldn't even need armor or weapons. He could go first. Zhou Chen asked his opponent not to blame him for not warning him. The young man added that if he struck first, his opponent might not have a chance to counterattack. Pan told Zhao's boss that this guy wasn't bluffing. They couldn't let him make the first move, or it would all be over. Zhou told Pan to shut up and watch as he dealt with this guy. Chief Zhao beckoned the young man over and told him not to hold back. Zhou Chen activated the invisibility skill and moved unnoticed right up close to his opponent. After a while, Chief Zhao opened his eyes. The young man said, "Finally, he's awake." Chief Zhao was surprised but didn't understand what was going on. What had just happened to him? Zhou silently handed the protagonist a bag of crystals. Zhou Chen wished Chief Zhao a safe journey and suggested they head back. Rumors spread throughout the city that the Shining Wing organization was being controlled by a small organization called Starlight. Even Chief Zhao Chungwang had a hard time. Rumors circulated that Zhou Chen had founded this organization. On top of that, this guy is a participant in the current training camp. Zhou Chen, sitting in front of his monitor, told Mr. Liu that it wasn't that he didn't want to help. There were only a few fanatics at the training center whose names topped the rankings. They were ready to hunt for level 22 materials. President Liu said she understood, but was confident that Zhou Chen, the god of war, was also capable of handling it. If the young man truly helps obtain level 22 materials, he won't need high-quality gear in the future. Zhou Chen replied that he knows the value of such things and will therefore do his very best. Zhou Chen thought he could try his luck on Kyushu Island, but there were too many enthusiasts there right now. The protagonist thought that with his pet, exploring new territories wouldn't be a problem at all, and set off on the route. Zhou Chen said they should fly as far away as possible. The fewer prying eyes, the better. After a while, the dragon landed. The young man looked around and was surprised. Where on earth had they ended up? Nothing but snow and ice all around, no signs of life. Zhou Chen saw the animals frozen in the ice and realized why his pet had brought him here. It flies here to hunt when it's alone. The young man didn't know what level these monsters were, but they must have crystals too. The protagonist obtained a colored crystal and said that his pet had chosen the right spot. Zhou Chen said they shouldn't eat it yet. He wanted to see the place where the little one hunted. The dragon soared into the sky and transported its master to another location. Zhou Chen was surprised because there was nothing here but snow. The pet roared loudly, and the young man saw the water in the lake begin to churn. After a while, green-scaled monsters of an unknown level appeared on the lake's shore. The protagonist couldn't determine their level. That meant they were far superior to his own. The pet abruptly changed its flight path and began to descend rapidly. Zhou Chen said he wasn't going to rush into battle. What's going on here? The dragon approached a monster with a glowing orb peeking out of its mouth. At some point, the young man noticed that his rank had risen. In the face of danger, it's very easy to unlock one's potential. Zhou Chen realized this couldn't go on for long. He had to retreat. His beast wouldn't be able to handle such a massive monster. Zhou Chen turned his beast around, and they began to move away from the enormous monster. The protagonist thought that today he had faced the strongest monsters in this world. In our hero's hands was a scale from the green monster his pet had just fought. Zhou Chen decided that such a large piece of scale should be enough to meet his basic needs. The dragon attacked the green monster again, but this time the monster was more aggressive. The monster screamed in pain after sustaining a laceration to its neck. Zhou Chen said he trusted his pet and that it would be able to handle this monster. A week later, the expedition to the island came to an end. The young man, holding a sack in his hands, said they had managed to gather quite a lot of useful items. This should be enough to craft several sets of armor and weapons. A 24th rank warrior named Novik, who was on the island with his friends, said he had scouted the area. The rank of the monsters lying ahead far exceeded that of his comrades, so it was best to turn back. The god of war set off alone, leaving his comrades to wait for him nearby. After traveling quite a distance, Novik saw a monster and was surprised. Where could it have come from? The officer sensed trouble and grabbed his blade. The dragon's eyes flashed and it growled menacingly. The dragon did not attack the man, but soared high into the sky. The warrior stepped forward and saw the destroyed monster the dragon had left behind. Novik approached the monster's body. However, behind him, a man said that this kill belonged to him. Novik turned around and saw a 14th rank Asian. Novik decided this wasn't a problem and attacked the Asian man with the intent to destroy him. Joshin clutched his head and said he knew it would come to this. The protagonist called out to his little one. Novik looked back and saw that very dragon, which was racing straight toward him at high speed. The warrior was surprised. Why was this beast returning? Zhou Chen shouted after the fleeing man. Was he really a coward who had decided to run away? Joshin pushed off and took a powerful leap. The young man jumped high and prepared to attack the stranger. Novik raised his head, thrust his blade forward, and thought that this man was crazy. What did he hope to achieve by attacking like this? However, Novik noticed with fear that his body had stopped obeying him. Why wouldn't it move? Joshin attacked his opponent, but the attack was unsuccessful. The young man said he couldn't pierce his armor. In that case, he would leave it to the little one. Novik was attacked by the dragon and deactivated. Zhou Chen held a huge crystal in his hand. He said it was no surprise that many people like to hunt. It was definitely easy money. Joshin regretted that he couldn't yet handle such a powerful warrior on his own. A provincial town in the middle of a snow-covered landscape. The town square was empty. A report appeared at the Information Bureau stating that the third-ranked warrior, Novik, who held the 24th rank, had been found dead. The agency staff received this news with horror. In the conference room, the officer on duty pointed to a spot on the map and said that was exactly where they had stopped receiving a signal from the chip of the alliance leader, the Speaker of Parliament, the god of war Novik. Andre, the head of the Information Bureau, said that it had happened in the blink of an eye. There are already some theories. Most likely he was killed instantly. The head of the Eurasian Economic Union, Volodya, asked what the results of the investigation were. Andre replied that, judging by the wounds on Novik, it was done by some kind of beast. His weapons and crystals were already gone. It can be assumed that they were picked up by warriors who stumbled upon them. Andre ordered men to be sent to monitor the market. Perhaps Novik's blade would turn up soon. The truth must be uncovered. Zhou Chen was in the air office studying the information. The young man realized he was still 45 levels short. The protagonist decided that once he reached level 180, he would be able to use all the artifacts. Joshin added that until then, he needed to work hard. Joshin glanced at his watch and said it was time to have some fun to rack up more points. Mogilnik Yuli Company. The professor looked at the lab results and was surprised. It was the first time in his life he had seen materials of this caliber. President Liu was informed that the materials brought by the god of war were 24th level materials. President Liu thanked the young man and said they were ready to pay in full. Zhou Chen should name his price. Zhou Chen said he was willing to sell these materials, but he had a small request. The young man noted that he needed armor made from 24th level materials. In exchange, he was willing to offer a 20% discount. President Liu replied that she agreed. Zhou Chen said he had something else to show her. Would she like to take a look? It was an important item. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Zhou Chen pulled a green dragon scale from his bosom. Liu was surprised. How did that thing fit in his pocket? President Liu thought that the energy emitted by this scale corresponded to the 24th level. President Liu rushed into the lab and shouted for everyone to step aside. The scan results showed that the scale corresponded to the 30th rank. Zhou Chen asked if President Liu was impressed. The girl rushed into the young man's arms, hugged him, and thanked him sincerely. The young man was taken aback. Liu caught herself, stepped aside, and apologized. The girl said that this scale would be of great benefit to their company, which was why she was so excited. Zhou Chen replied that everything was fine, but first he would like the president to make him a few daggers from this material. A week later, the armor and daggers were ready. The young man was surprised. These weapons had a penetration rating of 30. President Liu said she hadn't had time to name them yet. Zhou Chen suggested naming them Green Snake. The capital, a training center. Military training was in full swing. During a break, a soldier said that starting today, things would get restless here. The soldier was surprised. Had the higher-ups issued some kind of order? The soldier said that the assignment platform had passed testing and would be launched. The officer said that was wonderful. There would be even more opportunities to earn points. The instructor noted that, after all, their goal was to select the best. Only those who see it through to the end would prove their worth. The mission platform was officially launched. All cadets received this information. The leader asked what those present thought of the mission system. The officer replied that these tasks would undoubtedly force the warriors to form small teams. Anyone who decided to go alone would become prey for other teams. Joshin said that he wouldn't even team up with others. After all, no one knows in advance which team will turn out to be stronger. The elder agreed. While the rewards were incredibly tempting, safety had to come first. The officer said they couldn't, but that didn't mean Zhou Chen couldn't use his dragon. Zhou Chen replied that it all depended on the circumstances. If something suitable came up, then it could be considered. The next day arrived at the training center. The cadets looked at the information board with interest. Zhou Chen carefully reviewed the information and said that the third mission seemed suitable to him. The streets of this area must be swarming with zombies, but that shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Chen accepted the third mission and set out to complete it. The young man noted that there were only 50 applicants, yet only one hard drive, though the difficulty lay not only in the zombies. Zhou Chen arrived at the designated location riding his pet. The young man noticed that over 100 people had already accepted this mission. The protagonist decided that, in that case, speed would be his advantage. Our hero jumped off the dragon and landed using a parachute. The plane was on the taxiway and ready for takeoff. The officer reported that the plane had been chartered and that 4 more fighter jets would be providing escort while they were flying over City S. The warrior said they didn't have much time, so it was time to move out. The young man noticed that Lo Ping and the others had already left. They couldn't guard the stragglers. The zombies looked up and noticed a parachutist descending. The distance was closing. Zhou Chen unbuckled his backpack and jumped to the ground. The boy found himself surrounded by zombies rushing toward him from all sides. Zhou Chen turned and started running. He didn't have time for these zombies right now. Our hero looked at the building, which was also surrounded by zombies. He realized he had arrived at the designated location. Zhou Chen entered the building and was surprised. After all these years, the alarm system still hadn't malfunctioned. The young man drew his unique blade and decided to make sure the security guards wouldn't punish him. Zhou Chen used his blade to open the door. At that moment, the alarm went off. Military aircraft took off simultaneously on command. It was an escort squadron. The pilot told Mr. Zhang to get ready. The jump was scheduled for 3 minutes later. At the appointed time, everyone jumped. The parachutes opened as planned. Zhang said that now no one would be able to beat him. Zhang saw the alarm had gone off and said that someone had managed to get here faster than he had after all. Zhou Chen entered the right room and was at a loss. There were so many servers here. But which one did he need? Zhou Chen decided he would simply eliminate all the unnecessary ones. The protagonist activated his unique skills and, using the process of elimination, identified the necessary server. As he left the room, the young man said that it was a job well done. At the right moment, our hero found himself on the roof of the building. The parachutists were already in the air. Zhang was surprised. What was Zhou Chen doing here? Could the alarm system really be his doing? Zhang shouted for Zhou Chen to stay put if he was a man. The protagonist thought it was an old acquaintance. The young man decided this was just great. Now they'd finally say goodbye. Zhang asked what this guy was planning to do. Zhou Chen took a swing and prepared to throw. Zhou Chen asked Zhang, didn't he think he was descending too slowly? The parachute had been pierced by the spear our hero had thrown. The parachute's descent speed increased sharply, and its trajectory changed. Zhou Chen walked to the edge of the roof and watched intently as Zhang, with his parachute torn, fell to the ground. The young man hit the ground, jumped to his feet, and cursed loudly. Zhou Chen asked if Zhang was still alive. The protagonist added that he had no time for games. Our hero activated his jet wings and took off. Soldiers ran up to Zhang and asked if the captain was okay. Zhang was furious and said he would tear Zhou Chen to pieces when he got his hands on him. A soldier told the captain that the guy hadn't been carrying anything. It's safe to assume he didn't get the hard drive. Zhang told his assistant to deal with the zombie while they went upstairs to check the servers. Zhang saw what had happened in the server room and realized that this was definitely Zhou Chen's doing. During the flight, the protagonist thought he needed to adjust the engines. He was moving a bit too slowly. Zhou Chen noticed that a large number of zombies had gathered over the area he was currently flying over. He expressed the hope that these zombies would have some fun today. The manager explained to the student that if he wanted to take on any tasks, he could use his watch. Zhou Chen said he had already completed the task. The manager was surprised. How was that possible? After all, not even a day had passed. The cadets were amazed. Could one person really have brought all this? It's just crazy. The warrior said they needed to hurry. All the teams, just like theirs, were surrounded by zombies. Right now, it was hard to say who would get the disc. The instructor was also surprised. After all, it took this guy less than a day to complete the most difficult S-rank mission. How was he able to do that? According to available information, he has a giant beast, perhaps with its help. What other surprises await them? The young man was told he had done an excellent job. Now the other teams that accepted this mission must be furious. Zhou Chen replied that he was just lucky. He had a head start. But what does he plan to do next? Zhou Chen replied that he was interested in Kyushu Island, the Valley of the Silver Snakes. Zhou Chen recalled that one of the leaders in the standings, Zhu Fei, had recently accepted this task. However, they don't have an antidote, so completing this mission won't be so easy. The assistant reported to the squad commander that Ye Yihong and his men had just arrived from the east. Chu Qinglin is here too. They're in the north. The assistant asked if they should ask Zhuan and his men for help. The commander replied that there was no need. Even he alone would be quite enough. The assistant agreed. In any case, no one would venture deep into the valley. They needed to stay far away and wait for the Silver Snake King to appear. Even if he emerges from the other side, only Brother Fei will be able to defeat him. The warriors encountered a huge stone snake. This time, Zhou Chen mounted the large white beast and said he could already see the valley. They needed to hurry. The warrior said it was very cold outside. However, in the valley, one could die of dehydration. The warrior was very surprised when he saw that Zhu Fei was nearby and was already fighting the stone snake. The assistant told Zhu Fei that Zhou Chen had been spotted. Fei replied that it didn't matter. First, they needed to deal with this mutant. Zhou Chen thought that these cadets were simply waiting for this snake. The young man decided he didn't have time for this. He simply couldn't wait. Zhu Fei thought, why is this guy hanging around here? What's on his mind? Fei told his assistant to gather all the materials. He'd keep an eye on things here for now. Zhou Chen saw one of the warriors and was surprised. Judging by his red health bar, he was already poisoned, even though he hadn't reached the heart of the valley yet. As a precaution, the protagonist drank the red liquid from the test tube. Yes Yihin's assistant reported that Zhu Fei had entered the valley. The assistant added that a man named Zhou Chen had entered before him. Moreover, he was acting alone. Everyone present was surprised. Could Zhou Chen really be here? But with his rank, that would be tantamount to certain death. Ye Yihong said that this boy had just completed an S-rank mission. Why on earth had he come here? Something wasn't right. He needed to take a look around. Everyone should stay put. He would handle it himself. Zhu Chen noticed numerous red stripes in the forest and beyond the mountain. The young man concluded that there were quite a few other cadets here. Zhu Fei emerged from the forest and asked, does Zhou Chen really want to die here? Zhou Chen asked his opponent, do you really think these poisons can kill me? That is a grave mistake. The protagonist asked Zhu Fei if he wanted to cooperate. Zhu Fei was surprised. What kind of cooperation are you talking about? 2 green health bars appeared behind him. Zhou Chen said that the 4 of them would have to work together to complete this mission. If he wasn't mistaken, Ye Yihong and Chu Qinglong were also here. Chu Qinglong and Ye Yihong emerged from behind the bushes. Zhu Fei looked back and said in surprise that even he hadn't noticed them. However, Zhou Chen had sensed their presence. Zhou Chen pointed out to those present that the atmosphere here was quite tense. But after all, they were all colleagues. Our hero added that they were here for the Silver Snake King, and everyone understood the true state of affairs. Even if they waited for this mutant to come out, no one could guarantee that others wouldn't take advantage of the situation. Ye Yihong asked what Zhou Chen's plan was. The protagonist replied that the 4 of them would form a small team. They would wait for him at the entrance while he went into the lair to lure out the Silver Snake King. All the loot would be split evenly. Ye Yihong asked why they should be confident that this guy would be able to lure the mutant out. Zhou Chen replied that for one thing, he was standing right there. The protagonist added, even if he fails, these 3 have nothing to lose. In that case, they'll just keep waiting, just as they did before. Zhu Fei and Ye Yihong said they agreed. Zhu Fei thought that even he himself wouldn't be able to lure the king out. If this guy was so confident, then it really must be a good deal. Zhu Fei asked his colleagues if they thought this young man could handle it. Chu Qinglin said that he wasn't as simple as he seemed at first glance. He had carefully studied all the available information about the young man. Ye Yihong noted that they had formed a temporary team through the training center. All team members would earn points for completing tasks, so this guy wouldn't be able to fool them here. Zhou Chen ventured deeper into the valley. Here the fumes were even more toxic. It was no wonder that even Zhu Fei hadn't dared to come this far. The protagonist spotted the King of Snakes lurking behind the trees. The young man activated his invisibility skill and crept closer. He was extremely surprised when he realized that this mutant had golden scales. Jochen had good reason to assume that this was the leader of all the snakes on the island. 2 silver snakes were standing beside it. The task was to deal with the king of the snakes. But if he touched one, it would inevitably attract the attention of all the other snakes in the valley. The antidote lasts for half an hour. If he had to spend a whole day here, he would have to use more than 40 vials. Jochen decided to wait a bit and see if there was another option. Then he could resort to extreme measures. The other members of the team received word of the snake's presence and realized just how dangerous it could be inside. After a while, Jochen realized that these snakes weren't moving at all. However, they couldn't wait any longer. Jufei said that the guy had been in there for quite a while. Nothing had happened, had it? Should they try to contact him? Xu Qinglong reminded them that Jochen had asked not to call him. They had to keep waiting. The protagonist reported that a snake was approaching. They needed to gather the team and prepare for the attack. The 4 of them would receive points for the kill. The loot could be split among everyone. Jufei was surprised. What on earth was he talking about? After all, there was only one king. How could the loot be divided among everyone? Zhou Chen replied that he wasn't alone. There were 3 of them, so they needed the others' support. Zhou Chen was running for his life, fleeing from the 3 snakes chasing him. Jufei told Zhou Chen to hold them off at all costs, since they needed time to gather their men. Ye Yihong shouted for everyone to get ready. The enormous snakes were closing in. Zhou Chen kept running from them, using his speed skill. The young man shouted that the snake was already there. It was time to act. Zhou Chen, with his blade held high, charged at the silver snake. Zhou Chen shouted that it was about to release its venom. Zhou Chen told Qinglong to aim for the head, or it wouldn't work. Li Shuban had to attack the left eye. That was the snake's blind spot. Ye Shihong thought, could this guy really have such extensive combat experience? If he wasn't mistaken, Xu Qinglong should already have been wounded. With his rank, he wouldn't be able to handle a single snake. Ye Yihong looked at Zhou Chen and thought that there were geniuses he simply couldn't understand. The city chief contacted Jufei and said he had found the information they needed. The guy should give some more thought to his relationship with Zhou Chen. No matter what misunderstandings they had in the past, everything needs to be settled, because Zhou Chen is more than capable of destroying him. Once Jufei reads the information, he'll understand everything. Zhou Chen, riding on the back of his pet, asked Brother Shen, "Are you really not going?" The chairman replied that for now they'd be better off focusing on gaining combat experience. Otherwise, they'd never be able to match him. Zhou Chen said that as soon as the opportunity arose, they absolutely had to find him. Shen noted that Zhou Chen was currently the most talked about figure in the center, so they needed to be cautious. Jufei saw Zhou Chen riding a dragon. He was surprised. Where could this guy have been hiding such a monster? It's a good thing they're on the same side. Ye Yihong agreed that Zhou Chen was no ordinary guy. Unfortunately, those fools from Hurricane City didn't have the brains to figure that out. Zhou Chen said he had gathered them all because he had a plan that would allow everyone to make a decent profit. Ye Yihong asked, "What is this plan?" Zhou Chen asked his colleagues if they knew what cleaning was. Chogan kept running away from the silver snakes. Jufei asked how many there were. The protagonist replied, 27. 7 days had passed. The assistant informed the captain that everything was fine. Judging by the rankings table, the gap between 4th and 9th place wasn't that big. The commander would soon return to his former position. During a meal, Jufei told the protagonist that there was now a gap of several thousand points between them. It would be quite difficult to catch up to this guy. Ye Yihong said that all it would take was for him to close his eyes for a second and get distracted, and he'd already be languishing at the bottom of the rankings. However, judging by Zhou Chen's approach to missions, he's actually waiting for opportunities like this. For him, outpacing everyone else is a matter of minutes. Zhu Xinglin said that in any case, he'd earned plenty of points and had no intention of competing with that monster. Ye Yihong added that the next time they saw a new mission, he wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Zhou Chen replied that in that case, he'd have to work alone, since all his friends were refusing to partner with him. Zhou Chen checked out the new S-rank mission. The objective was to steal a phoenix egg. This seemed very interesting to him. The Gobi Desert. Based on the available information, this is the phoenix's habitat. Zhou Chen thanked the guide and paid him for his work. The man said that the boss was incredibly generous. The guide asked for permission to share some information. The Phoenix is a level 23 creature. Zhou Chen noted that he was there to obtain its egg. The guide was surprised. Did this guy really plan to steal the Phoenix's egg all by himself? Zhou Chen replied that it wasn't necessarily so. Perhaps other, not-so-friendly comrades would show up as well. The assistant asked the captain, why did he take this mission? Zhang replied that he should keep quiet if he didn't understand. You can earn many times more points for destroying monsters than for completing missions. His ranking had already dropped significantly. This was the fastest way to regain his former position. Zhang added that if everything went well, he could earn 40,000 points and make it into the top 3. He needed to restore his good name. Thanks to careful observation and reconnaissance of the area using binoculars, the Phoenixes were spotted. The assistant reported to the commander that the Phoenix's nest was located to the northwest. Zhang said that in that case, they would prepare to carry out the mission. The assistant noted that something was happening there, some movement near the nest. The captain looked through his binoculars and got angry. Why does this guy stick his nose into everything? The assistant asked the commander what they should do, since they had been ordered not to get involved with this guy. The squad commander looked through his binoculars and surmised that Zhou Chen was without his pet today. The commander said that anything could happen. After all, this guy could slip off the cliff and die. Zhou Chen climbed up the cliff and found himself at the top of the mountain. The young man approached the nest and decided he had to act very quickly. Otherwise, the Phoenix would return, and then it would be quite difficult to escape with the eggs. Zhou Chen hid only one egg in his backpack so that no one would later say he was greedy. 3 eggs remained in the nest. A shot rang out and the bullet hit the ground next to Zhou Chen. The protagonist flinched. The shooter fired a few more shots, but they also missed their mark. The warrior said that this guy was very resilient. Because of that, he wanted to finish him off even more. The Phoenix returned to the nest and discovered the missing eggs. A loud bird cry rang out. Zhou Chen noticed the pursuit and decided he needed to get out of there fast. The squad leader, looking through his binoculars, couldn't figure it out. Where had this guy gone? What was going on there? Zhou Chen looked at the summit of the neighboring mountain and saw 3 red life bars. The young man said, if those 3 dared to attack him, he was ready to show them what treachery really meant. The scout reported to the squad commander that the birds still hadn't found that man. If they stayed here, sooner or later the Phoenix would spot them. The captain said they would gather all their belongings and retreat. Zhou Chen appeared behind the squad leader and said they no longer had that option. The captain asked, does this guy really think he can take on all 3 of them alone? Zhou Chen has just signed his own death warrant. The squad leader said that he and Zhou Chen were sworn enemies. His pet wasn't here, so no one could help him. Zhou Chen said that his opponent was right about some things. However, who told him that the dragon wasn't here? The young man reached out his hand, and in that very moment, a pet spewing flames appeared beside him. The warriors were astonished. How was this possible? Who exactly was this Zhou Chen? The squad commander said that Zhou Chen wouldn't be able to pierce their armor. They had to forget about this beast. They had to destroy its master. Zhou Chen drew his unique blade and asked, did these guys really think he couldn't handle their armor? Zhou Chen used his unique skill and found himself behind his opponent. The squad leader shouted again that this couldn't be happening. The young man was attacked and suffered a through-and-through wound in his back. He said his armor had been impenetrable until now. What had just happened? Zhou Chen said it didn't matter. Whether he had a beast or not, the result would be the same either way. Zhou Chen lunged at his opponent again and said he would destroy him right then and there. Zhu Fei and the others remained at the camp waiting for further information. They were told that Zhang Zhucheng and 6 other cadets had been killed. Ye Yihong said that was exactly what he had thought. There was no need to rush. It was entirely their fault. Zhou Chen looked at the surrounding area and assessed the time remaining. Zhu Fei, Ye Yihong, and Chu Qinglun realized that Zhang Zhucheng had apparently also taken on the mission involving the Phoenix Egg. Zhou Chen appeared at headquarters and informed the manager that he had completed the mission and brought back the Phoenix Egg. The girl noted that Cadet Zhou Chen had once again quickly handled such a task. Zhou Chen said that everything was going well and that now he could focus on actively leveling up. A month later, the rankings showed that Cadet Zhou Chen had moved up to 10th place. This success was impressive. The young man was incredibly talented. Zhou Chen said that he had been giving the snakes a hard time for a whole month, and now it was time to change locations. At this point, the protagonist held the 15th rank. At the new location, Zhou Chen tracked down a huge beast, a mutant bear. The young man said he was starting the hunt. 10 months later, many were still talking about Zhou Chen. Ye Yihong asked Zhu Fei how far that guy had come. Fei replied that he was afraid to even imagine it. Chu Qinglong said there was no need to imagine anything. Just look at the overall rankings. Zhu Qinglong noted that Cadet Zhou Chen had finally returned. They hadn't seen each other in over 10 months. This guy's progress was truly impressive. Chu Chen noted that these guys had done a pretty good job too. By this point, our hero held the 21st rank, the central plaza of the training center. The instructor said that he wanted to announce on behalf of the entire center the name of the cadet who had taken first place. Based on the total points scored and the unanimous decision of the judges, Zhou Chen was declared the winner. Chairman Shen said he knew Zhou Chen would succeed. The instructor added that the warriors who made it into the top 10 would also become members of the center's parliament. Zhou Chen would become captain of the Asian group. The senior instructor said he hadn't misjudged this young man, but still wanted to warn him that being a good leader is by no means easy. Zhou Chen replied that the senior instructor shouldn't worry. He would show the other teams what a real Asian team was all about. Les Naban, George, the captain of the European team and a 26th rank holder, told everyone to look carefully. The crystal fruit must be somewhere nearby. George added that this time, not only they, but also teams from Asia, America, and Eurasia had received information about this fruit. They needed to be vigilant. A huge dragon, our hero's pet, appeared among the rocks. Zhou Chen reported to the relevant authorities that he was in the target zone. The operator replied that he had received the information, but the European team must be somewhere nearby. Jogan said that in that case, he couldn't let his pet fail to greet them. Captain George looked up and asked in surprise what that sound was. Could there really be other large beasts in this forest? A loud roar rang out, and all the European warriors saw a huge dragon descending from the sky toward them. The captain said he couldn't gauge its strength. Most likely, they wouldn't be able to defeat this dragon. However, the report contained no information that anything like this inhabited the forest. George remembered that he had been looking through the personal files of the other warriors. Could there really be a captain of the Asian team here? Zhou Chen looked at the European knights and thought they looked like towers. They must have plenty of strength. The protagonist thought that the teams from Africa and Eurasia weren't visible yet. He could let his pet snatch the fruit right out of the other team's hands, but in that case, they would lose a lot of experience. The captain of the African team, named Mambori, was a 26th rank holder. The captain of the Eurasian team, named LeFou, was also a 26th rank holder. He said that the crystal fruit must be somewhere nearby. LeFou added that he was curious to see which of these cowardly hide-and-seekers would dare to try to stop him. An assistant reported to the captain that, according to the information received, the crystal fruit should be behind the vines. However, the wall formed by these vines looks very difficult to overcome. These vines are quite tough, and if they put all their strength into getting rid of them, people from other teams might take advantage of the situation and attack. Zhou Chen said that there is a silver lining to the current situation, since the other teams will also be preoccupied with this wall. Our hero added that he has experience fighting similar plants. With good weapons, they'll be able to clear a path quickly. Armed with his unique daggers, the protagonist approached the tendrils of this vine. Zhou Chen showed his comrades that they only needed to cut off the main branch. This would save a lot of effort and time. Zhu Fei said there was no need for further discussion. Everyone should act exactly the same way. Chu Qinglong noted that Zhou Chen was, in fact, the captain. Captain George assessed the scale of the task ahead as he looked at the vine's tendrils. The captain of the Eurasian team said that from those sounds, it was immediately clear that these were the very cowards hiding behind their armor. The assistant asked Captain LeFou what they should do with these vines. LeFou drew his blade and said they must be destroyed. After a while, Captain George said that his squad needed to rest a bit and then move on. George sighed heavily and said he felt unbearable heat. Suddenly, George was attacked and wounded in the neck. The European captain felt weak and sank to his knees. Assistant Muchu pulled the poison dart from the commander's neck and said it was the work of the African team. The captain turned pale as his condition worsened. Ye Yihong said they had made good progress and were even ahead of the other teams. Zhou Chen remarked that they shouldn't get ahead of themselves since no one knew what the other teams might do. The commander added that in any case, they would have to figure it all out on their own. Zhou Chen looked into the nearby forest and spotted several red life streaks. So there's an ambush here. Our hero wondered if they intended to attack him and his team. The captain told everyone to stay alert. He would go and scout the situation. Under cover of night, the leader of the African team moved along the designated route, accompanied by his aides. Zhou Chen spotted and identified them. The dart shooter also spotted the Asian man and prepared to attack him. However, Zhou Chen suddenly appeared behind him. Our hero asked, "Does this guy also like to have some fun with poisons? Would he like to exchange experiences?" As a result, Zhou Chen left that location. The archer was eliminated. The protagonist said that only 5 remained. There was a rustling in the bushes, and Zhu Fei said it was an enemy attack. However, instead of enemies, Zhou Chen appeared and announced that he had returned. Zhu Fei was relieved and said he thought they were under attack. The captain replied that it was a close call. It could very well have happened. Zhou Chen added that several soldiers from the African team had been hunting his squad. However, they had managed to neutralize them. African warriors of rank 23 or higher were neutralized and eliminated. Zhu Fei said that these men were the strongest warriors on the African team. Captain Zhou Chen managed to take them down single-handedly. Who would have thought this guy was that good? Shogun said that everyone should remain on high alert. Someone else might try to attack them. Explosions began to ring out somewhere in the forest. Zhou Chen noted that they weren't the only ones who had been attacked tonight. By a twist of fate, the commanders of the continental teams found themselves face-to-face in the same place. The captain of the European team introduced himself and gave his name. He said that now they could discuss everything here. The African declared that there was nothing to discuss here. This was their territory and outsiders had to leave. George said he had a score to settle with Mambor from last night. He had the nerve to provoke them all. Wasn't he afraid they might band together against him? Mambor said that George could try if he was that brave. The commander of the Eurasian team told the two of them to stop. This couldn't even be called an attack. They had to stick to the old rules. Whoever got the fruit would become its rightful owner. No one was allowed to try to take it away from them in the future. George and Mambor agreed. Zhou Chen said he agreed as well. Looking at the sprawling vine, the assistant told the captain that they needed to speed up. Ye Hong noted that the other teams had more extensive experience in such activities, so they were at a disadvantage here. Zhou Chen pointed out that they weren't dealing with these vines to get closer to the fruit at all. Zhu Fei was surprised. In that case, why were they doing it? The captain replied that these vines were excellent training for the entire team. He had a different plan for capturing the crystal fruit. Zhu Chen reiterated that this was excellent training, so no one should slack off. They had to keep cutting the vines. Captain George noticed that his assistant, Evan, had been attacked by the vine's tendrils. George shouted for all the knights to stay in formation. "These vines are incredibly strong. You can't handle them alone." The assistant asked the captain what they were waiting for. The leader replied that he was waiting for help. He wasn't as foolish as his armored rivals. LeFou said he didn't mind getting his hands dirty, but if there was an easier alternative, why complicate things? Bombers appeared in the sky. George said they were real barbarians since they decided to use aircraft. George added that they had fighter jets too. Mambor looked at the explosions and said it was foolish to resort to this method. However, they couldn't wait any longer. Zhou Chen said that the competitors had even thought of this. In that case, he wouldn't stand on ceremony either. The leaders of the rival teams were surprised. Could this really be Zhou Chen's doing? A huge dragon appeared in the sky. George was surprised. What was this guy going to do? Was he just going to fly away? The pet resolutely defended its master's interests. Zhou Chen said that he had given the little one free rein, but hadn't asked it to push the situation to the brink of a heart attack. The dragon, using its unique abilities, directed a jet of fire from its mouth straight at the vines. Zhou Chen saw the plant and reasonably assumed that this was the crystal fruit. The fruit ended up in our hero's hands, and the young man said they could leave now. The dragon flapped its wings and they soared above the forest, gradually gaining altitude. Ye Yihong saw the dragon and said that the captain was approaching. LeFou and the others also saw the captain of the Asian team. They were extremely surprised. Zhou Chen, riding on the dragon's back, told his rivals that he had the fruit in his hands, so the battle was over. Captain George surmised that another troublemaker had appeared in the Asian region. LeFou said that was just great. This guy seemed like a pretty strong opponent. In the Eastern Tower, the instructor informed the chairman that Zhou Chen and the others would be returning soon. At first, the chairman couldn't even imagine how long this standoff would last. However, after just a few days, the fruit was in their hands. The chairman presented the crystal fruit, the Asian team's trophy, to those present. They had heard the name before, but had never seen it with their own eyes. This time, thanks to the efforts of Zhou Chen and his team, they managed to obtain this fruit. The chairman noted that not everyone is aware of its value. An ordinary person needs only a small piece to join the ranks of warriors or even attain the 10th rank immediately. The chairman said that according to the rules, the team captain would receive 10% of the earnings. The leader added that the young man could choose one of three options. The first was to receive 10% of the fruit. The second was to take 10 kilograms of composite alloy from the central production company's warehouses. The third was to receive payment in the form of virtual crystals deposited into his personal account. Jochen asked if a split crystal fruit was still effective. The chairman replied that there was no need to worry, it was a proven fact. Zhou Chen thought that 10% of the fruit would be enough to raise his rank. The second option would be the best choice at the moment. The protagonist reasoned that with better equipment, he would be able to obtain far more fruits. A year had passed. The young man riding on his pet's back said that all the fruits now belonged to him. He needed to find one more fruit, obtain the legendary thief's outfit, and then he could call it a day. Juchen determined that within 100 kilometers, there were still energy fluctuations emanating from the fruits. Juchen examined this fruit and said it would take another 6 months to fully ripen. In any case, everything needs to be thoroughly inspected. Captain George pressed the red button on the cylindrical device and said that everything would be fine now. George added that the mousetrap was ready. All that remained was to wait for the mice. We must evacuate our people as soon as possible. When the trap is triggered, everything within a 3-kilometer radius will be engulfed in flames. George clarified that Jochen and his pet definitely wouldn't be able to escape this time. Jochen flew on his dragon to the presumed location and was surprised. Could there really still be ripe fruit left? Suddenly, the young man shouted that it was a fake. We need to get out of here immediately. Captain George said it was too late to leave and pressed the red button. There were a series of explosions, followed by a fire. Juchen told the kid to fly straight up. They would be safe up there. Against the backdrop of the explosions, George said he was bidding farewell to the Star of Asia. He deserved such a fate. After another explosion, the dragon lost its ability to navigate and began to fall to the ground. As Jochen fell, he thought he couldn't die like this. His end shouldn't be like this. Jochen thought of the girls, Shihan and Su Yunwen. They had called him by name. Jochen imagined Lan Shi telling everyone that he had become much stronger. Commander Zhang reported that the Starlight Squad was still awaiting the return of their leader. Jochen silently asked everyone for forgiveness and lost consciousness. The townspeople read the tragic news in the press and expressed their sorrow. After all, he was a talented man. All of this was the work of envious people from other continents. How would they manage without him? Photos of Jochen were displayed in a frame surrounded by a large number of white flowers. The girls stood before the urn containing his ashes and mourned. Su Jungwen wept bitterly, while Shihan paced restlessly. Lan Shi swore to find out who did this and take revenge. Captain George said it was a great loss. He was very young, and that was precisely why he had died. He was young, ambitious, and reckless. Lan Shi was outraged. What is this scoundrel saying? Zhang told the young man to calm down and pull himself together. Zhang told his friend that standing before them was one of the strongest men in Europe. If Lan Shi provoked this knight into a fight, there would be no chance of victory. George said that this guy was just like his master. He had absolutely no idea when to stop. George added that the next time they met, he would teach the young man some manners. Far out in the desert, a human silhouette appeared on a scorching rock. Jochen stood up and thought in surprise, could it be that he didn't die? The young man had a ring of resurrection on his finger. The young man thought, could it all be because of this ring? Thanks to this ring, when the wearer dies, there is a 20% chance of being reborn at full strength and gaining invincible status for 5 seconds. Jochen looked at the ring and thought that reviving wasn't so bad. Obviously, he had respawned in the exact same spot where he had been killed. According to the game's rules, a respawn point must be set somewhere here. Jochen realized that he hadn't respawned because of the ring. In the game, even if he died, he would eventually respawn, though his level would drop by 1. The protagonist thought that in any case he had been destroyed, and that was a fact. Shu Qin decided that those scoundrels would pay tenfold for this. 2 months passed. It was a period of non-stop training. His pet was also by our hero's side. Shu Qin noted that in this world, he had finally managed to reach the highest level. The young man thought many years had passed since he began his journey in this world, and he had been through a lot during that time. Jochen remembered everything clearly, as if it were yesterday. Jochen realized at the same time that he was no longer the person he used to be. The protagonist told his pet that they were going back. The old tavern on the outskirts of town was open late into the night. A stranger wearing a hood revealing his identity sat down at a table in the corner. The man approached the stranger, held out a plate of food and said it was on the house. The hooded youth looked up at him. It was Zhou Chen. The man in the hood handed Zhou Chen the bread and said it was very tasty and highly recommended that he try it. Inside was a detonator. Zhou Chen thought that with this, the performance would become even more spectacular. There were many people in the large hall. They were all relaxing, eating, and chatting with one another. The man stepped forward and thanked the guests for honoring him with their presence. Everyone already guessed why he had invited them here. George noticed that exactly 2 months ago, Zhou Chen, the Star of Asia, had died in his arms. Those present understood that this was his doing. This incident had severely slowed the development of the Asian region. Zhou Chen, using his invisibility mode, thought that this guy had the guts to confess it himself. Shogun believed that George was a fan of cheap publicity. In that case, people would remember how he died. George told his assistant, Austin, that the most beautiful women had gathered here today, so there was no need to rush, and everything would work out very soon. Austin stayed outside and said he was waiting for the captain there. George went to the restroom. Zhou Chen set up a surveillance camera and decided that today the whole world would have the honor of witnessing his demise. In various regions of the planet, huge monitors were blank and showed no information. This was particularly the case in Asia. The Eurasian team was also standing in front of the turned-off monitors. At one point, everyone saw an image showing Captain George from behind. At that moment, he was in the restroom. Everyone watching was shocked. What was going on here? After all, this man looked very much like Mr. George. George heard a familiar voice behind him. The man asked if the captain remembered him. George shouted that it was impossible. He turned around and saw Zhou Chen standing before him. All the viewers saw George's frightened face on the screens. He asked how this guy could have survived. Shihan and Su Junwen were frightened and alarmed. George said that Zhou Chen should have turned to mountain ash long ago. Zhou Chen agreed, but noted that there are those who rise from the ashes. Friends and foes alike realized that Zhou Chen was alive. The devil had returned once more. Su Junwen and Shihan also realized that this man had not perished. At the Starlight headquarters, Lan Shi said that this was definitely his master. There could be no mistake. Captain Zhang reported that he had finally returned. George shouted if this guy had risen from the ashes, then he would destroy him again. Zhou Chen drew his unique dagger and said he wanted to say one last thing. Zhou Chen remarked that if George hadn't done anything stupid, there wouldn't have been any problems either. A drone appeared above the ceiling in the bathroom. Zhou Chen turned around and said that the others were also watching this great show. The protagonist noted that everyone could enjoy it. Zhou Chen struck his opponent and said it was instant death. The restaurant staff was shocked. What kind of monster had they disturbed? An employee said they needed to call for backup. A colleague said there was no need. This guy took down a warrior like George in a second. Anyone who stands in his way will be destroyed. Perhaps the current world order would be completely reshaped because of this man. Zhou Chen thought that he might want to change this world, but not all at once. At the very least, Zhou Chen wanted to do everything in his power to protect his family and friends. Zhou Chen went to his father's grave and said he was there to visit him. The young man added that this was where it all began, and this was where he would start building the future.